Here, people have the chance to become travelers after they come of age. To experience other worlds. But you, who have long been reduced to an ordinary person, have actually become a ruler in many worlds across the universe. And this matter. Nobody knows except you. Until the day of your daughter's trial assessment. She awakened a world you once ruled. She discovered. This world seemed very similar to a novel her father once wrote. And you had once suppressed an era in this world. Being respected by people as the Eternal Night Lord. Single-handedly slaughtering 7 corpse clan lords. Saving humanity of the old era. Making numerous corpse clans tremble in fear. Now this world has been summoned by your daughter who failed her middle school exam and was heartbroken. Mom, who was watching the exam livestream, turned pale with fright. As Shin Shiyu, the chairman of Jiangnan City's Reincarnator Association, he understood that an A-level difficulty world should not be used for trial assessments, and knew clearly what terrifying danger level a first-class reincarnation world possessed. How is our daughter going to survive this? Meanwhile, in the virtual square, the ethereal consciousness from the reincarnation hall sounded. Please all exam students prepare yourselves. You will soon enter the reincarnation world. As light flashed, everyone instantly disappeared. Because normal assessments were usually C-level fairy tale worlds. The appearance of an A-level world made most people in the exam livestream room shift their attention here. Ning Caiwei and others appeared in a shelter in a city. A large amount of information from the reincarnation hall appeared before their eyes. Welcome to the blood food world. Please note not to reveal your identity in front of natives. Assessment task option 1, survive over 10 days. 2, kill 10 zombies and bring back their crystal cores. 3, master any supernatural power. The classmates who teamed up all looked desperate. Only Ning Caiwei was surprisingly calm. Staring at the description from the reincarnation hall, she increasingly felt this world was somehow familiar. I remember Dad wrote a novel called The Lion King's Path to Redemption. Blood Food World, Blood Food City. How are the zombie spirits and supernatural powers exactly the same? Could it be that the novel wasn't made up by Dad? The moment this thought flashed through her mind, even Ning Caiwei found it extremely absurd. After all, in her impression, Dad had never undertaken any reincarnation tasks. He was merely just an ordinary citizen of Jiangnan City, a common person pursuing his writing dreams. But at this moment, as she descended into this place called the Blood Food World, the information matched exactly with the novel written by her father. Eternal Night Lord. Ning Caiwei whispered, carefully recalling the contents of the novel she had secretly read as a child. The protagonist in it was called the Eternal Night Lord. The entire novel revolved around his story. The final ending was that he ended a dark era and went into eternal sleep beneath Blood Food City. If Dad's novel wasn't fiction, then here. Ning Caiwei's heart began to pound wildly. She felt she might have discovered her father's secret. Looking up, Ning Caiwei noticed. In this dimly lit shelter, there were about 200 people. Their expressions were depressed, gloomy, and numb. The arrival of her group didn't attract anyone's gaze. Ning Caiwei walked over, softly asking an old woman, "Do you know today's date?" She raised her head dully, finally pointing towards the tightly shut door of the shelter. There hung a mechanical clock, showing the time as July 1st, 3035. Ning Caiwei's heart immediately chilled. It had been decades since the Eternal Night Lord went into eternal sleep in the Blood Food World. The old woman suddenly made a hoarse sound. You look unfamiliar. Are you also refugees who just escaped from other cities? There's no safe place now. The apocalypse zombie army has almost trampled every corner of the Blood Food World. More and more survivors are being captured and penned up. Ning Caiwei heard this name and slightly frowned. She had absolutely no impression in her mind. But judging from the old woman's attitude, this zombie lord named Apocalypse seemed extremely powerful and terrifying, having already cast the entire Blood Food World under the shadow of death. At this moment, the entire shelter suddenly shook. Rubble collapsed everywhere. The door was also hit by a terrifying force, completely caving in. Classmate and Lan looked around in terror. What's happening? The old woman's numb expression suddenly turned fearful. Crimson, the Crimson Lion King has found us. Screams instantly filled the shelter. People began to flee through other exits. The next moment the door shattered with a boom. Hordes of grotesque-faced zombies began pouring in. Ning Caiwei's pretty face turned white, immediately grabbing in Lan's hand, leading the other two in a mad dash. Witnessing this scene, Shin Jiyu's heart was bleeding. But apart from watching helplessly as his daughter fell into danger, he could not offer any help. In the exam livestream room, watching this scene, tens of thousands of viewers all sighed with regret and spoke words of pity. Being transported to a shelter was originally a very lucky thing. Who would have thought it would fall so quickly? They thought they could survive for a while. Drawing an A-level reincarnation world. These kids are really unfortunate. This is almost certainly a death sentence. Look quickly. Who is that guy? What a terrifying aura. Wait, the head hanging on his waist. Seems to be our Jiangnan City's college entrance exam top scorer from 10 years ago. Zhao Zhang. In the live stream screen, Ning Caiwei and others had already rushed out of the shelter. In the street, a team of stern-faced zombies stood. The leader wore crimson bloody clothes. Heavy blood energy surrounded his body, almost becoming substantial enough to affect space, making the blood in the air mysteriously redder. 2 corpses lay on the ground. They were clearly supernatural ability users from the blood food world, and definitely not ordinary in strength. But now they had died tragically. Their faces covered with fear and despair from before death. And what truly made everyone in the livestream room feel incredibly horrified was that Lion King's belt actually consisted of dozens of heads. Among them, one head was precisely the college entrance exam top scorer from Jiangnan City 10 years ago. After 10 years of growth, Zhao Zhang had already become a powerful A-level reincarnator. The outside world rumored he had joined the investigation team of the Reincarnation Hall. He had once outstandingly completed over 100 tasks and was renowned. But now, his head was hanging from the waist of the Blood King. In addition, there seemed to be quite a few other A-level reincarnators, their appearances very familiar, all top scorers from other cities in Kanglanstar, through the ages. This scene made the live broadcast room fall into a brief silence for a few seconds. The faces of hundreds of thousands turned pale with fright. They had seen zombies before, but zombies of this level, like those in the blood food realm, had completely overturned their understanding. Crimson Zombie King? Xin Zhiyu's hands began to shake uncontrollably. In the intelligence of the Reincarnation Hall, the Crimson Zombie King is currently one of the top 3 zombie kings in the entire blood food realm. Loyal to the Monarch of Apocalypse, he has long fought for him, destroying shelters and capturing powerless survivors, raising them all. His strength far exceeds that of ordinary A-level reincarnators. During intelligence investigations, more than 10 people died at his hands. Xin Zhiyu never imagined that just after entering the reincarnation world, her daughter would encounter such a terrifying figure. Run, run, run faster, run faster. Xin Zhiyu was anxious, staring fixedly at the live broadcast screen, not even realizing that her nails had deeply embedded into her skin, seeping drops of blood. As the president of the Reincarnators Association in Jiangnan City, she should have had absolute rationality, but now she was close to losing control, tears welling in her eyes. In the blood food realm, Ning Caiwei also saw the chilling scene of the Crimson Zombie King, feeling an endless chill rising in her heart. She wouldn't doubt that if this guy caught her, even with the many treasures bestowed by her mother, she would be torn to pieces in an instant. We actually encountered a zombie king. A powerful level flashed through Ning Caiwei's mind, her pretty face growing paler. We're doomed. And Lan spoke desperately, tears welling in the corners of her eyes. The terror of the A-level reincarnation world was only just beginning to show. Let alone surviving for 10 days, even 1 hour was a luxury. We still have a hope of surviving, stay close to me. Ning Caiwei did not give up, the only thought in her mind was to go to the resting place of the Eternal Night Monarch. Because she understood that the Eternal Night Monarch might have some kind of relation to her dad. No matter what the truth was, no matter what secrets her dad had, only by going there could they possibly survive. But as Ning Caiwei kept running, her speed gradually slowed down. She stared blankly at the end of the street ahead, where another group of zombies blocked all the escape routes. The leader was not a zombie king, but was also a lord level. That cold gaze made Ning Caiwei feel a chill in her heart. The last hope seemed to shatter at this moment. A bitter smile appeared on her lips, her body feeling as if it had lost all strength. In the live stream, hundreds of thousands of viewers had surged to 1 million, and they all foresaw Ning Caiwei's fate, falling into silence. Surrounded from all sides, there was nowhere to escape. The lord-level zombie walked towards the 4 of them expressionlessly, dragging a bloody giant axe on the ground, making a harsh sound, like a death knell. Dad, Mom, farewell. Ning Caiwei despaired, preparing to close her eyes and embrace death. But suddenly, from the corner of her eye, she saw a tall figure quietly standing on an electric pole in the dim alleyway. Illuminated by the blood moonlight above, Ning Caiwei saw a token swaying at his waist in the wind. Is that? Ning Caiwei's eyes widened suddenly. Sequence 9? The trusty aide by the Eternal Night Monarch in the novel? Zombie King Wujiu, save me. Seeing a glimmer of hope, without hesitation, Ning Caiwei shouted with all her strength. Buzz. A flash of cold light appeared. The streets nearby instantly fell into silence. The entire livestream room was also in complete silence. A head pierced through the air, splattering bright red blood. As Ning Caiwei's shout echoed, it fell in response. With a thud, it rolled before the horde of zombies. The man named Wujiu floated down from the power line, seriously examining Ning Caiwei. After closely scrutinizing her, he muttered to himself. So similar, really too similar. In this situation, Lan was completely stunned. They had no idea what was happening, they just saw the Lord-level zombie that was walking towards them suddenly lose its head, its massive body kneeling down, unmoving. It was completely dead. The person who killed him was right in front of them, he was also a zombie, but his aura seemed even more terrifying. After a brief silence, the monitor room erupted in shock. The screen filled with frantic comments. What's going on? The Lord-level zombie was killed in an instant? Who is this guy? He seems even stronger. Wu Jiao. Did I just hear that kid shout his name? Is there any Reincarnator here to explain what level this Wu Jiao is? Though this kid does look stunning, there's no reason to attract a zombie's attention, right? He actually made a move? This sudden scene ignited the emotions of everyone in the livestream. The number of viewers surged rapidly, many people from other livestream rooms flocked over, drawn by the news. Seeing this scene, Xin Zheyu was completely frozen. Her daughter was saved, and she was naturally overjoyed to the point of tears. But this mysterious zombie that suddenly acted was clearly at a zombie king level, otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to kill the lord-level zombie in an instant, especially without her fully seeing the technique. However, the crucial issue was that the reincarnators previously investigated had not brought back any information about him. In other words, Wu Jiao's existence had evaded all the reincarnators. Could it be that there are strong beings in the blood-eating realm that the reincarnation hall has not discovered? Xin Zheyu was deeply shaken, avoiding detection proved that the other party possessed the power to slaughter all reincarnators. But why didn't he do so? What was this guy's background? In the blood-eating realm, after Ning Caiwei was saved, she felt her whole body go weak, gasping for air. Looking at Wu Jiao's distorted, oddly clown-like face, she felt no fear in her heart, instead, she laughed. This finally proved her guess. Little girl, who told you my name? Wu Jiao squinted and asked. Of course, it's the Eternal Night Lord, Ning Caiwei replied breathlessly. Wu Jiao's face instantly froze, as if he had received confirmation in his heart. Looking at Ning Caiwei, his gaze quickly became unprecedentedly gentle. Indeed, it is the bloodline of my king. He whispered softly, his nose feeling a bit sour, as if he was about to cry. Ning Caiwei wanted to ask more questions to further confirm her guess. But suddenly, a chilling wind blew from behind her, making her shiver involuntarily. She almost forgot, there was a great zombie king behind her. Who are you? Which zombie clan do you belong to, killing one of my generals? Shouldn't you give me an explanation? The Crimson Zombie King glared coldly at Wu Jiao, his gaze indifferent. Blood surged forth, carrying a terrifying, extraordinary power, causing the space to grow dreadfully low, and the sky darkened suddenly as the blood moon seemed to lose its luster. The cold wind blew, and the chill rose. Thousands of elite zombies also growled ominously at this moment. For the Crimson Zombie King, he had never seen Wu Jiao and knew nothing of his origins. But killing a lord-level zombie undoubtedly crossed a line. Today, regardless of which zombie clan Wu Jiao belonged to, he would have to pay with his life here. An explanation? Wu Jiao frowned. He took a few steps forward, calmly saying, Since following my king, I kill whoever I want. Unexpectedly, so many years have passed, and everyone has forgotten the name of my king. Even you, this dog, now dare to demand an explanation from me? With this statement, the live broadcast room fell silent once again. How overwhelming this is. The Crimson Corpse King's gaze instantly became even colder. If you don't give it, I will come to take it myself. He slowly raised his hand, and suddenly, the space twisted, revealing a huge blood sword being drawn out. The absolute pressure from the Corpse King was fully released. Although it wasn't aimed at the thousands of elite zombies, they still couldn't help but tremble under this oppressive force, their bodies shivering uncontrollably. Looking at Ning Caiwei and the other three, they felt a suffocating sensation, their delicate faces pale as snow, their blood boiling inexplicably, as if it wanted to escape their bodies to kneel before the Crimson Corpse King. Buzz. In the next moment, all pressure on Ning Caiwei simply vanished. Wu Jiao stepped forward, shattering the absolute pressure of the Crimson Corpse King and causing his aura to collapse. Just as the Crimson Corpse King gripped the giant sword, he suddenly saw Wu Jiao's phantom appearing in front of him. The speed in that instant surpassed his ability to capture, causing the Crimson Corpse King's pupils to dramatically contract. You? The Crimson Corpse King lost his composure, his heart filled with dread. Before he could react, a bony hand caught his neck, reflecting Wu Jiao's cold and strange face. That unimaginable terrifying power hit him like a landslide, causing his entire body's blood to collapse, crushing him mercilessly to the ground, shaking the street and scattering debris, creating a massive pit. Spiderweb-like cracks spread out in all directions, causing the surrounding skyscrapers to rumble and collapse. Hiss, what exactly are you? The Crimson Corpse King spat blood foam, his neck completely shattered. He stared at Wu Jiao, unable to understand why, as a top 3 Corpse King in the blood food world, he would be instantly annihilated by someone unknown. If the Eternal Night Corpse clan had chosen to take power back then, how could it have fallen to you dogs to rampage in the blood food world? Wu Jiao showed no mercy, decisively ending the Crimson Corpse King's life. The pupils that had been glaring widened in terror upon hearing the mention of the Eternal Night Corpse clan, as if a mark of fear had been branded into him since he was a mere cell. Such a scene fell into the eyes of all the viewers in the live broadcast room, creating an indescribable shock. The Corpse King also killed in an instant? This guy named Wu Jiao is way too strong. Speaking of which, what did he just mention about the Eternal Night Corpse clan? Outside the screen, Xingjiu looked at Wu Jiao in disbelief. The speed and power that annihilated the Crimson Corpse King were terrifying beyond measure. Just based on this person, saying he could penetrate through other apocalyptic worlds wouldn't be an exaggeration at all. Eternal Night Corpse clan, and who is this king he mentioned? Xingjiu felt suddenly parched, wondering what clue his daughter had discovered in the blood food world that gained her the support of such a corpse king. Did she miss something? The key question was, she hadn't even blinked. With the number of viewers in the Jiangnan City examination livestream skyrocketing, this originally ordinary entrance exam quickly attracted attention from more people in other cities. In just half an hour, it had spread across various places in Kanglan Star. At this moment, in the main hall of the capital of Kanglan Star. As the governor of Kanglan Star, Fu Lingfeng had been appointed by the Federation and followed the instructions of the Reincarnation Hall. His daily work was extremely busy. He had just finished handling matters from the morning, planning to cut off all external communication for a short midday rest to recharge for the afternoon's work. But then he suddenly heard urgent knocking at the door. Governor! I have urgent matters that need to be reported immediately. The person who came was his Secretary General, looking urgent and flustered, which was unusual and made Fu Lingfeng raise his eyebrows slightly, responding with an unhappy tone. Didn't I tell you not to disturb my rest during the lunch break? No matter what it is, come back to find me in 2 hours. The Secretary General did not leave, his voice more anxious and slightly trembling. Governor, it is a matter of great importance related to the reincarnation assessment in Jiangnan City. You might need to come and take a look immediately. Upon hearing this, Fu Lingfeng sighed in his heart. The reincarnation assessment in Jiangnan City was entirely beyond his control. If he guessed correctly, the Secretary General must have come for the brand new A-level reincarnation world. The time since the high school entrance examination began had already passed, and regardless of whose child was selected into the blood food realm, it couldn't change the fact of life and death. Even high-ranking citizens had to follow the rules. After all, the 3 major god wills of the Reincarnation Hall, while unable to achieve absolute fairness, would also not favor anyone. You only need to convey the death report to me, no other petitions from anyone will be entertained. As soon as his words fell, the Secretary General hurriedly responded, we discovered an extremely powerful corpse king in the blood food realm, which was overlooked by the previous Reincarnator investigation team. Fu Lingfeng's expression instantly froze, and his brows soon furrowed with seriousness. The blood food realm was rated A-level 8 stars by the Reincarnation Hall, with its dangers touching the ceiling of the Doomsday World. To thoroughly understand the blood food realm, dozens of A-level reincarnators had even been sacrificed before they submitted the report to the Reincarnation Hall. Logically speaking, all dangerous entities in the blood food realm should have been identified. How could there still be a fish that slipped through the net? A bunch of useless fools, failing to even take care of this small matter. Fu Lingfeng's mind became heavy. If this matter was pursued by the Reincarnation Hall, it would be a big trouble. He stepped forward and opened the door. He saw the Secretary General standing pale outside the door. Behind him a group of investigation team members looked down, silent. On the central control console, the screen was currently displaying a playback of the monitoring live room in Jiangnan City. The scene of Wu Jiao striking down the Scarlet Corpse King made Fu Lingfeng's pupils slightly shrink, and his face quickly turned uglier. He swept a glance at the various investigation team members. You actually let such a strong Corpse King slip by? After intense investigations before, you didn't find any trace of him at all? The investigation team leader's lips went pale as he shook his head. This was under the instructions from the Reincarnation Hall, and they certainly didn't dare to be negligent, exhausting their strength just to identify the threats in the blood food realm. They had thought that the Apocalypse Monarch was already the strongest in the blood food realm, but unexpectedly, Wu Jiao appeared, killing the third-rank Scarlet Corpse King with one strike. Such combat power was probably not inferior to the Apocalypse Monarch. What was even more alarming was that from the current information, Wu Jiao seemed to have a Yanjin corpse clan behind him, and a king. Such a major error would certainly not escape severe punishment. Governor, apart from this problem, there is another matter that has puzzled us. The Secretary General swallowed hard, replaying the live room footage to present the figure of Ning Caiwei. Fu Lingfeng frowned as he watched, and after a moment, his expression froze slightly. Who is this little girl? The footage clearly revealed that Wu Jiao's appearance was due to Ning Caiwei. Her name is Ning Caiwei. She is a student undergoing assessment in Jiangnan City. Her mother is the president of the Jiangnan City Reincarnator Association, and her father's identity is still under investigation, the Secretary General hurriedly responded. president of the association? Upon hearing this position, Fu Lingfeng's first thought was that Qin Zheyu had leaked important information about the blood food realm. But upon another thought, he felt that this possibility was absolutely impossible. Qin Zheyu could only obtain information from him, even they did not know of Wu Zhou's existence, so how could Qin Zheyu possibly know? Stepping back 1,000 paces, even with Qin Zheyu's power, he could not interfere in the blood food realm or send a top-tier corpse king. The most important thing right now is to understand the true blood food realm. Since there is one Wu Zhou, there might be a second Wu Zhou, as well as possibly unknown histories. Fu Lingfeng's brow furrowed even more, wearing a worried expression as he pondered how to respond to the higher-up's accountability. On the other side, within the blood food realm, 3,000 elite zombies trembled and knelt on the ground, their pupils filled with fear. The overwhelming aura of the Corpse King from Wu Zhou and the deathly threat from the Scarlet Corpse King's violent demise gripped their lifelines like a merciless hand. Wherever they moved, it could lead to their instant annihilation. Those survivors who had scattered from the shelter had also stopped in their tracks, each hiding in dark corners, not daring to even breathe. Regarding the mutual slaughter among the various zombie clans in the blood food realm, they felt no surprise. On the contrary, it was basically a daily occurrence. In order to compete for territory, to seize humans, and for extraordinary power, many zombie clans had formed numerous factions. But today, none of them had expected that the fearsome Scarlet Corpse King would fall so easily to a stranger zombie. Moreover, the 80-year-old granny, who had previously been in chaos, managed to survive this time as well. She leaned against the wall, her murky eyes dumbly staring at Wu Zhou's back, a name from the Eternal Night Clan flashing in her mind. Vaguely, it seemed she had heard this name a long, long time ago when she was very small. She couldn't quite remember, was it when she was 7 or 8 years old? The old lady was stunned but suddenly recalled an important detail, causing her frail body to tremble uncontrollably, and a glimmer of excited tears appeared in her murky eyes. I remember now. So you all are still here, so you haven't disappeared. Chapter 6, Stirring the Reincarnation Hall, a new S-level bloodline. Wu Zhou swept his gaze over all the subordinates of the Scarlet Corpse King present. These 3,000 elite zombies belonged entirely to the Apocalypse Monarch's clan, keeping them would only bring disaster, so he decided to kill them all. He raised his hand, and suddenly darkness fell, enveloping the entire street. A strange totemic mark appeared in his palm, resembling the opening of a domain, where he held the power of life and death. Boom! Wu Zhou slammed his palm down, and the 3,000 elite zombies instantly emitted heart-rending screams as their bodies exploded into a mist of blood. The display of such extraordinary power made Ning Caiwei's eyes shine with admiration. So strong. Wu Zhou heard her words and immediately turned around. Without any hesitation, he used his long nails to cut open his brow. A drop of bright red blood slowly gathered and floated in his palm. After doing this, Wu Zhou's face noticeably paled, revealing a hint of weakness. He handed the blood that pulsated in his palm to Ning Caiwei, his twisted and strange face showing a faint smile. Here. Ning Caiwei was momentarily stunned. She could feel that this drop of blood contained a pure form of extraordinary power, a supreme authority stemming from Wu Zhou as a corpse king. As long as she swallowed it, she could immediately improve her physical condition. In a short period, she could become a C-level reincarnator, and even on her future growth path, it would provide tremendous help, with limitless potential ahead. This should be your bloodline source, it's too precious, I can't take it. Despite her deep desire for powerful strength, Ning Caiwei still shook her head. The origin of bloodline is extremely precious. Wu Zhou stripped it away, and perhaps without decades of time, it could never recover its vitality. Miss, you are being too kind. A mere drop of bloodline origin is not worth mentioning. Moreover, this was personally fused and created by our king back then, so please be sure to accept it. Without another word, Wu Zhou flicked his blood essence into Ning Caiwei's forehead. In an instant, Ning Caiwei felt a surge of powerful blood energy flowing from her forehead throughout her body, bringing unimaginable vitality and unprecedented changes to her senses. Everything in her vision seemed to slow down immensely, even allowing her to clearly see things dozens of kilometers away with just her naked eyes. Gently clenching her fist, Ning Caiwei was even more shocked inside. She now had no doubt that she could strike down 10 cows with a punch. Task option, obtain any extraordinary power, completed. At the same time, a line of text appeared before her eyes, exactly the reminder from the Reincarnation Hall. In this moment, the million viewers in the livestream were all left speechless. No way, is this real? The bloodline of a top-tier corpse king can be obtained this easily? The young girl has gained a blessing from misfortune, truly impressive. Oh no, she really got the opportunity. When Ning Caiwei received Wu Zhou's bloodline, the many reincarnators in the main hall of Kanglan Star also stared at the monitoring livestream screen, dumbfounded. The entire hall was silent, even the governor Fu Lingfeng fell into deep silence. Looking over countless years in the Federation, countless reincarnators have been born. To obtain some powerful force, who hasn't risked their life or walked on the edge of death? The power of Wuzhou's bloodline was clearly extraordinary, yet it was so easily obtained by Ning Caiwei. If they hadn't personally experienced the terror of the blood food world zombies, they might have thought this was a fairy tale world. Has the bloodline information been uploaded? Fu Lingfeng spoke in a deep voice. Because this was an assessment and part of a task from the Reincarnation Hall, Ning Caiwei's obtained bloodline power would be uploaded to the Reincarnation Hall's evolution database at the same time. In due time, reincarnators from Kanglan Star and other life planets could exchange points to obtain this powerful bloodline power. Of course, as the one who uploaded the bloodline, Ning Caiwei would receive a percentage of the points. The more people who bought it, the more abundant her rewards would be. Uploading has started, upload successful. The Secretary General looked very nervous. After all, this was Wuzhou's bloodline, possibly an extraordinary power never seen before. As the words fell, Fu Lingfeng immediately waved his sleeve and logged into the central control panel with his iris information. In an instant, the perspective shifted, and the entire hall displayed a chaotic cosmic scene, with countless brilliant stars hanging high at the dark end. Identifying bloodline. Bloodline is real and valid. Bloodline is new and unpolluted. Identifying level, issuing serial number. A mechanical and emotionless voice resounded through the cosmic chaos. This was the will of one of the three main gods of the Reincarnation Hall, known as the Goddess of Wisdom in the Federation. Bloodline identification completed. Identification result is S rank? The mechanical and emotionless voice of the Goddess of Wisdom surprisingly showed a hint of ripple, and an emotion that should not have appeared. As these words fell, all the reincarnators in the hall were like struck by lightning, standing there in a daze. Fu Lingfeng's body trembled suddenly, his breathing quickened, filled with urgency and disbelief as he asked. Respected Goddess of Wisdom, are you sure the identification result is S rank? In the entire history of the Federation, there have only been 15 types of S-rank bloodlines discovered and recorded by the Reincarnation Hall. Countless years, countless efforts of numerous reincarnators led to just these 15 types. They had already spent several hundred years. No one has discovered an entirely new S-grade bloodline before. The S-grade bloodlines currently on the list are all ancient bloodlines spanning thousands of years. Although Fu Lingfeng was mentally prepared, he still never expected that Wuzhou's bloodline would reach the terrifying S-grade. Identification complete, the identification is correct. The voice of the Goddess of Wisdom returned to its cold, mechanical tone, seemingly not allowing Fu Lingfeng any doubts or rebuttals, filled with authority. Yes, yes, yes. In an instant, cold sweat trickled down Fu Lingfeng's forehead. He had just lost control of his emotions and almost committed a serious offense. The uploader Ning Caiwei has made a contribution. It has been detected that Ning Caiwei belongs to the citizens of Jiangnan City on Kanglan Star, and the governor of Kanglan Star should award contribution points. The Goddess of Wisdom spoke again. This is inevitable. I don't know how many points I should award according to the goddess's wishes. Fu Lingfeng asked cautiously. After a brief silence in the hall, the reply came, 500,000. 500,000? Fu Lingfeng gasped in shock. The contribution points are the universal currency of the Reincarnation Hall, not something that can be bought with money from the Federation. These 500,000 points might take some A-level reincarnators their entire lives to accumulate. After a while, the will of the Goddess of Wisdom vanished. The Secretary General quietly opened the bloodline ranking of the Reincarnation Hall and looked at the S-grade ranking, his eyes instantly freezing. Governor, I feel that a storm is coming outside. Chapter 7 The Redemption Path of the Corpse King. Upon hearing this, Fu Lingfeng quickly looked over. The bloodline list of the Reincarnation Hall was clearly displayed. First place, S-grade Zombie Ancestor Bloodline. Second place, S-grade Serial Number 356 Bloodline. Third place, S-grade Vampire Ancestor Bloodline. Fourth place, S-grade Feast Corpse King Bloodline. Fifth place. This bloodline ranking originally had only 15 positions, all belonging to the S-grade level, and was a separate listing of ancient bloodlines by the Reincarnation Hall. In the past few hundred years, no other bloodline has shaken its status in the slightest. Each contributor of these bloodlines has therefore established huge families that have, over the years, built a strong foundation in the Federation, equal to ancient clans. However, now the Vampire Ancestor bloodline, which was originally in second place, had been pushed down to third place. An S-grade bloodline completely unfamiliar to the Federation, even without a determined name, suddenly appeared in second place. Fu Lingfeng could already foresee the impact this would have on many life planets in the Federation. Indeed, things are about to change. Fu Lingfeng let out a complicated long sigh. Unknowingly, a storm was rising within the Federation. The emergence of a brand new S-grade bloodline brought considerable shock to many ancient clans and the achievements of their ancestors as reincarnators. Yet he remained puzzled. How did such a powerful bloodline come about? Just as Fu Lingfeng was about to start allocating funds to Ning Caiwei, the blood food realm also experienced a major upheaval due to the sudden death of the Scarlet Corpse King. In the blood food realm, at the North Pole, This place is covered in ice and snow all year round. Under the flying snow, numerous palaces can be seen standing tall. In the main hall, the Apocalypse Monarch, with long white hair to his shoulders, suddenly opened his previously silent eyes, not only sensing the death of the Scarlet Corpse King but also feeling a chilling aura. This aura came from Wujiu, that ultimate bloodline power. 70 years, hasn't the Eternal Night Corpse clan long since disappeared? The Apocalypse Monarch emitted a voice that carried incredulity and shock. Looking down at the 5 Corpse Kings present, after hearing the words of the Apocalypse Monarch, they exchanged glances, their hearts trembling. The 2 words Eternal Night had long been deeply stamped into their souls, representing a nightmare in the hearts of all corpse clans in the entire blood food realm. My Lord Monarch, is the death of the 3rd brother the work of the Eternal Night Corpse clan? One of the Corpse Kings spoke with a trembling voice. They were taking such drastic actions. Sweeping across most of the blood food world was relying on the disappearance of the Eternal Night Corpse clan. However, now the Apocalypse Monarch believes that the Eternal Night Corpse clan has reappeared? If the 3rd brother was really killed by the Eternal Night Corpse clan, then we are all finished. That guy will definitely kill us all. Another Corpse King spoke with a tone filled with fear. The hall was in chaos, but only the Apocalypse Monarch remained calm, rapidly thinking. Impossible, that guy should be dead. He once single-handedly subdued the 3 great blood food ancestors, and it is rumored that he himself has fallen. It's just that for so many years, no one has known his resting place. The Apocalypse Monarch's expression changed unpredictably, eventually narrowing his eyes and slowly looking towards the direction of Blood Food City. The Scarlet Corpse King died in Blood Food City, and the greatest possibility is that there are still powerful beings from the Eternal Night Corpse clan within Blood Food City. You all come with me to see what's going on. The Apocalypse Monarch no longer hesitated and immediately stood up. The 5 Corpse Kings exchanged glances and quickly followed. In a moment, a massive roar echoed across the vast Arctic, as a gigantic zombie bone dragon broke through the ice area and flew towards Blood Food City. In Blood Food City, millions of viewers watched the livestream as Ning Caiwei showcased the spirit of thrift, constantly digging out the crystal nuclei from the deceased 3,000 elite zombies. These are all treasures, we can't waste them. As Ning Caiwei dug, she distributed the crystal nuclei to Enlan and others, helping them complete the assessment task of the Reincarnation Hall. And for Enlan, they still hadn't fully recovered from the previous life and death crisis. Looking at the oddly faced Wujiu, her expression remained fearful. Caiwei, why is this guy helping us? Enlan asked carefully as she also dug for the crystal nuclei, feeling quite joyful but still cautious enough to voice her question. Ning Caiwei had no intention of hiding anything and cheerfully said, because I know him. Enlan was taken aback, and then revealed a wry smile. Don't joke around, Caiwei, this is your first time in the blood food world. When did you meet this guy? Ning Caiwei hesitated for a moment. Although there were some things she couldn't fully confirm, many things in the blood food world were astonishingly similar to the novels written by her dad. Now that even Wujiu has appeared in person, she seems to have no reason not to believe in her dad. Actually, it's not that I know Wujiu, but my dad knows Wujiu. Ning Caiwei replied seriously. Enlan was even more confused, utterly lost. Millions of viewers in the livestream immediately became more intrigued, almost in unison amplifying the volume, fearful of missing important words. I don't understand what you're saying, Enlan pouted. Ning Caiwei straightforwardly said, when I was a kid, I secretly read my dad's novel called The Redemption of the Corpse King. The story inside is exactly the same as the blood food world. So, I highly suspect that the Eternal Night Monarch of the blood food world is my dad. As soon as this was said, Enlan's eyes widened in shock. This undoubtedly overturned her understanding and imagination. Isn't the blood food world a world just discovered by the Reincarnation Hall? What kind of bizarre coincidence is this with a novel? Staring at the livestream, Shinjiyu's forehead broke out in cold sweat, feeling a bit shameful. What nonsense is this child talking? Ning Xian had always been very admirable in his daughter's eyes, even though there were no impressive achievements in real life. A dad is still a dad, a natural admiration. Shinjiyu could understand that Ning Caiwei wanted her dad to be like a superhero, but how could a novel be confused with the reincarnation world? However, one stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The live stream's comments exploded. Wow, I just searched, and there really is this novel. The Road to the Redemption of the Corpse King was published 5 years ago on the Federal Virtual Network, with almost no readers, but the author actually finished it. This girl isn't lying, many places in the blood food world are indeed just like the novel. No way, could this novel really be written by the Eternal Night Monarch? The number of comments soared, leaving Shinjiyu in a daze. Chapter 8, The Legendary Journey of the Eternal Night Monarch. In the Grand Hall of the capital of Kanglanstar, Fu Lingfeng stared at the live stream screen, frowning. Who is the Eternal Night Monarch? The secretary quickly replied, he is the king behind Wujiu, and the S-grade bloodline he possesses seems to be created by the Eternal Night Monarch. While speaking, he found the novel mentioned by Ning Caiwei. I am extracting the content, I should be able to find out what's going on soon. From the current situation, what Ning Caiwei said did not seem like a lie. After all, obtaining Wu Jiu's help and even an S-grade bloodline is already an unbelievable matter. The only reasonable explanation must be that novel. In just a moment, the secretary completed the content extraction. Fu Lingfeng leaned closer, and many members of the investigation team had sparkling eyes. In the year 2965 of the blood food world, 100 years have passed since the outbreak of the apocalypse, and the crazy virus contains unfathomable power, creating a new human race, the Corpse Clan. The virus mother gave birth to 3 ancestors, and the old era of humanity faced the collapse of civilization, with hot weapons unable to resist. Only by merging with the virus could one obtain extraordinary power. The tug-of-war between the old era and the new era began, yet it still could not resist the tide of time. The remaining humans lived in a dark and sunless world. The powerful strength of the 3 ancestors plunged the extraordinary beings into despair. Years later, like a demon lord descending from the heavens, a man, with transcendent comprehension, modified the virus sequence and created the Eternal Night bloodline. Thus Sequence 0 was born. In just a few years, Sequence 1, Sequence 2, Sequence 3, and other bloodlines emerged, allowing the old era humans to gain unprecedented power, giving them the strength to fight against many corpse clans. At that time, the Eternal Night Corpse Clan was born, and the title of Monarch made numerous corpse clans tremble with fear, as he killed 7 corpse clan monarchs in 7 years. 10 years later, the 3 blood ancestors emerged, and the Eternal Night Monarch swept through invincibly, with no one knowing his real strength to this day. Another 2 years passed, many corpse clans in the blood food world were driven to the Arctic, and the Eternal Night Monarch suddenly felt his end was near, thus leading his entire clan to eternal sleep beneath the blood food city. The old era humans regained control of the blood food world. A novel with millions of words was distilled into simple content, but from these words, Fu Lingfeng felt an unimaginable grandeur. His eyes were filled with deep shock. The bloodline recently identified as S-grade by the Reincarnation Hall turned out to be only Sequence 9 created by the Eternal Night Monarch. The true Eternal Night bloodline existed solely within the Eternal Night Monarch himself. I didn't expect the blood food world has such a history. The current apocalyptic phase should be the corpse clans from the Arctic attacking again. The secretary muttered to himself. Sir, we probably need to truthfully report to the Reincarnation Hall and apply for an S-grade Reincarnator to head back to the blood food world to investigate the Eternal Night Monarch. One of the nearby Reincarnators proposed breathlessly. Fu Lingfeng's expression was somewhat solemn. S-grade Reincarnators are already extremely powerful and usually would not willingly go to an A-grade Reincarnation world. This undoubtedly lowered their status, and due to their own strength, it could even cause the order of the Reincarnation world to collapse. For now, they should first discover the true identity of Ning Caiwei's father, Ning Qingxian. On the other hand, as Ning Caiwei continued to shock the crowd with her words, more and more people filled the proctoring live stream room. More content of the Redemption Road of the Corpse King was revealed. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was high, with millions searching for the novel. In the blood food realm, Ning Caiwei and Enlan had already completed the collection of crystal cores. 3,000 crystal cores, with a total value possibly reaching tens of thousands of points. This was undoubtedly a huge fortune, and young Ning Caiwei certainly did not choose to keep it all to herself, dividing it among Enlan and 2 other girlfriends. The mission is done, we should be able to go back now. Enlan looked at the Reincarnation Hall prompt that appeared before her and let out a sigh of relief. They could finish the assessment early and return to Jiangnan City. You all go ahead, I still have a few other things to do. Ning Caiwei glanced at Wu Jiu, who was closing his eyes to rest and slowly recover his energy. She remembered what her father wrote in his novel: if one is stripped of their bloodline origin, it could take decades, or even centuries, to restore to peak condition. Wu Jiu granted her the bloodline origin, and now he had taken benefits and turned to leave, which felt quite ungrateful. Especially in the future, if there were no new tasks from the Reincarnation Hall, they would never meet again. What do you want to do? Enlan asked in confusion. The blood food realm was still a very dangerous place, and they certainly hoped to leave as soon as possible. I want to help Wu Jiu. Ning Caiwei wanted to go to the resting place of the Eternal Night Lord, where the treasures of the Eternal Night Lord could restore Wu Jiu's energy. This. Enlan and the other 2 sisters exchanged glances, hesitating. It seemed quite inappropriate for them to leave first since they survived and completed the task thanks to Ning Caiwei. Alright, no matter what you want to do, we will follow you. Enlan spoke earnestly. Ning Caiwei smiled and did not refuse, glancing again at the meditating Wu Jiu, and immediately headed toward the target location. She vaguely remembered that the resting place of the Eternal Night Lord was located at the central street of Blood Food City, just a few kilometers away. Time swiftly passed, and because of the death of the Scarlet Corpse King, Blood Food City briefly fell back into tranquility, still with many survivors hiding in the old buildings. At that moment, the meditating Wu Jiu suddenly opened his eyes. He looked up towards the distant outside the city, where dark clouds gathered, and waves of indescribable pressure continuously descended. The cold wind blew, and faintly, there seemed to be the low roar of a giant dragon. At that moment, the earth slightly trembled, noise caused by countless troops galloping. Boom! A blood-red lightning suddenly tore across the sky. The next second, blood rain poured down, icy and bone-chilling, also carrying the frost of the Arctic lands. Is it coming? Wu Jiao showed no surprise, his expression very calm. In just a moment, a vast army of zombies appeared outside Blood Food City, dark and surging, countless in number. The sky swirled with dark clouds, and a bone dragon slowly revealed itself, the deep pressure covering from above. Visible shoulders held the Apocalypse Lord and 5 other corpse kings. So it's you. The Apocalypse Lord fixed his gaze on Wu Jiao, instantly recognizing his identity, his eyes flashing with wariness. Back then, the Eternal Night Lord had 9 trusted aides, each bearing one of the 9 great bloodline sequences, their powerful strength making the entire Blood Food Realm's corpse tribes tremble in fear. However, soon enough, the Apocalypse Lord discovered that this Wu Jiao was extremely weak at this moment. Chapter 9, The Palace of the Opening Tomb, the Throne Statue. In the twilight of their years, or is it the decline of bloodlines? The Apocalypse Lord's eyes sparkled with light, revealing a hint of greed. He did not delve into deeper questions, knowing that Wu Jiao at this moment was definitely not his opponent. The bloodline power within Wu Jiao was created personally by the Eternal Night Lord, causing many corpse tribes to flee in chaos. Even the bloodlines he controlled were completely inferior. If now, by taking possession of Wu Jiao's bloodline, why would one worry about uniting the Blood Food Realm? Unexpectedly, a small corpse king from the past has now established a zombie kingdom and become a ruler. Wu Jiao's face was calm as he looked up at the sky, standing on the back of the bone dragon with the Lord of the Apocalypse. He had some impression of the Lord of the Apocalypse, who was one of the corpse kings under the 3 great blood food ancestors back in the day. Wu Jiao, you have reached the dusk of your years, and the Eternal Night Undead tribe has already become a thing of the past. If you choose to submit to me, I will let you go regarding your killing of the Scarlet Corpse King. The Lord of the Apocalypse looked down at Wu Jiao, as the sound of heavenly music resonated and blood-red thunder roared. This scene brought enough intimidation to crush any corpse king into breathlessness. Yet Wu Jiao not only did not yield, but instead laughed heartily. Do I need you to let me go? Who do you think you are? The Lord of the Apocalypse glared coldly at Wu Jiao, not surprised by Wu Jiao's response. Submit or die, since you have chosen the latter, I shall grant your wish. After saying this, he cast a glance towards the direction of Central Street. There, he also sensed the aura of Wu Jiao's bloodline. But it seemed to have just merged. The individual was very weak and had not fully mastered the power of this bloodline. Could this person be related to the Lord of Eternal Night? He quickly made a connection. If he wasn't mistaken, the reason Wu Jiao was so weak might be due to just having stripped the core of the bloodline. And this core of the bloodline lay on that person. What kind of relationship could lead Wu Jiao to pay such a price? He glanced at the 5 corpse kings beside him, their eyes communicated understanding, and they immediately got up, rushing towards Ning Caiwei's location. Wu Jiao sensed the danger keenly and without hesitation unleashed his domain. In an instant, darkness spread out, weaving cracks like spider webs, trying to envelop the Lord of the Apocalypse and all 5 corpse kings. What a big appetite, can you swallow this? The Lord of the Apocalypse sneered. With a lift of his hand, the power of bloodline erupted within him, and countless blood-red thunders gathered in his palm, causing a massive change in the sky, revealing a gigantic skull face. Boom! Wu Jiao's expression darkened as his Corpse King domain was easily torn open by the Lord of the Apocalypse. The 5 Corpse Kings wasted no time, rushing toward Ning Caiwei's direction. Where do you think you're going? Wu Jiao shouted loudly, ready to make a move, but once again, the Lord of the Apocalypse struck down with a thunderbolt. You are already struggling for your life, do you have time to care for others? The Lord of the Apocalypse stared at Wu Jiao, greed in his eyes growing stronger. Roar! The bone dragon also roared, its sound echoing across the land, crossing the entirety of Blood Food City, causing many hidden survivors to hear this soul-chilling dragon roar, all in panic. Some scattered exam students from Jiangnan City turned pale with fear. Through the monitoring live stream, the immense crisis of Blood Food City was recognized by the outside world. At this moment, Ning Caiwei absorbed millions of viewers as she arrived at Central Street, quickly discovering a lake stained with blood according to her memory. This is it. Ning Caiwei took a deep breath, ready to jump into the lake, but also noticed the sky changing. Red lightning flickered continuously, along with the sound of dragon roars. And Lan and the others turned back, their faces revealing fear. What's going on? It seems like something has entered the city? Ning Caiwei's heart sank. Her intuition told her that what was coming was likely something stronger than the Scarlet Corpse King. Oh no, Wu Jiao is in trouble. She stopped delaying and leaped into the lake. Ah! And Lan was startled, but after waiting for a moment, she saw the entire lake suddenly shake, the water parting from the center, revealing a staircase leading underground. What are you standing there for? Hurry and follow me. Ning Caiwei waved from the end of the stairs, and Lan quickly descended. This scene was clearly witnessed by millions of viewers. The earlier doubts and questions turned into shock and awe. The world crumbled one after another. The barrage continued to jump. This little girl is not joking, she actually found such a hidden place. I just glanced at the end of the novel, it seems to be the resting place of the Evernight Monarch, which is the Evernight mausoleum. Xinjiayu, who never took her eyes off, was more nervous than anyone else. She recalled the misunderstanding she had about Ning Caiwei during the previous interrogation. The Confession of an Underworld Boss, this was also a novel written by Ning Caiwei years ago. Due to its extreme similarity to the Black Stone Continent and the behind-the-scenes consortium, he was ultimately accused of leaking the secrets of the Cycle Hall. However, now, the trial examination that her daughter was undergoing pointed to an even more astonishing fact. The Blood Food Realm, as a top-level apocalyptic world, belongs to the A-level 8 stars level in the Cycle Hall's rating, with a very high danger factor. Ordinary A-level reincarnators, with the slightest carelessness, could die at the hands of the Corpse King. And decades ago, the Blood Food Realm gave birth to a powerful figure named the Evernight Monarch, who created the bloodline sequence, established the Evernight Corpse Clan, and pacified an era. His trusted aide, Wujiu, could easily kill the Scarlet Corpse King, revealing that the entire Evernight Corpse Clan was undoubtedly the most terrifying existence in the Blood Food Realm. As a result, her daughter told her this person was very likely Ning Caiwei. As Ning Caiwei opened the mausoleum door, Xinjia's heart began to pound, and her breath became rapid. Like millions of viewers, she wanted to know the truth. So dark. And Lan shrank her neck, a cold wind blew in from behind the mausoleum door. Ning Caiwei lit the candle, and what came into view was a vast underground palace world, with a multitude of sculptures standing on either side. Solemn, dignified, and deep. All kneeling on the ground, facing the end of the mausoleum. And there, a massive throne was positioned, almost occupying half of the underground palace space, with a stone statue quietly sitting upon it. A tall and mighty body brought an indescribable visual impact, even through the screen, the king's aura made millions of viewers gasp. Dad? Ning Caiwei stared upward, clearly seeing the features of the massive statue, completely identical to Ning Caiwei's. However, it was entirely different from his usual gentle and easygoing image, filled with the indifferent demeanor of a monarch. The condescension in those eyes was wrapped in an unspeakable killing intent, commanding without being angry. It really is Uncle Ning. And Lan's eyes widened, full of disbelief. As Ning Caiwei's close friend, she had naturally seen Ning Caiwei before, she could also confirm that this was Ning Caiwei's face. What on earth is going on? What has Ning Caiwei hidden from me? Staring at the live broadcast screen, Xinjia's mind exploded with a roaring sound after seeing the statue from the Blood Food Realm. The previous unease and uncertainty began to fade. Until the appearance of the statue solidified the fact that Ning Caiwei was the Evernight Monarch. He had once been here, creating the Evernight bloodline, establishing the Evernight Corpse Clan, saving the humanity of the old era, and causing many corpse clans to tremble in fear. In the end, he silently disappeared. Looking at the live streaming room, the comments were even crazier. Did you see the face of this statue? Isn't it shockingly similar to that little girl? No way, could the Evernight Monarch have already come to our world? I suggest a strict investigation into this novel's author. Is there a possibility that this little girl's dad is an S-level reincarnator? That doesn't make sense. If he were an S-level reincarnator, the Blood Food Realm wouldn't be a brand new reincarnation world. Regardless, it can now be confirmed that the Evernight Monarch is this little girl's father. The path to the Corpse King's redemption is not a novel but an autobiography. Ning Caiwei was stunned for a long time, and joy suddenly surged in her heart. Her father's secret was ultimately found by her. As long as I enter the Tomb Palace, I can obtain the treasure that will restore Wu Zhou's vitality. She was just about to step forward when a chilling wind suddenly blew from behind her. Inopportune, eerie words echoed. The outside world says the Eternal Night Sovereign has long since fallen, yet they do not know where he is buried. Unexpectedly, I found him without any effort. The 5 great corpse kings walked slowly, looking greedily at the entire Tomb Palace. You? Ning Caiwei's expression revealed panic. And Lan and the others were so scared that their faces lost all color. The sudden appearance of the 5 corpse kings had also raised the viewers' hearts to their throats in the live broadcast room. It seems you have a way to open the Tomb Palace. One of the corpse kings squinted, staring intently at Ning Caiwei, sensing Wu Zhou's bloodline origin from her body. If you behave well, I might just spare you a whole corpse. He indifferently walked closer, the thick smell of blood rushing towards her. Chapter 10, Reassessment. Is the Blood Feast realm promoted to S-Class? As the 5 great corpse kings arrived at the Tomb Palace, the battle breaking out above Blood Feast City also reached a boiling point. The dragon's roar filled the skies with killing intent, and blood rain continued to pour. The celestial sovereign had struggled for a long time without defeating Wu Zhou, and his face had begun to show a hint of anger. He seemed unable to believe that even after Wu Zhou had just shed his bloodline origin, his combat power was still horrifyingly strong. This is merely sequence 9, how strong could the true Eternal Night bloodline be? A chilling feeling emerged in the celestial sovereign's heart as he reflected on nearly a century of extraordinary history in the Blood Feast realm. That person's existence was an insurmountable mountain for countless corpse clans. Even the three great blood food ancestors had been personally slain by him. A pinnacle of an era, a king of a world. If he could obtain the remaining treasure, the celestial sovereign could scarcely imagine what kind of opportunity that would be. Through sensing, he could naturally see the underground tomb palace from the eyes of the five great corpse kings. Defeating Wu Jiu would certainly allow him to devour the treasure. You've been hiding for 70 years just to guard the tomb? Faced with Wu Jiu's powerful combat strength, the celestial sovereign was not anxious. He quietly spoke, intending to buy time. Wu Jiu had obviously also noticed that the five great corpse kings had intruded into the tomb palace. You are mistaken, my disappearance for 70 years was not out of hiding. This indeed is the resting place of my king, but it also does not need a guardian. Wu Jiu's calm demeanor immediately made the celestial sovereign narrow his eyes, full of suspicion. What do you mean? Back then, the Eternal Night Sovereign slaughtered the three great ancestors, was severely wounded, and ultimately fell. The Eternal Night Corpse clan suffered backlash, and the whole clan petrified. Surely, that cannot be false? Upon hearing this, Wu Jiu smiled slightly. My king did indeed slay the three great ancestors, but it was not as the outside world claims, that he was gravely wounded and fell. His arrival was unforeseen, and his departure was also without warning. The Blood Feast realm, a very long time ago, was a world of flourishing technological civilization. The Eternal Night Sovereign only hoped for it to return to its peaceful past and begin a new era. And the Eternal Night Corpse clan does not intend to enter a new era. So, they are merely sleeping, not dead. I have seen you return from the North Pole and witnessed you expand your territory to establish the zombie kingdom. I did not intervene because it was the command of my king. But you should never have trespassed into my king's tomb palace. Wu Jiu's words caused the celestial sovereign's pupils to sharply contract. A strong sense of foreboding suddenly arose in his heart. He hurriedly looked towards the central street, where the five great corpse kings were located. A command was conveyed from the depths of his bloodline, attempting to make the five great corpse kings retreat immediately. But it was already too late. Boom! Deep beneath Blood Feast City, a surge of blood-colored tide suddenly erupted. What followed was an indescribable aura of terror. It immediately caused the zombie army outside the city to shiver all over. In this indescribable lineage intimidation, the group collapsed and knelt down, heads bowed and trembling, their faces turning into boundless fear. Looking at the bone dragon beneath the apocalyptic monarch, it also let out a terrified roar at this moment, its huge dragon eyes shaking crazily, anxiously gazing towards the central street. It's over. The apocalyptic monarch was struck by a bolt from the blue, his lips instantly turning as pale as snow. At this moment, the five great corpse kings had no idea what was happening. Before they could approach Ning Caiwei and the others, they saw the statue on the huge throne erupting with an unprecedented lineage suppression. The five were greatly frightened, their shoulders bearing an endless great force, and with a crack, their knees buckled and they knelt down on the spot. Looking around the entire mausoleum, the densely packed, countless sculptures showed signs of crumbling stone, pairs of stone eyes shining with a blood-red light, rolling and looking at the five. What's going on? The statues are coming to life? In confusion, Ning Caiwei stared blankly at this scene. She remembered there were no such records in the novel. In the next moment, the entire mausoleum was brightly lit, and countless sculptures transformed into powerful corpse beings. This scene made the five great corpse kings feel their hearts shatter. Millions of viewers in the live broadcast gasped coldly, filled with horror. Why have you disturbed my king's palace? A cold voice echoed throughout the mausoleum. Below the gigantic throne stood 8 tall figures, each radiating a terrifying aura that made one feel suffocated. We took the wrong path. Please, Prince of Eternal Night, show mercy and forgive us. The five great corpse kings couldn't even lift their heads, but they could clearly recognize that the 8 figures beneath the throne were the royal family of the Eternal Night lineage, standing next to the Eternal Night Monarch. To disturb my king's palace means death. The cold words fell again. Before the five great corpse kings could make any move, they felt an immense, overwhelming power descending, enveloping their entire bodies in an instant. Boom! Shrill screams erupted, their bodies instantly turning into a mist of blood, as if an invisible pair of hands ruthlessly crushed them. At the same time, the 8 princes focused their gazes outside the mausoleum, towards the apocalyptic monarch on the back of the bone dragon. A single glance made the apocalyptic monarch's heart race in terror. Run! The bone dragon roared in fear, trying to accelerate and escape Blood Food City. But from the moment the statue on the throne unleashed its domain, it was destined to be unable to escape. An endless blood hand formed from the countless blood rains in the sky, carrying the power of the Eternal Night lineage, gently reached out towards the apocalyptic monarch. No! The apocalyptic monarch screamed in panic, frantically unleashing all his lineage power, but it was of no use. Wu Jiu stood quietly in place, watching as the blood hand enveloped the apocalyptic monarch, the gigantic body of the bone dragon disappearing in an instant. The world lost the voice of the apocalyptic monarch, along with his aura, vanished without a trace. Blood Food City returned to calm, and the governor of Kanglanstar, who was watching the live broadcast, Fu Lingfeng, remained silent for a long time. The entire hall fell into a dead silence, the secretary and all the investigation team members stiff and rigid, their lips turning white. After a while, a report from the cycle hall suddenly came in. Fu Lingfeng checked it directly, his pupils slightly contracting on the spot, then showing a complicated expression as he looked at the live broadcast, towards the location of Ning Caiwei in the mausoleum, a deep shock rising in his heart. "Governor, what did the cycle hall send?" the secretary asked, swallowing hard, his voice careful. "From now on, the blood food realm is no longer an A-grade 8-star reincarnation world. According to the will of the three main gods of the cycle hall, it has now been upgraded to S-grade 3 stars. As the words fell, the secretary and the investigation team members froze, their eyes wide with shock, their minds buzzing. S-grade 3 stars. This was no longer an apocalyptic world, it clearly touched the level of martial arts. Before the Eternal Night Corps clan discovered it, it was merely the ceiling of the Doomsday world, but with the awakening of the Eternal Night Corps clan from slumber, it reached this point? I never thought someone could elevate the entire world's status just by their own strength. Fu Lingfeng let out a long sigh, filled with complexity and reverence. Chapter 11, Trial Ends, Return. In the blood food realm, Lan and the others stood stiff as boards, their faces extremely pale, not daring to move under the gaze of countless powerful corpses. Even Ning Caiwei was too frightened by the scene to speak. Fortunately, due to the bloodline origin of Wujiu within her, those gazes were quickly averted, and the 8 princes merely took a calm glance at Ning Caiwei before falling back into slumber. In a moment, the palace returned to silence. As if nothing had ever happened, everything returned to its original state. And Lan breathed a sigh of relief, gasping for air. What should we do next? She asked Ning Caiwei. After this incident, the danger level of the palace greatly increased. Continuing to recklessly open the chamber's door could likely lead to other mishaps. Ning Caiwei hesitated for a moment. She was not an impulsive person and needed to consider the safety of the insisters. At that moment, Wu Jiu's figure suddenly appeared outside the door. After the battle with the Apocalypse Monarch, his aura had become even weaker. Miss, please leave this place quickly. I appreciate your goodwill, but the king's palace is the most dangerous place in the entire blood food realm. Deep inside, there are various guardian corpse beasts left by our king. They do not care who intrudes, and anyone who enters will be killed. Wu Jiu understood what Ning Caiwei wanted to do, but there was really no need. The Eternal Night Palace was both the most dangerous and the safest place. Even if he could never regain his power, no one could do anything to him. All right. Ning Caiwei looked at the large door, instinctively shrinking her neck. No one wanted to know more than her whether there was indeed the long-sleeping corpse of the Eternal Night Monarch behind that door. There's one more thing, you shouldn't belong to the blood food realm. Wu Jiu looked at Ning Caiwei, his eyes showing a hint of brightness. As soon as those words fell, Ning Caiwei and Lan immediately saw the warning of the Reincarnation Hall floating before them. Your identities are about to be exposed. If exposed, you will be repatriated, and if your task is not completed, you will not be able to continue. Ning Caiwei was taken aback. She felt inexplicably moved by Wu Jiu's words. From the very beginning, Wu Jiu had been unconditionally helping her and even bestowed his bloodline origin to her. His question indicated that he had long known the answer. After a long silence, Ning Caiwei nodded. Upon hearing this, Wu Jiu couldn't help but smile and looked again at the enormous throne where the statue belonging to Ning Qingxian stood. I knew it. My king, such a prodigious talent, must have descended from beyond the heavens. As he smiled, Wu Jiu's voice became choked with emotion. 70 years have passed, he missed those days deeply. Lowering his gaze again, he was stunned to see the figures of Ning Caiwei and the others had vanished without a trace. When Ning Caiwei woke again, she was standing in a huge virtual plaza. Many examination students returned one after another, their faces carrying a look of survival. Even in a B-level reincarnation world, completing the task seemed not that easy. It's over, we should consider this as passing the exam, right? And Lan's tense mind completely relaxed as they returned to Jiangnan City. Her reincarnation space had over 700 zombie crystal cores, not only completing the task but exceeding expectations. Let's wait and see the report from the Reincarnation Hall. Ning Caiwei looked up at the enormous electronic screen in the virtual plaza. Oh, you're still alive? A strange voice suddenly sounded. Several people turned their heads to look. It was Zhao Gongyu, who had spoken rudely to them earlier. Sorry to disappoint you, and Lan replied coldly. The Zhao family in Jiangnan City belongs to the wealthy class. Their ancestors had once produced a 4th-level citizen, and Zhao Gongyu's father is currently an S-level reincarnator, possessing the ability to influence the masses in Jiangnan City. Relying on his family's power, Zhao Gongyu usually gets what he wants, but he treats Ning Caiwei with great caution. The reason behind this is that Xinjiayu, as the president of the Reincarnator Association in Jiangnan City, also possesses certain authority, and sometimes the Zhao family has to give him some respect. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot live on the same mountain. Every time Zhao Gongyu attempts to gain some benefits, he gets discovered and stopped by Ning Caiwei. Over time, the two became increasingly at odds. Although I don't know how you survived, this is just an assessment. The journey of a reincarnator often leads to a near-death experience. Isn't it better to be an ordinary person? Zhao Gongyu smiled as he spoke. Let alone this trial assessment, he handled it easily. Even participating in other reincarnation trainings in the future would almost pose no difficulty for him. With the Zhao family as a massive backing, becoming an S-level reincarnator was just a matter of time. In contrast, Ning Caiwei, due to Xinjiayu being the president of the Reincarnator Association and the strict requirements from the Reincarnation Hall, could be said to have very little assistance. One misstep, and she could end up dying in the reincarnation world, unaware if it was the reincarnators or the natives who did it. You don't need to worry about that. Ning Caiwei spoke calmly. She was very clear that Zhao Gongyu's targeting of her was merely due to the fear that if she successfully passed the assessment, she would become a stumbling block to seize benefits. Congratulations to all trial participants, you have preliminarily completed the assessment of the Reincarnation Hall. Just then, an ethereal mechanical voice echoed in the virtual square. All students quickly looked up at the electronic screen, trying to find their names. Zhao Gongyu also looked over, but soon his gaze froze on the spot. Trial assessment first place. Ning Caiwei? He felt as if struck by lightning, stunned and dumbfounded. The glaring big characters loomed over hundreds of thousands of assessment students, becoming the focus of everyone's attention. In the virtual square, a cacophony of voices erupted. Many students, who were usually outstanding, suddenly changed their expressions. Moreover, more people completely did not expect that the first place this year would be someone they had never heard of. Who is Ning Caiwei? I've never heard of her. Wait, it seems she was chosen for the A-level reincarnation world. With a nearly certain death risk, she actually survived and even took first place in the trial? The square stirred, as many gazes swept around, trying to find this Ning Caiwei. At this moment, Ning Caiwei had already exited the virtual square, hurrying out of the school gate. Outside, a crowd of anxious parents eagerly awaited, and when they saw their children emerging safely, they could not help but cry tears of joy. Ning Caiwei quickly spotted Xinjiayu, who was waving and smiling at her. Mom! Ning Caiwei ran over and jumped into her arms. Chapter 12 Various Reactions, Ancient Reincarnators? The trial assessment had ended, but the impact of the blood food realm had not. At this moment, far away from Kanglan Star, in the direction of the imperial star of the entire Kanglan system, within an ancient mansion, an elderly man with white hair was brewing tea by the fire, looking relaxed. Suddenly, a hurried shout echoed in the courtyard. A woman in white rushed in. Blood Ancestor, something big has happened. The bloodline ranking of the Reincarnation Hall has changed. The elder known as Blood Ancestor immediately furrowed his brows. Why the rush? Take your time to explain. The bloodline ranking of the Reincarnation Hall. Changes happen almost every few years. Or there are other reincarnators who bring back powerful bloodlines from the reincarnation world, but for their ancestral bloodline, it causes no impact at all. Our bloodline has been pushed to third place. The woman in white spoke, and the Blood Ancestor's movements suddenly faltered, the tea in his mouth spraying out instantly. What did you say? He looked at her in disbelief. The ancestral bloodline of the Blood Clan is an S-level bloodline, which hasn't appeared again in the hundreds of years, let alone being ranked second by the Reincarnation Temple. Blood Ancestor, you should go and take a look yourself. The woman in white revealed an ugly expression. After saying this, the Blood Ancestor suddenly waved his large sleeves and connected to the goddess of wisdom of the Reincarnation Temple. In a moment, he appeared in a virtual cosmic space. At this very moment, many reincarnators had gathered around him. They came from various life planets in the Federation. Looking at the bloodline ranking hanging above, their expressions varied. And the Blood Ancestor's gaze was fixed firmly on the second-ranked bloodline, the Wuzhou bloodline. How can a mere zombie bloodline push my blood clan's bloodline down? Soon, he noticed that the newly appeared S-level bloodline actually came from the Kanglan Star. Goddess of Wisdom, please help me contact the governor of Kanglan Star immediately. The Blood Ancestor spoke in a deep voice, displeasure faintly rising in his eyes. A drop in ranking means a significant reduction in the rewards from the Reincarnation Temple. This is the biggest source of income for his entire family. And Kanglan Star is just a small life planet under the Imperial Star, where the S-level reincarnators can almost be counted on one hand, and none of them are particularly outstanding. I am contacting you. The Goddess of Wisdom's mechanical voice sounded. After a moment, the virtual face of Fu Lingfeng appeared before him. Governor of Kanglan Star, I meet the Blood Ancestor of the Imperial Star. Fu Lingfeng looked a bit nervous. He was not surprised by the Blood Ancestor's sudden contact. If he guessed correctly, this is definitely about the bloodline ranking. As an ancient being residing on the Imperial Star, Fu Lingfeng still needed to show some respect. Is this person named Ning Caiwei an S-level reincarnator? The blood ancestor asked in a low voice. In his understanding, only S-level reincarnators could bring back S-level bloodlines. But he was almost familiar with all the S-level reincarnators from Kanglan Star, yet he had never heard of Ning Caiwei. No. Fu Lingfeng spoke truthfully. If she is not an S-level reincarnator, how did she bring back an S-level bloodline? Faced with the blood ancestor's questioning, Fu Lingfeng fell silent for a moment. Some time ago, he was also puzzled as to why the goddess of wisdom would classify the Wujiu bloodline as S-level, which upset the interests of some ancient families. This is a powerful being from the reincarnation world, who personally granted it to Ning Caiwei, so the process is without issues, and the classification result was also personally handled by the goddess of wisdom, with no problems in ranking. After the words fell, a strong dissatisfaction arose in the blood ancestor's heart. Clearly, Fu Lingfeng was hiding something. If you don't tell me, I will find it out myself. The virtual connection was cut off. The blood ancestor raised his head again, looking up at the bloodline ranking, deep in thought. On the other side, in the main hall of the Kanglan Star capital, Fu Lingfeng rubbed his temples and said to the secretary, apart from the instructions from the reincarnation temple, cut off all external contacts. From now on, no matter who looks for me, say I am busy. The secretary did not ask the reason and immediately complied. After a moment, he tentatively asked, Governor, do we need to summon Ning Caiwei immediately? Fu Lingfeng fell silent, seeming to hesitate. Currently, he still had not investigated Ning Qingshuan's identity. And in the reincarnation temple, there was no record of Ning Qingxian at all. It seems that he was not a reincarnator, and his file was completely blank. There may be two possibilities for this situation. The first is Ning Qingshuan's file, which belongs to the high-level secrets of the Reincarnation Palace, and not even he, the governor of Kanglan Star, has the right to view it. The second is that Ning Qingxian is really not a reincarnator, he is an indigenous person from the blood food realm, just as his novel suggests, he is the Eternal Night Lord. Moreover, many years ago, he descended from the blood food realm into the Cosmic Alliance through a rift in the abyss. The former possibility is more likely, while the latter is extremely slim. After all, in today's age, it is extremely difficult for powerful beings from the myriad worlds to come into their world without the Reincarnation Palace noticing. Do not act rashly for now. After pondering for a while, Fu Lingfeng still decided it was better to avoid direct contact with Ning Caiwei's family. The Secretary General spoke again, Governor, do you think it's possible that this Ning Qingxian is actually an ancient reincarnator? Upon hearing this, Fu Lingfeng was stunned. Ancient reincarnators, unlike those of today, were among the first batch who entered the myriad worlds through the Reincarnation Palace. They possessed the most primitive powers of the Reincarnation Palace, allowing them to manifest their souls, that is, to reincarnate and become part of the indigenous people. Many years ago, the Reincarnation Palace learned many powerful techniques from the myriad worlds in this way. As a result, the Federation grew robustly and has since completed interstellar expansion, conquering thousands of life planets. Without a doubt, the contributions of ancient reincarnators are extremely significant. Without them, there would be no current Federation. According to the current information about Ning Qingxian, he seems to have a shocking resemblance to the ancient reincarnators mentioned by the Secretary General. This matter needs to be verified by the Reincarnation Palace. If he is an ancient reincarnator, it suggests that he has not only reincarnated into one world, but there may be other worlds as well. Fu Lingfeng fell into deep thought, recalling the events that occurred in the blood food realm, feeling somewhat shocked inside. Even if they were ancient reincarnators, they likely couldn't achieve such an unimaginable level, right? To elevate a world, which is clearly an A-level reincarnation world, to an S-level is the first occurrence since he became the governor of Kanglan Star. Understood, I will go and busy myself now. The Secretary General stopped bothering him and exited the Grand Hall. 2 days later. At Bihui home. 500,000 points? Ning Caiwei stared wide-eyed at her account in the reincarnation space, which suddenly had an additional 500,000 points. Along with an additional note from the governor of Kanglan Star, it was a reward for bringing back S-class bloodline. Xin Jieyu smiled brightly and said, what, isn't it enough? Although it can't compare to the million reward of the first-ranked zombie ancestor, it's still quite a lot. And this is just a one-time reward. In the future, as long as someone in the Cosmic Alliance buys your bloodline with points, you'll get at least 5% of the points. It won't be long before you become a little rich woman. Xin Jieyu joked, her eyes full of tenderness. Ning Caiwei quickly shook her head, immensely delighted, it's just too much, I never even dreamed I could have so many points in my account. If Dad knew, he would definitely be even happier, after all these points are because of Dad's effort. By the way, hasn't Dad come back yet? Mentioning Ning Qingxian, Xin Jieyu's lips curved slightly, revealing some disappointment. We can't get in touch, the phone is unreachable. As expected, he's probably gone up the mountain to retreat and write again. Shinjuyu wished she could drag Ning Qingshan out immediately and ask him all the questions she had in her heart. Without giving her an answer, she wouldn't let him leave the bed. At the same time, Shinjuyu felt somewhat complicated and guilty inside. Due to work reasons, she often had to handle many affairs. It seemed she had never truly cared about Ning Qingshuan's dream of becoming a writer. She was even less attentive than her daughter. What, the redemption journey of the Corpse King, has never been seen. But now, Ning Qingshuan's dream of being a writer seems to be coming true? She casually browses her phone, opening the news channel of Jiangnan City, which is almost entirely broadcasting stories about the blood food world. And the redemption journey of the Corpse King is currently skyrocketing in views. In just 2 days, forum experts have thoroughly analyzed the content, creating a complete strategy for the blood food world based on this book. This means that in the future, if the Reincarnation Palace releases any tasks related to the blood food world, whoever is chosen, as long as they have the strategy, will greatly increase their chances of survival and obtaining opportunities. For a moment, Ning Qingshuan's reputation soared, surrounded by a group of fanatics. There were all kinds of comments and speculations online, even some strange rumors popped up. They say Ning Qingshan is an ancient reincarnator, and the content written is actually memories from a past life, making Ning Qingshuan's identity even more mysterious. However, what puzzled Shinjuyu was that higher-ups did not stop these comments. This was too unusual. While browsing the information, suddenly an important summon popped up. Shinjuyu squinted her eyes to take a look, and when she saw the territory indicated, her facial expression changed immediately. I have something to deal with, so don't run around at home. After saying this to Ning Caiwei, she hurriedly walked out the door. Kanglan Star is vast, with prosperous cities similar to Jiangnan City, numbering in the thousands. Every city has a Reincarnator Association, meaning Kanglan Star has a total of several thousand presidents. Above all the Reincarnator Associations, there is a higher department that governs, which is the branch of the Reincarnation Palace. This is the institution just below the capital of Kanglan Star, and Shinjuyu had only the chance to come into contact with it when she first took office as the association president. For many years afterward, she could not step a foot in. Suddenly being summoned by the higher-ups, Shinjuyu's first instinct was that it probably had something to do with Ning Qingshan. Half a day later, she arrived at the door of the branch. The imposing, ancient buildings ahead exuded a deep, oppressive atmosphere, making her heart uneasy. It was hard to foresee what would happen next. She took a deep breath and steeled herself to step inside. Following her memory, she knocked on the hall master's door. Come in. An old voice came, calm and peaceful. Shinjuyu pushed the door open and saw the old hallmaster, already over 150 years old. Inside the hall, there was also a renowned elder and a young man. President of Jiangnan City's Reincarnator Association, I greet the Kanglan Hallmaster. Shinjuyu said respectfully and glanced at the elder beside her, genuinely shocked in her heart. This face almost symbolized the entire reputation of Kanglan Star. His fame was thunderous. Every reincarnator in Kanglan Star had heard of his deeds. He became famous young, once winning the top score in the Kanglan Star College entrance exam, surpassing the genius of recent decades, and is a legendary figure who quickly became an S-level reincarnator within 50 years. He has experienced many extremely dangerous tasks, completing hundreds of A-level and over 3 S-level tasks, all exceptionally well. His name is Zhao Wanjun, one of the few S-level reincarnators in Kanglan Star, and even on the S-level reincarnator leaderboard of the Reincarnation Palace, his name and resume can be seen. By rights, he should have long left Kanglan Star for Kanglan Imperial Star to further develop. But for some unknown reason, he has stayed in Kanglan Star for many years. No need for too much courtesy. I've called you here today for 2 matters. The first matter will be explained by Zhao Wanjun. Although the old hallmaster is over 150 years old, he has few wrinkles on his face and looks rather youthful. His gaze toward Shinjuyu carried a bit of brightness, changing from his usual cold and serious demeanor, a smile gracing his lips. Shinjuyu was confused. Zhao Wanjun was gripping the boy's neck tightly. My son, Zhao Gongyu, has repeatedly slandered Ning Caiwei, bringing her much trouble. As an elder, I haven't disciplined him well, so today I apologize to the president. After saying this, he applied even more force, causing Zhao Gongyu to scream in pain. I'm sorry. Please forgive me, President Shen. A grown-up shouldn't hold a grudge against a child. Zhao Gongyu trembled in fear, knowing his father usually spoiled him. He had only spoken a few bad words about Ning Caiwei, yet this triggered Zhao Wanjun's furious wrath. Moreover, everything he had done in school was also dug up. Today, he had to apologize in front of the head of Kanglan Hall. Slander? Shinjuyu fixed his gaze on Zhao Gongyu, his eyes narrowing slightly. Ning Caiwei had told her about a person named Zhao Gongyu, who seemed like just a childish kid that often found trouble. From Ning Caiwei's tone, she thought her daughter hadn't taken it seriously at all. That's an exaggeration. Shinjuyu understood that today the old hall master was here as a mediator. Regardless of any gaps between her and the Zhao family, things would be smoothed over in light of the old Hall Master's presence. But in reality, she knew better. It was because of Ning Caiwei that matters were beginning to escalate at a higher level. This made Shen Zhiyu feel slightly disoriented, as if it was all very unreal. When did the S-level reincarnators of Kanglan Star start explaining misunderstandings to her? Thank you. Zhao Wanjun seemed relieved and prepared to leave with Zhao Gongyu. Hesitating, he spoke again. Additionally, on behalf of the Zhao family, I would like to congratulate President Shen in advance. Congratulations? What does this mean? Shen Zhiyu watched the father and son of the Zhao family leave, not understanding the meaning of these words. However, the old Hall Master smiled again and said, Zhao Wanjun has changed his mind and is about to set off for our star system's Imperial Star, where he will have a better future. Hearing that Zhao Wanjun was going to leave Kanglan Star, Shen Zhiyu's expression changed. For so many years, Zhao Wanjun had been a representative of Kanglan Star. Because of him, Kanglan Star hadn't lost face in front of the Federation. His sudden departure was unexpected, without any warning. Why? Shen Zhiyu instinctively asked. I don't know the specifics either. It is said that a powerful force from the Imperial Star has extended an olive branch to him. In any case, it is definitely a better prospect than staying on Kanglan Star. This is also his own choice. After he leaves, we will have a very good spot available on Kanglan Star. I spoke with him and thought this opportunity should be given to you. The old Hall Master took out a document from the drawer and handed it to Shen Zhiyu. After a pause, he continued, the Reincarnation Hall discovered an S-level reincarnation world 2 months ago. It's an unusual martial arts world with quite a different level of combat power. It has rich resources, but the tasks are very simple. So far, no reincarnators have entered. This information is internal, accessible only to someone at my level. According to the Reincarnation Hall's requirements, there is only one person from Kanglan Star who can earn a spot, and that person is you. You don't need to feel too much pressure. Completing a few tasks casually will be like furthering your studies. After hearing the old Hall Master's words, Shen Zhiyu couldn't help but smile bitterly. She sighed, Hall Master, you think too highly of me. I'm only at the A level. No matter how rich the resources of this reincarnation world are, they are meant for S level. Moreover, the conditions of the Reincarnation Hall are so harsh. Kanglan Star only having one spot means that most who enter will be S-level reincarnators, and very likely those at the top of the rankings. It's not that I don't want to go, it's just that my qualifications really haven't reached that level. Shen Zhiyu politely refused. There was a rule for reincarnators: if one didn't enter a reincarnation world within 3 months to 2 years, they would be stripped of their reincarnator identity. As the president, she only needed to participate in a mission once every 2 years, and it was an A-level task that wasn't too difficult for her. To ask her to handle such advanced challenges was indeed beyond her strength. You said it yourself, this is an S-level reincarnation world, mastering a decent technique from it is a rare fortune. You can't stay at A-level forever, right? Only in an S-level reincarnation world do you have the chance to become an S-level reincarnator. Besides, it's time for me to retire. I have high hopes for you. Since you took office as the president of Jiangnan City, your work attitude has been very serious, and your achievements are evident to all. In recent years, Jiangnan City has faced 6 foreign invasions and 14 abyss disasters. You have always been on the front lines, and I have records here. When you return from the Central Plains, I will recommend you to the governor to take my position. The old temple leader spoke slowly, seemingly certain that after throwing out this temptation, Shen Zhiyu would be willing to take any risk, even if it meant facing a mountain of knives or a sea of flames. Take your position? Shen Zhiyu was dumbfounded, her breath hastening. Among the thousands of association presidents on Kanglan Star, one would only be chosen to become the temple leader once in 100 years. This person would oversee the branches of Kanglan Star and manage all reincarnators below S level. Such power was something she had never even dared to imagine in her lifetime. Points, wealth, family status, what did they matter in the face of such authority? Inside, Shen Zhiyu began to struggle. She was very clear that it wasn't as simple as the old temple leader said. Completing a few tasks casually and returning to take over the temple leader position was impossible. She would definitely need to achieve significant results and become an S-level reincarnator. May I ask what difficulty star level the Central Plains is? The old temple leader pointed at the document. The specific details are all inside. The Reincarnation Hall hasn't given a clear star level yet, but I estimate it won't be lower than 6 stars. You are both investigators and beneficiaries this time, and many are preparing to sprint for S level. So, you are not the only A-level one. After hearing this, Shen Zhiyu fell silent for a moment. It was evident that the only chance in her life to turn things around was right in front of her. After a while, she took a deep breath, her gaze became resolute. Thank you, temple leader. She tightly clutched the document and left the branch temple. Time swiftly passed. Upon returning home, Shen Zhiyu carefully read through the document. constantly learning about the structure of the central planes. The information provided by the Reincarnation Hall was scarce, mostly ambiguous and difficult to accurately judge. Fortunately, Shin Jiyu managed to extract some helpful content. Strangely, she felt shy and avoided Ning Caiwei, secretly searching her home for several days, gathering many drafts written by Ning Qingshan before, but found nothing similar. What am I doing? Realizing this, Shin Jiyu felt quite ashamed. 2 days later, she received news from the Reincarnation Hall. Mom will be on a business trip these days, you can stay at Anlin's house. Shin Jiyu packed all her things and reminded Ning Caiwei. Mom, you can use my account freely, buy whatever you want, no need to save for me. Ning Caiwei didn't ask. Shin Jiyu had always been busy since childhood, often going out to solve problems in Jiangnan City, which were mostly related to foreign tribes and abyss disasters. You said it, so don't blame me if I use it all up. Shin Jiyu revealed a knowing smile, pinched Ning Caiwei's face, and then walked out the door. Requesting connection to the goddess of wisdom. With her intention conveyed, Shin Jiyu's figure immediately vanished. As she opened her eyes, she was already standing in the virtual plaza. Beneath her feet lay the vast outline of Kanglan Star, and the sky was dotted with countless stars. Kanglan Star A-level Reincarnator Shin Jiyu has joined. A cold, mechanical voice echoed throughout the space. Some people stood scattered in the square, and as soon as the newcomer Shin Jiyu arrived, they all cast their gazes upon her. However, once they heard it was only an A-level, no one paid any attention anymore. Shin Jiyu took a rough glance and found that there were only 32 attendees, each divided into several factions. Am I the only one acting alone? Shin Jiyu pursed her lips slightly, which meant her journey would be even more difficult, and she had to stay alert against other reincarnators. Kanglan System Imperial Star S-level Reincarnator Yan Jia has joined. The voice echoed again, instantly drawing the attention of everyone present. Their pupils constricted violently, their bodies stiffened, and their breaths suddenly halted. Yan Jia actually came? Though I anticipated that a reincarnator from the heavenly list might show up, I didn't expect it to be Yan Jia. Just 2 months ago, he had just slaughtered his way through an S-level reincarnation world without any rest. Everyone in the virtual square turned to look at the figure transported by the goddess of wisdom. Tall and slender, with sharp facial features, he wore a black long robe. A deep pressure surrounded him, carrying treasures from multiple S-level reincarnation worlds, including cultivation techniques, and emitted a strong aura of danger that made everyone's hair stand on end. Shin Jiyu's face also fell. Although she had never seen Yan Jia, she had heard some rumors about this Kanglan System Imperial Star. This was a genuine powerhouse on the Heavenly List. The Heavenly List was created by the Reincarnation Hall, representing the ranking of S-level reincarnators in the Federation. There were a total of 3,000 spots, and anyone on the list would receive point rewards from the Reincarnation Hall every month. Currently in Kanglan Star, only Zhao Wanjun ranked among them. And Yan Jia had long occupied a high position, never falling out of the top 100 of the Heavenly List. Every time he entered a reincarnation world, he completed tasks with extremely cruel methods, earning a vicious reputation among many reincarnators. It is said that as long as the Reincarnation Hall does not issue an order forbidding mutual killing in the reincarnation world, he would even take action against others. This was one of the reasons why everyone present felt a chill in their hearts upon seeing him. Kanglan System Imperial Star S-level Reincarnator Yu Yunxian has joined. Kanglan System Imperial Star S-level Reincarnator Ding Xiu has joined. Several voices rang out, and 3 more figures appeared beside Yan Jia. Everyone's faces turned paler once again, their gazes filled with fear as they took a few steps back. Yan Jia's followers have all arrived. These are all figures from the Heavenly List. Yu Yunxian, ranked 436 on the Heavenly List. Ding Xiu, ranked 159. They are teaming up. Are they planning to slaughter their way through the reincarnation world again? Witnessing this scene, Shin Jiyu felt a deep sense of helplessness rising within her. Fighting alone, it would be very difficult to have any chance at obtaining a fortune from the Central Plains. As Yan Jia's cold gaze swept across the crowd, whispers quickly faded, and he suddenly locked onto Shin Jiyu, striding towards her. Who are you? Did Zhao Wanjun give his spot to you? Yan Jia's words carried a chill, and he studied Shin Jiyu with a scrutinizing gaze. The intense pressure from Yan Jia made Shin Jiyu struggle to breathe. He has already gone to the Imperial Star, so I am here to take his spot. Upon hearing this, Yan Jia's eyes gleamed with a cold light, then revealed a hint of deep regret. You're quite lucky. If you manage to survive and come back, you might as well tell him that he can dodge the first day of the lunar month, but not the 15th. If I encounter him again, even at the Imperial Star, no one can save his head. Shin Jiyu frowned slightly. From this situation, it seemed Zhao Wanjun had some very unpleasant history with this top 100 S-level reincarnator. On the other side, Yu Yunxian also walked over, sizing up Shin Jiyu from head to toe. A gentle smile said, "This young lady is also from Kanglan Star, right?" What a pity. Kanglan Star belonged to the Kanglan System Mother Star many years ago, but later, due to lack of resources, all the top talents moved away. You have good potential, and perhaps in the future you will have a chance to develop on the Empire Star. This time, in the reincarnation world, be sure to live well. Faced with that smiling face, Shin Zheyu felt uncomfortable and took a few steps back. She did not want to deal with these people, nor did she want to say another word. She hoped to hide as far away as possible in Central Plains. Another person from the heaven ranking has arrived. Yan Jie's third follower, Ding Xiu, suddenly spoke in a low voice. He glanced at the empty space in the virtual square, as if sensing the wave of distorted space. Sure enough, the voice of the goddess of wisdom sounded again. Kanglan System Empire Star S-level Reincarnator, Chen Yunyang, has joined. Kanglan System Empire Star A-level Reincarnator, Shiryu, has joined. 3 figures stepped out from the space. 1 S-level and 2 A-level. Upon hearing the name Chen Yunyang, the expressions of everyone in the audience changed, Yan Jia and several followers revealing unfriendly glances. Chen Yunyang, the unparalleled genius from Kanglan Star 100 years ago? Shin Zheyu felt her heart shake and hurriedly looked over. The leader wore a white robe, with black hair hanging to her shoulders and skin as white as snow with no blemishes. Her gaze was cold and merciless, and the 2 A-level reincarnators beside her vaguely approached the S-level standard. This is a predecessor from Kanglan Star, the number 1 from 100 years ago, now ranking 95 on the S-level heaven ranking. Shin Zheyu murmured, truly not expecting that, within just the Kanglan system range, 2 top 100 powerhouses would come this time, let alone from other places in the Federation. The Central Plains may be stirred into a bloody storm by them. You, please keep your distance from the girl from Kanglan Star. Chen Yunyang walked towards them, exuding a powerful aura. Yu Yunchuan's expression turned cold, remaining silent. Yan Jia merely glanced at her indifferently and then looked away. Chen Yunyang walked straight to Shin Zheyu, her expression gentle. It has been many years since I met someone from my hometown. My name is Chen Yunyang, you should know who I am. This time entering the reincarnation world, if you need any help, feel free to speak up. Seeing Shin Zheyu, Chen Yunyang felt extremely cordial, and this sentence was more like a warning to everyone present that this person was under her protection. Thank you, senior. Shin Zheyu felt very grateful in her heart. Regardless of whether Chen Yunyang would genuinely help her, it was enough just to say this in a non-familiar situation. All members of the Kanglan system are now in position. Please note, you are about to enter the S-level reincarnation world Central Plains. You can choose from the following tasks. 1. Survive for 100 days. 2. Bring back 3 kinds of identified S-level cultivation techniques, weapons or treasures, rare spiritual medicines, or herb seeds. 3. Investigate the complete history of Central Plains over the past 10 years, the past 50 years, the past 100 years, and the past 500 years, and human secrets. 4. Complete the assassination list. A series of cold mechanical voices echoed in the space. Everyone listened intently. The first few tasks were relatively easier to complete, while the difficulty increased greatly towards the end. This determined their achievements and the richness of the rewards they could obtain. Shin Zheyu listened and fell into thought. At present, it seemed that she would need to complete at least 3 tasks to be promoted to S-level Reincarnator and achieve a decent result. Countdown in progress, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wishing everyone a pleasant journey. Chapter 16, Lord of the Afterlife, Legend of the Demon Path. In the Central Plains, Baiyue Villa. Ancient buildings were built on the cliff, with waterfalls and clear springs flowing, sometimes clouds and cranes call out, making the whole villa feel peaceful. At this moment, in the attic on the mountaintop, sat a young man in a black robe quietly. He gently shook the teacup in his hand with a calm expression, staring indifferently at the clouds on the horizon, overlooking the distant peaks from this angle, taking it all in. Outside the attic, there stood a large number of richly dressed individuals. The windswept robes revealed a lotus pattern, exuding a chilling aura. After 3 rounds of tea, a team finally appeared outside the mountain villa. They were escorting a disheveled old man, kneeling before the attic. Subordinate pays respects to the master, may the master be blessed. Ning Caiwei's hand slightly paused in shaking the teacup. He did not turn around, but his eyes glimmered with a ghostly light. Li Zhuangju, you have made me wait painfully. The leader of the group broke into a cold sweat, hastily explaining, reporting to the master, on the way back with the skeleton old devil, an accident occurred, and he almost escaped. It took a lot of effort for me to resuppress him, I hope the master will forgive my delay. Li Zhuangju was dripping with fine beads of sweat, utterly afraid to raise his head to look at the figure in the attic. The invisible pressure surrounding him caused his true essence to freeze, as if his dantian were about to be sealed in ice. Ning Caiwei put down the teacup and did not pursue Li Zhuangju's issues. He glanced at the skeleton old devil brought over, confirming that this was the person he had sought for 10 years. It has been 10 years, and yet you still refuse to let me go. The skeleton old devil stared fiercely at Ning Caiwei's back, attempting to see the true face of the master of the rebirth sect. 10 years ago, he had just emerged from seclusion. Hearing outside rumors, the name of the master of the rebirth sect circulated widely. Some said he was an extraordinarily rare genius in recent years, mastering terrifying demonic arts, overpowering all the young generation of the 3 teachings, 9 sects, and 16 kingdoms. Cruel and merciless, he was icy to the core. Others said he was a heavenly blessed son, endowed with extraordinary enlightenment, creating numerous divine skills and breathing methods, even independently founding a complete cultivation path. The rumors were strange, almost mythical. And he, the dignified leader of the skeleton sect, was the inheritance of evil ways in the Central Plains for hundreds of years. But after just a brief seclusion of several decades, had the outside world changed completely? When he saw someone from the rebirth sect wandering in a human city, he found it displeasing and killed him on the spot. Little did he know, 3 days later, 100,000 followers of the rebirth sect besieged the skeleton sect, not even allowing a fly to escape, wiping out the entire sect in just half a day. Under the assault of the 4 guardians of the rebirth sect, he exhausted all his treasures and true chi, and could only flee in despair. Thus began his 10 years of running. The vast central plains were high and far-reaching, impossible to fathom, yet he could not find a place to take refuge. For 10 years, he had nightmares every night. Every night he could dream of the tragic scene of the skeleton sect. To escape his predicament, he had to come to the Baiue Villa. However, he never expected that the Baiue Villa, which was not weaker than the skeleton sect's foundation, had long secretly submitted to the rebirth sect. Li Zhuangzhu set a trap, leading to the current scene. You killed 2 of my beloved disciples, could I possibly let you go? No matter where you flee, alive or dead, I will find you. Even if there are only ashes left, I will scatter them. Ning Caiwei finally stood up, slowly walking to the skeleton old devil, his eyes swirling with a cold light. Die for me. As Ning Caiwei approached within 3 steps, the skeleton old devil suddenly went mad, bursting forth with astonishing true chi, instantly breaking free from Li Zhuangzhu's suppression seal. A wisp of demonic energy gathered, swirling at his fingertips, fiercely stabbing towards Ning Caiwei's brow. Master! Li Zhuangzhu was taken aback, scared to the point of his heart stopping. Bang! A loud sound echoed, shaking the villa. The skeleton old devil's fingertip stopped 3 inches before Ning Caiwei's brow, unable to advance any further. He looked at Ning Caiwei's calm face, his pupils trembling in disbelief, then his mouth twisted into a bitter smile, and sorrow and despair surged in his heart. I have been in seclusion for 30 years. Having just stepped into the realm of celestial beings, I once thought that on this land of the Central Plains, I would be above countless people, fearing only that Wang Xian ran by a little. Yet I couldn't even break through your protective aura. Ning Caiwei gently raised his hand, gathering power in his palm, which fell upon the top of the withered old demon's head, causing his meridians to break apart, and his dantian to shatter, the foundation of celestial energy collapsing. With a thud, the withered old demon lay on the ground, his wide eyes staring vacantly, devoid of life. Sect leader! I had no knowledge of this matter. On the side, Master Li was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body, immediately kneeling on the ground. He couldn't understand why the already suppressed withered old demon could unleash the power of his prime. Ning Caiwei waved his sleeve, dispersing the blood mist in front of him. Your seal is of no use to him, you are not his match. He was captured only to kill me. Upon hearing these words, Master Li felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that from the very beginning, Ning Caiwei had seen through the withered old demon's act? Moreover, if the withered old demon's earlier attack had been directed at himself, he would have perished instantly. Yet Ning Caiwei had not moved an inch, nor made a single strike, he merely used his protective aura to easily dissolve it. With another uplift of his hand, the withered old demon was dead. What an extraordinary level of strength this was. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Master Li, terrified, knocked his head against the ground desperately. Ning Caiwei did not spare him a glance and turned to walk into the palanquin beside the pavilion. The coachman spoke softly from outside the palanquin. Sect leader, the 4th guardian has sent word that strange people have appeared on the Central Plains recently. They do not know from where they have descended, but their strength is great. They visit various sects, demanding cultivation techniques and manuals. If any sect refuses, they will be subjected to brutal killings, and their treasure vaults will be completely looted. I have already instructed the 4th guardian to keep watch. What I am more worried about is that these people will find our Wangsheng sect's hall, as our followers are indeed too weak. Once these words fell, Ning Caiwei sat in the palanquin, unable to suppress a frown. A group of very powerful yet very strange people? Considering the entire Central Plains, he had already peered into most hidden forces. Could they be from outside the Central Plains? Let's observe for a while, then return to the sect. Ning Caiwei spoke. Understood. The coachman replied. The palanquin rose into the air, and hundreds of Wangsheng sect masters stepped into the void, departing. Master Li remained kneeling on the ground, not daring to look up. Throughout the entire Baiue Villa, a loud chorus resounded. We respectfully send off the sect leader. May the sect leader be safe. The voices echoed into the clouds, lingering for a long time without dissipating. Chapter 17, The Great Work Must Not Be Destroyed. Wangsheng Sect, by the Wangsheng River. Ning Caiwei sat in the courtyard, gazing into the distance. Reflecting on the journey through the Central Plains, his heart felt quite melancholic. It's been 25 years. With a slight thought, a line of text appeared before his eyes. Current life development talent, maxed insight, sacred body of the sword. Remaining time for material collection, 75 years. In 75 more years, he would complete this great work and gain all corresponding strength. Since first engaging with the life development system to today, he had gone through multiple experiences, creating several great works. He had once developed the life of a warlord from the Snow Country, and also that of a street gang leader from the Middle Ages, eventually creating a sun-never-set financial empire. Even the life of the zombie clan from a doomsday world, supporting the old era's humanity, slaying the progenitor, and being revered by the world as the eternal night monarch. These repeated life experiences had accumulated to 400 years. Yet in reality, he was not even 30 years old in the Universe Alliance reality. This made his eyes often contain the weight of time. However, he had not anticipated that the Rothschild financial empire developed many years ago would be completely identical to the reincarnation world of the Reincarnation Hall. It was at that moment he realized. The self is a true reincarnation, the difference is the flow of time. Leader. The voice outside the courtyard interrupted Ning Caiwei's thoughts. The coachman respectfully spoke. The master of Tianyi Cave requests an audience. Come in. Ning Caiwei spoke calmly. The visitor wore a white robe, exuding an unseen dignity due to years of holding high positions. Though his temples had already turned white, it could not hide the heroic contours of his face. But at this moment, his eyes were filled with bloodshot veins and darkness. I have come to see the leader of the past life church. He bowed slightly toward the courtyard. What is the matter? Ning Caiwei asked. The master of Tianyi Cave fell silent for a moment, his body slightly trembled, seemingly recalling things that happened to him, his tone actually choked with emotion. I have come today to request the past life leader to come out and sweep away the foreign invaders in Central Plains. Ning Caiwei couldn't help but feel surprised. The master of Tianyi Cave, who was once so proud, was now filled with grief and indignation, even a sense of hopeless despair. It was obvious that the strange group the coachman mentioned had struck at Tianyi Cave. I remember that the cave master has strength in the early stage of the celestial being, and is a well-known strong figure in the Central Plains, with over 10,000 disciples in the cave. What powerful enemy has forced you to this extent? Faced with Ning Caiwei's question, the master of Tianyi Cave had a complex expression, his eyes containing a hint of lingering fear, as he took out several scrolls from his bosom. It is not that I cannot defeat them, but their cultivation system is extremely bizarre, and the magical treasures they use are something I have never seen in my life. Please look at this all-black metallic artifact. My chief elder of the Grand Master realm was actually killed instantly by it. Having said that, the coachman brought one of the scrolls into the courtyard and handed it to Ning Caiwei. Ning Caiwei casually glanced at it, and his gaze froze slightly. The so-called all-black metallic artifact had a long barrel and grip. Ning Caiwei revealed a strange expression. Barret? Or is it the hunting version Barret, skillfully modified and enchanted multiple times? He remembered Shinjeyu saying that this type of Barret possessed terrifying killing power, carrying explosive rounds, with a range of over 10 kilometers, able to instantly blow up a small mountain peak. To use them, one needs to spend points. A single explosive round costs 10,000 points. For someone to afford the hunting version Barret, they must be either an S-level reincarnator or come from an extremely wealthy family. Ning Caiwei immediately understood what had happened in the Central Plains. The master of Tianyi Cave spoke again. Leader, you should also see this. This is a monster I have never seen before, practically invulnerable, immensely powerful, and despite no fluctuation of true energy, it can fly and escape. The coachman handed over another scroll, depicting a gruesome monster with huge fangs and red pupils. Zombie. Ning Caiwei pondered. He didn't know the exact grade of this zombie, but if it were a zombie king, it was indeed something the master of Tianyi Cave couldn't contend with. The reincarnator capable of taming the zombie king must also be S-level and among the top experts of that level. These two scrolls were revealing one piece of information. The reincarnators appearing in the Central Plains were of extremely high rank, most of them S-level or above. I have dispatched the 4 great guardians to investigate, and if there is an opportunity, I will recover your Tianyi Cave. Ning Caiwei contemplated for a moment and responded. The master of Tianyi Cave was overjoyed and felt an inner excitement. The 4 great guardians of the past life church had deeply inherited this young leader's legacy and had entered the late stage of the celestial being realm many years ago, becoming the top figures of the Central Plains. It is said that 10 years ago, the 4 guardians besieged the withered bone old demon, who had escaped for a full 10 years. It should be known that the withered bone old demon was a notorious fiend, and many righteous sects of Central Plains worked together. Nothing can be done about him. Thank you, Master. The Master's grace, from the elders to the disciples of Tianyi Cave, will be remembered forever. The master of Tianyi Cave expressed his gratitude, and the carriage driver took him away from the courtyard. Ning Caiwei waited quietly for a long time, and finally, the space slightly twisted, and a girl in a blue shirt stepped out from the void. This girl had a delicate face, exquisite features, and her black hair fell to her shoulders, looking like she was only 15 or 16 years old. She knelt on one knee before Ning Caiwei. "Master, did you call for me?" Ning Caiwei nodded slightly, gazing at his beloved disciple Jiang Qingwu, his eyes filled with some complexity. "I've avenged your 2 junior brothers. From now on, focus on your training. You just closed your cultivation, and you might not be familiar with the martial king realm I opened up. Right now, there is a perfect opportunity for you to practice." He handed 2 scrolls to Jiang Qingwu. Jiang Qingwu took the scrolls, and upon hearing that her junior brother's great vengeance had been avenged, tears involuntarily sparkled in the corners of her eyes. But soon, she turned cold again. Looking at the things on the scrolls, she couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. "Master, what is this?" One was a pitch-black metallic object, and the other was a terrifying, hideous monster. The scrolls depicted things she had never seen before, vividly brought to life. Ning Caiwei paused for a moment and replied, "I'm not too sure myself. Recently, a lot of outsiders have emerged in the Central Plains, coming from who knows where, and their methods are quite cruel. Currently, many forces in the Central Plains have already been affected. You must distinguish carefully, and do not kill innocents indiscriminately. However, when the time comes to strike, don't hesitate." Jiang Qingwu cupped her hands. "I will follow the master's teachings." With the scrolls in hand, she stepped forward and disappeared into the vast sky. Ning Caiwei sipped a cup of clear tea, muttering to himself, "This painstakingly crafted masterpiece must not be destroyed, this one must be signed." Chapter 18, Suspected S+++. On the other side, Shenjie, Chen Yuning, and others had already arrived in front of an ancient and magnificent temple. Shenjie looked at the stone tablet at the foot of the mountain, astonishingly engraved with a name. Golden Light Temple, a top righteous sect in the Central Plains, has a history of 300 years. After 4 generations of heads, each one at the mid-stage of the celestial realm, standing at the pinnacle of experts in the Central Plains. This current head is said to be quite young, yet already at the mid-stage of the celestial realm. Rumor has it that he might enter the late stage of the celestial realm before the age of 40. Chen Yuning gazed at the mountain gate ahead, speaking softly, her eyes revealing hints of awe. The group had been in the Central Plains for some time. Through their inquiries, they found that the descriptions of the Central Plains and the Samsara Hall were mostly accurate. This was a world of martial arts supremacy, with a hierarchical system that had passed down, said to be ancient and difficult to trace. The martial path begins with body refining, leading to master, grand master, and celestial being. In total, there are 4 major realms, and the difference in strength between each realm is like a chasm. Since ancient times, anyone who can step into the Grand Master realm is undoubtedly a prodigy. In the gaze of celestial beings, they are even more scarce, capable of establishing their own sects and leaving their own legacies. The young head of the Golden Light Temple ahead is said to be one of the top 10 prodigies of this era, already fully in control of the entire temple and all its treasures. His future prospects are limitless. They came today, naturally, to seek powerful techniques. The group exchanged glances, no longer hesitating, climbing the mountain to pay their respects. Moments later, Chen Yuning stopped outside the mountain gate and shouted, "I am Chen Yuning, seeking an audience with the head." In the vast square of the Golden Light Temple, only a cleaning monk could be seen. As her voice echoed out, a powerful divine sense swept down from the top of the treasure pavilion, landing on Chen Yuning and the other reincarnators. The Golden Light Temple's secrets are never shared, especially with outsiders. A celestial sound rang out, and a righteous aura swept across the square, causing Shenjie and the other A-level reincarnators to instantly redden in the face. Only Chen Yuning remained completely unaffected. She understood in her heart that Yan Jia and the actions of other reincarnators had filled the Golden Light Temple with vigilance. She did not give up, eyes shining with determination as she spoke. "I am willing to exchange goods, just hoping the Temple Master can come out to meet me. If the Temple Master is not interested in what I have, I will leave immediately." After her words fell, there was a moment of silence at the top of the treasure pavilion. Then, there was a rumble in the sky, and a young figure stepped forward. He fixed his gaze on Shenjie and Chen Yuning, his expression slightly softening. As it is said, appearance comes from the heart, one can instantly tell the difference between them and Yan Jia and others. "Senior, please take a look." Chen Yuning did not delay, taking out a shiny golden object from her reincarnation space. The temple master's gaze was instantly drawn in, even the monk sweeping the ground paused slightly, and Shinji could feel that many hidden eyes were appearing all around the Golden Light Temple. "Is this a relic?" The temple master was taken aback. A relic is considered a sacred object in Buddhism. Anyone from the Buddhist world would be moved when seeing such a thing. Chen Yuning smiled and said, "This is a relic of the tongue, which was born after a high Buddhist master passed away many years ago. By chance, I encountered his place of passing." The temple master showed a serious expression. "Where did you come from? Is there a senior Buddhist monk where you are?" Chen Yuning nodded seriously. "We come from the western regions, and there are indeed many senior Buddhist monks." Beside her, Xin Zheyu couldn't help but chuckle. This must be something Chen Yuning got from another reincarnation world, but the belief in Buddhism across the heavens and worlds is almost the same. So this relic was filled with attraction for the Golden Light Temple Master. Can this object be exchanged for the Golden Light Temple's prajna skill? Chen Yuning asked again. On the way here, she had learned about the unique skills of the Golden Light Temple. In the rumors outside, the prajna skill ranks as one of the 10 great skills in the Central Plains. You dare to covet our temple's unique skill? The temple master's eyes that were once moved turned rational and cold on the spot. Chen Yuning did not waste words, flicking her fingers and watching as one relic turned into 3. The temple master's expression froze, and his gaze turned fiery, even his breathing became heavier. "Forget it, our temple's unique skill is not something everyone can learn. What harm is there in giving it to you?" He hesitated for a moment, then finally waved his sleeve, tossing a scroll of ancient scriptures to Chen Yuning, before instantly taking the 3 relics away. Chen Yuning was overjoyed and immediately started uploading the prajna skill. Before her, the text description of the reincarnation hall quickly appeared. Identifying the item. Cultivation secret, Golden Light Temple prajna skill. Identification complete, the secret is real and effective. Identification rating, S level. Seeing this scene, Chen Yuning's lips once again revealed a smile, and her heart also relaxed. Looking at her 2 companions in Xinzheyu, she pondered for a moment before saying to the Golden Light Temple Master, "We also have some other Buddhist sacred objects. I wonder if the Temple Master would be willing." "Yes." The Temple Master carefully stored away the 3 relics, not waiting for Chen Yuning to finish speaking before immediately agreeing. "However, it can only be cultivation secrets that are not from our Golden Light Temple." He suddenly remembered that he still had a set of secret teachings given by someone else, completely useless to him. "What is it?" Chen Yuning asked. "A set of demonic skills," the Temple Master replied. "Demonic skills?" The few of them exchanged glances, all frowning. Since it is a demonic skill, it must have drawbacks. Its value and function are far from the renowned Golden Light Temple's secret teachings. "Who wants it?" Chen Yuning looked at the 2 A-level reincarnators. "I don't want it. I don't want to become an ugly monster." The 2 decisively refused without any hesitation. Chen Yuning sighed, and she could only take out more precious items to exchange for the Golden Light Temple's secret teachings. As a senior, she was on a certain mission by bringing her 2 companions here. At least she had to help them upgrade to S level. Can I have it?" Suddenly, Xinzheyu whispered a question. Chen Yuning looked back in surprise, then smiled. "Of course, but it's a magical skill, you might not be able to cultivate it yourself." Xinzheyu gave a bitter smile, but at least it's a set of secret manuals. She had gained nothing so far. Since she was here, she couldn't possibly leave empty-handed. After the deal was done, she also began to upload. Identifying. After waiting for a while, there was no response. "How's it going?" Chen Yuning asked. Xinzheyu shook her head, her eyes dim. "It's okay, we still have plenty of time, we can find another." Chen Yuning comforted her. The other 2 A-class reincarnators also sighed. "I'm sorry for wasting your things," Xinzheyu lowered her head. "What does that matter? I have plenty of treasures," Chen Yuning laughed. Identification complete. The secret manual is real and effective. Magical skill manual, Great Wilderness Candle Dragonfinger. Evaluating level. Xinzheyu looked in shock at the description text of the reincarnation hall that appeared before her. It's reacting. She was excited. The others exchanged glances, also happy for Xinzheyu. Level evaluation complete. Level, suspected S+++? Xinzheyu froze, staring blankly at Chen Yuning. "S Senior, are you really going to give me this magical skill?" The voice came from her throat, quivering with suppressed emotion. Xinzheyu even breathed heavily, her eyes filled with deep red. "Of course, I, Chen Yuning, am not so petty. Since I said it's a gift for you, I will never go back on my word." Chen Yuning looked at Xinzheyu's appearance and found it a bit amusing. It was obvious that this magical skill had some value for A-class Xinzheyu, but for herself, it was almost useless. "Just take it well, it's already been evaluated, and there's no turning back." Another A-class reincarnator, Shiryu, also spoke cheerfully. She had a good impression of Xinzheyu, who was neither humble nor arrogant, and was from the mother star abandoned by the high-ups of the Kanglan system, which had been a resource-scarce life planet many years ago. This, in turn, added an air of poverty to Xinzheyu, making her seem pitiful. But. Xin Zhiyu was somewhat at a loss for words, her mind completely in chaos upon seeing the Reincarnation Hall's text description. This magical skill was evaluated as S level, but it has 3 pluses. She swallowed hard, speaking in a low voice. Isn't that great? As long as it's S level, huh? Wait, what did you say? Chen Yuning's laughter abruptly stopped. She widened her eyes, stunned, standing still as if struck by lightning. The 2 A-class reincarnators gasped, their expressions completely frozen. I have never encountered an S-level item with pluses. What does that mean? Xin Zhiyu's lips trembled. As the president of the Reincarnator Association in Jiangnan City on Kanglan Star, she usually only encountered A-level items, and had only seen S-level once twice. Those were times she looked on with envy as her companions laughed joyfully with them. Now, the one who obtained S-level items had long left Kanglan Star for the Kanglan System's Imperial Star, their status and power divided by a vast chasm. Moments ago, she was still her former self, only able to show envy. Now, this indescribable joy had unexpectedly fallen upon her own head. Chen Yuning was in a daze, murmuring, pluses only exist within S-level items, they represent a multiple of S-level value. 1 plus means exceeding value by 1 time, and 3 pluses mean exceeding value by 3 times. Sister Zhiyu, are you really not mistaken? Let alone Xin Zhiyu, even she rarely saw an S-level item with pluses. She found it hard to believe that this magical skill, obtained at an extremely low cost, far exceeded the value of the Prangia divine skill by 3 times. I'm not mistaken. Xin Zhiyu was certain, the description of the Reincarnation Hall still clearly appearing before her. With 2 gulping sounds, she heard 2 people swallowing. The other 2 A-grade reincarnators beside her exchanged glances, both showing expressions as if the other was a fool. An S+++ level magical skill was thus lost. Chen Yuning took a deep breath, quickly recovering from her chaotic emotions and shock. She walked again towards the head of the Golden Light Temple. Is there still that magical skill from earlier? Chen Yuning tried to suppress her emotional expression, but the head of the Golden Light Temple still caught the strong desire from her face. This set of magical skills was given to me by a dear friend in my youth, and there is only this one copy. I initially thought he would join me in the Golden Light Temple, but he ultimately chose the path of the devil. The young head of the Golden Light Temple shook his head and spoke, a trace of nostalgia appearing on his face. Recalling that time, he couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. May I ask who that person is? Chen Yuning asked eagerly. Xin Zhiyu and the other 2 A-grade reincarnators also walked over, their eyes shining with expectation as they looked at the head of the Golden Light Temple. The current giant of the demon path, the leader of the rebirth cult. He concealed nothing, after all, in the entire Central Plains. Who doesn't know the great name of the leader of the rebirth cult? Anyone who inquired even slightly should know of the leader's deeds. It seems something is off. Since you were young and knew him and gifted this magical skill, didn't he already join the demon sect back then? Chen Yuning was doubtful, feeling that there was a logical problem. The value far exceeds the Prajna magical skill. This must be the top martial arts inherited by the rebirth cult for hundreds of years. How could it easily be obtained by a young man? And given away so easily? The head of the Golden Light Temple couldn't help but chuckle, looking up at the endless sky, waves of emotion and sighs rising in his heart. Not so, you do not know. Although we met young, by that time he was already famous across the Central Plains, revealing talents that made all the geniuses gaze up at him. This set of magical skills was created by him in his youth. Combining with the more common martial arts of the Central Plains, he gifted it to me as a token of friendship. As these words fell, a storm surged in Chen Yuning's mind, and Xin Zhiyu also looked in disbelief. A magical skill rated S+++ by the Reincarnation Hall turns out to have been comprehended and created by the leader of the rebirth cult in his youth? Though it is called a magical skill, it is merely a difference in sect systems. In the Central Plains, many sects with a long history prefer to boast about their legitimate sect status, while my friend's style is entirely different. He completely disregarded the opinions of the world. Even when called a great devil for a time, it couldn't shake his belief towards the ultimate goal of martial arts. The head of the Golden Light Temple spoke with deep admiration in his tone. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yuning quickly asked, could the head tell me the location of the rebirth cult's main gate? I want to meet that leader. At that moment, she had already cast aside all the negative influences of magical skills, demon paths, great devils, and so forth. Her sole thought was to seek S+++. The head of the Golden Light Temple shook his head. You cannot meet him. Chen Yuning was astonished. Why? Do you think a giant of the demon path in the Central Plains, who commands hundreds of thousands of followers, already stands as a mythical figure above humanity, is someone you can just meet at will? Especially as a foreigner, I advise you not to probe. You might die before you even find the main gate. The head of the Golden Light Temple kindly advised, naturally understanding that Chen Yuning and Xin Zhiyu were earnest students seeking knowledge and did not wish for innocent death. Chen Yuning was speechless, and Xin Zhiyu's expression changed as well. Is it true that this mythical figure is invincible in the Central Plains? Since he and the head were childhood friends, he should still be very young now. Was it just given the name of myth? Abbot, a group of uninvited guests has arrived from the mountain. Suddenly, a voice echoed in the ear of the head of Jingguang Temple. His gaze instantly turned sharp as he looked towards the outside of the mountain gate square. Chapter 20, Confrontation. Jingguang Temple, truly a wonderful place. A familiar voice sounded outside the square, instantly darkening Shen Yunyi's expression. Several people turned around together and saw Yan Jie with 3 followers, Yu Yunxian and Ding Xiu, appearing at the end of the corridor. Yan Jie spotted Shen Yunyi but chose to ignore her, turning his indifferent gaze towards the head of Jingguang Temple. Please send your strongest person out, I have little time and need to go to the next place. Yan Jie calmly said, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Shen Yunyi coldly shouted, Yan Jie, you are too arrogant, this is the holy place of the Central Plains Buddhist sect. If you make a move here, you will surely be hunted down by all righteous sects. Yan Jie felt no ripple of emotion in his heart and did not take her words seriously. A mere righteous sect is nothing, I have already slaughtered 2 factions of the notorious demonic sect. Also, I give you a piece of advice, if you keep exchanging things like this, the end result will be that you accomplish nothing. You should also understand that we are not the only ones who have come to the land of the Central Plains. Are you prepared to watch as high-grade resources are taken away by Xing Wushuang? As soon as these words fell, Shen Yunyi's heart suddenly tightened. Xing Wushuang? 49th of the top 100 on the sky list? How is it possible, even this guy has come? The A-grade rebirth practitioner, Shiryu, displayed a fearful look in her eyes, obviously having a deep mental shadow regarding Xing Wushuang's name. Who is Xing Wushuang? Shen Zheyan asked in confusion. This didn't seem to be a rebirth practitioner from the Kanglin faction. Shiryu explained in a low voice, one of the S-grade top 100, ranked 49th. Once someone reaches this rank, it often remains unshaken for years, even decades. His most famous rebirth mission was when he single-handedly entered an S-grade strange world and personally suppressed and subdued a zombie king. When he brought back the zombie king, it is said it even alarmed the consciousness of the goddess of wisdom. It has been 100 years, and that zombie king's bloodline still ranks first on the bloodline list. Upon hearing about the S-grade strange world and the zombie king, Shen Zheyun's pupils shook. Such a powerful and terrifying person is also present in the Central Plains? Shen Yunyi took a deep breath, maintaining her composure, but that is not a reason for you to wreak havoc in the Central Plains. Yan Jie remained expressionless and issued a final notice, if you meddle, I will kill you as well. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and then there was a sound of a staff striking the ground. The head of Jingguang Temple coldly stared at Yan Jie. I am the strongest person here. Behind me, the treasure pavilion hides all the secrets of this temple, but today, you shall not pass. Yan Jie did not speak. Beside him, Yu Yunxian smiled slyly. You speak too boastfully. With a step forward, a gust of wind arose underfoot. His speed was extremely fast, his 5 fingers flickering with a sharp cold light, unleashing a thunderous force. With just one glance, the head of Jingguang Temple recognized this move, shock appearing on his face. 5-claw dragon catching hand? What have you done to Daoist Su? That brat is stubborn. I tortured him for 3 days and 3 nights before getting his unique skill, unexpectedly quite useful. Yu Yunxian licked his lips, showing a fierce expression. In the Central Plains, true Qi cultivation essentially uses the Dantian as a bottle and the spirit energy of heaven and earth as a guide. This cultivation system is almost the same as that of the normal martial arts world. And Yu Yunxian had long been in contact with the martial arts world, mastering a method of inner strength, so learning the 5-claw dragon catching hand was only a matter of days. He leaned in front of the head of Jingguang Temple, his 5 fingers glowing coldly, intending to lock the throat and kill in a split second. You shall die. The head of Jingguang Temple was filled with grief and anger, and in his fury, a strong aura erupted from his body. With a sweep of the staff in his hand, he opened up the way. The earth cracked instantly, and Yu Yunxian was violently struck back, his face changing as he was pushed back several steps. Yan Jie narrowed his eyes at this scene. The current head of the Golden Light Temple was indeed completely different from the other sect leaders. He learned that more than a decade ago, this person was one of the top 10 prodigies of the Central Plains, with strength far beyond an ordinary mid-stage heavenly person. Where is the Arhat? A voice filled with killing intent resonated throughout the Golden Light Temple. In an instant, a vast righteous energy surged forth, enveloping the mountain gate area, forming a protective mountain formation. More disciples, each glowing with golden light and fierce expressions, surged out from various pagodas and towers. So many grand masters. S-class Reincarnator Ding Xiu looked up and muttered to himself. Then, he also took a step forward, and his body began to mutate, until his entire body was cloaked in black scales. Kill! The Arhats were fierce and fearless, immediately engaging Ding Xiu in battle. However, that black-scaled armor was impervious to blades and firearms, and many Arhats were sent flying several meters away with just one punch, spitting out blood and looking pale. Even Grand Masters could not harm a single hair on Ding Xiu. Meanwhile, Yu Yunxian was once again engaged in combat with the head of the Golden Light Temple, the mighty waves of energy sweeping across the plaza, with a posture that seemed indistinguishable. If the Golden Light Temple starts to lose, you must escape immediately without hesitation. Chen Yunyang stared intently at Yan Jia, whispering to the nearby Shin Zhiyun. Shin Zhiyun understood, this was their only option. What they faced were 4 S-class reincarnators, all of whom were strong figures on the heavenly ranking. Only Chen Yunyang alone could not change the situation. The final outcome was highly likely to be the Golden Light Temple being wiped out, all the secret manuals falling into Yan Jia's hands. But was there even a slightest possibility to save this Buddhist holy place that had been passed down for hundreds of years? Shin Zhiyun looked around at the Arhats fighting fiercely. These people actually should not have to die. Great Wilderness Candle Dragonfinger. She clenched her fists, remembering the S+++ level magical skill she had just obtained. But then, a wave of powerlessness rose in her heart. The battle changed in an instant, and she was by no means a genius. How could she grasp this move in such a short time? Moreover, she could not be sure that the Great Wilderness Candle Dragonfinger could withstand the strong figures on the heavenly ranking. So what to do? Up ahead, Chen Yunyang had already made her move. Yan Jia remained expressionless, only Chen Yunyang posed a significant threat to him. As Chen Yunyang moved, strands of black lightning flickered in his eyes. Boom! Suddenly, dark clouds engulfed the sky above the mountain gate of the Golden Light Temple, making the thunder roll. A terrifying, deep pressure erupted from Yan Jia, accompanied by flickering black thunder in the sky, forming a hurricane vortex swirling above his head. What's going on? The Arhats engaged in fierce battles all changed their expressions upon seeing this scene. Yan Jia stared at Chen Yunyang, the thunderous power in his eyes growing increasingly vicious and terrifying. I told you, if you meddle, I will slaughter all of you. What kind of godly power has he cultivated? The head of the Golden Light Temple caught a glimpse of this horrifying scene and was deeply shaken. Looking across the entire mountain gate area, it was as if covered by a heavenly disaster. The rolling thunder pressure enveloped the earth for 10 miles, shrouding everything. Chen Yunyang showed no signs of retreat. A wave of ancient life energy surged from her, and the outline of a towering ancient tree gradually appeared in her pupils. As the one famous for controlling thunder, Yan Jia was just as his name suggested. The king of hell in the mortal realm, the calamity of heaven and earth. Chen Yunyang had never underestimated him. They had fought to a draw many years ago in the Imperial Star Prodigy Arena. Years later, even without the faith of assured victory, she did not have the slightest fear. Death entanglement. Her jade-like hand formed a seal, her pupils glowing emerald. In an instant, her black hair turned green, growing rapidly. Each strand became thick and unbreakable, transforming into indestructible vines and willows. The sharp tips of the vines struck viciously while they tangled towards Yan Jia. Yan Jia's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He raised his hand, calling down lightning, causing a violent clash with Chen Yunyang's technique. On the other side, the last of Yan Jia's henchmen did not hesitate. Immediately, he launched an attack on Shin Zhiyun and the other 3 A-level reincarnators. The Golden Light Temple became a battlefield, with the roar of supernatural techniques and true energy reverberating through the mountains and earth. The temple's head was deeply shaken by the scene, his heart shaken to the core. These people from the western regions were indeed incredibly powerful. When he saw Chen Yunyang and Shin Zhiyun standing firmly on the side of the Golden Light Temple, he looked at them with complexity in his eyes. Ladies, today my Golden Light Temple is facing great disaster, and I fear it cannot be saved. Do not throw away your lives here, leave quickly. Under the forceful attack of Yu Yunxian, the temple head began to retreat step by step, shouting to Chen Yunyang and Shin Zhiyun. In his line of sight, many Arhats were falling. The thunderstorm above them had turned the entire Golden Light Temple into a hellish thunder pool. The pagoda was struck, and the formation swayed, on the verge of collapsing. After all the Arhats were killed by Ding Xiu, the outcome of fighting 2 powerful enemies alone was obvious. Chen Yunyang did not respond, still engaged in battle with Yan Jia. Shin Zhiyun, on the other hand, retreated while trying to comprehend the Great Wilderness Candle Dragonfinger. All the sources of power in the world can be transformed from formless to form. Although I have never cultivated true energy, as long as I rely on my A-level bloodline power, I can still use this move. Even if it's only 30 to 40%, the only problem is, where exactly are these acupoints? Her expression was anxious, yet despite the overwhelming attack from the S-level reincarnator, she was still able to focus half of her mind on comprehending the technique. She didn't realize that her own talent was already extraordinary. Up ahead, a muffled grunt came. The temple head of Golden Light Temple was finally no match for Yu Yunxian, who knocked him back over 10 meters. When he fell, he spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. His true energy was clearly scattered, and the protective aura was shattered into pieces. Looking at Yu Yunxian, though he too was wounded, having had several ribs broken by the temple head of Golden Light Temple and his chest caved in several places, he still held the upper hand. Little monk, if you had a few more decades of practice, I might not necessarily be your match. Yu Yunxian spat out a mouthful of blood foam, and when he saw 2 broken teeth flying out, he froze for a moment, then exploded in rage. This near-disfiguring injury caused his eyes to burn with even more furious killing intent. He stepped forward again, charging in for the kill. Chen Yunyang saw this scene and secretly sighed. As one of the top few hundred in the heavenly rankings, the temple head of Golden Light Temple losing to Yu Yunxian was something she had already anticipated. In the Central Plains, only those in the late stages of the Celestial Realm could suppress S-level reincarnators. In an instant of hesitation, she still made her move. The massive vine swept out, hitting Yu Yunxian hard on the back before he could react. Put! Yu Yunxian grunted in pain, his spine feeling as if it had been snapped, blood spraying out for several feet. You dare to be distracted while fighting me? A cold voice rang out. Yan Jia had already arrived in front of Chen Yunyan with lightning speed. Lightning raged in his palm as he slammed it toward Chen Yunyan, catching her off guard. Although the vine defense absorbed most of the force, it still caused her delicate body to tremble violently, stumbling back several steps, her face turning pale. The emerald light in her eyes dimmed slightly. Retreat! Chen Yunyang issued a helpless low shout. Sure, you and the other 2A-level reincarnators had already been unable to hold up against the S-level assault. Upon hearing the retreat order, they all looked at the Arhats still fighting with sorrow in their eyes. Wait a little longer, I think I'm about to succeed. Xin Jiyu's eyes were bloodshot with anxiety, and her insight reached an unprecedented height. She entered a mysterious realm, and the power of her bloodline flowed slowly according to the path indicated by the great wilderness candle dragon. Escape? Do you think you can escape? Yan Jie's eyes gleamed with cold light. He always followed one principle. If he didn't act, he wouldn't, but if he did, he would leave no one alive. Over the years, the number of reincarnators who died at his hands was countless. Even if he couldn't kill Chen Yuning, he would still send those 3A-level reincarnators to the underworld. If they were obstacles in the reincarnation world, they should be removed. Thunder incarnation. Boom. Yan Jie summoned lightning with his body, turning into a bolt of thunder and launching an even more brutal and vicious attack on Chen Yuning. Hurry up and leave. Chen Yuning gritted her teeth and confronted the attack head-on. The 2A-level reincarnators, Shiryu, looked pale, preparing to leave the battlefield. But Yan Jie's fourth follower had no intention of letting them go. His blood-colored bone claws continuously shattered their magic tools. What a pity, if not for the boss's orders, I could have enjoyed this. He looked at Shiryu regretfully, no longer showing any tenderness. But in the next moment, an indescribable feeling of terror suddenly emerged in his heart. At the same time, he saw Shinjiyu walking toward him. It was as if some illusion had appeared. He seemed to see a giant dragon with a cold, single eye behind Shinjiyu. Boom! The great wilderness candle dragon's finger shattered the sky and landed in front of him. In an instant, blood and flesh exploded, and half of his body exploded. The entire Golden Light Temple seemed to echo with a formless dragon's roar, the killing intent shocking everyone present. Pairs of horrified eyes all turned to look, as Yanjia's thunderstorm domain was torn open, and a large portion of Ding Xiu's black-scaled armor was shaved off on the spot. Shiryu and the other two stood frozen in fear. Chen Yuning felt a chill in her heart and stared blankly at Shinjiyu, whose face had lost all color and whose power source had been completely drained, panting heavily. And the S-level reincarnator in front of her had his defenses shattered, his body blown to pieces, staring blankly with eyes full of confusion. The battlefield turned into a deathly silence. Yan Jie seemed to be stunned, his expression frozen. Yu Yunxian and Ding Xiu stopped breathing, and the head of the Golden Light Temple, lying on the ground, looked at the scene in disbelief. He could immediately recognize that this was the embryonic form of the great wilderness candle dragon's finger. Though it hasn't been mastered, it already has a shape, and in such a short time, part of its mysteries have been understood. This female practitioner is truly a martial arts genius. The head of the Golden Light Temple exclaimed in shock, his emotions stirred. Chapter 22, The Great Disciple of the Lord of Rebirth, Zheng Qinggu. At the moment when everyone was stunned by the great wilderness candle dragon's finger, Yanjia's thunder domain began to be noticed by reincarnators from all directions. Several kilometers outside the Golden Light Temple, a group of reincarnators had gathered at this very moment. They looked at the thunderclouds gathering in the sky ahead, feeling the terrifying power within them, their faces showing fear. What a powerful thunder calling technique! This must be the power of Yanjia, one of the top 100 on the heavenly rankings. That's the direction of Golden Light Temple, which belongs to a sect with a centuries-old legacy in the Central Plains. Yan Jia truly lives up to his reputation as a level S mass murderer. Does he dare to kill right at their doorstep? Doesn't he fear being hunted by the righteous path? What a pity, it looks like Golden Light Temple is about to fall. A sect that has been around for a century is being destroyed just like that by Yan Jia. There's nothing we can do. Yan Jia has always acted like this. After all, he's one of the top 100s rankers, and his strength is undeniable. Let's go take a look. Maybe we can pick up something. As they were about to head towards Golden Light Temple, they saw the space in front of them suddenly distort. Then a woman in a blue robe stepped forward. A heavy pressure swept over them, and everyone instantly felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. Zhang Qingwu looked in the direction of Golden Light Temple, seemingly deep in thought. She took out 2 scrolls from her chest. Stretching out to the many reincarnators, have you ever seen this object? Following the master's command, she had searched for many days, but had yet to find a person represented by the item in the painting. This is. One young reincarnator, upon seeing the item in the painting, immediately revealed a look of fear on his face. The crowd exchanged glances, clearly knowing to whom this item belonged. No one dared to respond, all shaking their heads in unison. Zhang Qingwu calmly watched the scene, not forcing these people to share any information. With a flick of her sleeves, she stepped into the void again, her graceful figure vanishing without a trace. Hunter God version Barrett, Zombie King, this woman is actually searching for the Xia Wushuang team? Feeling Zhang Qingwu's aura vanish, the many reincarnators breathed a sigh of relief. That woman looks to be only 15 or 16, yet the pressure on her makes it hard for me to breathe. The pattern on her clothes has a lotus flower. I think I heard someone mention it before, it seems to be the emblem of a demonic sect from Central Plains? The reincarnators frowned tightly, and when they saw the battle's aftermath erupting above Jingguang Temple suddenly near its end, they hurriedly didn't delay and rushed forward. Inside Jingguang Temple, the minion of Yan Jia, missing half his body, had no further support and slowly fell to the ground. He convulsed repeatedly, making wheezing sounds from his throat, but could only spit out blood foam and couldn't utter a word. His eyes, covered in blood, rolled towards Yan Jia with confusion, fear, help, and helplessness. Old Fourth. This dying posture created a strong visual impact, causing everyone present to forget about the battle. Yu Yunchuan's pupils trembled, unable to believe that his brother, who had fought alongside him in the reincarnation world, was now so close to death. And the one responsible for this scene was actually the ordinary, unknown A-class reincarnator, Shinjiayu, from the Kanglan system. What did you do? Ding Xiu's eyes revealed horror as he stared intently at Shinjiayu. That last move had made him hear some kind of dragon roar from the heavens and earth. Turning back, Old Fourth was already a bloody mess. Even the black scales on his body had been shattered by the shockwave. Shinjiyu's expression was pale, her entire body weak and powerless. She looked at the fallen strong enemy, feeling equally incredulous inside. During the casting of the Great Wasteland Candelabrum Finger, it hadn't gone smoothly, logically, it should have failed, yet it caused such terrifying destructive power? It seems this trip to the Central Plains has granted you, a mere A-class, an opportunity that is completely mismatched with your own capabilities. Yan Jia spoke in a deep voice, with a hint of dryness. He regained his composure, a drop of cold sweat sliding down his forehead, unseen by outsiders. Let me guess, it can't be S level +3, right? As these words fell, both Yu Yunxian and Ding Xiu's minds erupted with thunder, exchanging looks full of disbelief. S+++ level secret technique? How is that possible? Shinjiayu did not respond, her gaze holding defiance. Yan Jia looked at her expression, inwardly almost certain. Damn it, there is actually such an opportunity in the Central Plains, and it was obtained by an A-class. Though Yan Jia's expression seemed unchanged, his heart was tossing and turning with shock. Since he arrived in the Central Plains, he had been burning and plundering, capturing 2 demonic gates, and killing several formidable opponents. He had obtained 2 sets of S-class techniques, dozens of A-class techniques, as well as a 100-year-old famous sword, rare herbal seeds, and more. Including his 3 brothers beside him, they were also filled with riches. But when Shinjiayu unleashed the S+++ level technique, all the gains they had obtained suddenly dimmed. Even 10 S-class secret techniques would probably pale in comparison to the one Shinjiayu possessed. Where did you get it, and where? Yan Jia's voice was sharp and stern, his eyes now solely on Shinjiayu, as the thunderstorm power around him suddenly intensified. No matter what, even if he pays an extremely heavy price today, he must pry the truth about the S+++ manual from Shinjiayu's mouth. Hurry up, don't hesitate anymore. Sensing the gradually crazy power fluctuations on Yan Jia's body, Chen Yunyang's heart grew even more anxious. Shiryu and the others quickly helped Shinjiayu up, preparing to escape. Yan Jia detonated the thunder around him on the spot, electric arcs exploded in all directions, causing Shiryu and the others to grunt in pain, while Shinjiayu's entire body was bound by the thunder. At that moment, Yan Jia seemed to sense something and suddenly looked up towards the top of the treasure pavilion. A figure in a green robe stood quietly on the roof eaves. Zhang Qingwu followed Yan Jia's gaze and couldn't help but let out a soft huh. She was a little surprised that Yan Jia could notice her. If you want to know where the Great Wilderness Candle Dragon Finger is, I can give you an answer. Zhang Qingwu spoke calmly, her voice spreading, drawing the attention of everyone present. Chen Yunyang then realized that, at some point, a strange woman had appeared inside the Golden Light Temple. Who are you? Yan Jie's thunderous eyes were deep, naturally aware of the intense sense of danger emanating from Jiang Qinggu. I am the eldest disciple of the rebirth sect leader, Jiang Qinggu. She looked down at Yan Jie, her gaze indifferent as if looking at an ant. Rebirth sect leader? Yan Jie frowned, vaguely recalling having heard of a devil sect that mentioned this person's name, but at the time, he hadn't paid much attention. Do you know where the Great Wilderness Candle Dragon Finger is? Jiang Qinggu gently raised her hand, revealing her index finger. In an instant, Yan Jie's pupils constricted sharply, and his body's hair stood on end. Isn't this it? Chapter 23, A Storm, the S-Class Reincarnator is killed. Jiang Qinggu smiled slightly. As her index finger fell, the entire Golden Light Temple was enveloped in an indescribable pressure from heaven and earth. In everyone's sight, a vast sandstorm swept through, and at the peak of the sky, a giant dragon's phantom, 1,000 feet tall, materialized. The dragon's might was overwhelming, its eyes filled with majesty, exuding an aura of disdain for the human world, and the dragon's roar resounded through the universe, causing Yan Jie's ears to explode as blood spurted from his 7 orifices. He looked terrified, a powerful sense of death enveloping his heart. Before he could take any action, an overwhelming force, like a mountain collapsing, descended from the sky. In an instant, it shattered his thunder power and destroyed the thunder field. Boss! Yu Yunxian screamed in terror. Save me! Ding Xiu also howled in anguish. Both of them were falling apart, blood mist exploding. Even their black scales couldn't resist this earth-shattering power. Yan Jie was filled with dread, his vision completely obscured by the 1,000-foot dragon's phantom, making him feel as insignificant as a speck of dust. This unprecedented power shattered his understanding of the central planes. Surpassing the heavenly realm, her strength is far beyond mine, this must be beyond the heavenly realm. Quick, run, run, run! Yan Jie was scared out of his mind, using the thunder incarnation as a sacrifice to bear the power of the Great Wilderness Candle Dragon Finger, and he crazily fled towards the Golden Light Temple's mountain gate. However, the thunder incarnation lasted only 2 breaths before being shattered into electric fragments. He was struck again, spitting blood with a cry and desperately fleeing without looking back. Boss! Yu Yunxuan's desperate scream echoed on, but he could only watch helplessly as Yan Jie fled in disgrace. The devastating power of the Great Wilderness Candle Dragon Finger finally ground him into a blood mist. Outside the Golden Light Temple, a group of reincarnators looked on in shock at the 1,000-foot dragon's phantom floating in the sky. What a terrifying aura! Does the head of the Golden Light Temple have such strength? No, this phantom is filled with demonic energy, definitely not the head of the Golden Light Temple, and the head is only in the middle stage of the heavenly realm. This aura is clearly wrong. Hiss, who exactly is Yan Jie fighting against? After all, he is a top 100 fighter in the heavenly ranking, always engaged in high-end battles. Simply a model for us. Gasps of astonishment rose one after another, and many reincarnators felt a deep sense of awe towards Yan Jie's powerful strength and domineering attitude. However, as soon as the words fell, they were stunned to see. A figure with disheveled hair, bloodshot eyes, and a look of utter terror, like a stray dog, was frantically running for its life. While running, it screamed crazily, "Awe!" The Rebirth Sect. The chief disciple. So strong. So strong. Dead. All dead. This scene plunged all the reincarnators at the foot of the mountain into a brief silence. They stared dumbfounded at the fleeing figure, seemingly taken aback for a moment. That crazy person just now, is it Yan Jie? I think it is him. How did he get beaten to this state? Only Yan Jie ran out. Does this mean that 3 heavenly ranking powerhouses died at Golden Light Temple? Rebirth Sect. I remember now, the woman in the lotus-patterned dress was from the Rebirth Sect. Everyone glanced at each other, gasping in shock, and saw disbelief and fear in each other's eyes. What level of Central Plains powerhouse could kill 3 S-rank reincarnators and drive even the S-rank heavenly ranking Yan Jie to madness? Quickly leave, this place is not safe. The crowd scattered like locusts, fleeing in panic. Inside the Golden Light Temple, Jiang Qinggu had already dropped down from the eaves of the treasure pavilion, coldly gazing at the severely injured temple head. The master gifted you a secret technique, you didn't learn it, that's fine, but why did you give it to someone else? The head of Golden Light Temple replied with displeasure, the sect leader's demonic technique conflicts with my own practice, I can't possibly walk the demonic path. As for your claim that I gave it to someone else, if that female benefactor is a martial arts genius, then it could be considered a good deed. With the support of the Arhats, he struggled to rise. Facing Jiang Qingwu's questioning, he not only was not angry but instead smiled apologetically, feeling grateful inside. If Jiang Qingwu had not come, today would have been a disaster for Golden Light Temple. After saying this, Jiang Qingwu couldn't help but look towards Shinjiayu. A few people immediately tensed up, not daring to move. The person before them was the chief disciple of the Rebirth Sect. Looking at the blood and bones on the ground, 3 belonged to S-rank reincarnators. The true power of the Great Wilderness Candle Dragon was displayed in Jiang Qingwu's hands, allowing them to see the terrifying aspects of this demonic technique. At the same time, they felt uncertain about Jiang Qingwu's level of strength. Just as Yan Jie said before fleeing, she seemed to have surpassed the celestial realm? But the peak of cultivation in the Central Plains was the celestial realm, right? They had never heard of any level of cultivation above the celestial realm before. Gulping a few times, they swallowed their saliva, feeling extremely tense, and Chen Yunyang was no exception. What a talented person. Jiang Qingwu paused, naturally realizing Shen Zhiyu's excellent talent, able to comprehend some mysteries in a short time, suggesting a faithful connection with the demonic sect. Moreover, she had observed for a long time, and this group of people did not seem bad. Her expression softened a bit, and then she took out 2 scrolls from her bosom. Do you recognize these things? Chen Yunyang's eyes widened slightly, her expression serious as she nodded. In our place, only extremely powerful figures can possess these 2 items. What are their names? The one in the lead is called Xing Wushuang. Do you know where they are? They are unpredictable, hard to track. Jiang Qingwu fell silent for a moment, scrutinizing Chen Yunyang until she saw no concealment or lies on her face before putting the scrolls away. The head of Golden Light Temple stepped forward, his tone complex, bowing as he spoke. Benefactors, today, Golden Light Temple was able to avoid disaster, entirely thanks to your righteous assistance. I don't know how to repay this. The treasure pavilion holds the records of the temple's inheritance for 300 years. You may freely browse and copy. Nature cannot compare to the wisdom of our temple, but it is still my simple thanks to you. Earlier, it was a trade of objects. In his eyes, the value of the 3 sacred relics had already surpassed that of our temple's wisdom. At this moment, without any conditions, allowing Chen Yunyang and Shen Ziyue and others to view all the secret texts and classics was a way to express gratitude. As the words fell, the expressions of the few showed surprise. This was an unexpected gain. Even if they could not find an S-level technique, a large number of A-level ones could still boost the Cycle World score. Moreover, they could also enhance their own strength. Thank you, Institute Master. Chen Yunyang spoke gratefully. After hesitating, she carefully turned to Jiang Qingwu and asked the question in her heart. Senior Jiang, just now I saw your strength seems to exceed the heavenly being realm. Could you tell me what level that is? This question was also the confusion in Shen Ziyue and Shiryu's hearts. Jiang Qingwu replied unhurriedly, this is the Martial King realm, a level achieved by my master after breaking through the heavenly being perfect level, creating a new path of understanding. Soon, the complete system of cultivation will be announced to the Central Plains. Martial King realm? Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances, their hearts stirred up by enormous waves. Chapter 24, Reincarnation Hall Notice, Temporary Mission. 3 days later, in the Yan Dynasty. As one of the oldest dynasties in the Central Plains, the Yan Dynasty has a long history and has produced numerous wise rulers and outstanding royal bloodlines. Its overall foundation is very strong. There are rumors of it boasting hundreds of grandmasters and 3 postlaid heavily being strong men. Among them, the most famous is undoubtedly the royal uncle of the Yan Dynasty, Yan Jinyan. Historical records state that this royal uncle supported 2 emperors and laid down 3,000 li of mountains and rivers for the Yan Dynasty, including over 200 cities. 30 years ago, he had multiple contests with the leader of the orthodox path in the Central Plains, Wang Xianran, and earned high praise from him. At this moment, in the forbidden area of the Yan Dynasty's back mountain, Yan Jinyan sat cross-legged, his complexion pale, with traces of blood still at the corner of his mouth, looking solemnly at the group before him. The leader was dressed in white, with a handsome appearance and the charm of a young master. However, next to him was a bizarre creature, crimson all over, with large fangs protruding from its mouth, exuding a chilling presence from within. The remaining 8 were dressed diversely. But without exception, they were all strong men he had never seen before. I lost. After recovering some vitality, Yan Jinyan said these words. He threw an ancient book to the white-clothed man before closing his eyes. This group still had some rules. From beginning to end, only the white-clothed man faced him, while the other 8, including that strange creature, did not interfere at all. Even so, he still could not win. The royal minister's technique of the Yan Dynasty is indeed well-deserved. Xing Wushuan uploaded the ancient book to the Reincarnation Hall and quickly received feedback. It was startlingly S+. Who exactly are you? For a month now, you have stirred up bloodshed in the Central Plains. When will you cease? Yan Jinyan spoke in a deep voice. Xing Wushuan led a group into his place of seclusion without alarming a single soldier from the palace. At this moment, the young emperor was still dining in the imperial garden, completely unaware that the royal technique had been obtained by outsiders. I did not kill you, merely for the sake of the millions of people in the Yan Dynasty, for their future stable lives. From now on, I can only ask you, and you cannot ask me, do you understand? Xing Wushuan calmly looked at Yan Jinyan, who then fell silent. Afterward, Xing Wushuang took out a document from his pocket, which prominently displayed the Reincarnation Hall's kill list. Where is the leader of the Withered Bone sect now? Hearing this name, Yan Jinyan suddenly opened his eyes, some questions he ultimately held back. He answered honestly, he may have escaped from the Central Plains, or he may be dead. Why do you say that? Xing Wushuang asked, his eyes calm. 10 years ago, when the Withered Bone old demon just came out of seclusion. 2 disciples of the Lord of Rebirth were killed, leading to the anger of 100,000 followers of the Rebirth sect. The Bone Corridor fell, 100 years of legacy collapsed in one day, all of the wicked were slaughtered, and the old bone demon escaped, disappearing for 10 years without a trace. Yan Jinyan revealed all the information he knew. Upon hearing this, Xing Wushuang narrowed his eyes. He had heard the name of the Lord of Rebirth more than once from various forces in Central Plains. To think that inquiring about the whereabouts of the old bone demon would lead to the Lord of Rebirth. Who exactly is this person? He had learned that the current leader of the righteous path in Central Plains was Wang Xiangran. And within the demon sect, it was the Lord of Rebirth. Is this Lord of Rebirth really strong? A young man beside Xing Wushuang, with a large sniper rifle slung over his shoulder, smirked coldly and spoke. Not really, just the so-called number 1 in the world. Yan Jinyan's eyes flickered slightly as he looked at the young man. Number 1 in the world? Others have claimed similar things before, but they all died under my sniper. The young man's smile grew wider. There was no strong enemy that 1 bullet from a Barrett couldn't solve. If there was, then 2 bullets would do. This had always been his supreme belief. Compared to Wang Xiangran, who is stronger or weaker? Xing Wushuang suddenly asked. Since they say he is number 1 in the world, is there any need to ask? Yan Jinyan replied. Upon hearing this, Xing Wushuang put away the kill list, his expression calm and unhurried. I will show you through action that number 1 in the world is simply your limit in Central Plains, not my limit. He took the Reincarnator's team and walked away steadily, leaving Yan Jinyan silently watching this scene. Outside the forbidden area, a person suddenly rushed in from the horizon. Brother Xing, there's new information. The newcomer was the 10th member of the team, playing the role of a scout to gather intelligence. Speak slowly. There's a big problem. It seems that a Reincarnator has died, and it was 3 S-level ones, all belonging to the heavenly rankings. At these words, Xing Wushuang halted his steps, and all the members showed expressions of surprise. It is very common for Reincarnators to die, but for 3 S-level ones to die is unusual, especially those on the heavenly rankings. What happened? Xing Wushuang frowned and asked. I found out that the 3 dead S-levels were all minions of Yin Jie, and 3 days ago there was a great battle at the Golden Light Temple. Many Reincarnators witnessed it. It is said that only Yin Jie escaped, acting crazy and clearly suffering from a severe mental blow, and he is currently missing. No one knows where he is. The speaker trembled in fear upon sharing this news. Xing Wushuang's expression also changed, questioning, are you certain this information is true? Absolutely. Yin Jie is a top 100 in the heavenly rankings, and his 3 minions were also quite powerful. 1 has gone mad, and 3 are dead. What kind of powerful being could destroy such a strong team? The Golden Light Temple, isn't that just a sect guarded by someone in the mid-stage of the celestial realm? The members exchanged glances, completely puzzled. The one who took action against Yin Jie was not a person from the Golden Light Temple, but rather the eldest disciple of the Lord of Rebirth, a young woman named Zhang Qinggu. Brother Xing, in my opinion, something seems off in the Central Plains. Shouldn't we investigate this Lord of Rebirth? The scout suggested. The current situation had exceeded all expectations. The disbandment of Yin Jie's team had already proven that a major boss might be lurking in the Central Plains. And this boss points to the demon sect's Lord of Rebirth, the current sect leader. If even one eldest disciple can kill 3 S-levels on the heavenly rankings, then what level of strength must the master possess? Investigate, starting from the historical records of the Yin dynasty. Xing Wushuang was never reckless, his tone was heavy as he gazed towards the outside of the mountain, the vast imperial palace. The scout immediately prepared to head out, only to see a message from the Reincarnation Hall suddenly appear. At the same time, Xing Wushuang and the other members, as well as all the Reincarnators who had descended into the Central Plains, saw a temporary notice appear before them. Someone among you has already discovered the S+++ level secret manual. The Reincarnation world level in the Central Plains has now been changed to no lower than the S level 7 stars. A temporary mission has been issued, investigate the life and deeds of the Lord of Rebirth. The words were clear, and a storm instantly swept through all the Reincarnators. S++ level secret manual? Who discovered this? I thought my S+ was already the greatest harvest. I didn't expect there to be something 3 times as valuable. The information from the Reincarnation Hall certainly stirred up 1,000 waves, causing unrest among the team members. Xing Wushuang's gaze froze slightly, his usually calm heart finally surged with tumultuous waves. Who exactly was the Lord of Rebirth, that the Reincarnation Hall personally intervened to investigate all his life experiences? Chapter 25, Ning Caiwei reveals the path of cultivation, above all heavens. Before coming to the Central Plains, I remember the master of Zhuang told me that the time in this world is vastly different from that of the Cosmic Alliance, far surpassing other reincarnation worlds. The Reincarnation Hall just issued a notice, but in reality, the S+++ level cultivation manual was probably found by someone 3 days ago, a week ago, or even a month ago. Xing Wushuang spoke solemnly, and the team members exchanged glances, quickly understanding his meaning. As long as any cultivation manual, medicinal herb, seed, etc., is uploaded, the power of the Reincarnation Hall covering them will immediately send it back to the three main gods' consciousness after completion of identification and recording. However, due to the different flow of time, a certain time lag will occur. When the Reincarnation Hall just received the news, it immediately issued a temporary mission, meaning they are late by many days. Thus, it became exceedingly difficult to trace back and find out who discovered the S+++ level cultivation manual. I suspect this manual is related to the Lord of Rebirth. The scout stated firmly, the Reincarnation Hall wouldn't ask them to investigate the Lord of Rebirth for no reason, there must be a connection, perhaps it is that manual. Xing Wushuang nodded, also guessing the same in his heart. Let's complete the temporary mission first. The team wasted no time and hurried toward the palace of the Yan dynasty. Across the Central Plains in various directions, all reincarnators were trying to complete the temporary mission from the Reincarnation Hall in their own ways. After a moment, the scout found the nearest historical record of the Yan dynasty. Members of Xing Wushuang's team gathered together, all looking serious. The Lord of Rebirth, no one knows his true name, he was born in poverty, and a childhood friend called him Ning Caiwei. At the age of 5, he displayed astounding talent, having read the 4 books and 5 classics of the Central Plains, and after only 3 months of contact with martial arts, he achieved body refinement to perfection, mastering the 18 martial arts of the Central Plains. At 6, after observing the spirit turtle's breath patterns, he created the turtle breath technique 3 days later, which was discovered by the revered ones of the Lord of Rebirth and was thus brought back for careful training. 2 years later, the battle for the ancient ruins of the Central Plains began, with participants including the Grand Prince of the Yan dynasty, the Buddha's son from the Golden Light Temple, the Taoist from the Qingyun Temple, the young master of the Qianyang sect, and the holy maiden of the Rakasha sect, a total of over 100 young talents. Ning Caiwei rose to fame after a single battle. At only 8 years old, he was already a master, sweeping away all talents from the 3 religions and 9 sects across 16 nations, causing a stir both inside and outside the Central Plains. He then entered the ancient ruins to observe the stone monument's divinity, continuing to write a total of 9 chapters of the Bodhi divine art of the time. Due to its overly obscure nature, no one could comprehend even half of it. It was misunderstood as a mere display of talent, causing ridicule from the powers of the Central Plains. However, the previous top talent, Wang Xianran, emerged from seclusion 4 years later and re-entered the ancient ruins, surprisingly understanding half a chapter of the continuation and killing the formless demon emperor with a single strike, shaking the Central Plains, thus laying the foundation for the head of the righteous path. The scout paused suddenly here. The entire library fell into dead silence, all team members seemed deeply shaken, exchanging glances as they saw absurdity in each other's eyes. At the age of 5, he created the turtle breath technique. At 8 years old, he became a master, continuing 9 articles of divine skills, looking across the world where no one could understand. Only Wang Xianran comprehended half a chapter, relying on this to establish his position as the leader of the righteous path? Is this Ning Caiwei still human? Continue reading. Xing Wushuang took a deep breath, suppressing the restless turmoil inside, trying her best to remain calm. Unbeknownst to her, her voice had already uncontrollably carried a hint of tremor. The scout swallowed hard. A few years later, the old leader of the Afterlife sect passed away, and Ning Caiwei was elected by the entire sect to take office, becoming the 4th leader of the Afterlife sect. Under his leadership, the Afterlife sect welcomed an unprecedented glory. The sect's foundation grew deeper, strong figures surged like mushrooms after rain, and the situation became increasingly unmanageable. Just as the great ancestor of the Yin dynasty approached his end, deeply uneasy about the growth of the Afterlife sect, he secretly unified all the dynasties of the Central Plains, intending to curb the power of the Afterlife sect and take Ning Caiwei's life. In the year 1365 of the new history of the Central Plains, on Ning Caiwei's 20th birthday, the 16 nations launched an invasion against the Afterlife sect, deploying 1 million troops, with more than 50 renowned experts of the celestial realm. On that day, dark clouds covered the sky above the Afterlife sect, and a sword extended for thousands of feet, slicing through the endless sky, crossing over 1 million troops, killing the great ancestor in an instant with 50 celestial realm experts. The leaders of the 16 nations were terrified, and before 1 million troops, 50 celestial experts could even approach the gates of the Afterlife sect, they scattered in the court like a swarm of locusts fleeing. The world was shaken, and the common people condemned the great ancestor for raising trouble without reason, but after this event, the Afterlife sect did not wage war on a single inch of land. Wang Xianran learned of this and sighed deeply, feeling that Ning Caiwei had become the #1 in the world, which was beyond dispute in the Central Plains. The scout closed the history book, his face already pale. The records in the history book had stopped here. In recent years, Ning Caiwei had not made any other moves, except for the Lord of the Bone Gate. Upload the data. Xing Wuxuang remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. She glanced at the team members beside her and noticed their expressions had become subtly different. There was awe, respect, and even some who felt embarrassed. What's wrong with you? Just a mere history book has scared you all? Xing Wuxuang tried to boost morale. The scout spoke with a complicated tone. We have been to many reincarnation worlds, seen many powerful beings, both evil and good, both righteous and unrighteous. But this leader of the afterlife sect, I cannot describe him with words, and it's even harder to see through the text to understand what kind of person he is. This kind of pattern is beyond my comprehension. Everyone looked at each other, each feeling a sense of resonance. Regarding Ning Caiwei himself, he remained indifferent. But just by killing his 2 disciples, he had wiped out everyone from the Bone Gate. A sword extending thousands of feet, taking the life of the great ancestor among a million troops, what kind of scene could that possibly be? Only to see a young man with a giant sniper rifle on his shoulder, struggling to imagine the scene described in the history book, yet he couldn't visualize it at all. Since the task has been completed, there's no need to delve deeper. The urgent matter now is to immediately head to this place called the Ancient Ruins. I'm afraid it won't be long before other reincarnators come flocking here. Xing Wuxuan's words shifted everyone's focus. From the history book, this ancient ruins was evidently the most miraculous place on Central Plains to date. Whether it was open to them or not, they needed to explore it. The group no longer delayed, their spirits lifted, but at that moment, a loud heavenly sound suddenly rang out beyond the palace. Under the command of the leader of the afterlife sect, from this day forward, the cultivation path above the celestial realm will be announced. Everyone in Central Plains can practice, and the Yan dynasty will also have a share. The heavenly sound echoed, reverberating within and outside the palace. While the emperor's uncle, Yan Jingyan, was healing in the forbidden area of the back mountain, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Chapter 26, Junior Shinjeyu seeks an audience with the leader of the afterlife sect. On the other side. Golden Light Temple. What happened next? Did the dry bone old demon get found? Shinjeyu and Shen Yunyang sat cross-legged on the mat, eagerly waiting for the head monk's answer. After the temporary mission was announced in the Reincarnation Hall, they immediately pulled the head monk to tell stories of meeting the rebirth cult leader when he was young. To say this temporary mission was tailor-made for them would be no exaggeration, as it had an unparalleled advantage. The poor monk is not very clear about the later events. There are no news from the Central Plains about whether the dry bone old demon has been found. The head monk of the Golden Light Temple shook his head. Shinjeyu and Shen Yunyang were greatly disappointed. If they could know the outcome, it might add points to their temporary mission. In the past few days, with the head monk's permission, they had turned the scripture hall of Golden Light Temple upside down. They truly reaped a great harvest, finding dozens of A-grade cultivation manuals, classics, and breathing techniques. In addition, there were many medicinal herb treasures, allowing them to quickly identify and search for rare herb seeds, as well as lists of many divine weapons and tools, until the temporary mission was announced and they finally stopped. The dry bone old demon is already dead. At that moment, a cold voice suddenly came from behind. The few turned around to see it was Jiang Qingwu. He was personally killed by the master, crushed to dust. Jiang Qingwu's tone was filled with hatred, still unable to let go of the deaths of her 2 junior brothers from back then. When did this happen? The head monk of Golden Light Temple appeared very surprised. Shinjeyu and Shen Yunyang quickly took notes. This has nothing to do with you. Jiang Qingwu coldly replied and then threw a thick bamboo scroll at him. What is this? The complete cultivation method for the Martial King realm. As these words fell, Shinjeyu and Shen Yunyang froze in their actions. The head monk of Golden Light Temple's face changed, incredulously asking, I thought you were just joking. Does the leader really want to pass the Martial King cultivation method to Golden Light Temple? Jiang Qingwu impatiently replied, it's not just your Golden Light Temple, he has sent many experts from the sect to spread the cultivation method among all forces in the Central Plains. Why? The head monk was extremely confused. Jiang Qingwu paused and then replied, I don't understand either, but the master did it this way. She recalled the words her master once said about the secrets of ancient relics. But in this situation, she did not elaborate. The head monk fell silent, soon his eyes became moist. The leader has great righteousness, great righteousness. Saying this, he gently stroked the bamboo scroll as if it were a treasure. This scene made Shinjeyu and Shen Yunyang's eyes shine with excitement. Can we also cultivate? Jiang Qingwu frowned, your cultivation system is completely different from the Central Plains, how can you cultivate? The 2 quickly replied, we can take it back, and let willing people start cultivating from the beginning. After these words, Jiang Qingwu hesitated for a moment. She had only received the permission to pass the cultivation method to Golden Light Temple, and not for outsiders. I cannot make this decision, I hope you also don't take action on your own. Shin Zheyu and Chen Yunyang immediately showed expressions of regret, but Jiang Qingwu suddenly changed her tone. However, I can take you to the rebirth sect. She looked at Shin Zheyu, perhaps because Shin Zheyu comprehended the Great Wilderness Candle Dragon Finger, wanting to pull someone from the potential evil sect. Really? The two widened their eyes, this unexpected joy had come too suddenly. The head monk of Golden Light Temple couldn't help but smile as well. Having gone through life and death together, he had long regarded the two as friends. Let's set off. Jiang Qingwu turned and left the loft. By the way, I haven't asked the rebirth sect leader's surname, how should I address him? At this time, Shin Zheyu asked. You are outsiders, just call him sect leader Ning. Surname Ning? What's wrong? Is there an issue? It's nothing, I just know someone with the surname Ning, and he is also a big shot. Shin Zheyu's face broke into a smile, and Jiang Qingwu looked back at her strangely. That smile was quite sweet. For many consecutive days. In the vast central plains, the figures of the followers of the rebirth sect could be seen everywhere, spreading their teachings. The path of cultivation in the Martial King realm struck like a thunderclap, echoing throughout the powers of the land. It was like a bright lamp, guiding powerful beings in the later stage of the celestial realm towards their goals and direction for further cultivation. In an instant, the central plain stirred, bringing unprecedented impact to all reincarnators. In the rebirth sect, in the courtyard by the rebirth river. Ning Qingxian listened to the report from the carriage driver. In 3 days, 800 followers have completed the mission, covering over 60% of the sects in the central plains. The remaining ones are quite far and should be completed within about 7 days. So far, there have been no rejections, nor has anyone disputed the authenticity of the Martial King realm. The carriage driver reported truthfully, feeling puzzled within, but knowing what to ask and what not to ask. The actions of the sect leaders certainly had their reasons. Any news from those outsiders? Reporting to the sect leader, we have confirmed that the strongest among the outsiders is named Xing Wushuang. He has not been seen for many days, and many other outsiders have also ceased their killings. However, according to reports from various factions in the Central Plains, it seems the outsiders are investigating the sect leader. Ning Qingxian was slightly surprised, not expecting this outcome. Could it be that he had made it onto the killing list of the Reincarnation Hall? There's one more thing, Hall Master Jiang is returning to the sect soon. She has brought several outsiders, one of whom has comprehended the sect leader's Great Wilderness Candle Dragon Finger. According to Hall Master Jiang, she wants the sect leader to see if this person is worth cultivating. Ning Qingxian nodded, since this is Qingwu's idea, bringing her over to take a look is fine. The carriage driver then took his leave. The courtyard fell silent again, and Ning Qingxian stood up, gazing at the vast landscape beyond the mountains, a trace of barely noticeable worry crossing his brow. 75 years left. He knew very well that the greatest problem in the Central Plains was not the reincarnators, but the ancient relics. Years ago, when he entered the ancient relics, he uncovered a shocking secret from the stone tablets' Bodhi divine skill that no one else knew. Since then, he had vowed to transform the land of the Central Plains into a higher realm. Years had passed, and initial results began to show. Jiang Qingwu shattered the shackles of the celestial realm, successfully entering the Martial King realm through the cultivation path she created herself. This meant that his cultivation path was completely feasible. One day, I will make the strong in the Central Plains as numerous as dogs, and Martial Kings will be everywhere. Ning Qingxian murmured to himself, gazing over the vast plains, almost encompassing half of the Central Plains. Suddenly, several figures appeared in the distance, rushing towards him in the air. Ning Qingxian recognized the leader as his eldest disciple, Jiang Qingwu. But right behind her, there was an incredibly familiar face. What? He showed shock, his heart racing wildly, his breath becoming chaotic. Before long, the figures arrived at the foot of the Rebirth Sect's mountain and came to a stop. Junior Chen Yuning, seeking an audience with sect leader. Junior Shin Zheyu, seeking an audience with sect leader. Shin Zheyu looked up at the towering 3,000 Zhang mountain, feeling anxious and uneasy in her heart. Ning Qingxian never expected that among this group of reincarnators, there would actually be Shin Zheyu. Wasn't she handling daily affairs in Jiangnan City? How could she have entered the Central Plains with so many S-class reincarnators? From the 4 guardians, the carriage driver's investigations, and the information currently available, most of the reincarnators entering the Central Plains were of S-class. This entirely exceeded the foundation of Jiangnan City, and even more so beyond the limits of Kanglan Star. With just Shin Zheyu's A-class reincarnator strength level, she wouldn't be able to touch the S-class ranks. He felt puzzled and unclear, looking at the 4 reincarnators before him, confronted by their pious yet anxious expressions. After hesitating for a moment, he finally replied, "What brings you here?" A powerful aura radiated out, and the voice echoed from the 3,000 Zhan high peak. A faint, invisible authority surfaced. Chen Yuning took a deep breath and pleaded, Junior has heard the name of the leader, who teaches the way in the central plane. Today, I come to seek the complete path of cultivation for the martial king. Shin Zheyu stood by, afraid to speak, even with the connection to the head of the Golden Light Temple and the help of the noble Jiang Qingwu. She feared that if she said a wrong word, she would offend this leader and face a life-and-death calamity. Moreover, since arriving at the mountain gate of the rebirth teaching, she sensed many gazes upon her. Those were the top powerhouses of the rebirth teaching, existences she could not even fathom. She had no doubt that if she uttered a disrespectful word or made any wrong move, it could cost her life. The immense pressure made her forehead sweat. On the 3000 Zhang High Peak, everyone fell silent for a moment, feeling extremely tense. At that moment, Jiang Qingwu stepped forward and cupped her hands, saying, Master, these young ladies have quite good potential. Sister Zhiyu has even begun to comprehend the Great Wasteland Candle Dragonfinger with our rebirth teaching. Moreover, they once helped the head of the Golden Light Temple fight against outsiders. Luckily, they stepped in, otherwise, the head's life would have been in danger. Upon seeing this, Chen Yuning and Shin Zheyu all showed grateful expressions. Ning Caiwei was suddenly surprised. Could it be that his wife had learned his demonic skills? Approved. Finally, a heavenly voice echoed from the 3000 Zhang High Peak. After hearing the voice, the group exchanged joyful looks, ecstatic. It seemed unexpected that the process would go so smoothly. The stone in Jiang Qingwu's heart also fell, and she looked at Shin Zheyu and Chen Yuning, her usually stern face breaking into a slight smile. Thank you, leader. The group bowed deeply and shouted, including the two A-level reincarnators Shi Yu. Qingwu, take them to the Enlightenment Forest. Yes. Jiang Qingwu led the group to the Enlightenment Forest, a secluded area in the teaching. She understood the master's intention. The Enlightenment Forest has always been a place for the rebirth teaching's disciples to meditate, one of the places with the most abundant spiritual energy. Since the master allowed Shin Zheyu and Chen Yuning to enter the Enlightenment Forest, it meant that he had already acknowledged them, possibly for them to become part of the rebirth teaching one day. Ning Caiwei silently observed this scene, looking quite strange. Reincarnators were coming to him to learn? According to his expectations, the so-called Xing Wushuan ought to be the first to come to him, but in a way of seizing. At this moment in the Enlightenment Forest, Shin Zheyu and Chen Yuning were transcribing the complete cultivation path while chatting. I thought the process of seeking the teaching would be full of thorns and difficulties. I never expected it to go so smoothly. This Ning leader is quite different from what I imagined. He does not reject us outsiders. Chen Yuning expressed her thoughts, considering that the rebirth teaching was indeed the first sect in the Central Plain, still a demonic faction. Even with Jiang Qingwu's recommendation, coming here today was still a gamble. The light outcome would be getting driven away, while the heavy outcome was unpredictable. I believe that Ning leader must cherish talent. He must have seen your potential since you comprehended his created demonic skills in such a short time. Upon hearing this, Shin Zheyu shook her head. It is because the leader cares about the common people and has a great sense of justice, and does not mind that we are outsiders. Moreover, from his style of doing things, he doesn't seem like a bloodthirsty demon, more like a master who teaches the way. Chen Yuning was speechless and smiled. You're right. The two exchanged glances, feeling very happy. Though they could not know what kind of evaluation the cultivation path to the martial king realm would receive in the reincarnation hall. Once they jointly transcribed and uploaded it, they would become co-contributors to this cultivation path and gain immense rewards. The premise was that they needed to do it before the other reincarnators uploaded it. By the way, I've always wanted to ask, you are only at A level. How did you obtain the quota for Kanglan Star? Shen Yuning voiced the question that had been in her heart. New Line San Lan Star has only one spot to enter the Central Plains, and this spot should rightfully be given to an S-level reincarnator, Line End. New Line and San Lan Star's S-level reincarnators are few and far between, so it's impossible for this spot to fall to Shin Zheyu, Line End. New Line, maybe it's because of my husband. Line End. New Line Shin Zheyu knew very well that whether it was the Zhao family's apology, the old home master's reception, or this heaven-defying opportunity, all of these things appeared after her daughter participated in the trial assessment, Line End. New Line Shin Zheyu certainly wouldn't naively think that her luck had suddenly turned around, Line End. New Line Ning Caiwei, who was quietly sipping tea in the loft by the river of life, paused for a moment, and his ears perked up, Line End. New Line your husband? Line End. New Line Chen Yunyang instantly showed a look of surprise, her heart secretly marveling, Line End. New Line being able to surpass all the S-level reincarnators of San Lan Star and obtain this spot without dispute, it was absolutely impossible without supreme power and ability, Line End. New Line this person had to be one of the top figures of San Lan Star, Line End. New Line who on earth is Shin Zheyu's husband, Line End. New Line she immediately became respectful, not daring to ask directly but carefully hinting, Line End. New Line he must be a very powerful S-level, right? Is he also on the heavenly ranking? Line End. New Line Shin Zheyu shook her head again. I'm still unsure about his level, and his name is not on the heavenly ranking. But after all these years of marriage, I realize I don't know anything about him. Line end. Nu Line Chen Yunyang was momentarily stunned. No level known, not Nu Line on the heavenly ranking. Could it be that the Reincarnation Hall has no records of him, or did Shin Jiyu's husband use the power of wealth to secure this spot? Line end. Nu Line, what do you mean? She asked, confused. Line end. Nu Line Shin Jiyu sighed softly. As you know, I come from a federal family, with a small salary, while my husband is a writer who usually earns some extra income by writing articles to help with the family expenses. Line end. Nu Line life is bearable. I've never looked down on him, but he seems obsessed, determined to rise above and fulfill his dream as a writer. Line end. Nu Line, before I go to work, he's writing. After I get off work, he's still writing. Even when our daughter was taking the trial assessment, he was still writing. Line end. Nu Line, after her words, Chen Yunyang seemed to understand. Line end. Nu Line, well, that's not bad. Is it because the high-ups of San Lan Star recognized his talent, so they gave you the spot? Line end. Nu Line Shin Jiyu sighed, it's probably because my daughter carries his bloodline, and the high-ups found out about it. Line end. Nu Line Shin Yunyang instinctively said oh, but quickly realized something was wrong, her eyes widening in shock. Line end. Nu Line, what? Ning Caiwei is your daughter? That S-level bloodline that shocked the Imperial Star, is it your husband's? Line end. Nu Line Shin Jiyu was startled by this reaction. Line end. Nu Line, Ning Caiwei is indeed my daughter. Line end. Nu Line Chen Yunyang stood in stunned silence, her mind in a complete mess. Line end. Nu Line, she had originally thought that Shin Jiyu was just an unknown A-level reincarnator from San Lan Star, so she thought of lending a hand. Line end. Nu Line, never did she expect that her background and identity were so enormous. Line end. Nu Line, breathing heavily, she said, you might not know, the newly appeared S-level bloodline was ranked second on the bloodline list by the Reincarnation Hall, and it caused quite a stir on Imperial Star. Line end. Nu Line, in the past 100 years, there hasn't been any change in the rankings, nor any new S-level bloodlines. You can imagine how many people are paying attention to this matter. Line end. Nu Line, Ning Caiwei's name is now quite well known on our Imperial Star. I thought she was a newly promoted S-level reincarnator from San Lan Star. Line end. Nu Line, but now, you tell me she's your daughter, and I walked with her mother all this time without knowing. Line end. Nu Line Chen Yunyang's chest kept rising and falling, her emotions still unable to calm down. Line end. Nu Line, that bloodline, it's her father's? You married a native from the Blood Eater realm? Line end. Nu Line, her voice trembled again as she asked, besides Ning Caiwei's rise to fame on Imperial Star, the second-ranked bloodline was of utmost importance. Line end. Nu Line, she remembered how the blood ancestor, who was pushed down in the rankings, had used vast networks and resources. Line end. Trying to find all the details about this bloodline. Due to the great distance between the Emperor Star and the Kanglan Star, they ultimately only discovered the blood-eating realm, a so-called king of the corpse clan known as the Lord of Eternal Night. The bloodline is indeed related to her father, but I'm not quite clear on the specifics. It originates from a novel written by her father called The Redemption Journey of the Corpse King. After I return, I plan to ask him about this whole matter. But I saw in the Kanglan Star news that he is some kind of ancient reincarnator from the Hall of Reincarnation? Shin Jiyu's inner doubts remained unresolved. Ancient reincarnator? Then I understand. Chen Yuning murmured, her mind buzzing. Turns out this is not writing a novel, this is writing the memoirs of the heavens. Just as Shin Jiyu was about to ask what an ancient reincarnator was, descriptions from the Hall of Reincarnation suddenly appeared before them, and Chen Yuning experienced the same thing. Emergency notification, a reincarnator has discovered hidden realms of heaven and earth. All reincarnators please head to the ancient ruins. The two exchanged glances, momentarily stunned. There are hidden realms in the Central Plains? Quickly upload the cultivation path. They no longer chatted idly and sped up the transcription of the cultivation path. Half a day later, Zhang Qinggu arrived with two other A-rank reincarnators. From Shiryu's excited face, it could be seen that the two of them must have also received considerable fortune. I heard you guys are leaving? Zhang Qinggu inquired, still hoping Shin Jiyu would stay a while longer to teach about the usage of the Great Wilderness Candle Dragonfinger. There's something urgent, it's very important for us. Zhang Qinggu nodded and didn't insist, leading the four of them away from the Enlightenment Forest. Outside the mountain gate, Shin Jiyu and Shen Yuning bowed in the direction of the 3,000 zone high peak. Thank you, Master of the Afterlife, for granting us the inheritance. Ning Qingshan sat in the riverbank pavilion, watching his wife's departure, his eyes revealing a hint of tenderness. So all these years, Jiyu has never looked down on me. He murmured to himself, recalling scenes from when he first met Shin Jiyu, and how they eventually achieved results and had a daughter, Ning Caiwei. Ever since becoming the president of the Jiangnan City Reincarnators Association, Shen Zhiyu has been continuously busy with family and work, and during this time, she never once stopped his dream of being a writer. Even in a period when the family was struggling to make ends meet, she never spoke a word about giving it up. Even at that time, outside the association's interrogation room, when he was suspected of stealing secrets from the Hall of Reincarnation to use as writing material. The disappointment in her eyes proved that she had always supported him. The only regret is that he has never succeeded. In Ning Caiwei's sight, Shen Zhiyu's figure gradually disappeared. Days later, in the ancient ruins of the Central Plains. As a holy land of martial arts inheritance that has lasted for 1,000 years, the ancient ruins have always been a place longed for by countless talents of the Central Plains. However, each time it opens, there is a limit on the number of people, thus the ancestors of the Central Plains forces established a rule. The rankings of the talents decided who could enter the ancient ruins to observe the stone tablets and martial arts inheritance, usually accommodating only 10 people. But today, because of a large group of outsiders, this rule was broken. The ancient ruins are located at the Talon's Peak, where the outside is crowded with people, their eyes eager and red as they look towards the center of the mountain, a huge stone cave. From within the stone cave, vast spiritual energy erupted continuously. Merely bathing in this spiritual energy, everyone felt an unprecedented nourishment for their bodies. Shen Zhiyu and Shen Yuning arrived late, spotting the leading figure, Xing Wushuang, in the crowd. This guy, he actually had someone blast open the ancient ruins? From the shape of the damaged Talon's Peak, it was obvious that it was the power of a god-hunting version of Barret that directly penetrated the center of Talon's Peak, exposing the inheritance stone cave inside. Everyone must have received the notification from the Hall of Reincarnation, right? All of this is thanks to our brother Xing. Inside the cave lies the highest inheritance of the Central Plains. But due to the existing restrictions, we need a stronger force to break them. Since most people have gathered, why not take action together? A scout spoke loudly beside Xing Wushuang. Around Tianjiao Peak, hundreds of reincarnators had gathered, more than half of whom were S-class. Hearing the words, they responded with excitement. Xing Wushuang stood silently in place, staring intently at the cave. For some reason, he could never calm his heart, feeling an indescribable unease that enveloped his mind and wouldn't go away. But the Reincarnation Hall had already issued a temporary mission, and the hundreds of reincarnators present had no choice but to act, with no way to retreat. You are desecrating the ancient ruins, and you will face retribution. Beside the cave, there were also many bound guardians, looking at the destroyed Tianjiao Peak with faces full of grief and anger. Attack! A shout rang out from the crowd, and someone was the first to launch an assault on the cave's restrictions. Pulling one hair can move the whole body, hundreds of reincarnators displayed their powers and struck together. In an instant, the restrictions surged with waves, the space twisted and sank, spiritual energy leaked out more violently. Xing Wushuang did not move his gaze, but suddenly felt something and looked fiercely at the king of zombies beside him. He saw the king of zombies' scarlet pupils filled with rage and intense fear, which made Xing Wushuang shiver. Stop it immediately! He shouted loudly, trying to prevent the reincarnators. But it was already too late, the restrictions shattered, and a mirage appeared. This moment was sensed by Wang Xianran, who had retreated from the human world in a distant forest. He looked up at the location of the ancient ruins and let out a soft gasp. Even in the underworld sect, Ning Caiwei, who was resting with closed eyes, sensed the changes in the heavens and earth and slightly raised his eyebrows. Chapter 29, because he is Xing Wushuang. Inside the ancient ruins, everyone was shocked by the scene before them. Above Tianjiao Peak, another world's phantom was reflected. There were clouds and cranes howling, palaces and towers standing, dragon veins stretching, showcasing a prosperous and flourishing scene. Is this the hidden world of the Central Plains? Outside the crowd, Shen Zhiyu looked up at this mirage-like scene. The information revealed from within indicated that this was far beyond the foundation of the Central Plains. A world with two realms, could this be the upper realm? Oh no! Among the crowd, Xing Wushuang's pupils trembled, and his whole body fell into deep ice coldness. As a battle-hardened S-class reincarnator, he certainly understood what the phantom above Tianjiao Peak represented. Realizing he might have caused a catastrophic disaster that could bring unimaginable calamities to the entire populace of the Central Plains, despair flooded his heart in an instant. His original intention was never like this. Everyone looked up in awe, not noticing that in the corner, a figure was shrouded in a black robe, covering himself entirely. It was Yan Jia, who had long gone silent, fearing revenge from the underworld sect. Receiving the temporary notice from the Reincarnation Hall, he too had arrived at the ancient ruins. The aura surpassing the human level, something big is wrong. Yan Jia sensed that Xing Wushuang had opened a certain forbidden door, and behind this door lived beings stronger than human levels. Boom! The phantom suddenly shattered. The sky above Tianjiao Peak was filled with ominous thick clouds, and deep pressures swept in. The expressions of many reincarnators changed, most of them had no idea what was happening. What was originally a certain great opportunity now seemed strange. Until with a tear, a snow-white jade hand tore through the cave space and stepped out slowly from Tinjiao Peak. In an instant, the earth shook, creating a rumbling sound, as if the spiritual energy around Tianjiao Peak was being drained on the spot, and the space had become stagnant. This is not the lower realm that has severed the path of cultivation. The jade-faced man cast a peculiar gaze around. A strong and fierce divine sense swept across the central plains, instantly bringing joy to his face. Just as he had guessed in his heart, this was indeed the lower realm of Central Plains, which had disappeared for many years. Ah, truly a heavenly gift. I never expected that I, if only, would one day receive this fortune. Another rough and loud laugh echoed from within the heavenly pride peak, followed closely by someone stepping into the air. Imposing true chi and gale enveloped the surroundings, causing all the reincarnators to change their expressions dramatically. You should immediately go back to inform the disciples, so as to prevent the entrance from being occupied by others. The jade-faced man cast a glance at the middle-aged man named Fengli, his tone displeased. What's there to be afraid of? Who else would come to the forbidden area besides us? Fengli looked disdainful, then greedily eyed the terrified reincarnators. Let's capture these people and bring them back to mine, wouldn't that be delightful? After saying this, he was about to take action. Run! A scream rang out among the reincarnators. In an instant, the crowd scattered, fleeing in all directions. The scout next to Xing Wushuang turned pale. Big brother, we should hurry and leave, we've caused big trouble. As the words fell, Xing Wushuang remained still, bloodshot eyes locked onto the jade-faced man and Fengli. This is because of me. If it weren't for me, these two might never come here in their lives. You all can leave, but I cannot. After saying this, he erupted with raging flames all over his body, and the zombie king nearby also let out a low growl. He killed the Central Plains demonic sect members because they deserved to die. He searched for the old bone demon not just for the task of the reincarnation hall. He defeated the royal uncle of the Yin dynasty but spared his life, also for the foundation of the Yin dynasty, so as to avoid endangering its people. His inner pride did not allow him to choose escape after making a mistake, leaving behind endless disgrace in the Central Plains and bearing strange looks in the Universe Alliance. Even if he dies in battle, he absolutely will not leave today. Because he is Xing Wushuang. Roar! The zombie king roared, charging at the jade-faced man. Xing Wushuang rushed towards Fengli, and the remaining team members, seeing this, revealed complex looks, then turned resolute. Our willingness to follow him is exactly for this moment. The scout clenched his fists and joined in. A tearing sound echoed in his ears as a detonating bullet raced by, and the hunter version Barrett also fired. The ancient ruins were thrown into chaos, as many reincarnators fled from Xinjiao and Chen Yunyang's sides. The two exchanged glances and immediately unleashed their abilities without a second thought. Just ants, stubbornly resisting. The jade-faced man calmly dealt with the zombie king's attack, easily managing the situation. Fengli raised his hand, suppressing the power of the detonating bullet. However, his expression showed surprise and shock. It was clear he also could not understand what kind of divine weapon this was. When Xing Wushuang arrived before him, the scorching flames surged, directly burning through his protective chi, causing his eyes to show rare seriousness. Bang! With a palm opening and closing, the two forces collided, creating waves that shook, and a sonic boom resounded. Xing Wushuang was forced back, his flames showing signs of dispersing, his complexion growing paler. Fengli, however, merely lost the chi between his palms, completely unharmed. Your strength is not weak. Are you the strongest in the lower realm? Xing Wushuang did not reply but launched a more fierce attack. Yet he saw Fengli's expression show impatience again, slamming down with another palm that completely shattered Xing Wushuang's flames, forcing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, his face bitter. In the Central Plains, the pinnacle of cultivation ends with the celestial being, beyond that is called the transformation realm. Do you know the gap between the two? Fengli's expression was indifferent as he stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at Xing Wushuang. Various attacks from others were easily brushed aside by him with a flick of his sleeve. This scene left Xinjiao and Chen Yunyang greatly shaken. 4 or 5 S-rank warriors attacking together actually couldn't hurt him? Isn't above celestial being the martial king? Xing Wushuang steadied himself. A pair of eyes suddenly began to change, staring intently at Fengli, trying to find his weaknesses. Who told you this, Martial King? What a ridiculous title, I have never heard of it. Transformation Realm is Transformation Realm, how could there be a Martial King? Fengli scoffed and shook his head. Seeing this scene, Xinjiao and Chen Yuning both showed dazed expressions. Above the heaven people, isn't he a Martial King? So, all the effort they put into copying the Martial King realm cultivation path from the Afterlife sect was either a side path or a fake? The Fengli before them had a strength so strong that even Xing Wushuang was not his opponent, easily suppressed. The transformation realm he mentioned seemed to be the real one? Impossible. How could Senior Jiang be so strong, the Martial King realm be fake? Xinjiao murmured to herself. In her moment of distraction, a large net suddenly extended from the sky, instantly covering an area of 10 miles. Where to escape, no one present today can leave. The jade-faced man said coldly. The zombie king was temporarily sealed by some kind of binding, his treasure formed a heavenly net. Ha! Then, the jade-faced man furrowed his brows and looked into the distance. Vaguely, his divine sense seemed to sweep over an indescribable demonic aura. No, it was thousands upon thousands of them. Chapter 30, Ning Caiwei takes action. An astonishing aura, where did it come from? Quickly settle it, don't waste words. The jade-faced man said in a deep voice. The value of the lower realm was composed of many factors. Today, the hundreds of cultivators in the ancient ruins must be caught and taken back to check their root bones, and many important pieces of information also needed to be brutally extracted. After all, the upper realm and lower realm had lost contact for nearly 1,000 years. No one knew the exact situation of the lower realm. From the demonic aura surging from afar, he instinctively sensed that an unpredictable change had occurred in the lower realm. Fengli obviously also sensed the distant demonic aura, and immediately stopped speaking with Xing Wushuang, deciding to intimidate everyone present with a head bone refining. He gathered a thread of black vortex in his palm, unleashing the true energy of transformation realm, heading towards Xing Wushuang's head. The distorted space along the way transformed into a massive skull face, terrifying and grotesque. Xing Wushuang immediately felt a tendency of his consciousness separating from his body. At the moment the skull let out an ear-piercing shriek, it seemed as if the bones were about to melt away. The hundreds of reincarnators on the scene felt intense headaches, their consciousness blurring amidst the roaring in their ears. Shen Zhiyu and Chen Yuning turned pale, their delicate bodies swaying, everything before them becoming fuzzy. And through his transformed eyes, Xing Wushuang clearly penetrated Fengli's technique, immediately howling as he summoned a treasure from the reincarnation space and fiercely stabbed it towards Fengli. Boom! The sound explosion echoed. The imagined counterattack did not happen. It only chipped away a corner of the skull face. Most of the power still fell upon him. Xing Wushuang's body trembled violently, an unprecedented life-and-death crisis enveloped his mind, and he bled from all 7 orifices, looking tragic. This powerful combat strength was not something he could withstand on his own. Looking around the central plains, only those at the late stage of Heaven People Realm could match his strength. This transformation realm, which exceeded Heaven People Realm, naturally was beyond what he could bear. Moreover, Fengli seemed to stand at the peak of the transformation realm. Thinking of the grave mistakes he committed, thinking of the great calamity that would befall the Central Plains because of it, endless regret and pain surged in his heart. The Reincarnation Hall, within the Cosmic Alliance, initially existed to walk through numerous realms to steal teachings. To strengthen their foundational power, resisting the alien races in the Cosmic Alliance's star domains, battling the invaders from the abyssal rifts, protecting the citizens of every living planet, ensuring their property and life safety are not threatened. Yet, his actions today, including everything that happened, even if no survivors were left, would still be uncovered by the Reincarnation Hall. At that time, he, Xing Wushuang, would bear the infamy, and his family would be shamed because of it. Just as he was about to close his eyes, welcoming death with regret, a bolt of black thunder struck his skull-like face fiercely, stripping away some of his power. Yan Jia? He turned in shock to look. Yan Jia, in a black robe, was surrounded by raging thunder. What are you doing? Are you all scared stupid? Over 100 S-levels joining forces, yet afraid of these 2 mere transformation realms. Yan Jia roared in anger, unleashing a thunderous field that disrupted the spells of the jade-faced man and Fengli. The 2 furrowed their brows, not expecting that a master would be hiding here. As soon as he said this, all the reincarnators' hearts trembled, and then they all looked wildly insane. In the face of the great calamity of life and death, Yan Jia's words ignited everyone's fighting spirit. Kill! They no longer scattered and fleeing, they turned around to attack the jade-faced man and Fengli. This rare scene of unity surprised Xing Wushuang, who shot a grateful glance at Yan Jia, and his body ignited with flames again. Simply seeking death. Fengli was enraged. He only wanted to take these people away and had no intention of killing them all, but this situation left him no room for mercy. A surge of true energy erupted from his dantian. In the sky, a 1,000-foot giant hand suddenly formed, reaching down to cover all the people below. Pressure descended, the earth collapsed, web-like cracks opened and closed, spreading in all directions. Yan Jia and Xing Wushuang were both pressed to the ground in midair. Looking at all the reincarnators, they had not even reached Fengli before being struck by the force of the giant hand, screaming in pain. Shen Zhiyu was hit hard, blood mist exploded before her eyes, and her consciousness began to scatter. In her blurry vision, she saw Chen Yuning urgently shouting something, but she could no longer hear it. This disaster belonging to the reincarnators came too suddenly. She was completely unprepared, like a revolving lantern. Memories flashed through her mind, the favor of the old palace master, Ning Caiwei's smile, Ning Qingxian's innocent expression. If nothing went wrong, she would surely be promoted to S level this time and could inherit the position of branch master. But could she still go back? Sister Zheyu, cheer up. Chen Yuning shouted, as blood mist began to splash in the arena. Some people could not bear the pressure and were crushed into pieces. Suddenly, the screams disappeared, and the pressure on Shinjiyu vanished, her consciousness returning to clarity. She looked up and saw the 1,000-foot giant hand disintegrating. The heavenly net turned into countless starlight, turning to ashes. The jade-faced man and Feng Li darkened their expressions, looking towards the incoming members of the demon cult in the distance. A black sedan crossed the vast sky, the sound of wind chimes echoed, illuminating cold faces. A murderous aura suddenly enveloped the entire ancient ruins. People from the upper realm are not to step into the lower realm. Have you forgotten the rules? The sound of heaven echoed, coming from within the black sedan, crossing mountains and rivers, resonating across the universe. Everyone looked up, flags fluttering with a lotus pattern engraved on them. Jiang Changwu and the two honorable ones stood beside the black sedan, their presence unfathomable. The four great protectors stood at the front, their white robes flowing. The overwhelming members of the Rebirth sect had cold glints in their eyes. This scene froze Xing Wushuang's gaze, and a sudden wave of fear and dread surged in Yan Jie's heart. The names of the Rebirth sect master immediately flashed in the minds of all the reincarnators, along with the remarkable events that had occurred in the Central Plains. Is this the Central Plains demonic legend, the Rebirth sect master? Someone mumbled. Feng Li smirked coldly, realizing the true energy fluctuations of Jiang Changwu and the two honorable ones had surpassed the celestial realm. Rules? What rules? I come when I want, and leave when I wish. Just now, I was wondering who was foolish enough to name above the celestial realm as Martial King Realm. Turns out it's just you petty demons. What, unwilling to be severed from the path of cultivation, attempting to find a replacement in the transformation realm? Utterly ridiculous. After the words fell, Ning Qingxian fell silent for a moment. He did not anticipate today's situation. The secret of the ancient ruins announced to the Central Plains, the heavenly beings from ages past returning once again, disrupted his plans more than he could admit. Thus, he declared, fine, today, the upper realm will change hands. Ning Qingshuan's voice rolled like thunder, echoing through the universe. The black curtain of the sedan chair fluttered in the wind, revealing his outstretched finger. Sword light swept across, and the world instantly lost its color. Chapter 31 The Righteousness of the Sect Leader, the Return of the Reincarnators. It was as if space had been torn apart, cold light cutting through the sky. Feng Li saw nothing, the speed was beyond the capture of the naked eye, beyond the probing of divine senses, beyond his own perception of power at the transformation realm. In the next moment, his entire body felt numb, the world spinning around him. Blood spurted out, splattering his face. In confusion, he looked and saw his own body fall to the ground, headless. Beside him, the jade-faced man witnessed it all, a sudden chill rising in his heart, as if struck by 5 thunders, his face filled with horror. Feng Li, at the peak of the transformation realm, successor to the position of the 6th-generation sect leader, had the strength to cross the forbidden area unscathed. No one better understood his power than him. Yet now, he was obliterated by a mysterious person in that black sedan with a single finger? Impossible. Feng Li is at the peak of the transformation realm. His face turned ashen, completely unaware of what had happened. Recalling Feng Li's previous mention of the Martial King realm, this person from the demonic path not only truly created a new path of cultivation but far exceeded the transformation realm? Around the ancient ruins, silence descended in an instant. Feng Li's corpse lay separated, his head rolling at his feet, eyes wide open in a gaze of confusion, and aside from his body twitching a couple of times, life was gone. This scene made Xing Wushuang's mind roar, leaving him frozen in place, feeling that everything was so unreal. He had almost revealed all his strength, yet he could only break Feng Li's protective energy slightly, unable to harm even a single hair. But that unknown sect leader merely raised a hand and wiped him out. This process, even with his S++ level secret technique, the Eye of Reality, he completely could not see clearly. The sect leader of Rebirth was so strong? Looking at Yan Jie next to him, he began to tremble inexplicably like winnowing chaff. As an S-level top 100 reincarnator, upon arriving in the Central Plains, he had an attitude that looked down on everything. Until, at the Golden Light Temple, he was almost terrified beyond belief by Jiang Qingwu. His mentality completely changed since then. For a moment, it felt like he had returned to when he had just become a new reincarnator, facing the unpredictable reincarnation world in a state of despair. Seeing the sect leader of Rebirth instantly kill Feng Li, he felt no surprise at all, only knowing the person lying motionless on the ground next could be him. The sect leader of Rebirth, the myth of the demonic path. Shinjiyu looked up at the black sedan, filled with shock. All the reincarnators on the scene stood stiff, not daring to move. How can someone like you exist in the lower realm? The jade-faced man could not understand, unable to believe it. In a lower realm that had its cultivation path severed for 1,000 years, such a terrifying powerhouse emerged? I have already said, from today onward, this place is the upper realm. Ning Qingxian once again waved his hand, gently brushing his sleeve. A gust of wind blew, carrying unfathomable true energy, causing the jade-faced man's gaze to freeze as he turned into a blood mist, vanishing into ashes. At the same time, a vast true energy rainbow began to appear in the distance. A dark mass, boundless and endless. That was the sect forces sensing the changes in the ancient ruins, rushing from all directions of the central plains. Damn it, what did these outsiders do? Shouts of anger erupted, as many sect leaders saw the Tianjiao Peak destroyed, the ruins in disarray, and the guardians imprisoned. They let out roars. The guardian cried out, "They destroyed the stone monument's inheritance." I don't know who released such a powerful figure. It was almost a catastrophic disaster in the central plains, all thanks to the Lord of Rebirth. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed, and they quickly saw the body of Feng Li lying on the ground. Could it be that the rumors from our ancestors are true? An old man with white hair exclaimed in shock. Look at the good deeds this group of outsiders has done. Since their arrival in the central plains, there has not been a single day of peace. These people deserve to die. That's right, they must be killed. A chorus of angry shouts filled the air, the atmosphere roaring with a murderous intent. This commotion turned the faces of all the reincarnators pale, their hearts filled with fear. Xing Wushuang's expression darkened as he lowered his head, while Shen Jiayue and Shen Yuning also felt tense inside. Just when the situation seemed to settle, a new wave emerged, and the lives of all the reincarnators hung in the balance once again. In the distance, a figure in white appeared. The powerful forces of the central plains quickly made away. The stone tablet is shattered, the restrictions are gone, and the barrier between the two realms has no more obstacles. Soon, countless powerful beings from the heavens may swarm here. You have caused such an immense catastrophe. Do you realize how much trouble you have brought to the central plains? Wang Xianran sighed lightly, his expression complicated. It was only due to the timely arrival of the Lord that we were spared from this disaster. Otherwise, the 7 cities around the ancient ruins and a million citizens could have already turned to bones. His words made all the reincarnators tremble, and Xing Wushuang's eyes went blank as he stepped forward. This matter is because of me. I am willing to trade my life for theirs. These people were merely following my instigation and are not truly responsible. I ask all of you to be merciful and spare them. All the reincarnators stared at him, bowing their heads in silence. What does your life count for? Today, these outsiders must die. A shout erupted in the air, reigniting the flames of anger and causing the crowd to stir. Silence. Suddenly, Jiang Qinggu spoke, her voice rolling like waves across the sky. The powerful figures from all corners of the central plains immediately fell silent, and the scene became quiet. All eyes turned to the black sedan. They understood that the power of life and death was in one person's hands. After a long pause, Ning Qingxian finally spoke. You can leave. With these words, no one dared to refute. Xing Wushuang looked up in bewilderment, his voice hoarse and trembling. The Lord doesn't kill me? Ning Qingxian replied, taking your life is meaningless to me. Leave this place, leave the central plains. I am speaking to all of you. The reincarnators exchanged glances, the heavy stone in their hearts crashing down. Some couldn't bear the pressure and began to cry. Xing Wushuang stood in a daze, his nose tinged with a hint of sourness, swarmed with countless emotions, regret, self-blame, guilt, and tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. With a thud, he fell to his knees. Thank you, Lord, for not killing me. A proud 7-foot man, the legendary reincarnator ranked 49th on the S-class list, after walking on the edge of life and death twice, felt an infinite respect for Ning Qingxian. Thank you, Lord, for not killing me. The reincarnators all knelt in unison. Shen Jiayue looked up at Jiang Qinggu and found her looking back at him, a smile on her face as she gently nodded. Thank you. Shen Jiayue felt grateful in his heart. This scene caused Wang Xianran to laugh heartily, bowing towards the black sedan. The Lord is kind-hearted, this is a blessing for our central plains. The powerful forces of the central plains quickly responded, bowing with respect, the Lord's righteousness. Voices of worship rose and fell, echoing in the skies. Chapter 32, The Emperor's Star Transforms. In the independent space of the Reincarnation Palace created by the Cosmic Alliance, a virtual square. Light flashed, and many reincarnators returned from the central plains. They looked at the familiar scenery around them and burst into tears of joy. I almost didn't make it back, boo-hoo. Thank goodness the Lord of Rebirth stepped in. It's fortunate he let us leave, otherwise, we would all be done for. Unfortunately, some people still didn't make it back. They died at the hands of that person called Feng Li. The crowd lay limply on the ground, recalling everything that had happened in the land of Central Plains, all feeling lingering fears. Xing Wushuang's figure also appeared, his expression complicated. The members beside him looked at each other, showing a relieved expression. How have only 20 minutes passed? A surprised voice rang out from the crowd. Xin Zhiyu had just returned and, upon hearing this, also checked the time, leaving everyone quite astonished. They had stayed in the Central Plains for about 3 months, yet in the Universe Alliance, only 20 minutes had passed? The flow of time in the reincarnation world is different from that of the Universe Alliance, as you all know, but the passage of time in the central planes is far greater than in other worlds. Xing Wushuang explained, then looked up at the virtual space, at the huge electronic screen. Wisdom Goddess, please help me check the current situation in the central planes. Querying. The central planes is currently closed, specific opening time unknown. A wave of unease surged in Xing Wushuang's heart, a strong premonition of something bad. What's going on? Upon hearing the Wisdom Goddess's words, the crowd began to feel tense. When you returned, 5 minutes had already passed. Severe spatial turbulence and continuous power fluctuations have seemingly occurred in the central planes. Xing Wushuang felt as if struck by lightning, his eyes quickly dimming. In 5 minutes, the central planes might be experiencing an attack from powerful beings of the upper realm. Everyone understood the meaning behind the Wisdom Goddess's words, their expressions changing. Are the upper and lower realms of the central planes fighting? It must be so, otherwise, there's no reason for such severe spatial turbulence. It's all our fault, we don't even know how the central planes is doing right now. Will the underworld master die in battle? He's clearly such a good person. Absolutely impossible, the underworld master is incredibly powerful, he created the martial king level cultivation system, instantly killing 2 great transformation masters, we all saw it with our own eyes. That's right, the underworld master can sweep through the lower realm of the central planes, as well as the upper realm, his magic skill for insight is S+++ level. It's hard to say, after all, none of us know the exact level of the upper realm. In fact, I think the underworld master must have already noticed the upper realm and was planning something. It's just a shame we destroyed the Heavenly Talents Peak. The crowd felt low, discussing amongst themselves, full of sorrow. No one knew what would happen next in the central planes. They witnessed the grandeur of a generation of demonic heroes, yet could not see the latter half of his life. You have 5 minutes of stay time remaining. Hearing the prompt, everyone showed reluctant expressions. They all came from different star domains of the Universe Alliance, different life planets, and because of this reincarnation world of the central planes, they had the chance to gather together. In 5 minutes, they would have to return to their own homes. Chen Yuning smiled at Shinjiyu and said, if you have the chance, you must come to the Empire Star, I'll take you to have fun for 3 days and 3 nights. Shinjiyu nodded heavily. Having accompanied each other in the central planes, the two had long forged a deep friendship, and both felt reluctant at the thought of parting. Soon, beams of light flickered once again, and the figures in the virtual square began to disappear one by one. I hope my score can pass. Shinjiyu took a deep breath and left as well. On Kanglan Star, in a deep mountain in Jiangnan City. Ning Qingxian yawned, stretched, and gradually woke from his sleep. A string of words appeared before him that only he could see. Material collection completed, automatically generating. 0.2%. Life development completed, restoring power. 0.5%. 100 years rushed by, and all the cultivation from this 100 years would completely remain in Ning Qingxian. However, it would require some time to restore. Having just gotten out of bed, he picked up his phone and found many missed calls and messages. Most were from his daughter and wife, while some were signed with very mysterious names, such as high-ranking officials from the Federation and the Reincarnation Hall. Upon opening one of them, it seemed that some kind of conscious connection had been established, and a mechanical cold voice immediately rang in my ears. Identifying. Identity confirmed, Level 1 Citizen Ning Qingxian. Binding in progress, binding successful. Dear Level 1 Citizen Ning Qingxian, Wisdom Goddess 198, 665 is at your service. Ning Qingxian raised an eyebrow, the Wisdom Goddess came to find him? In today's era of the Cosmic Alliance, the Reincarnation Hall holds supreme authority, while the will of the 3 main gods maintains the operation and order of the Alliance. Almost every citizen can communicate with the Wisdom Goddess to express their needs. In other words, both the Wisdom Goddess and the other 2 goddesses have countless avatars within the Cosmic Alliance. The ones with dozens of numbers as suffixes are just one of them. The more numbers at the front, the closer the avatar's will is to the original body, the higher the authority, and the greater the status. Ning Qingxian had originally bound an avatar of the Wisdom Goddess, but since it required a fee every month, he simply unbound it. Unexpectedly, she had come knocking on his door again. Please help me unbind, thank you. Ning Qingxian did not need the Wisdom Goddess. Unbinding in progress. Unbinding successful. Binding in progress. Binding successful, Wisdom Goddess 009 is at your service. Ning Qingxian? No, why did it automatically upgrade? 009 seems to be the supreme avatar of the Kanglan Empire Star. Ning Qingxian was silent for a moment. He remembered that the currently governing officer of Kanglan Star all had avatars of the Wisdom Goddess with 5 or 6 digits at the back. Even for the governing officer of the Kanglan Empire Star or those at the Star Master level, it was unlikely they could bind to 009. Dear Ancient Reincarnator Mr. Ning, I am Wisdom Goddess 009, you can express any needs in the future, I will wholeheartedly serve you. First, welcome back from the myriad realms, and thank you for your great contributions to the Cosmic Alliance. Secondly, I sincerely apologize for not being able to guide you in your return in time, please forgive me. A humanized voice rang in Ning Caiwei's ears, completely different from the cold mechanical one. I have detected that you have reincarnated in the blood food realm, may I ask whether you have regained your strength, and if you can accept the level assessment to receive exclusive rewards from the Reincarnation Hall? Ning Caiwei's heart stirred, exclusive rewards? Upon completing the level assessment, exclusive rewards include but are not limited to increased citizen level, huge points, huge federal currency, and opening up Reincarnation Hall permissions. The voice of the Wisdom Goddess fell once again, and Ning Caiwei pondered. These rewards sounded very tempting, after all, besides his strength, he was quite poor at the moment. Okay. Transmitting you to the Kanglan Star Assessment Center. Suddenly, the Wisdom Goddess paused and said with deep regret, the Kanglan Star Assessment Center cannot assess you, transmitting you to the Empire Star Assessment Center. As soon as her voice fell, Ning Caiwei felt a tremendous and divine force enveloping him. In the next moment, he appeared in a specially created virtual space. Countless stars hung above his head, and under his feet lay a supergiant star far exceeding the sun from his past life. In front of him stood an ancient desk where a young woman sat quietly in a chair. When she saw Ning Caiwei being transmitted there, she adjusted her glasses and said, "Here for level assessment? Come over." Ning Caiwei walked over, and after confirming his identity, she couldn't help but show a look of surprise and confusion. Wait, how come a reincarnator from Kanglan Star is here at our Empire Star? Ning Caiwei was about to say something, but the young woman glanced at the time and waved her hand, "Let's start quickly, I still have to get off work." Speechless, Ning Caiwei directly walked forward. The space around him twisted, and soon, another world unfolded before him. Reincarnator, you will undergo an F-level assessment. A cold voice echoed from the embodiment of the Wisdom Goddess at the Imperial Star Assessment Office. After speaking, a virtual figure clad in armor appeared before Ning Caiwei, launching a direct attack at him. Next. Ning Caiwei raised a hand, and an invisible pressure swept through, shattering the armored figure into pieces. Reincarnator, you will undergo an E-level assessment. This time, an eerie old man appeared before him, with hollow eyes and a gaunt appearance, letting out a soul-chilling scream upon his arrival. Ning Caiwei shook his head and brushed his sleeve, destroying the old man again. Reincarnator, you will undergo a D-level assessment. Outside, a young woman sat in a chair, boredly playing with her phone, when she noticed the sign had only passed a minute, and 3 levels had already been broken. Her expression shifted to shock as she removed her glasses and rubbed her eyes, finding the sign had jumped to B-level. What's happening? Isn't this person a new reincarnator? She repeatedly confirmed that there was no problem with the assessment office. Another 2 minutes passed, and the sign reached A-level. She seemed to have seen a ghost, hurriedly dialing a phone number in a fluster. Looking up, the A-level letters slowly climbed to S-level. Oh no, the guy who just went in is a big shot. She mumbled to herself, her gaze blank. In the Kanglan system, myriad talents of the Imperial Star flourished, with many S-level reincarnators, occupying a full 20% of the top 3,000 spots. Many reincarnators on the leaderboard frequently connect with the Wisdom Goddess to check if their rankings have changed. At this moment, within the independent space of the leaderboard, the crowd surged, chatting excitedly among themselves. A huge leaderboard hung overhead, when suddenly a gasp rang out, drawing a lot of attention. Everyone, look at this person called Eternal Night Lord Ning Caiwei. He just entered the 2,965th place 2 minutes ago, and now he's in the top 1,000. In an instant, this change caused even greater excitement, as more and more people approached, gazing in astonishment at the continuously rising name. Brother Zhao, I think I heard you mention this Eternal Night Lord. You weren't able to enter the Central Plains because of him, right? In the crowd stood Zhao Wanjun, who had just arrived at the Imperial Star from Kanglan Star. Looking at the newly appeared name on the leaderboard and hearing his companion's voice, he could not help but show a look of disbelief. That's right, it's him. Zhao Wanjun's heart trembled violently, and as the ranking continued to climb, his breath grew heavier. There were many reincarnators on the scene, as well as people from other places. In a corner, Xing Wushuan and Yan Jie were discussing something, able to meet freely through various spaces opened by the Wisdom Goddess. Hearing the commotion ahead, the two frowned and looked over together. What 95th place? Yan Jie blurted out, as this had already pushed him out of the rankings. Ning Caiwei, from Kanglan Star? Xing Wushuan's eyes slightly widened, he remembered Kanglan Star due to a recent stir caused by a name on the bloodline ranking. 70th now. Where did this newcomer come from? Why hadn't I heard of him before? Wait. Isn't this the Eternal Night Lord from the blood sacrificial realm? It is said he is an ancient reincarnator who just recently awakened his reincarnation memories. An ancient reincarnator just back in action? That makes sense. This guy has crashed into the top 50 of the leaderboard. The square erupted with excitement, the crowd in chaos, as more and more people flowed into the space, all drawn by the news. Unintentionally, Xing Wuxuan saw Chen Yuning, who had also come here. Chen Yuning knew exactly who Eternal Night Lord Ning Caiwei was. When she saw this name entering the top 40, her eyes went blank, her mind buzzing. So strong, what a pity, Fei Yu's sister cannot come here. The leaderboard space could only be entered by those who were on the leaderboard themselves. Today, every single person present is like this. Time passed little by little, and suddenly the gasps began to fade away, turning into silence. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Ning Caiwei's name, lingering at the 10th position on the heavenly ranking. Congratulations to the Reincarnator Ning Caiwei of Kanglan Star, Blood Food Realm's Eternal Night Lord, ranking 10th on the S-level heavenly ranking. The voice of the Goddess of Wisdom echoed throughout the space. The entire room was as quiet as death, which was a stark contrast to the earlier turbulence. If one steps into the top 100, they would only marvel. If it's the top 50, they would only look up in awe. But if it's the top 10... With a gulp, Chen Yunyang found it hard to swallow. The S-level heavily ranking changes every year, but the top 100 is almost unchangeable, with new names appearing only every 2 or 3 years. The top 50 is an even larger watershed, with Xing Wuxuan firmly in the 49th position, and for many years, no one could shake that. To reach the top 10, there are only 2 possibilities for change. First, the person on the ranking has died. Second, the person on the ranking has surpassed the S-level. No matter which one, it is undoubtedly extremely difficult. Thus, no new names had appeared in the top 10 of the heavenly ranking for many years. But today, Ning Caiwei stood atop it. His arrival would make more than 2,900 people look up, causing 9 people to turn around. Now it's good, I'm afraid I can meet Sister Jiyu very soon. Chen Yunyang murmured to herself. Chapter 34, Xin Jiyu, the Emperor Star's best friend. The change in the top 10 of the S-level heavenly ranking quickly spread out from the heavenly ranking space. In today's Cosmic Alliance era, almost everyone can bind to the incarnation of the Goddess of Wisdom, and the speed of information dissemination rises exponentially. In an instant, every reincarnator within the S-level circle and the federal families that have long followed the S-level heavenly ranking received the news. At this moment, in a certain city on Kanglan Emperor Star. In the Blood Ancestor's mansion, a voice filled with anger echoed throughout the estate. The ancestor is not dead yet. Why has the heavenly ranking kicked the ancestor's ranking out of the 10th position? Faced with the Blood Ancestor's furious questioning, a large group of family reincarnators were sweating profusely. A woman quickly explained, Blood Ancestor, please calm down. The heavenly ranking updates its rankings according to normal procedures. The previous Eternal Night Lord of the Blood Food Realm is currently occupying the 10th position. As soon as the words fell, the Blood Ancestor's expression froze, and the raging anger had nowhere to vent, instantly extinguished like cold water was poured over it. It's him again. Has this person been found by the Reincarnation Hall? His face showed seriousness as he slowly sat back down. The family ancestor was currently in seclusion, and if he found out about the change in ranking over time, he would undoubtedly feel dissatisfied. But if it was a normal procedure, then no one could do anything about it. For now, do not let this matter leak within the mansion. The ancestor is in crucial seclusion, we must not let him hear it. As for what comes next, I will handle it. He tapped the table, and the core family reincarnators hurriedly took their leave. The Blood Ancestor thought for a long time and finally connected with the Goddess of Wisdom, requesting a virtual meeting with the high-level personnel of the Emperor Star. First, his family's bloodline ranking was squeezed, leading to family interests being harmed. Now, even the ancestor himself has been pushed down in the prestige and status among the S-level ranks. If he doesn't take action, the family's future development will likely suffer severely. Of course, he was not targeting this Eternal Night Lord person. Whoever it is, as long as it is detrimental to the family, he must take action immediately. Soon, the virtual meeting was successfully established. The Blood Ancestor saw the virtual figure appearing before him, and his pale face instantly changed into a smile. Sir, Before he could finish, the other party interrupted him. The matter of the heavenly ranking updates, no one can interfere, not even myself. The Blood Ancestor's smile froze. In front of him stood a person with immense power in the Empire Star, an important figure who had supported his entire family for many years. Currently, he served as the governor of the Jingzhou region of the Empire Star, overseeing hundreds of cities, essentially the second-in-command of the Jingzhou region, and had a very close relationship with the Jingzhou Palace Lord. If he was unwilling to help, then the change on the heavenly ranking would be almost impossible to reverse. Governor, please let me finish. This ancient reincarnator called the Lord of Eternal Night is an incredibly rare talent. Hearing this, the Jingzhou governor immediately understood his intention. You want me to recruit him? The blood ancestor quickly nodded. As long as he is willing to work for you and join the Abyss Soldier Corps, due to the confidentiality agreement, he will be immediately withdrawn from the heavenly ranking. The blood ancestor was calculating deeply. To stabilize his own ancestor's prestige and position, he could only find another way. Wait for my news. The Jingzhou governor fell silent for a moment, then cut off the contact. On the other side, at the Jingzhou official residence, Li Huairan looked at a young woman beside him. You heard the earlier words, this Ning Caiwei is indeed a talent. Even if it wasn't for the blood family, I find him quite interesting. So, do you have the confidence to bring him under my command? I vaguely remember, you also fought your way up from Kanglan Star. The young woman, named Xiao Zhiro, naturally listened closely to every word of the conversation. What a coincidence, my subordinate used to grow up in the same village as this Ning Qingxuan's wife. When Xiao Zhiro spoke, it made Li Huairan's eyes shine with approval as he nodded. Indeed, keeping you by my side was the right choice. Xiao Zhiro smiled respectfully and immediately began to try to contact Xinzheyu. At Kanglan Star, Xinzheyu, who had just returned from the Central Plains, suddenly heard the mechanical voice of the goddess of wisdom in her ears. Xiao Zhiro from the Empire Star is requesting to conduct a virtual meeting with you. Do you wish to accept? Xinzheyu paused in her steps, her heart trembling suddenly. Xiao Zhiro. This name was both familiar and strange to her. Calculating the time, it had been nearly 10 years since they last met. Xinzheyu showed hesitation. They used to have a very good relationship, but after a certain reincarnation world, things had subtly changed. Xiao Zhiro took an S-rank item, abandoned the promises she once made, and went to the Empire Star alone, embracing a much brighter and better future. And all she could do was watch from afar, revealing an envious gaze and sending her blessings, feeling powerless in the process. Over the past 10 years, she occasionally heard about Xiao Zhiro thriving in the Empire Star, achieving great feats, and even gaining favor from area-level governors. But in all these years, she had never contacted her. Why today? Xinzheyu sighed, unwilling to be involved in the past, she chose to reject the call. Sorry, you cannot refuse the call. Establishing virtual meeting. Xinzheyu pursed her lips, laughed self-deprecatingly, thinking it made sense. How could she refuse a virtual meeting from the Empire Star? Hi. The virtual figure appeared before her. It was Xiao Zhiro. She greeted Xinzheyu with a smile, and Xinzheyu returned a polite smile. Long time no see, what brings you to me? What, can't I just catch up with my good friend for no reason? Xiao Zhiro saw that Xinzheyu seemed to be doing well, wearing the governor's uniform of Jiangnan City. Come visit the Empire Star someday, I'll take you around. The construction here has surpassed our home planet in recent years. Xinzheyu forced a smile. No need, I'm quite busy these days, I can hardly find the time. What about your husband? Xiao Zhiro casually asked. He is also quite busy. Xinzheyu's heart flashed with a hint of suspicion, completely unaware of what Xiao Zhiro actually intended. Her tone carried a hint of hostility. I have heard about Ning Caiwei, didn't expect he is a reincarnated person from ancient times. Are you interested in bringing him to Empire Star to work under the governor of Jingzhou? I can make him the chief inspector of the prison guard corps. Xinzheyu's expression changed immediately upon hearing this. So good, they haven't met for more than a decade, and their first encounter is about taking her husband away? Ning Caiwei probably cannot handle it, and you should talk to him, not me. Xiao Zhiro smiled and said softly, after so many years of our relationship, isn't it worth you whispering sweet words in my ear? Xinzheyu's face darkened, and she clenched her fists tightly. Chapter 35 What authority? The prison guard corps of Empire Star is quite famous. This is a corps that sweeps through the starry sky, eliminating alien strongholds, and fighting against unknown forces. They exchange military achievements for points, or federal currency, and they undertake tasks between life and death. Xinzheyu wouldn't even consider it. I'm very sorry, but I think Ning Caiwei will not join the prison guard corps. Xiao Zhiro narrowed her eyes, feeling very surprised by Xinzheyu's outright refusal. After so many years, Xinzheyu had clearly grown, no longer the weak person who obediently followed whatever others said. Good sister, I am giving you a rare opportunity, so please do not misunderstand my good intentions. Have you thought about it seriously? He currently ranks 10th on the S-level heavenly ranking, so many people will definitely extend an olive branch to him. But you must believe, I will definitely offer the most generous conditions. After these words, Xinzheyu paused for a moment. What does this mean? When did Ning Caiwei rank 10th on the S-level heavenly ranking? Goodness. She was caught off guard by this news. No wonder Xiao Zhiro could sniff it out from so far away, across the distance from Kanglan Star to Empire Star. I will reiterate, I cannot speak for Ning Caiwei, nor will I persuade him. Xinzheyu shook her head, firmly standing her ground. She would never betray her husband. Good sister, you are being a bit stubborn. Xiao Zhiro continued, her tone starting to show dissatisfaction, with a hint of anger in her eyes. Governor Li Huairan of Jingzhou was watching nearby. If she couldn't convince Xinzheyu, her reputation would likely drop sharply in his eyes. I have a few things to attend to. Xinzheyu directly untied her connection to the Wisdom Goddess avatar, and next time she could simply spend some money to bind a new one. As the virtual meeting ended, Zhou Jiro's face darkened like water. Li Huairan spoke with displeasure. A mere president of the Reincarnation Association dares to not give this official face, really quite a show of power. He seemed to care very little about Zhou Jiro's failure. But the fact that Xinzheyu clearly heard her name yet still refused without hesitation made him extremely dissatisfied. Zhou Jiro's face looked bad as she said, "Sorry, officer, could you give me some more time? I will personally go to Kanglan Star." Li Huairan stood up, his attitude cold. "No need, I believe they have been too comfortable on Kanglan Star for too long and need some trials." He connected with the Wisdom Goddess and sent a message to Kanglan Star. "Immediately send someone to find the governor of Kanglan Star, Fu Lingfeng, and have him immediately revoke Xinzheyu's position as president, placing her on the federal blacklist. Any relatives must not participate in public service examinations in the future." Seeing this, Zhou Jiro's heart suddenly filled with joy. This could be considered as regaining her face. Being continuously rejected by Xinzheyu had already made her very unhappy. Sending message. Message sending failed, message intercepted. Li Huairan frowned. As the governor of the Jingzhou district, served directly by the avatar of Wisdom Goddess A1399, his authority was extremely high. Who would be so blind? Who dares to intercept the messages he sends? Who is it who intercepted this official's message? Li Huairan questioned. His Wisdom Goddess suddenly had no response. Answer me! Li Huairan yelled in anger. This situation made Zhou Jiro somewhat dazed. Until the entire office hall was locked by a mighty presence, and a cold, clear voice rang out. I am Wisdom Goddess 009. It is now discovered that Governor Li Huairan of Jingzhou has abused his power and has stripped a 1399. Upon hearing this, Li Huairan felt as if struck by lightning, with beads of sweat pouring from his forehead. 009 Avatar, isn't this the supreme avatar of the Empire Star? He was terrified, his face pale, completely unable to understand why a simple message would alarm the supreme avatar of the Empire Star. Wisdom Goddess, is there some misunderstanding? I did not abuse my power. Li Huairan tried to defend himself, panic written all over his face. Governor Li Huairan of Jingzhou, you intend to implement positional oppression on Ning Qingxuan's family, seriously disturbing their normal life. You are now stripped of your governor position and are required to submit a resignation to the Jingzhou Hall Master within 30 minutes, written to explain your misconduct and a letter of remorse. Failure to comply within the time limit will result in your being sent to the federal court. The cold voice concluded, carrying an unarguable severe tone. Li Huairan felt the sky had fallen, his eyes blank and devoid of light. This was actually for Ning Qingxian? What kind of background does he have to make the supreme avatar of the Empire Star personally intervene? Just because of one unfavorable message against Xinzheyu, the will descended into his own office hall? After a while, the mighty presence disappeared. Li Huairan slumped in his chair, his mind empty, knowing he was doomed, his later life was gone, everything was gone. Ding ling ling. On the desk, the ancient phone that had not rung for years suddenly rang. The shaken Zhou Jiro trembled as she walked over and picked it up. Hello? This is the Blood Clan residence, is this the Jingzhou Inner Court? The Blood Ancestor on the other end asked with a nervous heart. He originally wanted to hold another virtual meeting but found that Li Huairan's Wisdom Goddess suddenly became unreachable. Zhou Jiro looked blankly at Li Huairan, everything happened too suddenly for her to react. Wisdom Goddess 009, the supreme avatar of the Kanglan Empire, without a second one. Those who can reach this level are few throughout the empire, not to mention closely watching Xinzheyu because a message personally descended. Her former close friend, what kind of power does she have behind her? She didn't understand, but in that instant, she realized she was also finished. Hello? Hello? Seeing no one respond, the Blood Ancestor shouted loudly. Get lost! Li Huairan shouted in fury, picking up the phone and smashing it into pieces. If it were not for the Blood Ancestor, how could he feel a thought of heaven and a thought of hell? Do. On the other end, hearing Li Huairan's voice, the Blood Ancestor was petrified in place. What happened? From the look of the scene, Li Huairan must have run into trouble, and it seemed to be serious. He had merely asked to recruit Ning Qingxian, how could it turn into this? At that moment, there was a sudden urgent knock on the door outside. Blood Ancestor, something big has happened, the Jingzhou Inner Court has been surrounded, and someone seems to have seen the Jingzhou Hall Master enter with a dark expression. As soon as the words fell, the Blood Ancestor's pupils trembled violently. The Hall Master leading people to the Jingzhou Inner Court, doesn't that mean Li Huairan's career in the Federation has come to an end? He instinctively realized that Li Huairan might have touched some terrible taboo. Is it Ning Qingxian? What did this guy do? The blood ancestor thought deeply, his eyes gradually turning to panic. Chapter 36, Dark Cultivation Energy Emerges Outside Kanglan Star, What is the Reason? Empire Star Identification Office. Ning Caiwei rubbed his sore arms and slowly walked out of the identification room. This identification took a total of 20 minutes. Fought against over 100 different levels of continuously rising powerful virtual beings. Besides feeling a bit tired, Ning Caiwei did not feel any discomfort. What is regrettable is that he ultimately faced the 146th strong enemy and successfully identified the power level of 99% as the king of the corpse clan. This was already the strongest power he could exhibit at the moment. After all, Ning Caiwei's demonic cultivation was still slowly recovering. Outside the door, the staff had long been waiting. She adjusted her wide-brimmed glasses and nervously smiled, saying, "Mr. Ning, you must be exhausted. I prepared a bottle of high-grade nutrient solution for you. Please enjoy." As she spoke, she handed a bottle of potion over. Ning Caiwei hesitated for a moment, asking, "This stuff seems pretty expensive, right?" He still remembered that Xin Jiyu had used it when he had just completed a mission. A bottle of high-grade nutrient solution costs at least 20,000 points, not federal currency. Xin Jiyu had access to internal association channels, and everyone had resources. This is provided to you for free by our appraisal officer. If it's not enough, I can quickly get 2 more bottles. The staff was afraid Ning Caiwei would refuse. After all, no one wanted to offend an S-rank Reincarnator, especially one in the top 10 of the heaven list. "No need, thank you." Ning Caiwei accepted the high-grade nutrient solution, and after connecting with the wisdom goddess, his figure vanished in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, the staff let out a long sigh of relief in her heart. Kanglan Star, deep in the mountains of Jiangnan City. Ning Caiwei returned to his original position, and he heard the gentle words of Wisdom Goddess 009 in his ears. "Congratulations, you have completed the level assessment. Please accept your reward." As soon as her voice fell, Ning Caiwei sensed that he had opened the reincarnation space and had his identity information imprinted. Upon opening it, text appeared on the panel. Reincarnation Space Account Owner, Ning Caiwei. Points, initial 1 million. Currency, initial 20 million. Items, S-level Heavenly List 10th rank Reincarnation Seal. Authority, S-level. Citizen level, level 3. Ning Caiwei looked at the panel, slightly surprised. This is too much to give. On Kanglan Star, even the well-known governor of Kanglan Star doesn't have 1 million points. Moreover, his citizen level has actually risen to level 3. In this universe alliance where one level can crush hundreds of billions of people, level 3 belongs to the advanced citizen category. His current citizen level is already the same as the governor of Kanglan Star. Your reward has been distributed. Please allow me to ask boldly. Have you recently experienced a revival of memories? Your reincarnation experience is extremely important. It will bring unimaginable growth resources to our universe alliance. Ning Caiwei fell silent for a while. He had learned the specifics from his daughter Ning Caiwei's experiences. The so-called ancient reincarnators were the advanced team formed under the leadership of the Reincarnation Hall during the early establishment of the Federation. A lot of years have passed since then. The number of advanced teams is scarce, each one carries great hopes from the Reincarnation Hall, hence granted the original powers of the 3 main gods. They can have their souls descend and reincarnate in various worlds, retaining all personality memories of the Universe Alliance and learning the methods to grow stronger in those worlds. Then, they successfully bring back these methods of becoming stronger by reincarnating back to the Universe Alliance. Under the influence of the 3 original powers of the main gods in the Reincarnation Hall, their strength is fully retained. Due to individual differences, the number of reincarnations for advanced teams varies. Currently, the strongest reincarnator recorded in the Federation has reincarnated only 4 times. Among them, 1 time was caused by soul splitting. That means, when the main body reincarnated back to the Universe Alliance, part of the soul's power was still in various worlds. Only upon death would it return to the main body. Ning Caiwei suddenly understood a little why Wisdom Goddess 009. He personally bound himself to him. His own novel has reached 3 books, the Goddess of Wisdom must have read them. Not for now. Ning Caiwei replied like this. Okay, I wish you good health and a happy life. After the Goddess of Wisdom said this, she fell into a state of self-isolation. Like countless avatars, during this time, she would not monitor Ning Caiwei at all, until Ning Caiwei called again. Even a first-class citizen has the right to privacy, and the Goddess of Wisdom would never make such a mistake, which is also one of the reasons countless citizens trust her. It's time to go home. Ning Caiwei collected his feelings, took a deep breath of fresh air, and started down the mountain with a smile. What he didn't know was that just over 10 minutes ago, a big figure on the Imperial Star fell because of him, causing chaos in the sky ranking space because of him. Time passed, and the sky gradually darkened. Outside the Kanglan star domain, countless stars dotted the sky, like a silver river hanging upside down, extraordinarily dazzling and beautiful. Among them, one star was particularly bright. It was the Imperial Star. As the governor of Kanglan Star, Fu Lingfeng often looked up to the shape of the Imperial Star at night, filled with infinite emotion inside. If he didn't have any greater achievements in his life, his career in the Federation would basically stop here, and the possibility of being assigned to the Imperial Star was extremely slim. Has the old palace master not sent any news yet? Fu Lingfeng withdrew his gaze and looked at the secretary who was working. Not yet. According to the norms, President Shin should have returned. The secretary operated the electronic screen, and suddenly the entire screen flashed red, accompanied by a mechanical, urgent synthesized voice. Alert! Alert! A rift in the abyss has been detected 1.5 million kilometers away from Kanglan Star. The secretary paused for a moment, and Fu Lingfeng frowned. Sir, how should we handle this? Fu Lingfeng pondered for a while. The appearance of the rift in the abyss meant that there were plunderers from numerous worlds descending, and it could also be that the alien races were using this as a method to disrupt life planets in the frontier of the Cosmic Alliance. Rifts like this in the abyss occurred almost every moment across the entire Cosmic Alliance. Even in some cities on Kanglan Star, they occasionally appeared. Fu Lingfeng naturally saw this as nothing new, but he issued commands according to normal procedures. Notify the 2nd and 3rd Army Corps to prepare for all measures. Understood. The secretary immediately conveyed the order. But soon, the electronic synthesized voice rang out again. Alert! A rift in the abyss has detected a suspected demonic aura. Analyzing the source of the aura, analyzing power level. Source of aura cannot be locked, level cannot be assessed, requesting assistance from the Imperial Star. After this was said, Fu Lingfeng's expression changed. Since the first day he governed Kanglan Star, he had never seen the demonic presence from numerous worlds. The disasters brought by the rifts in the abyss were at most minor harassment from some alien races. Even if some reckless terrifying game dungeons randomly invaded Kanglan Star to capture people, they were quickly scanned and erased on the spot by the Goddess of Wisdom. Why has this demonic presence come? Chapter 37, As a father, of course, one should leave the best for the daughter. Goddess of Wisdom, help me contact Marshal Gu Sishu of the Imperial Star. Although he was already used to the appearance of the rift in the abyss, he still did not dare to be negligent. If a major mistake occurred during his tenure, leading to life and property losses for the citizens of Kanglan Star, the consequences would be clear. Connecting you now. Fu Lingfeng straightened his formal attire, feeling somewhat anxious and nervous. The Kanglan system is vast, and is one of the star regions under the Federation. It contains a huge number of life planets. And the Imperial Star holds supreme authority, gathering the top outstanding strong in the whole Kanglan Star region. Although he had never been there, he understood that there were thousands of intercontinental regions in the Imperial Star. Every major region governs hundreds of cities. Even just an ordinary federal position on the Imperial Star might have a terrifying background. Let alone the one he is about to contact, the Marshal of the 76th Legion of the Imperial Star, who holds real power. Connection successful. Fu Lingfeng's expression turned solemn, and he immediately saluted. What is the matter? He could not see Gu Situ's true face, as it was obscured by the Goddess of Wisdom. The voice transmitted back was somewhat deep and sonorous, inexplicably revealing an air of high rank and authority. I am Fu Lingfeng, the 149th Governor of Kanglan Star. I salute the Marshal. Fu Lingfeng first introduced himself, then got to the point. I have discovered a chasm of the abyss appearing 1.5 million kilometers away from Kanglan Star, suspected to have demonic energy. Kanglan Star cannot identify the origin or the threat level. I request the Marshal's assistance. After his words fell, there was a moment of silence on the other side. There should be someone investigating, Fu Lingfeng did not dare to urge, until 5 minutes passed. Originating from the worlds of the heavens, the central planes. Gu Situ's voice came out calmly, obviously reviewing information, and soon his tone became somewhat astonished. A team of reincarnators has already been to the Central Plains, and you Kanglan Star also have one person who brought back quite impressive results, a set of S+++ level martial arts techniques, a martial arts path with great potential. Governor Fu, congratulations. Fu Lingfeng's expression stiffened. The Central Plains? After he finished listening, he could not help but feel overjoyed. He certainly knew who the person Gu Situ spoke of was. S+++ level martial arts techniques were already very remarkable. He was both thrilled and surprised, responding, where, just call me Lingfeng. This is also the individual achievement of the Reincarnator. No matter what, after all, it came from Kanglan Star. Fu Lingfeng felt very proud deep down. Gu Situ pondered for a moment, then continued, the Central Plains is currently in a closed state, suspected to have some unknown turmoil, which might be the cause of the abyssal chasm. As for the demonic energy, it may be related to a figure from the Central Plains known as the Rebirth Master. Fu Lingfeng heard a hint of seriousness in his tone. Unfortunately, he currently had no right to view the materials. Let's do this. I have already noted your report. Proceed according to protocol. There are some troubles to handle nearby some life planets. Fu Lingfeng once again saluted. The closest to Kanglan star, Sanyue star, is experiencing a very terrible disaster. It is said that many troops and a large number of S-level reincarnators have been sent to suppress it. Even the third ranked on the heavenly list is among them. They all belong to Gusitu's support range, and it is feared that they cannot spare more manpower in a short time. But no matter what, he has reported the situation and does not count as dereliction of duty. As time passed, on the other side in the Bihue Garden of Jiangnan City. Daddy is home. Ning Qingxian had just opened the door when he saw Ning Caiwei rush over with joy. He smiled and ruffled his daughter's hair, looking around but did not see Shinjiyu's figure. How did you do on the exam? I got first place. Thanks to Daddy's novel, many people are discussing you online, and the Jiangnan City News published it. Ning Caiwei blinked her big eyes, recalling everything she experienced in the blood food realm. Despite facing life and death crises, she still felt a sense of nostalgia. At such a young age, she did not know more details, only aware that Daddy had once been to the blood food realm, and was once the Lord of Eternal Night. Ning Qingxian couldn't help but chuckle, taking out the prepared gift from his pocket. Well, you must be congratulated. Looking at the brand new phone, Ning Caiwei was overjoyed and quickly hugged it tightly. Don't look at it, Mom isn't home. It seems she received orders from above, just came back from a business trip and left again. Seeing this, Ning Qingxian fell into some contemplation. Isn't the work of the president of the Reincarnator Association too busy? By the way, did I just see you working out? Ning Caiwei carefully tucked her phone away and nodded. I have a lot of points in my account, and they increase quite a bit when refreshed, so I spent 100,000 points to buy a body refining cultivation method. 100,000 points? Ning Qingxian was shocked. Was his daughter already a little rich woman? He hesitated for a moment but couldn't help but speak up. Didn't Dad say that you should save your points and money for emergencies? And the way you just trained your body seems too strenuous. What kind of cultivation method did you buy? Were you tricked? Ning Qingxian expressed his concerns. Having experienced life in Central Plains, he could tell at a glance that this body refining cultivation method was not worth the effort. It could wear a person out without necessarily improving their physical strength. His daughter was still young and had weak discernment. Becoming suddenly rich could easily lead her to being deceived. He himself had grown up not liking to be lectured by his parents, but now that he was at this stage and had a daughter, he finally understood the difficulties of being a parent. No one in the world was more anxious about Ning Caiwei than he was. No, I bought it from the Reincarnation Hall. It's a legitimate channel, and it's from Master Ma, obtained by apprenticing in the reincarnation world, with very high sales, even though the time frame is quite long. Ning Caiwei wanted to show her cultivation results and squatted in place to perform the horse stance, swinging her fists perfectly at the air. Due to the lineage of Wu Jiu in her body, her fists not only made a whooshing sound but also had powerful wind pressure. Every move truly belonged to the realm of body refinement. Combined with her own bloodline, let alone killing a few cattle, it was easy to crack stones with a single punch. Dad, look, I've only been practicing for less than a day. Ning Caiwei appeared very happy. But in Ning Qingxuan's eyes, this movement looked too foolish, and the efficiency was too low. In no time, Ning Caiwei finished a set of punches, then began the second set, her breath gradually becoming chaotic. Ning Qingxian quietly watched until he really couldn't bear to look anymore. He frowned, unable to accept that his daughter had just begun to touch martial arts and was being led astray by such a flawed cultivation method. Never mind, I'll teach you. Ning Qingxian sighed. As a father, he naturally wanted to give the best to his daughter. An hour later, Ning Caiwei looked curiously at the swirling energy in her palm. Dad, is this the legendary true energy? It's so warm. She lowered her head to feel the slow, oscillating true energy in her dantian. Following the 12 meridians, once it formed a complete circuit, all the discomfort from body refining punches disappeared. This did not clash with her Wujio bloodline, on the contrary, it complemented it, as if they belonged to the same lineage. At this moment, Ning Qingxian looked at his daughter as if she were a monster. In just an hour, not only did his daughter understand the complex essence of the tortoise breath technique, but she had also condensed a dantian vortex, which would normally take a talented person a month to achieve. Even if it was just a wisp, it was extraordinary. How come both Shinjiu and Ning Caiwei had such high martial arts talent? It turns out cultivation can be this simple, just follow the breathing steps, and Dad is even better than Master Ma. Ning Caiwei looked at herself with starry eyes. Hearing her words, Ning Qingxian finally asked in confusion, who is Master Ma? He's in the third grade textbook, Mr. Ma from the Imperial Star, whom everyone respectfully calls the martial arts master. He apprenticed under hidden masters in the heavens and became a closed-door disciple, and after mastering his art, he brought this body refinement cultivation method back. Many reincarnators' internal energy is inherited from Master Ma. Ning Caiwei thought for a moment. He had indeed seen reincarnators. The situation of employing inner strength. It is undeniable that this is a method of becoming stronger that has a wide reach, but the starting point is too low. Without further delay, he continued to help Ning Caiwei solidify her Dantian vortex. Meanwhile, inside the sub-palace of Kanglan Star, Shinjiyu was nervously waiting for the old palace master to finish the call. She had just returned home not long ago when she received the old palace master's message and rushed to the sub-palace to report. On the other end of the line was clearly a very important figure, as one could see unprecedented seriousness and solemnity on the old palace master's face. Yes, I understand. The old palace master interrupted the call and looked up at Shinjiyu, his expression hard to describe. Palace master, did I pass the assessment? Shinjiyu asked cautiously, naturally about inheriting the position of palace master. Although she had not yet successfully advanced to S-class, she had basically achieved excellent results in the reincarnation world. As long as the old palace master recognized her, she could naturally take over this position. I'm sorry, I can't give you this position. The old palace master shook his head. With this one statement, Shinjiyu's mood instantly plunged into despair. Her face turned a shade paler, she bit her lip and forced a smile. It's okay, palace master, you don't need to apologize to me. If there's anything difficult, I can understand. Shinjiyu could almost guess who had just made that call. As expected, it was from the Imperial Star. Otherwise, the old palace master's attitude could not have changed so drastically. But she had no regrets. Even if it meant sacrificing her entire future, she would not do anything against Ning Caiwei. Additionally, you will no longer serve as the president of the Jiangnan City Reincarnators Association. The old palace master said as he stood up from his chair. Shinjiyu's delicate figure trembled slightly, she felt unstable, and a wave of dizziness washed over her, briefly causing her ears to ring. As expected. She forced a bitter smile, feeling inwardly unsurprised. From now on, you are the president of the General Association in the Jingzhou district of the Imperial Star. Shinjiyu nodded sadly, understood. Huh? She remained dazed, looking up. What did you say? The old palace master showed a sigh of emotion, his eyes filled with deep respect. The Imperial Star's appointment has come down. You are very lucky, although I don't know the specifics. The previous Jingzhou governor just resigned, resulting in a major reshuffle and many vacant positions. The Jingzhou Palace Master must have seen your information when selecting candidates from various life planets. That call indeed came from the Jingzhou Palace Master. A big shot from the Reincarnation Palace, whose level was many times higher than his, specifically named Shinjiyu to take over as the president of the Jingzhou General Association. This was something he had never heard of before. First, it was Kanglan Star's governor Fu Lingfeng, who helped support Shinjiyu, and now it was a palace master from the Imperial Star personally issuing an appointment letter. This leap in advancement was something he wouldn't dare even dream about, right? He had no courage to ask about the details and reasons, he just needed to obey orders. Let me take over as the general president of Jingzhou? Shinjiyu pointed to herself, her eyes wide open, a look of shock on her face. One moment her life had hit rock bottom, and the next she was soaring to new heights? That's right. The old palace master nodded. Shinjiyu felt this was incredibly surreal. She had desperately wanted to achieve better results in order to inherit the old palace master's position, to make a step forward in her career path and improve her current family situation. Now the reward she received far exceeded her original efforts. Can I ask why the Jingzhou governor resigned? She remembered the Jingzhou governor, who was Qiu Jiro's superior and had just had a virtual meeting with her during the day. As for the matters of the Imperial Star, how could we on Kanglan Star know? There are thousands of districts there, and the situation changes rapidly, anything could happen. The old hall leader truly knew nothing, this was information far beyond his level. With my qualifications, I shouldn't be qualified for the president position, right? Did you recommend me? Shinjiyu asked again. The old hall leader couldn't help but shake his head, struggling to contain his laughter. I can't interfere with the decisions regarding the Imperial Star. As those words fell, Shinjiyu fell into deep thought. Could it be because Ning Caiwei ranks 10th on the S-class heavenly ranking? The only reason she could think of for her position as the president of Jingzhou was linked to Ning Caiwei. But upon reconsideration, even ranking 10th on the S-class heavenly ranking, that kind of influence doesn't exist in the Federation and the Reincarnation Hall, where one person's rise wouldn't bring everyone up with them. Either that or it has something to do with the legacy of the overworld sect in Central Plains? Go back and rest, you will take office on another day. The Imperial Star is completely different from our Kanglan Star, it is the core of the entire Kanglan system. Be very careful from now on, I can only call you Director Shin. Shinjiyu felt a bit embarrassed and replied, I will always remember your great kindness. After leaving the sub-hall, she looked up at the brightest star under the night sky, feeling deeply emotional. I must hurry to share the good news with Ning Caiwei, he surely has a part in this. Shinjeyu wasted no more time and set off back to Jiangnan City. Chapter 39, Unprecedented Global Alert. Shinjeyu could not see what lay deep in the dark sky. There was a massive abyssal crack, continuously surging with strong demonic power. At this moment, after Fu Lingfeng reported the emergency situation, a sudden incident occurred again. The electronic screen flickered wildly with red light. Red alert! Red alert! Reiterating, red alert! Fu Lingfeng's expression changed in shock. Had the abyss crack really expanded in just this short time? Goddess of wisdom, help me scan the abyss crack. He spoke in a deep voice, and soon the screen displayed a view of the abyss, a dark void far away from Kanglan Star. Due to the distortion of space, the scale was growing larger, and the aura of power spread terrifyingly. In an instant, with a rumble, a silent shockwave swept out, slowly revealing ancient flying warships in the eyes of Fu Lingfeng and all the high-ranking personnel of Kanglan Star present. Each ship was lined with figures clad in black robes, their faces cold, eyes ruthless, exuding a chilling aura of menace. Aside from the warships, there were colossal divine weapons Fu Lingfeng had never seen before, and even at the back, many powerful demons appeared, filling the air with a sinister energy. The scene was grand, the fleet descending from the abyss, delivering an unprecedented visual shock to everyone. What? Who are these people? This isn't the Central Plains at all. The Secretary General was horrified. From the information provided by the Reincarnation Hall, it was known that the combat power level of the Central Plains couldn't possibly be this high. Director, what do we do? He looked at Fu Lingfeng in panic. This powerful team was clearly heading in their direction. No one knew what they intended to do. Once they approached Kanglan Star, it might lead to unimaginable disaster. Issue the highest level alert, inform all troops to set aside everything and immediately establish a defense position 50,000 kilometers outside Kanglan Star. Fu Lingfeng forced himself to calm down. The more critical the moment, the more calm one must be. He had reported the situation truthfully to the Imperial Star, believing that they would promptly devise a corresponding response to handle this rapidly developing emergency. Hurry up, why is everyone just standing there? Execute the orders. The Secretary General turned around, shouting at all the high-ranking personnel who were deeply shocked. Instantly, the command room erupted like a boiling pot, the sound of roars endless. First Legion. The Second Corps and the Third Corps, hurry up and move out. Did you not understand? I said everyone. Bring out all the city defense cannons of Kanglan Star. Anyone who has shoulders broader than a star, report to the capital command room immediately. Damn it, what do you mean not enough authority? This is the order of the Chief Executive Officer. Fu Lingfeng stared intently at the electronic screen, beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead. This night, for Kanglan Star, would be a night that could never be forgotten. The entire world was plunged into the highest level of alert. A large number of elite corps members raced through the air, their expressions hurried as they rushed toward the starry sky. Rusty old city defense cannons were all brought out. Ordinary citizens had no idea what was happening, they could only see the continued roaring overhead, as air and space aircraft carriers and star battleships took off. Such a huge commotion, could it be that the alien tribes from the borderlands have attacked? Some looked up, voicing their suspicions. It shouldn't be possible, our nearby Tsingyu star has been fighting against alien tribes recently, maybe we're going to help. Someone offered a different opinion, speculating the reason for Kanglan Star's actions based on the current situation. At the same time, Shinjeyun, who was on her way home, also noticed the changes in Kanglan Star. What's going on? She sat in the car, looking through the window at the corps members rushing into the sky. These people were usually invisible, distinct from the Reincarnation Association. They only moved out to eliminate alien strongholds or during major crises at Kanglan Star. Given the current situation, it seemed like nearly the entire branch of the Corps had come out. This grand scene was something she had never seen before in her life. Unfortunately, she had not yet assumed the position of the president and could not know exactly what was happening in Kanglan Star. After hesitating for a moment, she still sent a message to the old Hall Master. After a while, she received a reply. The global highest level of alert? Shin Jiyun's mind exploded with disbelief. In the entire history of Kanglan Star, the highest level of alert had never been issued. This signified that Kanglan Star was facing an extremely serious threat. And it exceeded all previous ones. What exactly happened? She muttered to herself, her eyes vacant. Outside Kanglan Star, air-carrying aircraft carriers and star battleships stood ready. Hundreds of thousands of elite corps members, tense and alert, focused their gaze on the pitch-black depths of the starry sky. Far beyond their sight, a team was currently descending from the abyssal rift. In a few days at most, or a few hours at the least, they would approach Kanglan Star, depending on the speed of the team's movement. In the capital command room, hundreds of high-ranking federal officials were already present, including many confidential personnel from the Reincarnation Hall, all staring at the electronic screens. The room was extremely quiet, with no one speaking. The heavy atmosphere was almost suffocating until Fu Lingfeng suddenly broke the silence. Goddess of wisdom, I need to talk to the leader on the other side. Kanglan Star was facing the most severe test and threat in history. As the governor of this planet, he had to ensure the safety of citizens' lives and property. The first priority was to clarify what intentions the opposing side held. There was no doubt that effective communication and dialogue could prevent irreparable violent conflict. I'm sorry, due to interference from the abyssal rift, my communication cannot reach the other party. How far away are they? Fu Lingfeng asked in a deep voice. If they were already approaching Kanglan Star, it would be too late. 80,000 kilometers. After saying this, Fu Lingfeng's expression turned somewhat grim. It was still a bit close. Everyone, the time to test us has come, no matter what happens next. We all need to hold out for the support of the Empire Star. The neighboring side has fought for 3 months without losing an inch of our defense. I hope we can do the same on Kanglan Star, do you understand? Fu Lingfeng swept his sharp gaze over the hundreds of people present, his eyes filled with authority. Understood, everyone replied in unison. He looked back at the electronic screen and suddenly saw something in the dark depths, causing his pupils to shrink and his scalp to tingle. What is this? Chapter 40, The Legacy of the Demonic Pathmaster. At the same time, on the brightest life planet of the Kanglan system, within the Empire Star, Marshal Gu Situ was squinting his eyes, gazing at the confidential information in his hands, which included the reports collected by the Reincarnators regarding Central Plains and the casualties, performance reports. What caught his eye was the names Shen Zheyu and Shen Yuning, both ranked at the top with equal evaluations. This report came from the Reincarnation Hall and had not yet been made public. The reason for their shared first place was that they both transcribed and uploaded the Martial King Realm's cultivation path. An Ultra S-level advancement potential. Gu Situ let out a long sigh with a voice full of weariness, accompanied by deep respect. His eyes, vast as the starry sky, revealed strands of admiration. Since the establishment of the Federation, countless reincarnators have ventured into unfathomable worlds, obtaining a vast number of ways to grow stronger, which are the paths of advancement. Each path of advancement is a treasure of the Federation. These include, but are not limited to, body refinement, internal energy, bloodlines, genetics, spiritual energy, extraordinary attributes, and more. Advancement paths are diverse, each with varying potential. For example, the internal energy cultivation path brought back by Master Ma was ultimately rated as having A-level growth potential by the Reincarnation Hall. This meant that if a reincarnator solely practiced this path, they would never reach S-level. What truly amazed Gu Situ was that on the land of Central Plains, there existed such geniuses who could break the shackles of the celestial realm and independently create the Martial King realm. Moreover, they forcibly brought the growth limit of the celestial realm S-level into the Ultra S-level. What a stunning greatness this is! He originally thought it was just S-level, until just now when the evaluation results from the Reincarnation Hall came out. Immediately summon Shen Yuning, Gu Situ commanded. 15 minutes later, Shen Yuning arrived at the headquarters of the 76th Army, trembling with fear. In her memory, this was the military belonging to the Jingzhou region, and the entire defense force of the Jingzhou region was stationed here. As the marshal of the 76th Army, Gu Situ was a person equal in rank to the commander of the Jingzhou Hall. However, one oversees internal affairs, while the other oversees external affairs. Marshal Gu Situ himself was an exceptionally outstanding Ultra S-level reincarnator. Rumors circulated that he had already unlocked the 6th-level genetic lock in the traditional cultivation path of genetics. What merit and ability did Shen Yuning possess to be summoned by Marshal Gu Situ? Upon arriving at the marshal's residence, guided by the deputy, she finally walked into a solemn grand hall. Shen Yuning took a deep breath, not daring to look around, lowering her head and cupping her hands. S-level reincarnator from Jingzhou district, Shen Yuning pays respect to the marshal. Gu Situ nodded with approval. Congratulations, you have secured first place in this reincarnation world. Any request you have, I can fulfill today. Shen Yuning was momentarily stunned and then felt immense joy in her heart. She had been secretly summoned. It turned out Marshal Gu Situ had learned of the results in advance. In response to the marshal, merely obtaining this great opportunity is already a reward in itself. I dare not ask for anything more. Gu Situ did not press further but waved his hand. Whenever you have made up your mind, just inform the aide. Additionally, I wanted to ask about the legacy of the Central Plains leader, which is why I summoned you today. According to the information you provided, you opened the gates of the Upper Realm and Central Plains, leading to the possibility of a war between the two realms. Can you estimate what may happen next? How can I accurately determine the combat strength of the Central Plains Upper Realm? Upon hearing this, Shen Yuning couldn't help but show a pained expression. That day, she personally witnessed the power of Fengli, a mighty figure from the Central Plains Upper Realm, who easily suppressed the S-Class Heavenly Ranking's 49th position, Xing Wushuang. That was definitely beyond the realm of a human, but whether it exceeded S-Class, she could not make an accurate judgment. After all, there is also a vast strength gap among S-Class reincarnators. The top 50 of the heavenly ranking are almost like 50 watershed moments, not to mention standing in the first 10 levels, which represent the peak of S-class. Xing Wuxuang is not Feng Li's opponent, but that does not mean the top 10 of the heavenly ranking cannot defeat him. I can't do it, but I can assure you that the Martial King realm is definitely stronger than the Transformation realm. Shen Yuning could only provide another answer. The Martial, no, and I can also reveal the information to you in advance. The training path of the Martial King realm is currently rated as Super S potential by the Reincarnation Hall. Super S? Shen Yuning's eyes widened at once, her head buzzing. Doesn't this mean that she has brought back a training method that would secure her a worry-free life and could immediately be written into textbooks? Turning her into a legendary figure of the Federation for 100 years, or even 1,000 years? Shen Yuning was stunned. She never expected that the training path of the Martial King realm actually belonged to Super S advancement potential, all because she met Shinjeyu, which changed her life. The Martial, still say, whatever you want, as long as it is within my authority, I can satisfy you. After all, you are still young, yet you have such great achievements. Your future is boundless. You are the pride of Jingzhou, no, the pride of my Empire Star. If you really can't think of what you want, I have a suggestion. I could recommend you to the Star Master. Shen Yuning's breath quickened suddenly. Star Master? What luck does a small S-class like her have to come into contact with such a big shot? She worried that she was not worthy and was about to politely decline when she saw the aide beside her suddenly change his expression and interject. Marshal, something big has happened. Gu Situ looked over and frowned. Isn't there a better time for that? The aide looked anxious. We just received an urgent report from the governor of Sanyu Star. They detected the army of the Twilight King from the Greedy Wolf Clan appearing outside the star. As soon as the words fell, Gu Situ's pupils instantly contracted. The Greedy Wolf Clan had always been a thorn in their side in the Kanglan system, being a space pirate faction throughout the universe, with a very strong foundation, having repeatedly invaded the Kanglan system and constantly established strongholds. This time, the chaos on Sanyu Star was brought about by the Greedy Wolf Clan, and he had dispatched a large number of reinforcements, which were still engaged in battle. And Sanyu Star is an important strategic resource planet. If it falls, the loss would be incalculable. Twilight King. Gu Situ's face was a mix of emotions. Sanyu Star was about to face a catastrophic disaster. Notify the nearby Kanglan Star and the governor of Huiyue Star, let them send the conservative troops for early assistance. I will personally take to the field. As soon as he said this, the aide's face turned extremely ugly. Marshal, Kanglan Star might not be able to assist anymore. Why? Gu Situ frowned. Kanglan Star has also sent an urgent report. A mysterious team has descended from the Abyss Rift. The aide swallowed hard, and Gu Situ's movements froze. Shen Yuning's heart sank even more upon hearing this. What's going on with Kanglan Star? I know a person who might be able to help. Shen Yuning spoke carefully. Who? Gu Situ, having encountered 2 pieces of bad news in a row, looked tired and casually asked. This person is at Kanglan Star, and his name is Ning Caiwei. Chapter 41, Ancestor? Where did the ancestor of Kanglan Star come from? Oh no, that is the Twilight King of the Greedy Wolf Clan. Inside Kanglan Star, in the capital's command room. Following Fu Lingfeng's gaze, the Secretary General also saw another team on the screen. His expression turned into a state of panic, as rapid images filled his mind about the legend of the Twilight King and the Greedy Wolf Clan, who had caused significant losses to the Kanglan system multiple times. The Greedy Wolf Clan is not coming for us. Fu Lingfeng stared intensely at the screen, fully aware in his heart. As a foreign race in the wild frontier, the Greedy Wolf Clan has occupied the depths of the Forbidden Area for many years, obtaining the true teachings of a certain cosmic evil god. They focused on development, growing their strength and foundation immensely, with a long history of inheritance, where technology and genetic cultivation go hand in hand, and there are many top-tier strong warriors within the clan. This Twilight King is one of the 3 kings of the Greedy Wolf Clan, who has made great contributions to the entire clan. They attacked Sanyu Star to plunder its important strategic materials and abundant mineral resources. In their eyes, Kanglan Star is nothing but an abandoned planet that has long been devoid of resources and holds no significance for plunder. Therefore, Fu Lingfeng was very sure that the army of the Twilight King must be merely passing by, with their true route heading towards Sanyu Star. However, Fu Lingfeng's heart raced suddenly. It seemed they were about to encounter the mysterious team from the Abyssal Rift. In the vast and boundless starry sky, the Twilight King led his army towards Sanyu Star. He wore an ancient gray armor, rusted and faintly stained with streaks of blood left by the passage of time. His weathered face bore a cold demeanor, and his dark eyes seemed to hold the essence of black holes, radiating genetic patterns that made his entire presence indescribable. Behind him stretched a line of various massive sculptures. Some were goddesses with serpent bodies, some were monsters covered in tentacles, and others were fierce ancient beasts with glaring eyes. Each sculpture was pulled forward by tens of thousands of people bound in chains, creating a grand scene in this vast and boundless starry sky, resembling an epic painting. Twilight King, what kind of life planet is that? Why don't we try to take it down? Beside the Twilight King was a young prodigy of the greedy wolf clan, who was on his first expedition with him. Upon seeing the distant Kanglan star, he expressed his inner confusion. It's just a planet abandoned by the Federation, of no value at all. The Twilight King cast a cold glance at Kanglan star with his dim eyes and then withdrew his gaze. In fact, it was worthless not only to him but even to the Federation. Sanyue star had been attacked for 3 months, and surprisingly, Kanglan star had not sent out a single soldier. This planet, once the mother star of the Kanglan system, had long fallen into obscurity, possibly forgotten by the Federation. He didn't even want to risk the lives of his clan's strong warriors to forcibly occupy it. As for whether they would be strategically ambushed, 3 months had already proven that Kanglan star posed no threat whatsoever. Moreover, forming a multi-directional encirclement under the starry sky was not an easy task. Twilight King, there's movement up ahead. A scout brought back intelligence, and the Twilight King quickly raised his eyes to look. A series of battle boats flew through the air, a massive group of demonic path warriors exuding a murderous atmosphere, followed by many great demons. The team extended endlessly, deep and unfathomable. He followed the line of the team and saw the abyssal rift. A thought flashed through his mind, the myriad worlds. Given the greedy wolf clan's historical understanding of the Federation, he knew that there existed a mysterious reincarnation hall within the Federation. The Federation's foundation rapidly rose because of the existence of the reincarnation hall. Over the years, the alien races of the starry sky had suffered quite a bit because of it. But there are both advantages and disadvantages. The power of the reincarnation hall has affected the dimensional space. This often leads to the appearance of abyssal rifts, bringing various strange plunderers from the myriad worlds, which also causes trouble for the Federation. From the current view, the front team had indeed descended from the abyssal rift. We have a good show to watch. The King of Twilight let out a faint smile. With the deep-rooted power of Kanglan star, it was absolutely unable to resist the impact of the advancing team. This outcome would lead Kanglan star to face a world-ending disaster. The battle at the front is urgent. Should we bypass them? The young genius beside him asked. Foolish. Would you dare to let this celestial team be behind us? The King of Twilight said coldly. He had fought countless battles for the greedy wolf clan and would not allow himself to make such a low-level mistake. Then, he ordered the scouts again, follow them, pay close attention to all movements, and report to me in time. Time passed, the army outside Kanglan star stood in formation, everyone's face showing unprecedented tension. They could vaguely see the shadow of the battleship, their gazes quickly becoming fixed. They're coming, getting closer and closer. Hiss, such a strong power fluctuation. This must be from the S-level reincarnation world. Silence. Silence. The front line fell into some chaos, quickly stopped by the higher-ups. Inside the Kanglan star command room, Fu Lingfeng shouted, Goddess of Wisdom. Establishing communication, creating a dialogue channel. Fu Lingfeng took a deep breath and spoke in a deep voice. I am the chief executive of the Kanglan Star Federation. You are approaching the safe range of Kanglan Star. Please state your intentions. The message was transmitted, and among the team from the Abyssal Rift, on the largest battleship, a black-robed man sitting cross-legged slowly opened his eyes. The team then halted. He looked at the vast starry sky and let out an ancient sigh. Linger, have we arrived? A little girl beside him respectfully clasped her hands. Report, Master, we should be here. According to the information provided by the leader of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, the location where the Grandmaster's spirit left is right here. As the words fell, the black-robed man's body slightly trembled. Tears seemed to well up in his murky eyes as he looked at a bronze coffin beside him. Inside lay his master, who had followed the Grandmaster for 100 years. He spared no effort, enduring countless hardships, and ultimately found a rift space under the deduction results from the leader of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, tracing to the location where the Grandmaster's spirit departed. This was all to fulfill his master's last wish, to bury the body at the place of the Grandmaster. He did not know exactly where this was, as if it was beyond the central plains, a different profound world similar to the upper and lower realms. Hearing Fu Lingfeng's words, he felt the profound power of communicating across space, deep and inscrutable. His aged face turned solemn, and he finally spoke with great respect. I am the 7th leader of the Abiding Order, coming here with no malice, only to seek news of our sex Grandmaster. Within Kanglan Star, Fu Lingfeng heard his words through the Goddess of Wisdom. The hundreds of high-level personnel in the command room also heard this sentence. Fu Lingfeng was bewildered, and everyone exchanged glances, equally confused. The distant King of Twilight also received the scout's report. He frowned, puzzled. Grandmaster? What Grandmaster? Where does Kanglan Star have a Grandmaster? Fu Lingfeng fell into deep thought and then asked the goddess of wisdom, "Can you find out what force the abiding order is?" Soon, the goddess of wisdom gave a reply. According to the data provided by the Reincarnation Hall, it has been discovered that the abiding order exists in the realms, totaling over 400 sections. The recently discovered abiding order comes from the Central Plains, known as the first demon sect of the Central Plains. Among them, the fourth master of the abiding order, Ning Caiwei, became famous at a young age, independently creating a cultivation method, leading the whole sect to its peak. According to the provided information, the seventh leader of the abiding order comes from the Central Plains, and the grandmaster he speaks of likely refers to Ning Caiwei, with a 99% probability. As these words fell, Fu Lingfeng's doubts deepened in his heart. How could he track down the grandmaster's news to arrive at Kanglan? Did he get it wrong? He spoke again, "There is no grandmaster as you mentioned here. Please leave here immediately, I repeat, please leave here immediately." The message was delivered, and the murky eyes of the man in black robe dimmed slightly. Regarding the ancestral master, he had only heard of him from his teacher's mouth and seen him in the history books of the Central Plains, but had never witnessed him with his own eyes. That year, his parents had just been born. The Central Plains faced an invasion from powerful beings of the upper realm. The great battle broke out, and the legendary ancestral master pierced through the upper realm with his own strength. This led to the upper realm changing hands, and for many years, the entire Central Plains welcomed a great unified prosperous era. Unfortunately, the ancestral master could not witness the prosperity of the Central Plains. The battle between the two realms shattered the ancestral master's physical body, and under the gaze of many, his soul ascended, its destination unknown. The legacy he left behind became the greatest treasure of the Central Plains. Even to this day, there are still people mourning him, still people singing his praises. Originally, it was thought that after the ancestral master's soul ascended, he would continue his life in another world, living a second life. But now, could it be that the so-called ascension in the Central Plains is actually a fall? The man in black robe felt unwilling, his emotions stirred, filled with grief. Our teaching's ancestral master was called Ning Caiwei in his youth. He is Ning Caiwei, he is our Central Plains legend, he cannot be nameless, he must be here. I hope the elder can help us find him. Being called elder by such a powerful figure made Fu Lingfeng feel overwhelmed, and his palms were already sweating. The conversation was real and effective, but the key issue was, how would he know who this demonic master was? If they continued to be polite, it would end badly if the other party got angry. In his hesitation, he revealed a determined expression. Goddess of Wisdom, prepared to announce globally, informing every citizen of Kanglan that what is happening here. As soon as this statement fell, the hall was in an uproar, even the Secretary General's face changed. Governor, this may not be appropriate, it will cause panic and chaos. Fu Lingfeng had no choice. Do you have a better solution? It will take at least half a day for the Empire Star to provide support. Everyone looked at each other, all falling silent. At the same time, on the other side, the greedy Wolf Clan's army. King of Dusk, who received the complete information, wore a face of fluctuating emotions, even feeling somewhat shocked. Damn, I thought I would see a good show, but it turns out they are here looking for family. He coldly stared at the distant celestial team, his dark eyes gradually rising with totemic light, causing the numerous sculptures behind him to suddenly burst forth with terrifying red flames. King of Dusk? The experts of the greedy Wolf Clan were confused. All troops, obey orders, rush towards the celestial team ahead, make sure not to leave a single one behind. The King of Dusk's face turned frost-like and cold, making a strategic decision in a brief moment. The situation at the Tsang US Star front line was tense, leaving no room for more thought. Since this celestial team has some inseparable relationship with Kanglan, it means that Kanglan now may pose a serious threat to the army behind. He absolutely could not allow this situation, and could only strike first. Understood. The greedy Wolf Clan's army had no objections, and in an instant, figures rushed forward to kill. The King of Dusk slowly raised his hand, and one could hear the sound of gene locks breaking from within his body, along with the eerie technique urging the power of the evil god, leading to many sculptures burning in flames, turning into living beings. Human-faced snake bodies let out piercing cries, shaking the space waves. Furious ancient beasts stretched their gigantic wings and roared to the sky. This commotion caught the attention of the followers of the revived sect, and the little girl on the warship spoke in a low voice. Master, it seems something is coming towards us. The man in black robe glanced with his weary, aged eyes. In this realm, are there also beast riots? He slowly raised his hand and pointed towards the colossal beings that had already awakened in the distance. Boom! The great wilderness candle dragon suddenly appeared, a towering phantom transformed, with magical flames rising to the sky. The dragon's eyes shot out a dignified black light, its towering body stood under the vast starry sky. Its sharp claws mercilessly covered everything, instantly sweeping through the army of the greedy Wolf Clan, which had come shouting and killing. They looked up, their vicious faces gradually turned blank, until endless fear appeared in their pupils. What is this thing? The magical flames devoured, and the dragon claws tore through the universe, causing a series of screams. The King of Dusk had just revived from his sculpture and saw such a scene. His entire mind exploded with a loud noise. His ghostly colored eyes were all covered by the phantom of the great wilderness candle dragon, reflecting the majestic dragon eyes, making him feel a chilling horror all over his body. Boom! The space along the way shattered like a broken mirror, and the sculpture collapsed into pieces. The King of Dusk encountered an unprecedented massive impact, his entire grey armor shattered piece by piece. His face changed dramatically, and intense fear churned within him. What level of expert is this? The shadow of death descended, and as the bodies of many greedy Wolf Clan experts turned to ash and disappeared, he could no longer bear it, blood pouring from all 7 of his orifices. Ancestor, did the ancestor of Kanglan Star make a move? No, it's the guy on the spaceship. The King of Dusk stared with terrified eyes, clearly sensing that this terrifying power erupted from the leading warship, crossing an endless distance in an instant. Retreat! Quickly retreat! He screamed in horror, turning to flee, his heart in constant panic. Ancestor! Where did Kanglan Star's ancestor come from? He couldn't understand why a life planet abandoned by the Federation would have such a figure as an ancestor. Just the mysterious person on the warship had instantly suppressed his hundreds of thousands of troops, so what level of expert was this so-called ancestor? This scene was clearly recorded by the Goddess of Wisdom, presented in the Kanglan Star command room. The entire hall fell silent, hundreds of senior officials gasping in shock, staring blankly. Fu Lingfeng's whole body stiffened, his eyes trembling continuously, filled with horror. What is this? Without a word, they sacrificed the mighty army of the King of Dusk? He mechanically turned around and looked at the hundreds of senior officials, nearly roaring. What are you all standing there for? Quickly send out a global announcement and find someone. Didn't you see they're going crazy? Chapter 43, Global Announcement, Ning Caiwei in shock. Imperial Star, Marshal Jingzhou's mansion. The Federation hasn't seen a reincarnated ancient being return in many years. Gu sit aside after hearing Chen Yunyi's description. He had already learned that Ning Qingxuan's novel was actually the memory of a past reincarnation. Knowing that Ning Caiwei had remained inconspicuous on Kanglan Star for many years, living in poverty, he felt a deep sorrow. After all, he was a contributor to the Federation, yet they failed to welcome Ning Qingxuan's return in time. Marshal, we can't get in touch with this Ning Caiwei. Also, Kanglan Star just uploaded an image. The adjutant spoke as an electronic screen expanded, revealing the scene outside of Kanglan Star. This is... Gu Situ's pupils contracted, his heart immediately churning. In the image, the King of Dusk's army was annihilated, the great wilderness candle dragon stood beneath the starry river, its magical flames towering, seemingly ready to devour everything, already touching the Super S-class category. Even he, at the moment when the black-robed man on the warship made a move, felt a strong sense of dread. The King of Dusk unlocked his 5th-level gene lock, a very troublesome expert from the Kanglan system, and his armor was an evil god's holy artifact. Yet, it was so easily destroyed. Gu Situ's face quickly darkened, seemingly unable to believe that the team that had descended on Kanglan Star had such a high-level expert. It's the great wilderness candle dragon's claw. I've seen it before. It's a demonic power from the Central Plains. Chen Yunyi murmured, her heart pounding wildly. She instantly recognized this move as one passed down by the 4th leader of the Reincarnation sect, Ning Shisan. Has the Tianbang stronghold of Kanglan Star not contacted us yet? Gu Situ asked the deputy officer. In this situation, he could only hope for a miracle. Although Ning Caiwei had not reached the Super S level, as one of the top 10 on the Tianbang, he was already strong enough, just needing to delay for some time. Not yet. The deputy officer shook his head. However, the governor of Kanglan Star has issued a global announcement, saying they are looking for a demon master named Ning Shisan, which might be the purpose of the Abyssal Rift team's arrival. Demon master? Gu Situ's expression froze. Within Kanglan Star, a global announcement began to be issued. Dear citizens of Kanglan Star, good evening. I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. I am the wisdom goddess of the capital of Kanglan Star, and I solemnly inform everyone on behalf of Chief Governor Zhang that our planet is facing an unprecedented crisis. Under the night sky, numerous cities on Kanglan Star were sparkling with dazzling neon lights. No matter where they were or how busy they were, all citizens, without exception, suddenly received an urgent message from their linked wisdom goddess. Many citizens looked up at the starry sky, naturally recalling the immense momentum created by the Federation earlier. As soon as the announcement was made, it instantly caused significant panic. Could it be that the alien races have really come? It's over, Kanglan Star does not have the heavy military presence of the Federation. Panic spread swiftly, and chaos soon erupted. On her way home, Shinjiayu also received the information. What on earth is happening? First, the global highest alert, now this global announcement. She looked worried, her mind covered by intense unease. Throughout the history of Kanglan Star, there had never been such a level of disaster. Was she about to witness history? President, do we need to send someone to check your house right away? The vice president, who was driving, asked nervously. Given the current situation, according to the Federation's standard protocol, a mass evacuation would probably take place. No need. Shen Zhiyu shook her head gently. Across the entire Kanglan Star, there were very few S-level reincarnators, and since Ning Qingxian was assessed as the 10th on the S-level Tianbang by the Reincarnation Hall, who else could provide more security than Ning Caiwei's father? Next, please all citizens take note. The Wisdom Goddess issued another communication. Outside of Kanglan Star, there is currently a demon team from Zhongyuan, which poses a severe threat to us. Citizens, please be aware, a person suspected to be named Ning Shisan, a demon master from Zhongyuan, is currently inside Kanglan Star. He may be in unknown conditions such as amnesia, loss of cultivation, wandering on the streets, or being a black household of the Federation. If you find someone matching this description, please report immediately. After reading the Wisdom Goddess's communication, Shen Zhiyu's eyes gradually widened. The demon forces from Zhongyuan had descended? Instantly, the citizens of Kanglan Star looked at those around them and then at the homeless on the streets. No, it's not me. The homeless noticed the gazes on them and panicked, shaking their heads vigorously. When the Wisdom Goddess issued the global announcement, mobilizing all citizens, Ning Caiwei, who was diligently cultivating at Bishui Garden, also received the message without exception. She looked shocked and asked Ning Qingxian, Dad, did you receive the message from the Wisdom Goddess? What message? Ning Qingxuan's Wisdom Goddess 009 did not react at all. It seems Kanglan Star is in big trouble. There is currently a team from Zhongyuan's demon forces outside, and the Wisdom Goddess sent a message looking for a demon master named Ning Shisan. Upon hearing this, Ning Qingxuan's puzzled eyes gradually turned into disbelief. What was going on? A team from Zhongyuan's demon forces? He quickly called out to Wisdom Goddess 009. Such a serious situation, why didn't I receive any notification? The Wisdom Goddess 009's awareness fully awakened. Dear Mr. Ning, you enjoy the highest level of authority on Kanglan Star. The Kanglan Star's official cannot send you any messages. Understanding the reason, Ning Qingxian sighed lightly. Next time, no matter who it is, please notify me first. The Goddess of Wisdom gently responded, changing the settings now, the changes are successful. Do you have any other instructions? I will serve you wholeheartedly. I need to talk to the demon squad outside Kanglan Star immediately. You should be able to do that. Upon hearing this, the Goddess of Wisdom 009's tone grew solemn and serious. Respected Mr. Ning, the demon squad outside Kanglan Star is not something you can contend with or influence. To ensure your safety, I suggest you do not take action and wait for support from the 76th Legion of the Imperial Star. Ning Qingxian showed a complex expression, even if it were not the Central Plains team today but rather other strong beings from across the heavens, or the so-called border monsters. If he had the capability, he would never back down. Even though his strength had yet to recover, he still felt that way. Having lived on Kanglan Star for so many years, he naturally had feelings here, not to mention that his family was all here. Apart from me, nobody can solve this trouble today. Upon hearing this, the Goddess of Wisdom 009 seemed to have thought of something. This triggered immense emotional waves, even causing some uncontrollable excitement, and with a cautious tone, she asked with a trembling voice. Respected Mr. Ning, do you mean, you are the Demon Master? Chapter 44, the follow-up from the Central Plains, answers are all here. In the command room of the Kanglan Star capital, Fu Lingfeng and other senior officials were extremely anxious. Is there no response? Even if countless fake demon masters appeared, it would be fine. Everyone exchanged glances, all shrinking their necks. Who would dare impersonate something like this? Connecting to communication. The sudden voice of the Goddess of Wisdom made Fu Lingfeng abruptly lift his head. A long sigh echoed toward the demon squad outside Kanglan Star. Perhaps Ning Qingxian sensed who was lying in that coffin. Are you a disciple of Qingwu? In the dead silence of the vast universe, this question created ripples, and the old man in the black robe, sitting in the worship's throne, widened his ancient eyes. The little girl beside him showed surprise and joy. The master is the master. The black-robed man trembled as he stood, cupping his hands and kneeling. The seventh-generation disciple of the afterlife sect greets the master. Looking back, the dark crowd of disciples behind him all bowed in respect. This scene caused everyone in the Kanglan Star command room's minds to rumble and shake. Fu Lingfeng was in disbelief. There really was their demon master in Kanglan Star? Ning Qingxian paused and spoke complexly. In this place for a day, 100 years pass in the Central Plains. The longer you stay, your families will age half a year. Go back. The black-robed man was already in tears. Master, I came to fulfill the master's last wish. I hope the master grants it. There are all the master's letters in the coffin from these years. Ning Qingshuan's heart trembled, recalling his life in the Central Plains. Jiang Qingwu had followed him since childhood. Had he not thought about taking Jiang Qingwu back from the weird world like with the Zombie King? Unfortunately, he never expected that Jiang Qingwu would still return to him, but she had already passed away. The bronze coffin floated into the air and slowly descended onto Kanglan. The black-robed man stood up, wiping away his murky tears. "Thank you, Master, for granting this." The team turned and headed towards the still open abyss crack, gradually moving further away. On the way, the little girl was excited. "Master, what is this place of the Master?" The black-robed man shook his head. "I'm not sure either. It must be a realm of ascension. The Master wants the best for us, and if we lack strength, do not linger." The little girl muttered to herself, "When we go back, I must tell those little rascals that the Master's legend is real. He lived a second life in the realm of ascension." The black-robed man smiled and rubbed her little head. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he looked towards the vast universe and starry sky, that unknown and unfathomable direction. In a vague way, it seemed there were a pair of indifferent and ruthless eyes, an intention cloaking the endless expanse, coldly staring at Kanglan. But in an instant, it vanished without a trace. Such a terrifying divine sense, is it an illusion? He furrowed his brows, no longer paying attention, leading his team into the abyss crack. In the dimness, deep within the starry sky, a few low voices resonated. "How can this demon path person discover us? You have all seen his strength. What do you all think of that ancestor of Kanglan? If he is an ancestor, how could his power be weak? I never expected that after so many years, the Human Federation has once again returned a Reincarnator. This person, in the myriad of heavens, teaches and conveys the law. One fears his talent is extraordinarily monstrous. No one knows, other than the demon path ancestor, what else he has done in the myriad of heavens. If he continues to recall his reincarnation experiences, it will surely be a great disaster. What does the Pope think? Please consult the Dust Council. Kanglan Emperor Star, Jingzhou District, Marshal's residence." Just when Gu Situ was preparing to lead the army to Kanglan, a towering supreme will suddenly descended. "I am the goddess of wisdom 009. Gu Situ's expression stiffened upon hearing the voice. 009? The Emperor Star's ultimate avatar? How could she personally descend upon the Jingzhou military district? Gu Situ hurriedly straightened his military uniform and lowered his head. Everyone in the field did the same. The crisis of Kanglan has been resolved. Jingzhou military district no longer needs to send troops. Gu Situ was shocked, raising his head in confusion, asking, who resolved it? The safety of Kanglan was his Jingzhou district's responsibility. Without high-level orders, other districts were not allowed to send troops recklessly. There were not many who could bypass this authority on the Emperor's Star. Was it a descendant of the Star Master, a member of the Tower of End, or one of the 12 Cave Masters? The ancient Reincarnator Ning Caiwei, the demon path ancestor himself. After transmitting this message, the goddess of wisdom 009s will immediately departed, leaving Gu Situ and a group of high-ranking military officials, all looking stunned. Ning Caiwei, the demon path ancestor himself? The goddess of wisdom means that I and Sister Zheyu, the rebirth sect leader Ning Shisan we met in the Central Plains, is actually Ning Caiwei? Chen Yuning felt her thoughts a bit chaotic, her mind malfunctioning momentarily in response. The one who created the turtle breathing technique, S+++ level De Huang Candle Dragon Finger. Including the Super S-level cultivation potential Martial King realm system, referred to as the Demon Path myth by the Central Plains, is actually Shin Zheyu's husband? Chen Yuning's mind reiterated everything experienced in the Central Plains. Ascending to Jingguang Temple to seek the law, was given the De Huang Candle Dragon Finger by Shin Zheyu. Then to Yan Jie and others rushing to snatch the law, was scared away by the eldest disciple Jiang Qingwu, including going to the rebirth sect's mountain gate for inheritance, until the ancient ruins battle. The memory of the strongest in the Central Plains, unable to know the follow-up regrets of the Central Plains, now here on Kanglan, is actually Ning Caiwei. So that's how it is. Why didn't I think of this? Gu Situ let out a long sigh, as if a sudden awakening from a dream. Many years ago, in the Reincarnation Hall, there was an ancient reincarnator who returned, and informed about 3 reincarnation experiences, but later discovered he actually reincarnated 4 times. That 4th reincarnation was caused by a split of soul during his return. A part of his soul entity did not return, still reincarnating in the myriad of heavens, until death before returning. Ning Qingshuan's situation should be similar. The 4th leader of the rebirth sect you saw in the Central Plains is actually a part of his soul entity. As these words fell, the hall fell silent. They certainly knew of the ancient reincarnator who had returned. Due to the 4 reincarnation experiences, each one capable of shocking both the Federation inside and outside, now long since endowed with legendary color, the identity and status were entirely beyond their reach. They never expected that this ancient reincarnator named Ning Caiwei could be Not only did he become the Lord of Eternal Night in the Blood Food world, but even with just a part of his soul, he could also achieve such great accomplishments in the Central Plains. Sure enough, he is a treasure of the Federation. I fear the Star Master will learn of this matter soon. Gu sit aside and looked again at the data of the Reincarnation Hall. The first half of the life experience of the fourth leader of the Rebirth sect filled his heart with genuine admiration. I must hurry to tell Xie Wushuang and the others about this. Chen Yuning's hands trembled. Everything that happened later in the Central Plains now had an answer. Chapter 45, Lord of Longjin, Three Great Deities. At the same time, in the depths of the universe, far away from the Imperial Star, there stood a lone figure, hands behind back, crossing the void. His face was calm, and his expression commanded respect without anger. The aura emanating from him made the hidden beasts of the starry sky tremble with fear. Honored Star Master, here is the recent briefing of the Kanglan Imperial Star. A captivating voice connected to his consciousness, beginning the routine report of the Imperial Star's affairs. Your loyal followers successfully eliminated 32 strongholds of the greedy wolf tribe and intercepted an important piece of intelligence from the Twilight Council. The latest round of the endless battlefield competition on the Imperial Star has concluded, with many outstanding reincarnators successfully settling in the Tower of Termination. Lord of Longjin listened to the report, nodding slightly. Then, he suddenly asked, has the Reincarnation Hall sent a master to the Imperial Star? Why does the Star Master ask this question? If I am not mistaken, the embodiment of the Goddess of Wisdom from the Imperial Star has already bound with an unidentified person. Even you do not have the right to inquire. The three goddesses of the Reincarnation Hall are the foundation of the Federation, the Goddess of Wisdom, the Goddess of Judgment, and the Goddess of Slaughter. The three goddesses each have their duties. The Goddess of Wisdom oversees the livelihood of the Federation, providing the source of power for reincarnators to descend into the heavens. The Federation's reliance on her is exceptionally high. The Goddess of Judgment is in charge of the laws of the Federation, fair and just, never hiding her own interests. Most of the bound ones belong to the higher authorities of the Federation, serving as a form of supervision. As for the Goddess of Slaughter, she is the goddess with the most killing origin power in the entire Reincarnation Hall. She follows the fair judgment of the Goddess of Judgment to eliminate powerful reincarnators in the Federation who are guilty beyond redemption. At the same time, she guides the Federation to grow strong, analyzing the threat level of alien races, making the right choice between retreating from the spotlight and sending troops to eliminate them. The powers of the three goddesses can sometimes interconnect, though their proportions vary. They also have countless incarnations, determined by their serial ranks, which decide their authority levels. The embodiment of the Goddess of Wisdom from Kanglan Imperial Star had not been bound for many years. The only thought flashing through the mind of Lord Longjin was that a master from the Reincarnation Hall had descended. I am not clear on this matter. The Goddess of Judgment remained silent for a moment before replying. Very well, continue with the report. Lord Longjin no longer focused on this matter. Since she said she didn't know, then she truly did not know. An ancient reincarnator has appeared on Kanglan Star. According to heavenly experiences, he has regained the power of one reincarnation, ranking 10th on the S-level heavenly list. Lord Longjin steps back to the Imperial Star, paused slightly. His expression showed a hint of surprise. How many years had passed, and there was still an ancient reincarnator who hadn't returned? Kanglan Star, huh? He fell into somewhat deep thought. Vaguely, it seemed like a low-level life planet that the Federation had long abandoned, once a mother planet that had its glorious moments. The emergence of an ancient reincarnator was not too strange. Just now, he once again experienced memory recovery, and his identity is that of a master from a martial arts world. The specific experience is as follows, but only the first half of his life. Lord Longjin reviewed the materials sent over by the Goddess of Judgment and soon revealed a smile of approval. Not bad, not bad. Ordinary reincarnators will only strive to cultivate hard and then bring back their reincarnation power, but he has established a cultivation system in the martial arts world. The ancestor, indeed worthy of the title. I am rather curious about his later years. You must contact the people of the Imperial Star immediately and send the bottle of star essence from my residence to him. Upon hearing this, the Goddess of Judgment thought she had received the wrong instruction. Are you sure? There is only this one bottle of star essence in the estate. As the highest grade nutrient liquid produced only every few hundred years by the Imperial Star, its value is beyond imagination, having the effect of bringing someone back to life. Even for a Star Master, when exhausted, just one bottle can restore them to their peak. This thing cannot even be bought in the Reincarnation Hall. Do you think I need it? It's been contained for decades. Giving it to him is to help him regain his reincarnation strength, which is well deserved. The Star Master of Longjin was completely unfazed. Moreover, I also want to see just how much value this ancestral master of the demonic path truly has. The Goddess of Judgment fell silent, her will disappearing immediately. On the Kanglan Star, in the Biyue Garden of Jiangnan City. The voice of Wisdom Goddess 009 echoed again, her emotions still fluctuating. Respected Mr. Ning, why are you unwilling to keep them as your dependents? What are dependents? Ning Qingxian looked complexly at the bronze coffin lying in the reincarnation space, which already held Jiang Xingwu's corpse. Dependents are forces within the Federation that are loyal to reincarnators. They can be Federation members, other reincarnators, powerful beings from various realms, or extraterrestrial species, cosmic beasts, etc. Generally, only truly powerful reincarnators will have followers who become dependents through binding, gaining some of the original owner's rights, status, resources, etc. And Mr. Ning clearly meets this condition and far surpasses others. After hearing this, Ning Qingxian roughly understood the meaning. He shook his head. I will have dependents, but they shouldn't be them. The passage of time on the Central Plains and in the Cosmic Alliance is extremely exaggerated. He did not want the 7th-generation disciples of the Sect of Rebirth to never see their families again. This is a bit cruel. After all, there is still a difference between the disciples of the Sect of Rebirth and the zombie king of Xing Wushuang. Alright, Mr. Ning, I have detected that your wife, Xinzheyu, is about to take office as the president of the Jingzhou branch of the Imperial Star, and I have arranged a residence for you as a level 3 citizen in the Jingzhou area. The voice of Wisdom Goddess 009 fell again, making Ning Qingxian a bit surprised. Xinzheyu is going to take office on the Imperial Star? President of the Jingzhou branch, how many levels has she crossed? Your daughter, Ning Caiwei, has received excellent results in the trial assessment, and an application for admission to the Wuling Academy in the Jingzhou area has been submitted for you. Wuling Academy. Ning Qingxian was once again secretly amazed. It seems to be the top academy in the Jingzhou area, gathering the brightest little geniuses from the entire Jingzhou region. The Wisdom Goddess is really too thoughtful. Mr. Ning, is my arrangement acceptable? He replied, yes. As the core of the Kanglan system, the resources and safety level of the Imperial Star are incomparable to those of the Kanglan Star. No matter what, the family is moving towards a better future, which makes him genuinely happy. Mr. Ning, feel free to call me again if you have any questions. The will of Wisdom Goddess 009 fell completely silent, interrupting this conversation. Before Ning Qingxian could share the good news with his daughter, the door swung open with a bang. Ning Qing Xian. His heart sank, and he turned to see Xinzheyu with red eyes, biting her lip and trembling, staring at him in great grievance. In an instant, he understood that Xinzheyu already knew about the Sect of Rebirth's matters. Chapter 46. He seems to have never said he is a martial king. Days later, a starship sailed out of the Kanglan Star, traversing wormhole passages, continuously heading towards the Imperial Star. So, you later broke through the upper realm alone, passing on the martial king cultivation system of the two worlds, leaving behind many techniques, and ascended before the world? In the lounge of the warship. Xinzheyu listened in shock as Ning Qingxian described the events. It was like a magnificent painting slowly unfolding before him. He never would have guessed that the person who bestowed the legacy at the gate of the lifeless sect that day would actually be the reincarnation of Ning Qingshuan's soul. Dad is so amazing. Ning Caiwei rested her chin in her hands, her eyes filled with starlight. Since Xinzheyu's appointment had already been communicated, the group was about to arrive at the Imperial Star. To say its ascension is really just to say its death. Ning Qingxian shook his head, not agreeing with the glorification of dying in battle. During this time, Xinzheyu had nearly worn a callus in his ears from constantly asking about the aftermath. But you did indeed achieve something that none of us reincarnators could do. Xinzheyu mumbled to himself, gazing deeply at this man with whom he had been bonded for many years, unable to guess what other secrets he held. Recalling the journey through the Central Plains, a group of S-class reincarnators with great ambitions aimed to seize vast fortunes. As a result, can you tell me what powerful enemies you encountered in the upper realm that eventually led to your physical body shattering? Just a few self-proclaimed demon emperors. From this understated statement, Xinzheyu vaguely saw a scene of brutality. It was hard to imagine how Ning Qingxian battled the strongest beings in the upper realm. He initially had a lot of time, but due to the reckless actions of many reincarnators, the situation ultimately spiraled out of control. I admit I shouldn't have doubted you before. Xinzheyu curled his lips, apologizing for her words outside the interrogation room. However, how could she have thought that what Ning Qingxian said was all true? Ahem. Ning Qingxian suddenly felt a bit unadapted. His wife actually admitted her mistake? At that moment, the voice of the Wisdom Goddess echoed within the warship. We have arrived at the Imperial Star ahead. The few looked up at the outside, beneath the vast starry sky of the universe. It presented a stunning picture, a gigantic and indescribable high-level life planet that radiated an ancient and majestic aura. 12 resplendent planets circled around it, like slumbering deities guarding the starry realm of the Imperial Star. We're here. The warship traversed the sea of clouds, landing in the Jingzhou district of the Imperial Star. Ning Qingxian and the others stepped out of the warship and saw many people who had been waiting for a long time. Congratulations on the new chairman's appointment. An elder stepped forward, beaming with a smile. Xin Zhiyu immediately looked at Ning Qingxian. You go ahead. Ning Qingxian nodded. Xin Zhiyu took Ning Caiwei and proceeded to handle the transfer procedures. There were still many people present who had not left, all wearing uniforms of the Jingzhou district of the Imperial Star. Excuse me, are you Mr. Ning Qingxian? The leader was a middle-aged man, respectfully inquiring. I am Vice Officer Li, beside the Marshal of the Jingzhou district. Here is a bottle of star essence, please be sure to keep it safe. As he spoke, he handed a small box in his hand to Ning Qingxian. Upon receiving it, Ning Qingxian found that it contained an incredibly powerful essence, which was a type of high-level nutrient fluid he had never seen before. Ning Qingxian was moved. What is this? Vice Officer Li replied, please don't misunderstand, our marshal can't afford such precious items, this is taken from the residence of the Longjin Star Master. Longjin Star Master? The highest ruler of the Kanglan system, the one rumored to have shattered the forbidden mother star of the insect race with a single punch? Vice Officer Li's words plunged Ning Qingxian into deep silence. No gain without effort, this gift is too great. If it was something given by the Longjin Star Master, Ning Qingxian could tell just with his toes how valuable this nutrient fluid was. You're too humble, Mr. Ning. According to the Star Master's own words, this is what you deserve. After all, you are a hero of the Federation, and just for creating the Super S-Class cultivation path, it is already worth this star essence. Seeing that Ning Qingxian was about to refuse, Vice Officer Li quickly spoke. Wisdom Goddess, help me find out what this star essence is. Ning Qingxian awakened the Goddess of Wisdom. Soon, a reply came. Star Essence Liquid, the highest grade nutrient liquid in the Federation, has the effect of restoring strength, enhancing physical strength, soul origin, and so on. Ning Qingxian quietly exclaimed in surprise, this was actually the highest grade nutrient liquid. Could it be that drinking a bottle would allow him to restore all the powers of the Demon Path Master? Thinking about how his power was only restored by 2%, he lamented how long it would take to return to his peak. Ning Qingxian immediately became less polite and put the Star Essence liquid into the reincarnation space. Mr. Ning, there is one more thing, the Martial King realm has been initially rated as Super S grade by the Reincarnation Hall. Since the Central Plains are currently in a closed state, it may take a long time to open. The Reincarnation Hall finds it difficult to peer into the power levels of the Central Plains upper realm. May I ask if Mr. Ning could describe it in detail so that the Reincarnation Hall can conduct a world-level assessment of the Central Plains? Deputy Li spoke again. According to the investigations of Chen Yuning, Yan Jia, and others, the danger level of the Central Plains lower realm should be at S-grade 7 stars. And the powerful beings appearing from the Central Plains upper realm, Feng Li, and the Jade-Faced Man, were extremely strong, indicating that the upper realm completely exceeded 7 stars, possibly touching 9 stars, or even surpassing it. Seeing only a glimpse through the tube, one cannot rashly conclude. Until now, the Reincarnation Hall still does not know what the world danger level of the Central Plains upper realm is. The Central Plains upper realm is no more. The current Central Plains is unified. This question is actually meaningless, after all, I am not a member of the Reincarnation Hall and cannot describe it accurately. Ning Qingxian shook his head. He was not surprised at all that the Martial King realm was rated as having initially reached Super S-grade. After all, within the S-grade ranks, there are distinctions such as Ordinary S-grade, Elite S-grade, and Heavenly List S-grade. While Super S-grade is not as complex, there are still significant gaps. Furthermore, he knew the reasons for the Reincarnation Hall's eagerness for assessment. It would affect the results of some reincarnators, like Xing Wushuang. It was Xing Wushuang who discovered the Central Plains upper realm, and the Reincarnation Hall had not detected it. His action undoubtedly made a great contribution. So, could Mr. Ning inform us about the follow-up of the battle between the two realms of the Central Plains? Ning Qingxian did not conceal, the upper realm magic sect has more than 700 sects, among which 3 sects are the strongest, known as the Magic Emperors. I killed their 3 ancestral generations while my physical body shattered. After these words, Deputy Li couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Thus, following such speculation, if the Martial King realm belongs to the scope of Super S-grade, and no one from the Central Plains upper realm can match you, then their strongest should only have just touched the Super S-grade. Ning Qingxian raised his eyebrows but did not refute. The investigation of the Reincarnation Hall still had some flaws. It seemed he had never said that he was from the Martial King realm. Chapter 47, Power Restoration, Exceeding Potential Limits. After collecting the information, Deputy Li took his people and left. Ning Qingxian followed the Goddess of Wisdom's instructions and arrived at his residence. Located in the core of the Jingzhou district, the most prosperous area, it had a poetic atmosphere of tranquility amidst the hustle and bustle. Number 1 Ancient Street, quite a good name. At the entrance, the butler, who had received the message, had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Ning Qingxuan's figure, his elderly face immediately broke into a smile, and he hurried forward. Mr. Ning, I am the butler of your residence, just appointed yesterday, you can call me Old Zhang. Butler Zhang guided Ning Qingxian into the residence, and by sensing the aura, Ning Qingxian quickly noticed many powerful presences around the courtyard. Goddess of Wisdom. He called out. There are about a dozen S-grade powerhouses around the residence. Who are they? The Goddess of Wisdom immediately replied, these are the guards sent by the Jingzhou military district, following the strict rules of number 1 Ancient Street. They will not affect your life in any way. Upon hearing this, Ning Qingxian nodded slightly. This status and treatment were completely different from his days on Kanglan Star. However, isn't it a bit too exaggerated to use an S-rank powerhouse as his bodyguard? In the vicinity of the courtyard, the hidden aura likely holds important positions within the Jingzhou district, with no low official rank. This couldn't help but make him sigh. Indeed, the Imperial Star is a place of countless talents. The S ranks are very rare on Kanglan Star, but quite common on the Imperial Star. It's like being the only college student in a village, after enduring countless hardships to finally achieve S rank, then arriving at a prosperous first-tier city, only to find himself just an ordinary person. Wanting to rank among the top 3,000 on the Heaven ranking is as difficult as achieving a place in an international competition. Mr. Ning, there are a total of 12 master rooms, 36 guest rooms, and 5 training rooms here. You can instruct me with any questions you may have. After saying this, Butler Zhang respectfully stepped back. Ning Qingxian walked straight towards one of the training rooms and took out that bottle of star essence liquid. He couldn't predict the true value of this star essence liquid. Based on his experiences in the Central Plains and the realm he cultivated, he might need more than 1,000 bottles of advanced nutrient liquid. One bottle of advanced nutrient liquid is worth 20,000 points. To quickly regain his strength, his current resources are far from enough. Without hesitation, he lay down in the energy capsule of the training room and slowly swallowed the star essence liquid. In an instant, a surge of immense energy began to emerge. Ning Qingxian could clearly see on his panel that the acceleration of his power recovery had greatly increased in relation to the Devil Path Master. 2.1%, 2.2%, 2.5%. Ning Qingxian gently clenched his fist, his eyes shining brightly. It's coming back. He felt the power he once had was returning. A few hours later, in the virtual space of the S-rank Heaven ranking on the Imperial Star. As usual, the plaza was scattered with numerous Heaven ranking reincarnators when suddenly someone noticed the ranking had changed once again. Wasn't this person named Ning Qingxian just ranked 10th the other day? How did he suddenly become 9th? No way, how did he go up to 8th again? The gasp sparked excitement, and everyone looked up. Did this person obtain some kind of incredible fortune in the reincarnation world? It's so hard to shake the top 10 of the Heaven ranking. Has he broken it? Among all S ranks, the Heaven ranking undoubtedly possesses supreme authority, establishing the position and identity of reincarnators at their level on the Imperial Star. However, since this person named Ning Qingxian appeared, the prestige of the Heaven ranking seemed to have diminished. The difficulty of entering the ranks gives everyone a strange illusion, as if they could also do it. The newcomers probably don't know yet, but Ning Qingxian is said to be an ancient reincarnator. The Eternal Night Monarch was just one of his reincarnation experiences. Given the current situation, he's probably starting to recover his power from his second reincarnation. I heard about what happened on Kanglan Star. It seems Ning Qingxuan's kin came looking for him. The commotion was quite large, even alarming a general from a military district. General? The weakest general on our Imperial Star is at least Super S rank. What kind of strength does his kin possess to alarm a general? I'm not sure about the strength, but he's definitely a practitioner of the Devil Path. This matter has become well known on Kanglan Star. Is it true? If his kin is that strong, then he himself. Under everyone's watchful eyes, they saw Ning Qingxuan's name continually rise, surpassing both the 5th and 4th places, and then the 3rd place. Until, suddenly, it disappeared. Gone? Everyone was stunned, looking at each other in confusion. Not really, he has surpassed the S-rank category, his strength has already reached Super S-rank. Someone muttered, a chill running down their spine unbidden. Super S-rank? So this person was only temporarily stopped at S-rank, he is on a completely different level from us. Others sighed deeply from the bottom of their hearts. No one saw Ning Qingxuan's name again, unable to peek into the realms beyond. He seemed to only be a passerby on the Heaven ranking, briefly glancing at all the S-rank reincarnators. Does not linger and leaves with a flick of his sleeve? In the Star Empire, another place in the Rebirth Hall's virtual space. A huge black treasure tower, towering like a mountain 10,000 zhan high, stands in the space, exuding an ancient and majestic aura. At this moment, on the top floor of this black treasure tower, the Lord of the Long-Burnt Star is carefully reviewing the list of new arrivals at the Tower of Finality, his eyes showing appreciation. The first son of the Bai family in Yuzhou district, mastering the Thunder Law before reaching 100 years old, is truly remarkable. He deserves the yellow title. The first person in the reincarnation score of Dongwang star for nearly a decade, ranking 4th in the endless battlefield. Not bad, not bad. He deserves the Xian title. This person. The Lord of the Long-Burnt Star paused slightly, his eyes revealing a rare seriousness. He shall be granted the Tian title. He closed the list, and the voice of the Judgment Goddess immediately sounded. Starmaster, Mr. Ning Caiwei has already consumed your star essence liquid. Oh? How is it? The Lord of the Long-Burnt Star felt a stir in his heart, filled with anticipation. He was curious about how much weight the title of Demon Dao Ancestor from Central Plains carried. After all, the Rebirth Hall had been established for many years, and there were also reincarnators who had encountered many powerful members of the demonic sect. The only difference might be that Ning Caiwei's demonic sect was about creating laws and passing on teachings, rather than burning and looting, redefining the concept of the demonic sect, which instantly piqued his interest. He has already surpassed the S-level heaven ranking. Upon hearing this, the Lord of the Long-Burnt Star nodded in satisfaction. Even if Ning Caiwei were to claim the S-level top spot, he would still feel some pity for that bottle of star essence liquid. Now that he had exceeded the S-level category, it was basically within his expectations. The Reincarnator capable of creating a preliminary super S-level cultivation system must have strong personal power. The Star Empire now has an additional super S-level, and his efforts were not in vain. The Judgment Goddess was silent for a while, then suddenly spoke again. He not only surpassed the S-level but also exceeded the potential limit of the Martial King realm. As the words fell, even the Lord of the Long-Burnt Star, with countless experiences, could not help but slightly frown. What does this mean? Mr. Ning Caiwei may have not just created the Martial King realm, his strength should transcend far above the Martial King realm. The Lord of the Long-Burnt Star fell into deep thought, completely caught off guard by this situation. This meant that the Rebirth Hall's investigation results were incomplete. As for the Martial King realm strength level, it was at the preliminary Super S level. If Ning Caiwei exceeded the limit of the Martial King realm, it implied that he might have created an unknown realm system, which is a different kind of Super S level. Did I underestimate him? The Lord of the Long-Burnt Star glanced at the list of new arrivals at the Tower of Finality, and suddenly felt compassion in his heart. Should I add another spot? He hesitated. If he did not add Ning Caiwei, the next endless battlefield competition would not start for another 3 years. Wasting 3 years of such an excellent talent's growth time would truly be a pity. But if he added this spot, all corners of the Star Empire, including some high-level life planets within the Kanglan system, would likely have some opinions. After all, these limited spots were fought for by countless prodigies during each session, gathering the strongest generation of those under 100 years old in the entire Kanglan system. You help me consider whether Ning Caiwei is qualified to settle in the Tower of Finality. The Lord of the Long-Burnt Star ultimately threw this difficult problem to the fair and just Judgment Goddess. This time, the Judgment Goddess did not hesitate but directly gave her answer. Mr. Ning Caiwei is powerful, and as a reincarnator, he brings the Federation a precious pathway for advanced cultivation. His contributions are immeasurable. In summary, Mr. Ning Caiwei is qualified to settle in the Tower of Finality. Upon hearing the answer he wanted, the Lord of the Long-Burnt Star smiled. But soon, the Judgment Goddess shifted her tone again. Mr. Ning Caiwei has yet to participate in endless battlefield events. You do not meet the conditions to obtain a spot in the Tower of the End. I don't want to hear that. Tell me another way to get a spot. The Lord of the Long Ashes seemed determined to add Ning Caiwei's name to the list. To obtain a spot in the Tower of the End, the conditions are, participate in the endless battlefield competition and finish in the top 30. Slay the Kanglan system's bounty list, with the top being the Lord of the Greedy Wolf Star, and achieve a Federation special class merit. Recapture the Ancient Imperial Star, Ancient Emperor Star, in the Kanglan system, and achieve a Federation special class merit. Investigate the Alien Alliance in the Kanglan system, prove the list of the main members of the Twilight Council is real and valid, and achieve a Federation special class merit. The Lord of the Long Ashes sighed slightly as he listened to these almost impossible tasks. The Goddess of Judgment had found him a way, which was to exchange special class merits for a spot in the Tower of the End. He, of course, knew that such a powerful special class merit could be exchanged for a spot, didn't he? Is there another way? The Goddess of Judgment seemed to be looking through past records, and soon gave another reply. No. However, the Lord can spend a first-class merit to obtain a nominal spot in the Tower of the End. Nominal? The Lord of the Long Ashes finally found a way to give Ning Caiwei a chance in the Tower of the End. With a wave of his large sleeve, he reopened the list and wrote Ning Caiwei's name. What does it matter to spend a first-class merit? It's nothing to easily destroy an alien life planet to obtain it. At the same time, just as he wrote Ning Caiwei's name, the entire Tower of the End seemed to breathe, flashing once. On the Imperial Star Yuzhou, in a grand and solemn ancient mansion. A young man, silently closing his eyes, sensed something and suspiciously opened his starry eyes to look at the imprint on his palm. Strange, why is there one more person? Outside, the White family's old ancestor walked in slowly. The endless battlefield competition is long over, why is there suddenly one more person? He narrowed his eyes, showing displeasure, and immediately asked his wisdom goddess avatar. After a while, the wisdom goddess avatar replied. The extra spot is a nominal one, which complies with the Federation's laws. Upon hearing this, the White family's old ancestor's expression changed. The Tower of the End is no simple place, and even a nominal spot is not so easily obtained. Ancestor, there's no need to worry. Whether one more person or one less person, it has no impact on me. The young man only glanced once and then no longer paid attention, closing his eyes again to continue his cultivation. Alright, if you have that confidence, then I won't concern myself with who they are. The White family's old ancestor stroked his beard and nodded with a smile. Far from the Imperial Star, on Donghuang Star, at the peak of a snow-covered mountain. Ji Yunzhou, who had maintained first place in the reincarnation scores for nearly 10 years, also sensed the change in the mark on his palm. A new strong one, huh? It's a pity I didn't see their style in the endless battlefield. I wonder which sect they are from. He muttered to himself, then looked down at the snow-covered mountain where a young alien beast was devouring the world's ice elements. This time, he was able to take fourth place in the endless battlefield among so many heroes from the Kanglan system, thanks to the efforts of his family. Grow up quickly, I'm waiting for you to compete with that mysterious man's Laoshan Ghost King. Ji Yunzhou thought back to the mysterious person he encountered in the endless battlefield, and his heart sank once more. As a terrifying ghost king in the strange world, Ji Yunzhou couldn't understand what that person had done in the reincarnation world to bring them here to the Federation. It was said to be a family relationship, but it felt more like a master and disciple bond. During the endless battlefield, because of the Laoshan Ghost King, many senior figures from the Tower of the End came to observe, allowing him to see truly powerful reincarnators. My strength is still not enough, I need to learn from the seniors. Ji Yunzhou stopped thinking and continued his cultivation. Outside the Imperial Star, 12 high-level life planets were circling, guarding the vast starry domain of the 12 Emperor Stars. They have a collective name, called the Guardian Emperor Stars. The rulers of the 12 Guardian Emperor Stars are commonly known as the 12 Cave Masters. At this moment, the 12 Cave Masters are holding an urgent virtual meeting, their faces blurred by the Goddess of Wisdom, making them invisible. They gaze at the Tower of End, the latest name to join. To have a name listed, this isn't a violation, right? It's in accordance with federal law, the cost is one level 1 military merit. If that's the case, there's no need for further discussion. No matter who grants the level 1 military merit, the new Guardian Emperor Star is about to arrive, and time is running short. Adding one more person won't change anything. Calm, dignified, and ethereal voices echoed in the virtual space, making it impossible to discern their original tones. The 12 Cave Masters had no objections to Ning Caiwei's sudden emergence. After many years, the 13th Guardian Emperor Star of the Kanglan Emperor Star is soon to arrive. And the ruler of this Guardian Emperor Star, the 13th Cave Master, will be born within the Tower of End. This is also why the spots in the Tower of End are incredibly hard to obtain. Once a name enters the Tower of End, it means having a chance to become the 13th Cave Master. Even if this chance is only 0.1%, it's something countless people dream of. Thus, the emergence of Ning Caiwei required an urgent virtual meeting, but in fact, it did not matter much. A newcomer to the Tower of End has no real connection to the soon-to-arrive 13th Guardian Emperor Star. What Ning Caiwei could gain is merely another twist of fate. The meeting is dissolved. The consciousness of the 12 Cave Masters vanished one by one. Chapter 49 New Life. Number 1 Courtyard, Ancient Street, Jingzhou District. Ning Caiwei lay in the energy capsule, feeling the surging power within him. The feeling of grasping his destiny in his hands returned once more. Still 60% left. He gently clenched his fist. This is the familiar peak of the Martial King realm. Above it is the Great Huang Ting. Standing above the Martial King, creating a second realm system on his own. Unfortunately, he had not yet had the chance to teach Jiang Qinggu before he encountered the upheaval in the Central Plains. In his original plan, he wanted to wait until Jiang Qinggu fully mastered the Martial King realm before allowing her to try and touch it. The Martial King realm in the Federation is considered initially reaching the Super S level. If it's at the Great Huang Ting stage, it should be positioned above the middle of Super S level, which is already quite good. According to his understanding of the Federation's Reincarnator's levels, Super S level surpasses all levels listed by letters. This is a significant watershed, and a true symbol of strength. Just starting out and there are already so many tasks? Ning Caiwei received a message from Shinzheyu, along with several gifts from the Tower of End. A yellow identity mark. The first level end key. The mysterious blessing of the Tower Master. Goddess of Wisdom. Ning Caiwei called out. What is the Tower of End? This is the Emperor's Star Inheritance Tower, gathering the young top-tier experts under 100 years old in the Kanglan system. They can unconditionally observe all cultivation paths within the Kanglan system and replicate the origin of all system powers without the restrictions of the Federation. Ning Qingshuan's heart stirred, without the restrictions of the Federation. Doesn't that mean any power source required for cultivation paths doesn't need to be obtained from the reincarnation world? The Tower of End possesses everything? Who provided this benefit? I'm sorry, the other party is at my level, so I cannot know. At the same level, cannot know. These two phrases, combined together, seem to give no answer but actually provide the answer. As the incarnation of the wisdom goddess of the Emperor's Star, looking across the Kanglan system, very few exist on the same level as her. The only name that flashed through Ning Qingshuan's mind was the Lord of the Longjin Star. After all, this bottle of star essence was also given by him. You can leave now. Ning Qingxian did not pursue the matter further. A dignified star master wouldn't need to harm him. This is just a benefit handed out by a superior casually. It was as if he were an angel investor. With a slight thought, the panel reappeared. Life development charge, 100%. I can develop my life again. Ning Qingxian reviewed his repeated experiences, the levels of the world steadily rising. From medieval gangs, to the warlords' chaos of the early republic, to the blood-soaked realm of the apocalyptic, and then to the central plains of true cultivation. The scope of his life development was steadily improving, and the abilities he gained became stronger and stronger. Of course, he looked forward to every different experience even more. Without further delay, taking advantage of his time recovering strength, he began a new life. Heaven Sword Mountain. As a holy place famous across the 9 realms, its legacy has lasted for 1,000 years. With profound and unfathomable depth, there are over 100,000 disciples within, among which there are 5 great experts in the Nirvana realm. However, in the new history of 11,000 years, the 9 realms have been plagued by bizarre occurrences, the world has been chaotic, and hell is empty. To protect the common people of the 6th realm, Heaven Sword Mountain sacrificed 2 Nirvana experts and successfully killed the Demon King. Although they stabilized their status as a holy place and quelled the chaotic disturbances of the 6th realm, they also began an inevitable decline because of it. On this day, in the year of 11,200 of the new history, the 9 realms erupted once again into even more severe chaos. In just a few years, multiple demon kings appeared, suggesting the emergence of a terrifying ruler, causing panic among the people, and Heaven Sword Mountain was in grave danger. One day, outside Heaven Sword Mountain, the sky roared, carrying with it many cries of despair, as a group rode back with a dozen babies in their arms, their faces filled with sorrow. Brother Changmei, where did you bring these children from? An elder hurried forward to greet them, checking the children's conditions. The white-robed old man named Changmei sighed and said, the nearby Qingshan village was attacked by evil spirits, the adults all died, I found these children in the cellar. Upon hearing his words, the faces of many elders around the square showed deep sadness. The bizarre chaos in the 6th realm was escalating, and Heaven Sword Mountain's strength was no longer what it once was. Only 3 Nirvana experts remained, 2 were in seclusion, and 1 was near the end of his life. Faced with the disasters of the 6th realm, they had long been powerless. Unexpectedly, even the nearby Qingshan village began to suffer from evil spirits. This can't go on. There are rumors from the outside that in the 1st realm, Shenyang Palace has given birth to a new Nirvana. If we at Heaven Sword Mountain rely only on the 3 ancestors, the situation is likely to worsen. Upon hearing this, Changmei's eyes also dimmed. 200 years ago, the 6th realm was still very powerful, until the appearance of the Demon King almost severed its future. The common people suffered greatly, countless deaths and injuries, many sects were destroyed, and only a handful of highly qualified youths remained. Not to mention that Heaven Sword Mountain finds it difficult to produce new Nirvana experts, even the entire 6th realm is full of despair. And there is one more thing. The direct disciples of the various peak masters have all been defeated by the talents from other realms and returned early. Changmei looked incredulous, his voice trembling, they all came back? Not a single one stayed? The elders, ashamed, nodded their heads, even unable to look him in the eye. Changmei seemed a bit disheartened, but then he shook his head, feeling relieved. It's fine, I will personally try to push through to Nirvana. At these words, many elders' hearts trembled. Attempting to reach Nirvana is extremely dangerous, a slight misstep could lead to being turned to ash. Without absolute confidence, and without the guidance of the 3 ancestors, recklessly trying will only lead to a dead end. One elder wanted to discourage him, but he saw Changmei wave his sleeve. Since these children can survive, they are fated to be with me, fated to be with Heaven Sword Mountain. From today on, they will be my disciples. Changmei turned around, his gaze gentle and warm as he looked at the dozen or so children he had brought back. Among them, there was a newborn baby, who neither cried nor made a sound. Just staring with a pair of curious eyes at the people around. Ning Qingxian heard the conversations of Changmei and others, and understood what kind of world this was. A world filled with impurities and evil, where fierce ghosts ruled, a truly unique and mysterious great world. Nirvana. I wonder how it compares to my great yellow pavilion. Ning Caiwei opened his own panel. Development time limit, 300 years. Your talent, maximum comprehension. As he guessed, it was not much different. The sixth domain truly lacked any extraordinary talents. This maximum comprehension was still soulbound, always accompanying him, yet Ning Caiwei felt no turbulence in his heart. Time passed, and soon 10 hurried years had gone by. Chapter 50, Breaking Through, Today's Nirvana. At the Sword Sky Sect, on the Green Cloud Peak. 10-year-old Ning Caiwei sat cross-legged, listening to Master Changmei's teachings along with many fellow junior brothers. Senior brother, what is opening the meridians? Beside Ning Caiwei, his junior sister poked his sleeve and whispered. Opening the meridians requires becoming a 9th grade expert, needing to open the 8 meridians within oneself and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Ning Caiwei casually replied. Senior brother, then what is gathering chi? Gathering chi is for 8th grade experts, needing to transform the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into one's own strength. Then what is nirvana? Ning Caiwei paused but did not lose his patience. This is a 1st grade expert, the soul's nirvana, capable of commanding countless ghosts and saving all beings, crossing the void. His junior sister listened attentively, writing something on her hand. Until Master Changmei's gaze swept over, she shrank her neck in fear. Today's class ends here, Chang Wuhan stay behind. The young fellow disciples scattered, leaving only Ning Caiwei still sitting there. Master, do you have something to discuss with me? Master Changmei's expression was not very good. He walked slowly over and threw a volume of scriptures onto the ground. 10 years ago, I brought you back from Qingshan village. In just 2 short years, you stepped into the opening meridian's realm. I thought I had found a treasure. Then, you indeed did not disappoint me. In another 2 years, you gained the recognition of the Sword Sky Sect's treasured soul resonating bell, which made me very proud. Now you are 10 years old, yet your cultivation has inexplicably stagnated. Some time ago, I even asked the sect leader for advice, hoping he could guide you a little. The result. Master Changmei's eyes were complex, filled with deep heartache. He pointed at the scriptures on the ground, his aged hands slightly trembling. What are you doing? This is the ancient nirvana cultivation method passed down by the Sword Sky Sect for 1,000 years. How dare you randomly alter it? Your ideas are simply too dangerous. If left unchecked, you will fall into madness, do you understand? Master Changmei's chest heaved with emotion, clearly distressed. He could not accept that his most promising disciple had developed such dangerous thoughts. Nirvana, as a 1st grade realm, was created through the blood and sweat of countless predecessors of the Sword Sky Sect. To this day, it has long become the unique method of the Sword Sky Sect. I just changed a few wrong paths of the meridian operation. Ning Caiwei was not at all affected by Master Changmei's anger. He knew it was all for his own good. If not, he wouldn't have specially placed the scriptures in a prominent position before attempting his own nirvana. Wrong operation paths? Nonsense. Master Changmei was frustrated, staring at Ning Caiwei, seemingly wanting to give him a proper lesson. But his raised hand ultimately fell. His expression showed weariness, and his eyes concealed disappointment. How could this be? Everything was just fine. How could it all be ruined in an instant? Could it be that the Grand Sword Sky Sect, this vast 6th domain, truly could not rise again? In 10 years, the 1st domain had again revealed numerous world-class talents. Similarly, at the age of 10, they had already reached the 6th grade. What extraordinary genius that was! Under the pressure of the external situation, even the 2nd domain had erupted with unprecedented potential. Numerous renowned prodigies emerged across the entire realm. Only in the 6th domain, a stagnant pool of still water. He saw hope in Chang Wuhan, but it abruptly stopped 5 years ago. For 5 years, he did not understand what Chang Wuhan was doing, as his cultivation remained stagnant, showing no progress. Master will attempt to break through to the Nirvana realm tomorrow. If I fail, I will either lose my cultivation, or worse, my body and soul will be lost. I only hope that you can cultivate steadily. Even if you cannot surpass the other domains, at least you can reach the 3rd rank in the future. Therefore, starting today, you must focus on your training in the Heaven Sword Pool and cannot leave the mountain for 10 years. The anger in Master Changmei's eyes had unknowingly vanished. Perhaps he realized he was on the brink of death. Maybe today was the last time they'd meet. The aged hand gently patted Ning Caiwei's shoulder, then he waved his sleeve and walked away into the air. Ning Caiwei silently watched his figure, then rose and walked toward the Heaven Sword Pool. The next day, thousands gathered at the Heaven Sword Gate. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, thunder rumbled. Many elders had tense expressions as they gazed at the figure sitting cross-legged in the sky. Master Changmei's aura grew ever more powerful, as if it heralded the arrival of some heavenly tribulation. The grand scene attracted the attention of several ancient sects from other domains, who sensed the changes at the Heaven Sword Gate. Is that Chang Mei? He actually dares to attempt a breakthrough to the Nirvana realm. If I'm not mistaken, the three ancestors of the Heaven Sword Gate are still in seclusion. He recklessly attempts Nirvana with almost no chance of success. Alas, he is still too impatient. He should have waited for the three elders of the Heaven Sword. There is no time to wait. Today's sixth domain is low in foundations, with the Ghost King army stirring. It seems they want to strike first at the sixth domain. Chang Mei is fighting for the lives of the region. The ancient minds observed the Heaven Sword Gate and saw Chang Mei suddenly open his eyes, a beam of golden light bursting out, piercing the sky, scattering the first bolt of thunder. Break for me! Chang Mei roared, using all his life's strength to attack the shackles within him. A muffled sound echoed in all directions, exploding from within. The intense pain caused blood to seep from Chang Mei's mouth, but he still did not give up. Once, twice, thrice, 9 times in succession pushed him to the brink of collapse. As the heavenly tribulation thundered down from above, his expression changed dramatically. Senior brother. The elders were overcome with fear. The baptism of thunder almost caused Chang Mei, already exhausted from his battle, to fall from the sky, his face twisted in pain. This scene was witnessed by many ancient minds, and sighs broke out. Chang Mei has failed, he no longer has the strength to break through. What a pity, he was the most promising one in the Heaven Sword Gate to reach the Nirvana realm. Going all out to break through without guidance from the three ancestors is bound to lead to failure. What's happening? Many ancient minds suddenly froze in place. At the peak of the Heaven Sword Gate, Chang Mei clenched his teeth, his eyes radiating golden light. His mind raced, recalling the altered methods to break through to the Nirvana realm that he saw yesterday. Disciple, I entrust my life to you. In despair, he expended all his strength to begin to operate the tampered breakthrough method. Yesterday, he had finally understood why Chang Wuhan's progress had stagnated over the past 5 years. He also realized why he had seen that book on the eve of his breakthrough attempt. Chang Wuhan used 5 years, only for his own successful breakthrough. Even if it meant his bones would be dust, even if he turned to ash, he was willing to try once. Boom! An unprecedented surge of vitality erupted from within him. Along with it came a terrifying golden light that swept across the sky for 300 miles. This scene left Chang Mei completely stunned. Across the entire Heaven Sword Gate, it suddenly fell silent. Far away, many ancient minds were swept with a tide of shock. Chang Mei, he actually succeeded. Chapter 51, Such a Freak. Is there really such a thing? He was clearly on the verge of failure. The last breakthrough seems to have changed the trajectory? Who is the great master guiding him while the three ancestors of the Heavenly Sword are in closed-door training? Many ancient consciousnesses continued to tremble, finding it unbelievable how smoothly Chang Mei had succeeded in his breakthrough. As for Chang Mei himself, at this moment, he stood high above at the peak of the Heavenly Sword Mountain. Simply breathing in and out caused the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to roll back, and waves of pressure spread out. He stared in amazement at his own hands. After stepping into the Nirvana realm, it felt as if the universe was within his grasp. This unreal feeling made him feel like he was dreaming. He had originally prepared for his own destruction, but unexpectedly, he succeeded. My adopted disciple. Chang Mei's heart raced wildly, his breath became rapid, and his face flushed as he laughed heartily towards the sky. A genius, a genius. Ha ha ha. My Heavenly Sword Mountain has hope, my 6 domains have salvation. His laughter echoed through the heavens and the world, recklessly unleashing years of pent-up frustration, filled with tears of joy and passion. Looking around the Heavenly Sword Mountain territory, the many elders and disciples who did not understand were only aware that Chang Mei had successfully broken through. After a moment of silence, an explosion of excited shouts erupted. Congratulations, senior brother Chang Mei. Congratulations, master of Qingyun Peak. The voices continued endlessly, swirling in all directions. Meanwhile, Ning Caiwei, who was meditating at the Heavenly Sword Pool, also heard the commotion outside. It seems he succeeded. He let out a sigh of relief in his heart. 5 years of study, sleepless nights, to repay 10 years of nurturing, this was always his style. Even though he hadn't done anything else in these 5 years. The Nirvana and my great Huangting belong to the same level but are two different sects. This world is filled with strange powers, thus abundant in righteous energy, and golden light shining upon the world. The former focuses on the primordial spirit, to stabilize the soul and suppress the form, while the latter focuses on the physical body, to lift mountains and rivers. If I can combine the two, I will surely reach new heights. Ning Caiwei fell into deep thought, gradually entering a state of cultivation. In just about 20 years, he reached Great Huangting. Today, rebuilding it would only take 3 to 5 years. But this 9 domains de Nirvana would need some time. He closed his eyes, calming his mind. Time flowed once more, and the outside world grew increasingly tumultuous. Soon, 2 years had passed. On this day, the Grand Elder returned from outside the domain, arriving at Qingyun Peak. Senior brother, a shocking talent has emerged in the third domain. In a moment of sudden enlightenment, he mastered the great compassion mantra and even single-handedly killed a ghost Shumi. Hearing this, Changmei remained seated, his eyes still closed, and said calmly, "A mere mastery of the great compassion mantra is nothing to mention. A ghost Shumi is merely fifth tier, not worth mentioning." The Grand Elder showed a puzzled expression, feeling it was very strange. Ever since Changmei stepped into the Nirvana realm, he had suddenly become relaxed. Aside from needing to handle the disasters of the sixth domain, he was hardly concerned with news from the other realms. A shocking talent who achieved mastery of the great compassion mantra, and he acted as if he didn't care? Half a year later, the sky rumbled loudly. The Grand Elder hurriedly approached again, his face filled with shock. "Senior brother. In the fifth domain next to us, someone has mastered the art of holding the universe in one sleeve. The child is only 15 years old and has subdued several ghost leaders for himself." Changmei opened his eyes. "Oh?" This time Changmei appeared quite surprised, as the art of holding the universe in one sleeve was a profoundly deep skill within the 9 domains. It could create one's inner world to suppress strange powers and bind the primordial spirit to fight for oneself. At only 15, possessing such tremendous ability made Changmei sigh. The new era of prodigies in the 9 domains was about to arrive. Very impressive. He nodded slightly. Impressive? The Grand Elder widened his eyes, thinking he had misheard. When did he start to overlook such a prodigy? Recalling 100 years ago, Changmei, as the most talented person in the Heavenly Sword Mountain. "I wanted to try practicing the sleeve universe technique, but after painfully enduring for 3 years, I ultimately had no choice but to give up. The secret manual was left to gather dust in the Heavenly Sword Pool until now." Now, someone has mastered it at the age of 15, and Changmei only said one sentence, "Not bad?" Could it be that Changmei became foolish after breaking through? "Senior brother, you can't keep doing this. You should search for successors for our 6 domains. We can't once again hand over all 3 soul artifacts to the other domains, can we?" The Grand Elder was anxious, trying to awaken Changmei. Upon hearing this, Changmei fell silent for a moment. The 3 soul artifacts are the Heaven Furnace, Earth Cauldron, and Divine Bone. They are sacred objects that were born into the world 1,200 years ago among the 9 domains. Just one of them can suppress the domain caves and prevent the emergence of the gods, bringing at least 100 years, or at most 300 years of peace. For 1,200 years, the 6 domains have missed their chance. The reason is that a soul artifact can only be bound to one person at a time. If that person dies, it will immediately become ineffective. The longer the lifespan, the more valuable it is. Young geniuses are undoubtedly the first choice. This has long become the rule among the 9 domains. But the first, second, and third domains have always been deeply rooted, with countless geniuses emerging, grasping almost all opportunities. Other domains, including the 6th domain, can only keep struggling against the gods without soul artifacts. The most severe incident caused Heavenly Sword Mountain to lose 2 Nirvana realm experts. Changmei understood very clearly how important soul artifacts are for the 6th domain. "It's so noisy, I want to sleep for a while." Though his mind began to tense, he glanced at the Heavenly Sword Pool and then fell asleep. Senior brother. Seeing this scene, the Grand Elder left in disappointment and despair. Time flew by, and the years passed. In a blink, 5 more years had gone by. The external situation became increasingly severe. On this day, the Grand Elder came to Qingyun Peak again as usual. He looked noticeably older, his eyes had lost their previous luster, and he sat next to Changmei, weakly silent for a long time. "Don't you have anything to say?" Changmei felt puzzled. What can I say? That a young genius from the 1st domain killed the Ghost General? That the 2nd domain has produced a young 2nd rank who was under 20? These words stirred up a storm in Changmei's mind. What's going on? Killing the Ghost General, a young 2nd rank under 20? In the 9 domains from ancient times to now, where has there ever been such a terrifyingly talented monster? Especially one born in the same era? He panicked this time, deeply concerned. There are only 2 years left. When the agreed time comes, those geniuses from the large domains will come to our 6th domain again to collect the soul artifact tokens. In my opinion, we are bound to lose the tokens again this time at Heavenly Sword Mountain. The Grand Elder shook his head, self-mockingly. The so-called soul artifact token is a kind of proof. Currently, there are only 8 families in the 6th domain that possess them, and Heavenly Sword Mountain is one of them. If they lose the soul artifact token, it means losing the qualification to possess soul artifacts. If all 8 families lose theirs, it means the 6th domain has completely lost its chance and will once again face hundreds of years of chaotic times caused by the gods. After hearing this, Changmei couldn't help but sweat on his palms. He looked again toward the direction of the Heavenly Sword Pool, worry etched on his face. After 8 years of closed-door training, he did not know how much progress Chang Wuhan had made. Killing the Ghost General, a young 2nd rank at 20, my disciple obviously has extraordinary talent, yet he encounters this group of monsters. It's as if my disciple is born in the wrong era. If only it were a few hundred years earlier or later. As long as I could avoid this era, Chang Wuhan would definitely be able to obtain a soul artifact and leave a name in history. But unfortunately, Chang Mei's expression gradually turned pale, and an inexplicable pang of pain surged in his chest. Time flew by, nearing the 10-year mark of closed-door training. On this day, the 9 domains were stirred up like a sudden thunderclap due to a mysterious figure. At Heavenly Sword Mountain, Chang Mei was constantly pacing outside the corridor of Qingyun Peak, waiting for something, until a call from the elder in the distance rang out. Senior brother. There is news. The mysterious person who entered the first domain, defeated the outstanding talent of the 3rd rank, and took away a soul artifact token, turned out to be the new successor of the True Martial Hall. True Martial Hall? Hearing this, Chang Mei could not help but show joy on his face. The True Martial Hall belongs to the 6th domain. Since the soul artifact came into existence, no one from the 6th domain had ever taken the initiative to collect tokens from other domains. They had been in a passive state. Unexpectedly today, in an era where talents abound in the 9 domains, there was such a remarkable figure from the 6th domain. No one ever expected this, that within our 6th domain, there is actually a world-renowned talent who has been protected by the True Martial Hall for over 20 years, and today has finally revealed their brilliance. The elder sighed, his face showing even more excitement. To enter the first domain and collect tokens, such things were unimaginable for them before, but today someone has done it. Good, good, good. With such a talent emerging from the True Martial Hall, perhaps the 6th domain has a chance to obtain the soul artifact today. Chang Mei had never felt so close to hope. Senior brother, who exactly is the disciple you selected? The elder voiced his confusion. It had been 10 years, and he still hadn't revealed it? Chapter 52, 10 years, coming to the world. Half a month later, 6th domain, Gushan Monastery. As a holy place not weaker than Tianjian Mountain, Gushan Monastery also has substantial heritage. Currently, there are 2 people in the world in the Nirvana realm. Many years ago, a remarkable woman appeared in Gushan Monastery, deeply favored by the Gushan decision, now ranked in the 4th rank. Today, a group of travel-worn people stood outside Gushan Monastery. At the forefront was an old man in gray robes, leading a young man in his 20s who held a nonchalant expression. With their arrival, the gates of Gushan Monastery were tightly shut, falling into silence. 5th domain, Lin Hanchuan, today comes to Gushan Monastery to obtain a soul artifact token. May I ask who will fight? The young man's words echoed, resonating through the mountain gate in all directions. There was no response from Gushan Monastery. Half a month ago, a family in the 6th domain had already lost their token. The one who took the token was Lin Hanchuan outside. Seeing the prolonged silence from the monastery, Lin Hanchuan spoke again. If there is no battle today, then Gushan Monastery will lose the qualification to regain the token another day. After saying this, the gray-robed elder prepared to take him away. Wait. Inside Gushan Monastery, a clear voice finally called out. Then, the heavens rumbled, and a graceful figure descended from the top of the mountain gate. Gushan Monastery will fight. The young woman in green was steadfast, showing no fear. After saying this, she drew her sword and moved forward. A majestic surge of energy erupted around her, faintly resembling the cry of a phoenix. Indeed, a 4th rank. Lin Hanchuan had long mastered the information of Gushan Monastery, and he was not surprised by the strength displayed by the young woman in green. When he was about to approach within 10 feet, he gently extended his hand, snapping his fingers to shatter the sword energy of the young woman. With a wave of his sleeve, a shocking wind erupted, causing the young woman to tremble and be sent flying 100 feet away, along with a trail of bright red blood. The young woman fell to the ground, her vision shrouded in blood mist, looking at the young figure with an extremely downcast expression. From the 5th domain, this talent, I didn't even see his sleeve's magical technique before. The young woman spat out blood, feeling despair in her heart. Lin Hanchuan was known throughout the 9 domains for his sleeve's magical technique, with no one knowing how many powerful secrets were hidden within his sleeve seal. She had thought there would be an exhilarating battle, forcing the other party to use their ultimate move, but unexpectedly. After a moment, a sigh came from inside Gushan Monastery. Soon, golden light burst forth, landing before Lin Hanchuan. Take it. Lin Hanchuan's expression remained indifferent as he turned to leave. The team walked further and further away, until they disappeared beneath the vast sky. In this 6th domain, besides the new successor of the True Martial Hall, there is basically no one who can match you, but we cannot completely become enemies with the 6th domain. Let's finish our journey and return after Tianjian Mountain. The gray-robed elder gently stroked his beard. With a smile, he spoke. Master, how many tokens did the new disciple of the Zhenwu Hall obtain? Lin Hanchuan asked. He obtained 1 token in the 1st domain and another in the 2nd domain. The opponents he chose are not only from the great domains but also powerful individuals. After so many years in the 6 domains, a true prodigy has finally emerged. Lin Hanchuan listened quietly, already considering that new disciple of Jinwu Hall as his top rival. After all, he came from the fifth domain, and competing with those from the earlier domains was as difficult as climbing to the sky. He could only focus on the later domains. The team raced through the air, with many common people catching sight of them along the way. Here they come. That Lin Hanchuan from the fifth domain is finally going to take action against Tianjian Mountain. He came from the direction of Gushinin. Could it be that Gushinin has lost a token? It's likely they've lost it. This person is truly a monster. Wow, he really knows how to pick the right time. With the Jinwu Hall's disciple not yet in control of the sixth domain, he actually took advantage. Don't worry, even if Tianjian Mountain has lost a token, the Jinwu disciple will definitely retrieve it. The major events of the 9 domains were known by all the people of the world. The citizens of the sixth domain clearly understood that the reason for the disasters in the world was the lack of a soul device to guard it. Recently, Lin Hanchuan had come to the sixth domain to collect tokens, and it was already widely known. Moreover, the news that the Jinwu Hall disciple had stepped into the first domain had become known by everyone. On the other side, Tianjian Mountain. Disciple, it's time to exit the secluded training. Outside Tianjian Pond, the elder with long eyebrows gently called. His aged eyelids drooped, filled with worry, anxiety, and tension. Only he knew how extraordinary Chang Wuhan's talent was. But after hearing so many tales of prodigies from the outside world, the confidence he had back then began to waver. At this moment, Lin Hanchuan, having slaughtered 2 clans and seized 2 tokens, was about to visit, causing deep unrest in his heart. Disciple? 1 call, 2 calls, and there was no response. During the anxious wait, a voice echoed from outside the mountain's domain. Lin Hanchuan from the 5th domain comes today to collect the token from Tianjian Mountain. Who will battle? Within the domain, over 10,000 spiritual senses opened and closed, looking toward the mountain gate. The elder with long eyebrows felt his heart race faster. Filled with urgency, he dared not recklessly break the array and disturb Chang Wuhan, who was cultivating. He could only shout again, Disciple! Disciple! I won't punish you anymore, it's time to come out. Deep within Tianjian Pond, a figure finally began to rise slowly. Ning Caiwei looked up at the sky and gently exhaled a breath of turbid air. It's been 10 years. He lazily stretched his bones and turned to leave Tianjian Pond. The mist retreated, the array vanished, and a massive and powerful wave gradually radiated outward. Tianjian Mountain stood like a giant sword, piercing through the earth, magnificent and imposing. Lin Hanchuan waited outside the mountain gate for a long time, but no one responded. The scene before him was shockingly similar to Gushinin. The strong members of the team couldn't help but chuckle and shake their heads. For countless ages, Tianjian Mountain has become so desolate that they can't even find someone to challenge? The old man in gray, however, had a grave expression. Don't underestimate Tianjian Mountain, this place hides skilled individuals. Skilled individuals? Lin Hanchuan became interested and asked, what skilled individuals? The old man in gray spoke in a low tone. 10 years ago, Chang Mei attempted to reach the Nirvana realm. It was originally a certain defeat, yet for some reason, he altered his approach and succeeded on the spot. The person who guided him was not one of the 3 ancestors of Tianjian, and they likely remain within Tianjian Mountain. If that skilled individual personally cultivates a disciple, even a fool should achieve something. Don't let your guard down. As soon as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked up at the sky. The heavens and earth stirred, creating ripples that spread in all directions. Ning Caiwei appeared, stepping through the void, surrounded by waves that were dark and vague, as if he had merged with the heavens and earth. Even Lin Hanchuan, with his second great strength, couldn't perceive even a hint of it. Who is this? At just one glance, Lin Hanchuan's gaze froze, his instincts causing his hair to stand on end, and his body tensed up. Naturally, from the person in the sky, a deep and unfathomable powerful pressure was felt. Ning Caiwei slowly walked to the outside of the mountain gate, looking down at Lin Hanchuan. The challenger from Tianjian Mountain is Chang Wuhan. The calm words spread out, without carrying any power fluctuations. But to Lin Hanchuan, it sounded like thunder, shaking his scalp. Chapter 53. It turns out to be him, it's really him. Chang Wuhan, isn't he the child you brought back from Qingshan village, senior brother? Outside Tianjian Pool, the Grand Elder stared blankly, having not seen him for 10 years, and now he could not see through the realm level. Our Tianjian Mountain's token can only be preserved by him. The Longbrow's tone was complex, his spirit seemed a bit dazed. That once helpless baby had grown into a young man. Within Tianjian Mountain, countless divine senses swept over, and pairs of eyes turned to see Ning Caiwei's figure. The one selected by the Longbrow Peak Master is junior brother Wuhan? It has been 10 years, the junior brother has grown up. Such a strong pressure fluctuation, the junior brother's talent is extraordinary. What rank has he reached? I wonder if junior brother can withstand Lin Hanchuan. I heard Lin Hanchuan is ranked 3rd among the young heroes in the 5th domain. Outside the mountain gate, Lin Hanchuan's pupils trembled, staring intently at the thin figure high above. For a moment, he even thought he had gone to the wrong place, arriving at the true martial hall. Just by relying on Ning Caiwei's indescribable invisible pressure, it made his whole body stiffen, and even his breath seemed to freeze. Looking at all the attendants in his team, none were exceptions. Oh no, something big is about to happen. The old man in gray looked shocked and filled with strong unease. He was about to shout and retreat from the token competition, but it was already too late. After Ning Caiwei finished speaking, his expression was calm. With his right hand forming a seal, he pointed, causing a space disturbance that created a golden vortex, rolling away fiercely, casually slashing ghosts. Lin Hanchuan suddenly felt the pressure increase sharply, not daring to hold back, launching his unique move right away. The strong energy gathered, turning into a pair of gigantic hands, suddenly pressing together, intending to shatter Ning Caiwei's golden vortex. But at the moment of collision, it was crushed piece by piece like dry weeds, once again surging back. Is his realm above mine? A thought flashed through Lin Hanchuan's mind. In panic, he summoned a treasure, painfully crashing against most of the golden vortex, then intertwining his hands, releasing a seal from his sleeve. Roar! An overwhelming fierce aura swept in, instantly erupting a terrifying killing intent that disrupted the balance of yin and yang in the Tianjin mountain area, causing spiritual energy chaos. Numerous ghostly figures, full of ghostly energy, walked out from the seal in his sleeve, shockingly reaching over 30. The dispersed golden vortex was eventually scattered by the ghostly energy, and this scene fell into the eyes of countless divine senses in Tianjin mountain, causing an uproar. Is this the legendary divine skill, the universe and sleeve technique? More than 30 ghost generals, each at around the 4th rank, did he subdue them all by himself? I didn't expect that one day, I could also witness the mystery of the universe in sleeve technique. Inside Tianjin mountain, whether it was peak masters, elders, or disciples, all showed strange expressions in their eyes. This legendary divine skill, in the entire 9 domains, few could master it, many had either disappeared into the historical river or had become ancestral founders of sections. But today, they witnessed the divine power in a young hero just over 20 years old. Senior brother, this child's talent surpasses what you had by who knows how many times. The grand elder gazed downwards, secretly clicking his tongue. Long Brow did not speak. The next moment. Boom! A terrifying aura of ominousness surged, and the grand elder's gaze froze on the spot. From the seal in his sleeve, another black figure stepped out. The disciples of Tianjin Mountain were shaken, their eyes filled with disbelief. Ghost General. This is a lower 3rd rank Ghost General. After Lin Hanchuan released all the divine phantoms, the forehead was drenched in sweat, clearly consuming a lot of mental energy. He looked up again at Ning Caiwei, his eyes burning with flames, filled with fighting spirit. You are indeed a genius in cultivation, my realm and strength are not as good as yours, but that does not mean I will lose. Lin Hanchuan had the right to be proud, with 30 ghost leaders and 1 ghost general, enough to secure his position among the top talents of the 9 domains. Ordinary talents could only fight one-on-one, but he could fight multiple opponents at once, a huge advantage that could make up for realm gaps. Silly child. The old man in gray felt deep sorrow in his heart. In the face of a crushing realm strength, no method could compensate. When Ning Caiwei saw this, he too showed a strange look. This was the first time he had seen the supernatural beings of the 9 domains. The overwhelmingly thick and terrifying killing aura intrigued him slightly. He immediately waved his sleeve, and a mark opened and closed at the cuff, forming a whirlpool of inner world. In an instant, the spiritual locks on the bodies of many supernatural beings shattered, and new marks were imprinted in a flash. With fierce glints in their eyes, they were momentarily dazed, watching their bodies twist into strands of blue smoke, drawn into Ning Caiwei's sleeve. Not bad, well nurtured. Is there more? Ning Caiwei expressed a voice of approval, quite satisfied. The uproar in Tianjin Mountain disappeared, turning into a dead silence. Chang Mei stood frozen in place, and the elder and numerous disciples gasped in shock, dumbfounded. Wait, didn't he just collect the supernatural beings? Junior brother can also use the storage and sleeve technique. I remember the Chang Mei peak master tossed the manual into Tianjin pool. When did junior brother learn it? No, even if it is the storage and sleeve technique, it shouldn't be able to collect the supernatural beings that have already imprinted my spirit. Outside the mountain gate, Lin Hanchuan felt as if struck by lightning, looking in disbelief at the empty imprint in his sleeve. In this generation of the 9 domains, was there a second peer who mastered the storage and sleeve technique? The old man in gray watched this process clearly, naturally noticing some different changes. Here it comes again, it's just like last time when Chang Mei broke through, this storage and sleeve technique has been altered. He breathed quickly, following Ning Caiwei's figure, looking deep into Tianjin Mountain, trying to find that mysterious master who hid in Tianjin Mountain 10 years ago. But apart from the 3 sleeping old ancestors of Tianjin, he found nothing. How did you do it? Even if you can also use the storage and sleeve technique, how could you collect them? They clearly imprinted my spirit. Lin Hanchuan's voice was hoarse, his eyes bloodshot. His greatest asset, which he was so proud of, had not even exerted the slightest effect and was easily resolved. This huge sense of defeat made his face flush, and his breath became disordered. Ning Caiwei did not make another move and calmly said, "I just tried to add the soul-moving spell into the spell technique, it just happened to succeed." Lin Hanchuan looked stunned. "What do you mean just happened to succeed?" This sentence fell into the ears of the grey-robed old man like a thunderclap. He stared hard at Ning Caiwei, as if realizing something, and waves surged in his heart. Could it be? Could it be? Take the tokens well. The grey-robed old man decisively waved his sleeve, throwing the 2 tokens seized by Lin Hanchuan, including Lin Hanchuan's own, to Ning Caiwei. Then, with a big hand opening and closing, he clutched Lin Hanchuan and turned to run. "Master, I haven't finished yet," Lin Hanchuan urged. "You are not his opponent, even if you have another 100 years, you still won't be able to match him. This person is the most terrifying freak in the 6th domain." "What does that mean?" Lin Hanchuan was confused. The grey-robed old man moved quickly, leaving the Tianjin mountain area in the blink of an eye. Looking back, his eyes were filled with deep shock. "So it's him, it's actually him. Not going to fight?" Ning Caiwei silently watched them leave, holding 3 soul tokens tightly. From them, he could feel that. Holding a few strands of indescribable primal power, like a part of the world's rules, created by heaven and earth. This is indeed something I have never seen before. Ning Caiwei fell into deep thought. Before his retreat at the Heavenly Sword Pool, he had already gathered a thorough understanding of the 9 domains. Later, in the Heavenly Sword Pool, he rummaged through many historical documents, ancient texts, and so on, gaining a good glimpse into matters. The cause of the strange disasters in the 9 domains originated from the domain caverns, present in both large and small domains, endlessly pursued and persistently killed. For 1200 years, many extremely terrifying beings had appeared. For example, the Demon King, the 5 great ancestors of Heavenly Sword Mountain acted together, yet 2 of them fell. Only soul artifacts can suppress the gaps in the domain caverns. In Ning Caiwei's eyes, this resembled repairing the laws. In recent decades, the situation of strange disasters has become many times more severe than before. Not only had an unseen Demon King come forth, there were faint signs of even stronger beings. The future of the 9 domains was obscured by a fog. Disciple. A call came from inside the mountain. The long-browed elder laughed heartily, opening his arms to give a big hug. Many elders and disciples also revealed excited expressions as they came out. "This is our Heavenly Sword Mountain Soul Artifact token, make sure to keep it safe." A single token is of little use, but having more than 3 is extremely beneficial for soul cultivation. While speaking, he took out the Soul Artifact token from his chest and handed it to Ning Caiwei. With the 3 just received, Ning Caiwei now had 4 tokens. "Master, are you not afraid I might lose them?" The long-browed elder was taken aback and shook his head in silence. "Lin Hanchuan, ranked among the top 3 arrogants of the 5 domains, is not even your match. After this battle, very few in the 9 domains will dare to challenge you. You can continue your cultivation with the 4 tokens, even if you lose them, no one will blame you." Ning Caiwei remained silent. He could already feel that the gathering of 4 tokens had exponentially increased the primal power they contained. "Master, I must descend the mountain now." Hearing this, the long-browed elder's heart trembled slightly, and his eyes revealed a sense of relief. "I know, the 9 domains are vast, and the 3,000 texts within the Heavenly Sword Pool are merely a drop in the ocean. You can walk a much further path, and I will not stop you. But remember, be careful along the way." Ning Caiwei bowed one last time, glanced at his former brothers, and stepped into the air to leave. His silhouette reflected in everyone's eyes. The Grand Elder murmured, "No wonder you have been so carefree these past 10 years. Our Heavenly Sword Mountain finally has a successor." The long-browed elder said nothing, feeling quite melancholic, his gaze following the retreating figure until it disappeared from view. Suddenly, a disciple received a message from a jade slip, and upon reading it, gasped in shock. "The inheritor of the true martial hall has swept through invincibly, breaking through the 3rd domain and taking all the tokens from the 3rd domain." As these words fell, the room erupted in astonishment. The long-browed elder's expression changed. "Breaking through the 3rd domain directly? The inheritor of the true martial hall is truly monstrous?" The 1st domain. As the top domain among the 9 domains, the 1st domain, whether in historical depth, sect strength, or the number of sacred texts, far exceeds the other 8 domains. For many years, this has been an indisputable fact, a vast gulf that cannot be changed. Since the outbreak of strange disasters in the 9 domains, only the 1st domain has never experienced suffering and pain. The expansive 1st domain has many powerful sects, but there is only one supreme force, a holy place called the Ruin Courtyard. Under the protection of the Ruin Courtyard, the common people enjoy a peaceful and prosperous world, which is a dream hard to achieve for the other 8 domains. Here, people may live their entire lives from birth to death without ever seeing what a strange monster looks like. The three great soul artifacts, headed by the heavenly furnace, have never changed owners. At this moment, in the second pavilion of the ruined courtyard, an old man with white hair, sitting quietly in front of the tea table, he calmly reviewed information about the changes in the tokens. First domain Lu Bai, 35 tokens. First domain Shi Gu Feng, 29 tokens. Second domain Li Mu, 20 tokens. Sixth domain Lu Yun, 16 tokens. He gently stroked his beard, his gaze lingering slightly on the name Lu Yun. To think that this boy single-handedly pierced through the third domain. He fell into deep thought, clearly not expecting that in this era of rising talents, such a prodigy would emerge from the sixth domain. Looking across the entire third domain, there was not a single opponent. Even his most prized disciple from the seventh pavilion of the abandoned courtyard faced defeat and lost the token. Within the 9 domains, each domain had a different number of tokens. When someone collected 108 tokens, they could bind their soul to the soul artifact Celestial Furnace. Next was 99 tokens, then 74 tokens. Throughout history, the Celestial Furnace has firmly held the first domain, while the Earth Cauldron has securely claimed the second domain. As for the Divine Bones, they frequently changed between the third and fourth domains. Unexpectedly, this time, the third domain was eliminated early. The entire 9 domains were almost caught off guard by this heir of the true martial hall. Elder. A young servant called softly from outside. Speak. He calmly took a sip of tea. That heir of the true martial hall named Lu Yun has now returned to the second domain. After the words were spoken, the elder paused slightly in his tea tasting, seeming somewhat surprised. This child's strength is impressive. If he went to the 8th or 9th domains, his chances of obtaining the divine bones would clearly increase. But he unexpectedly returned to the second domain? Based on the opponents he has challenged, Lu Yun has chosen only top-tier heroes. He might face the strongest of the second domain. The elder squinted his eyes. This child has quite the boldness. With 16 tokens in hand, he still had the audacity to do this. Interesting, it seems his goal is the Celestial Furnace. The elder gently set down his teacup, quickly seeing through Lu Yun's thoughts. However, sitting on the top of the 9 domains is not that easy. Elder, there is one more thing. A young powerhouse has emerged from the 6th domain Sword Sky Mountain, defeating Lin Han Xuan, who went to the 6th domain to collect tokens. The young servant said respectfully, speaking again. Lin Han Xuan, that prodigy who formed the dust sleeve imprint from the 5th domain? The elder couldn't help but frown. Even he had found that legendary skill troublesome in his youth, and after half a year of understanding, he had to give up. Lin Han Xuan had successfully cultivated it at just 15, causing a sensation throughout the 9 domains at the time. Not long ago, he heard that he obtained the first token in the 6th domain. How could he have been defeated so soon? The elder felt a sense of regret in his heart, as this was indeed too sudden. It seems the 6th domain is on the rise. He thought again. First, the heir of the true martial hall, Lu Yun, swept through the 9 domains, piercing the 3rd domain. Then, the unknown powerhouse from Sword Sky Mountain defeated Lin Han Xuan, effectively preserving the tokens of the whole 6th domain. Let Lu Bai withdraw from the 4th domain and take a trip to the 2nd domain. The elder suddenly said. The young servant was shocked. So soon? The 7 pavilions of the abandoned courtyard are divided into 7 branches, with 7 sons each generation. The internal competition never ceased. That chief is still in closed-door cultivation. If the true martial hall has forgotten who truly rules the 9 domains, then I, the old man, will remind them. The elder spoke lightly, rising to brush off his sleeves, and walked into the back courtyard. Chapter 55, The Strange Nightmare, the White-Clothed God of Death. Time passed, and before long, 2 months had gone by. The 9 domains were currently enjoying an explosive era of talents. Whether in large or small domains, there were renowned figures everywhere. This unprecedented prosperous age is unlikely to happen again. The speed of token changes became more frequent, and the name of Lu Yun, the true martial hall heir from the 6th domain, gradually resonated throughout the 9 domains, stirring the citizens of the 6th domain into a fervent worship. One day, in the border city of the 6th domain Qing dynasty, the people gathered in the square, their eyes blazing with passion as a newsboy passionately spoke from the steps. 3 days ago, the latest battle report. The heir of the true martial palace has already obtained 22 soul artifacts. He has defeated 6 top talents in the 2nd domain and is about to fight the strongest in the 2nd domain. The newsboy's proud voice echoed through the square, igniting cheers from the crowd. Every face glowed with an excitement and joy never felt before. For thousands of years in the 6 domains, generations had lived in suffering, with the talents constantly crushed by the other great domains, with no hope in sight. Now, the heir of the true martial palace had broken through the 3rd domain and was rampaging in the 2nd domain, overturning ancient miracles. The fame spread far and wide, already a household name, known by all. The heir of true martial brings honor to our 6 domains. My son must join true martial palace to learn. It said the heir is only 23 years old this year, yet he has already stepped into the middle 2nd rank. mastering his powers to the extreme, able to challenge higher ranks without difficulty. In my view, he will definitely be the fastest to reach nirvana, within 10 years, no, within 5 years for sure. Ah, I bet he can do it in 2 years. The square was filled with a cacophony of voices, the people overflowing with happiness, laughter rising and falling, all singing praises of the heir of true martial. However, just as everyone basked in joy, dark clouds suddenly loomed over the border city, like a net from the heavens, covering hundreds of miles. The temperature dropped suddenly, the cold wind brushed against their faces like a ghost whispering in their ears, causing some to shiver unexpectedly. When they looked up in confusion, their expressions quickly turned into fear. The Ghost Bone General is coming. A shrill scream shattered the peaceful atmosphere. The crowd looked around in panic, seeing countless ghostly figures rushing through the dark clouds above. The Ghost Bone army, made of skeletons with no flesh, surged toward the border city, their hollow eye sockets burning with ghostly flames, filled with madness and greed. The Ghost Bones devour people, sucking souls and spirits, led by the Ghost Bone King, commanding 10 ghost generals, who had long made the border cities uneasy in recent years. Run! The square erupted in screams, people scattered like locusts, not knowing where to escape. Only the newsboy held his gaze steady, showing no fear. Fight, fight! You may kill a generation, but you cannot kill our thousands of generations. You will ultimately be crushed by the heir of true martial. He fixed his eyes on the Ghostbone army rushing from the sky, as groups of red shadows opened their huge mouths, greedy to devour him. The killing intent wafted in, and death's shadow loomed closer. He instantly tensed, the resolve in his eyes wavering, soon replaced by sheer terror. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Boom! Suddenly, golden light poured down from the horizon, engulfing the groups of red shadows. Many ghostly skeletons cried out in despair, instantly torn to pieces. The newsboy was terrified, his face pale, as he stared blankly upwards and saw a figure appear in the sky outside the border city. Ning Caiwei's arrival caught the attention of the crowd and also of the Ghostbone General. The white-clad killing god? In the sea of red under the vast sky, the Ghostbone General immediately recognized Ning Caiwei. His eyes, burning with ghostly flames, transformed into horror in an instant. Retreat! A fierce howl echoed across the sky. However, before the Red Sea could turn, countless golden arrows erupted with bright light, showering down upon it. Screams erupted amid the falling red skeletons. The Ghostbone General was filled with terror but could not escape the fate of being pierced by arrows, his bones shattering into pieces. In just a moment, the sky returned to silence. Ning Caiwei flicked his sleeve and left without a word. Looking beyond the city, red bones spread across the plain, piling up like mountains. The people of the border city, having survived disaster, gazed at the figure in white disappearing into the sky. The Red Bone army has been crushed, and General Ghostbone is dead. That person seems to be the heir of Heavenly Sword Mountain, who defeated Lin Hanchuan from the 5 domains months ago, reclaiming the lost token. I remember now, this person's name is Chang Wohan. After descending the mountain, he roamed the 6th domain, killing monsters whenever he encountered them. I don't know how many monsters he has slain in these months. The white-clothed killing god. It seems that now no matter where monsters are, they run when they see him. Even General Ghostbone was the same. How strong! General Ghostbone is a top-tier warrior, yet he had no chance to fight back? The heir of Heavenly Sword Mountain, the white-clothed killing god, it turns out our 6th domain has such a figure. The crowd stirred, and discussions arose in waves. The earlier newsboy, clutching his wet pants, listened to the conversations around him, staring blankly in the direction of Ning Caiwei's departure, as if something different had appeared in his eyes. In the distance, Ning Caiwei flew through the air. A weak spiritual thought came from the seal in his sleeve. Sir, the 6th branch of the Ghostbone army is 800 miles away, they may launch a surprise attack on the Jing dynasty's palace. Ning Caiwei slightly nodded, got it. The spiritual thought from the seal paused for a moment, hesitated for a while, then continued, Sir, these monsters can never be fully killed, new ones are born in every generation. Why don't you try collecting tokens? That way, you can acquire soul weapons. Ning Caiwei glanced at his sleeve. The monster inside was called Ghost Butterfly, a group with special abilities that could spy on all the powerful monsters in the 6th domain. After subduing it a month ago, it had been delivering information to him ever since. Only then did he realize that monsters can be divided into good and evil. Distant water cannot quench immediate thirst, some things always need someone to do them. I may not be able to control future generations, but I can wipe out this generation. He responded calmly and walked towards the Jing dynasty's palace. Ghost Butterfly fell silent, then, as if having made a decision, sincerely spoke, Sir, I know of a race called the Undying Race. Their undying queen has been imprisoned deep within the domain cave by a terrible being for many years. If you can help her escape from suffering, I might be able to talk to the Undying Race. Ning Caiwei understood what Ghost Butterfly meant but did not reply immediately. He continued to rush through the skies, leaving behind a trail of golden glowing clouds. Chapter 56, The Strongest in the 9 Domains, please continue reading. In the second domain, South Heaven Academy. The cold wind howled, and ancient palace buildings rose among the peaks. For the many forces in the second domain, today was a very special day, a day filled with tension and anxiety for countless people. Since the heir of the true martial hall, Lu Yun, broke through the third domain, he had not rested even for a moment. He then came to the second domain and defeated the 6 great prodigies, and everyone became uneasy. Looking around the South Heaven Academy, powerful figures from various forces were tightly focused on the youth sitting cross-legged in the outer plaza. The young man had long black hair, a purple robe branded with the name of True Martial, and a face with closed eyes showing no waves of emotion. He had sat here for 3 days, and South Heaven Academy had closed its doors for 3 days. If South Heaven Academy did not engage in battle soon, they would lose the qualification for the token after today. Therefore, everyone present understood that the supreme prodigy of South Heaven Academy would definitely descend before dark. Time passed, and many strong figures from the True Martial Hall stood nearby, patiently waiting. What is that person at home doing now? Suddenly, Lu Yun spoke, and an elder from True Martial stepped forward. For 3 months, he has not left the 6th domain. It is said that he is still killing ghosts everywhere, resting not even a single day. Almost all the monsters in the 6th domain are about to be killed by him. Hearing this, Lu Yun could not help but open his eyes. The expression became even more moving. But soon, a hint of displeasure flickered in his eyes, turning cold and indifferent. His strength is not bad, but unfortunately, he is short-sighted. Such mercifulness will not solve the problem with the Ghost King, even if he kills all the monsters in the 6th domain. It would be better for him to collect more tokens for me. As long as he gets the heavenly furnace, peace can be guaranteed for the 6 domains for 300 years. Lu Yun shook his head, quite dissatisfied with Ning Qingshuan's behavior. In his eyes, Ning Qingshuan had been carrying 4 tokens and had spent 3 months descending the mountain without leaving the 6th domain. Even his family's talents did not dare to declare war. Wasn't this as cowardly as a mouse, valuing treasures too much? Elder Zhenwu, upon hearing this, did not refute. Suddenly, a noisy sound came from around. The descendant of the South Sky Academy has come down the mountain. Both Elder Zhenwu and Lu Yun looked up. In the mountain corridor, a figure in a black robe stepped forward, surrounded by an unspoken wave of oppressive aura. Is this the strongest talent of the 2nd domain, Li Mu? Elder Zhenwu's pupils suddenly tightened, realizing the huge gap compared to the strongest he had met in the 3rd domain. Lu Yun also clearly felt unprecedented pressure and couldn't help but slowly rise, showing a hint of seriousness. Sorry to keep you waiting for so long. Li Mu walked over slowly, the space seeming to freeze, and the atmosphere suddenly became extremely profound. Looking around the South Sky Academy, many powerful figures also held their breath. The strongest of the 2nd domain and the strongest of the 6th domain finally met. It was clear that a battle worthy of being recorded in history would surely follow. If Li Mu lost, the fate of the 2nd domain would undoubtedly be the same as that of the 3rd domain, and the remaining talents would be no match. If Lu Yun lost, he would lose all tokens, and the entire 6 domains would face total defeat. You made me wait for 3 whole days. Lu Yun coldly replied, his tone carrying displeasure. Facing an opponent like you, I can only do my best. I hope it won't be a wasted 3 days waiting for you. Li Mu smiled slightly, appearing polite. Give you another 3 years, and the outcome will be the same. Bang! Lu Yun's expression did not change as he took a step forward. The powerful aura exploded at once, sweeping across the entire square. That intense pressure was fully unleashed, causing the faces of the many powerful figures to change dramatically. With the 2nd-tier realm plus the Overlord aura, no wonder the strongest in the 3rd domain lost without a sound. Gasps of surprise filled the air, shaking everyone's minds. No one noticed that on the eastern peak of the South Sky Academy, there stood several figures at this moment. The leader was handsome, with delicate features, exuding an otherworldly quality. It was the strongest talent of the 2nd pavilion of the Wild Court, Lu Bai. The others were also the strongest talents from the 3rd pavilion, 4th pavilion, and even the 5th and 6th pavilions. They all gazed at the 2 figures in the square, who were the center of attention for everyone. It's not unfair that the 7th brother lost to this Lu Yun. A calm voice came from the strongest of the 3rd pavilion. Strange, what realm is this Li Mu in? Even I can't see through him? A few people frowned, involuntarily glancing at Lu Bai. They saw that Lu Bai's expression had not changed, his eyes were calm like water, as if nothing could create even the slightest ripple in him. Seeing Lu Bai remain silent, the others also ceased their conversation and continued to watch. In the square, Li Mu stood still, unmoving. He let the Overlord aura sweep over him, causing the earth and stones to shatter, and the cold wind to howl fiercely. He simply watched his opponent quietly. Aren't you going to make a move? Lu Yun's gaze was cold, this feeling of being ignored stirred a trace of anger in his heart. He had defeated the strongest of the 7th pavilion, smashing through the entire 3rd domain, and was invincible. Now, in front of Li Mu, he had been left waiting for 3 days and now ignored again? As the Overlord aura surged to its peak, a towering illusion emerged behind him, resembling a divine general of immense stature, with eyes reflecting the sun, moon, and stars, as the Overlord's might surged like a raging tide. "Shatter for me!" Lu Yun shouted, launching a punch at the standing Li Mu with hands behind his back. Behind him, the towering divine general's illusion. He also threw a punch. The sky was torn apart, and a terrifying sonic boom echoed. The South Heaven Academy's protective barrier was triggered immediately. All the strong forces around turned pale and retreated in unison. This punch landed 100 feet in front of Li Mu, yet it still did not shatter his protective aura. "I closed my doors for 3 days not to insult you." Li Mu finally spoke again, and waves of immense power began to flow from his soul. "I have just said, facing an opponent like you, I can only go all out, so in these 3 days, I was merely breaking through." Breaking through? Lu Yun was momentarily taken aback. In the next moment, Li Mu raised his hand. An explosive divine power erupted, and the heavens and earth instantly lost their color. The towering divine general's phantom was easily erased, and Lu Yun himself faced an overwhelming impact, feeling as if his bones were shattered. He spat out blood, his body flew backward, and his expression went blank. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground. The area around the square fell into silence, countless gazes frozen on Li Mu. This scene made all the strong members of the true martial hall's minds explode in shock, falling into blankness. First Nirvana? Lu Yun let out a wheezing sound from his throat, blood foaming at the corners of his mouth, his eyes dull and staring blankly at the sky. In that moment, all his pride turned to dust. Li Mu has stepped into Nirvana? Gasps of shock erupted around the square. The competition for soul weapons had continued for nearly half a year, bringing forth numerous prodigies that shook the 9 domains, all exceptional figures of their time. And today, the first Nirvana realm has appeared. Li Mu's breakthrough had not made a single sound. On the eastern peak, the strongest from the wilderness pavilion gazed, their eyes swirling with shock. Only Lu Bai looked at this scene calmly, as if he had already known the outcome. "Lu Yun stops here, there's no need for me to intervene further, the competition for soul weapons in the 9 domains still lacks a seat for the 6th domain, let it disperse." Lu Bai said indifferently while waving his sleeve, turning to leave. The strongest from the wilderness pavilion fell into silence. They exchanged glances and saw deep shock reflected in each other's eyes. From beginning to end, Lu Bai had said nothing, showing no emotional ripples regarding Li Mu stepping into Nirvana. This person is truly terrifying. In the 1st domain, the 7 pavilions of the wilderness were in constant competition, and throughout history, there had been changes in status. But today, Lu Bai seemed to far surpass all other pavilions. Inside rumors suggested that the strongest prodigy of the 1st pavilion was still in seclusion, comparing his strength with Lu Bai's, who was stronger. It's hard to guess, they seemed disconnected, becoming increasingly distant from the title of the strongest prodigy. Since Li Mu from the South Heaven Academy stepped into Nirvana, the value of the strongest prodigies of this era could no longer be estimated. In the 6th domain, at the Sky Sword Mountain's Qingyun Peak, the Long Eyebrow, as usual, personally taught talented young disciples. But then Elder rushed in with a panicked expression, stumbling from the sky, his heart heavy as he shouted, "Senior brother! Something big has happened in our 6th domain. The true martial hall's prodigy lost all his token in a battle against Li Mu from the South Heaven Academy." All the disciples turned in shock, and the Long Eyebrow's teaching action froze in place, his eyes revealing a deep regret. The true martial hall's prodigy Lu Yun had been remarkable since he descended the mountain, charging forward and unstoppable. Upon entering the 1st domain, he challenged the strongest prodigy of the 7th pavilion and left calmly with his token. He single-handedly pierced through the entire 3rd domain, forcing it to withdraw early. This act had stirred the entire 9 domains. His fame spread throughout the 6th domain, where the people worshipped him passionately. He carried everyone's hopes, believing victory was assured. Little did they know today. It was still too easy, his mind was lacking in training. The Long Eyebrow sighed, feeling an ineffable suffocation. After all, they all saw unprecedented hope in Lu Yun. In fact, Li Mu from the Southern Heaven Academy has already stepped into Nirvana. The Grand Elder's tone was complicated, feeling deeply powerless. Nirvana? The long-browed pupil slightly trembled. The strongest genius of the 2nd domain had actually reached this level? "Senior brother, why don't we let Wu Hen come back? Up to now, he can only give it a try. As long as he can get 72 tokens, we can obtain the divine bone." The Grand Elder spoke again. The top geniuses in the 9 domains emerged in droves. Those crowned with the title of strongest were all top tier, capable of competing for the top 10 of the 9 domains. Based on Chang Wuhan's previous ability to defeat Lin Hunchuan, even if he couldn't enter the strongest ranks, there was still a chance to steadily obtain the divine bone. What I worry about is that the other domains may not give him this opportunity. Long-browed, frowning heavily, Lu Yun's defeat meant the sixth domain lost its standing, its deterrence gone. Those strongest geniuses would no longer have any scruples, and they would likely immediately sweep through the entire sixth domain. Long-browed worries were not unexpected. 3 days later, at the Dizon Temple in the sixth domain, Li Mu's figure stood outside the mountain gate, alone, without any powerful followers from the Southern Heaven Academy. Li Mu from the second domain has come today to collect the Soul Tool token. Who will fight? His voice echoed in the sky, calm and steady. The Dizong Temple had no hesitation at all, not even considering a fight, and a golden light suddenly shot out, which Li Mu grasped in his hand. Take it! An old voice echoed from within the Dizong Temple, filled with deep exhaustion. The disciples remained silent, even the Bodhisattva of the Dizong Temple said nothing, gripping his fists tightly as he stared at the figure outside the mountain. In the face of absolute realm strength, any divine spells and techniques lost all meaning. The so-called challenges across realms were just a facade of false geniuses. A third-level realm cultivator trying to shake a first-level nirvana, wasn't that a fool's dream? Li Mu faced no resistance or difficulties, smoothly obtaining the Dizong Temple's token, and then proceeded towards the next place. Don't look anymore. By the end of today, the sixth domain will lose all its tokens. The Dizong Temple's gaze was dim as it spoke. One moment of fantasy, with Lu Yun's defeat, instantly turned into a bubble. Perhaps they should never have held on to hope. After all, the strongest geniuses in Nirvana were truly despairing. The second domain was like this, let alone the first domain's wild garden. This was the case year after year, generation after generation. In this unprecedented brilliant era, the strong had even stronger hands, everything was elevated, but the situation remained the same. For the sixth domain to join the table and have a seat, the difficulty had not changed at all. Li Mu left, walking through the sixth domain, like entering a dead zone. All the common people of the sixth domain could only watch helplessly as tokens were taken away one by one. His arrival was a harvest of the strongest in the sixth domain. In just 2 days, Li Mu had visited all the sects with tokens. During this time, surprisingly, not a single person came forward to fight. Only one place left, Tianjian Mountain. Li Mu paused in midair, knowing well that the inheritor of Tianjian Mountain, named Shang Wuhen, was not in the mountain but roaming in the sixth domain, currently missing. In these 2 days, he had not seen any traces of the legendary figures in the sixth domain. The rumors about them were true. Were all the legendary figures of the sixth domain killed? Li Mu's face showed hesitation, his time was running short, and he had to gather all 99 tokens to bind the earth cauldron before the first strong from Wild Garden came out. So be it. Not tarrying too long, Li Mu glanced at the direction of Tianjian Mountain before finally turning to leave. Tianjian Mountain. Are we out again, sixth domain? Seeing Li Mu's figure, numerous disciples felt quite uncomfortable. They all knew that Li Mu's departure did not mean he was letting go of the tokens from Tianjian Mountain. He needs to go and battle among the strongest of the strong. On the grand stage of the 9 domains, the sixth domain has been absent throughout history. No one can stand shoulder to shoulder with a strong figure like Li Mu, taking a look at the might of the other strong ones around. Originally, Lu Yun should have had this qualification, but he misjudged Li Mu's strength. At least, he is in existence ranked in the top 3 of 9 domains. Chang Mei also remained silent, his expression desolate. Just as he was about to turn around, a long rainbow suddenly appeared in the sky. Is this the true Qiguang temple? Chang Mei was puzzled, and soon more long rainbows arrived from various directions. Master of Gushin Temple. You all? Those who came to Tianjian Mountain were the leaders of many sects from the sixth domain, who had lost their token. Please, Brother Chang Mei, summon the Tianjian successor to compete for the divine bone. The true Qiguang temple respectfully spoke, sincerely. Please, Brother Chang Mei, summon the Tianjian successor to compete for the divine bone. Master of Gushin Temple, along with many sect leaders and their own disciples, all bowed and called out, their voices ringing throughout Tianjian Mountain. Chang Mei hesitated, he naturally had his selfish thoughts. Knowing that the peak talents of the 9 domains were about to unleash cruel battles, how could he be willing to let Chang Wuwen go and compete? In this situation, the longer Chang Wuwen covered the token, the more beneficial it would be for his cultivation. Elder brother, we cannot wait any longer, let the child give it a try. The Grand Elder suddenly grabbed his hand, with red eyes. Chang Mei's heart trembled slightly, wavering. Peak Master, let the junior brother accept the challenge. Looking at the square of Tianjian Mountain, many disciples pleaded in unison. You all. Chang Mei's sleeves trembled as he looked at the true Qiguang Temple, Master of Gushin Temple, and all the disciples of Tianjian Mountain in the square. Their eyes were burning with the last glimmer of hope. In the end, a smile of relief appeared on his lips. All right, perhaps you are right. A jade slip was sent out to communicate instantly. Chapter 58, Ning Qingxian completes cultivation, Spirit of 10,000 Zhang. Outside the sixth domain, beyond the domain cave. A vast abyss stood at the border, the heavens and earth dark and gloomy, filled with menacing ghostly energy. Countless ghostly skeletons clung to the cliffs on both sides, their cries chilling enough to make one instantly lose all reason. As the origin of godly calamities, not even mighty beings from the Nirvana realm have dared to step lightly into this place for countless years. Yet at this very moment, a figure stood at the bottom of the abyss. Whether it was the vengeful spirits on both sides or the vast army of deities below, all trembled in fear, their ghostly flames flickering with endless terror. That figure in white, killing them helplessly, sowing nightmares in their hearts, seemed like a calamity from the gods. With your own strength, you cannot change anything. Ning Caiwei squinted his eyes, gazing at the last ghostly bone general lying on the ground. His forehead was deeply sunken, limbs and bones shattered, the ghost fire in his eye sockets weak, as if it would extinguish at any moment. Ha ha ha, you will die too, but we will return once more. Ning Caiwei lifted his foot and utterly crushed his skull, then opened his palm to drain the last trace of soul power from him. In the imprint within his sleeve, the ghost butterfly spirit said, "This was the last ghostly bone general. I currently do not sense the movement of the ghostly bone king." Ning Caiwei nodded slightly, asking again, what did he mean by what he just said? He will be reborn, regardless of how many years pass, perhaps in the next generation, or perhaps the one after. Reborn? Ning Caiwei pondered deeply. After 3 months of investigation, he ultimately reached a conclusion. Godly calamities could indeed never be fully eradicated, unless the entire 9 domains were destroyed. And regarding the rebirth mentioned by the ghost butterfly, it was likely related to the collapsing laws. One day, all the calamities you have killed will be reborn in another form, endlessly repeating, with no end in sight. The ghost butterfly continued speaking. So what? In their position, they plot their plans. Although I cannot see the future, in the era I am in, I will not allow a chaotic demon to exist on the land of the 6th domain. Ning Caiwei spoke lightly, and his domineering words created tremendous ripples in the mind of the ghost butterfly. In fact, for Ning Caiwei, infinite rebirth did not mean that his 3 months of effort were in vain. At the very least, many innocent people survived, not to mention that this brought unimaginable great benefits to the divine technique he pioneered. He retracted his divine consciousness and looked once again at his golden primordial spirit. As early as when he left Tianjian Mountain, he had perfected the great Huangting and returned to the peak state of the demon path ancestor. On this foundation, his primordial spirit had also reached nirvana. On this day, 3 months later, he couldn't help feeling a bit confused about his strength. After all, the divine technique he created was to kill spirits and absorb soul power, constantly strengthening and nourishing the primordial spirit. Just now, he had drained the last of the ghost general's energy and clearly sensed that his primordial spirit had reached a certain pinnacle. This also meant that at the level of the ghost general, he could no longer gain any help. Killing hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions of spirits was equally difficult to advance. He further couldn't guess what level his current strength was at among the Federation's reincarnators. A message suddenly arrived at the jade slip at Ning Caiwei's waist. With a slight thought, the voice of Chang Mei slowly emerged. "Disciple, the 6th domain has encountered bad news. The true Martial Hall successor was defeated by Li Mu from the South Sky Institute, losing all tokens. 2 days ago, Li Mu entered the 6th domain and took away all remaining tokens. The 6th domain today may face elimination again. Disciple, I have an uncomfortable request." Upon hearing this, Ning Caiwei understood Chang Mei's meaning. At the beginning, Chang Mei entrusted him with the tokens of Tianjian Mountain without allowing him to participate in the competition for tokens, solely to assist in cultivation. Now all the tokens of the 6th domain had been taken away by a person named Li Mu. Even that true Martial Hall successor had also been defeated. He detected Chang Mei's helpless tone and a hint of plea. "Master is too serious." Ning Caiwei replied with a message on a jade slip. He knew that his cultivation journey was about to come to an end. As he turned around, he cast a sidelong glance at the depths of the domain cave, and following his gaze, many spirits trembled continuously, not daring to raise their heads. The immortal queen mentioned by Ghost Butterfly was located deep within this domain cave. From his standing position alone, he could feel the unimaginable terrifying ghost energy fluctuations lurking in the darkness. Not delaying any further, he took a step forward, and his figure transformed into a long rainbow, rushing away. In the border city of the Jing dynasty, the atmosphere was filled with despair. The people were in low spirits, and the once vibrant messenger boy sat listlessly in the corner. The news of the true Martial Hall successor's defeat spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of the 6th domain in a short time. This news was like a bolt from the blue, mercilessly shattering the faith of the common people. "Big brother, quick look, is that the white-clad killing god?" Suddenly, a tender voice rang out, causing the messenger boy to look up in a daze. He saw a figure in white clothing flying swiftly through the sky, leaving a trail of golden radiance in its wake. The vast strength of the primordial spirit bathed the entire border city in warmth, dispelling all evil spirits in the world. "It's him, no doubt about it, it's him." The messenger boy jumped up, filled with excitement. If it weren't for the person in the sky, he would have been a corpse by now. The people in the border city all looked up in unison, witnessing the sight. Is that the successor of Tianjian Mountain? It seems he still has 4 tokens with him. Looking in this direction, is the Tianjian successor preparing to take back the lost tokens? No. He doesn't need to do that. We've already accepted the fact of elimination. Yes, we are already used to it. Holding onto the tokens is better than losing them immediately. Sai, the Tianjian successor has protected us for 3 months, even if he doesn't step forward. We won't blame him either. That's right. Anyone who dares to slander him, I, the old man, will be the first to tear their mouth apart. The people of the border city showed a complex expression, watching Ning Qingshuan's departing figure, feeling deeply sorrowful in their hearts. In their eyes, Ning Qingshuan was no different from a moth flying into the flame. Today, in the 9 domains, who among the supreme talents is not a freak? Whether it's Lu Yun or Ning Qingshuan, if they were born in another era, they would surely obtain a soul weapon. But unfortunately, fate does not always meet our wishes. As Ning Qingshuan appeared, the ancient sects within the 6 domains each opened and closed their divine senses. Whether it's the sect master or the ancestor of a sect, they silently watched the scene. Among them was also the true Martial Hall's Lu Yun. From a distance, he felt Ning Qingshuan's aura. Ever since his return from defeat, the sight of the entire 6th domain left him so shocked that he couldn't speak for a long time. What kind of person, using what kind of means, managed to pacify the entire 6th domain's divine wonders in just 3 months? Everyone knows that divine wonders appear unpredictably, making it extremely difficult to track their traces. Once they retreat into the domain cave, even those in the Nirvana realm wouldn't dare to enter. Yet, this person accomplished it. I hope he doesn't repeat my mistakes. Fighting for the 6 domain's divine bones, Lu Yun clenched his fist, murmuring, "This child is not right." The true martial ancestor suddenly appeared behind him. He stared intently into the distance, his true martial divine eyes shimmering with countless golden runes. "Ancestor, what's wrong?" Lu Yun asked in confusion. The true martial ancestor had just emerged from seclusion a few days ago, helping him recover from his injuries. My God, how can this happen? The true martial ancestor suddenly became short of breath, losing his voice on the spot. Activating the true martial divine eyes, he vaguely saw an immense golden primordial spirit atop Ning Qingshuan's form. That primordial spirit was actually a terrifying 10,000 feet tall. Chapter 59, The 3 Supreme, Ning Qingshuan takes action. In the sacred land of the 9 domains, the place where the supreme soul weapons are born. Majestic peaks stretch endlessly, plains spanning for thousands of miles, with holy mountains towering beneath the sky, grand and magnificent, boundless and imposing. This is the core of the 9 domains. Many years ago, the 3 great soul weapons were born here, returning with each generation. Whenever the supreme talents of the 9 domains collect their tokens to a certain extent, they are expected to engage in their final battle here. At this moment, Li Mu walks alone beneath the endless sky. He holds in his hands the investigative information from the South Heaven Academy's Jade Slip. Among the 7 sons of the ruins, 1 was kicked out by Lu Yun. Among the remaining 6, only Lu Bai has collected the most tokens, and Su Yuan is the strongest. The others have not made any attempts at collecting. Before long, the complete view of the soul weapon Sacred Mountain emerged ahead. The powerful figures from the 8 directions of the 9 domains had already been quietly waiting here. Li Mu's arrival instantly attracted a lot of attention. Whispers subsided, and the vast sky and earth displayed a bit of silence. At the end of Li Mu's line of sight, the soul weapon Sacred Mountain is divided into 3 parts, the birthplace of the heavenly furnace, the earth cauldron, and the divine bones. By showing their tokens, they compete for which item, thus ascending which mountain. But once a choice is made, one cannot leave until they either win or lose. During the battle period, most of the supreme talents would need to come here. The main objective in the first 3 months is to weaken the overall foundation of talent in other domains. Here, it is a battle between one domain and another. If a talent fails to arrive after a certain time, their token automatically returns to the soul weapon's body, counting as a concession. Currently, all 3 parts have the presence of supreme talents, clearly aware of their own strength. Among them, both the Earth Cauldron Mountain and the Divine Bones Mountain have opened their barriers, indicating that all 99 and 72 items of tokens inside are fully occupied. This instantly plunged Li Mu into silence. He's here. On Heavenly Furnace Mountain, Lu Bai sat cross-legged, slowly opening his eyes, calmly looking towards Li Mu's figure outside the mountain. The strength of the Nirvana realm. The 3rd Pavilion Supreme Talent, Shi Gufeng, glanced at his companions, Su Yuan and Lu Bai, with a profound exclamation. In the entire Tianlu Mountain, there was only the strongest genius of the 1st domain, the Wild Garden. Aside from that, there was no one else. It seemed that all the strongest geniuses from the 9 domains knew that the Tianlu was a soul tool they could not touch. Li Mu attracted everyone's gaze, standing outside and not moving for a long time. At Tianlu Mountain, he only saw 6 figures. At Diding Mountain, he saw the strongest from the 4th, 5th, and 7th domains, as well as many other sex geniuses. At Xingu Mountain, currently there were the 8th and 9th domains. Lu Yun single-handedly eliminated the 3rd domain and instead gave some smaller domains a rare opportunity. For the time being, the 2 mountains did not engage in battle, both wary of each other. In silence, he took a deep look at the 6 from the wild garden, especially lingering a bit longer on the silent, closed-eyed Su Yuan. To his surprise, this person had actually emerged from seclusion. The first pavilion of the wild garden has always given rise to prodigies, and this generation was no exception. I'm late. Li Mu gazed longingly at the 6 figures on Tianlu Mountain, then turned to look around at the many powerful forces of Nantan Academy. The academy head sighed lightly, giving him a gentle nod. After a while, Li Mu's bloodlust gradually stirred. Well, he was a first-rank nirvana. Why couldn't he strive for this Tianlu? How could he not? Taking a deep breath, Li Mu stepped slowly onto Tianlu Mountain under countless gazes. Shi Gufeng licked his lips, becoming even more excited as he slowly stood up, power beginning to surge. Except for Lu Bai and Su Yuan, the others also rose, their gazes cold. The vigorous aura they stirred brought an indescribable pressure. As Li Mu reached the mountaintop, the atmosphere became tense. But at that moment, another rainbow appeared on the distant horizon, once again attracting many gazes. Who is coming? He is wearing the robe of Tianjian Mountain. He should be the inheritor of Tianjian from the 6th domain, named Chang Wuhan. I've heard of his deeds. It seems he has flattened the 6th domain's strange beings. His strength is decent, and his willpower is remarkable, but even the strongest of the 6th domain were defeated. What is he coming for? This poor guy, if he had come earlier, could have contended for the divine bones. Now he can only go to Tianlu Mountain. He is probably just passing through. Didn't we notice that none from the 6th domain came? Sighs emerged, as many powerful individuals cast sympathetic glances at Ning Qingshuan's arrival. Who was on Tianlu Mountain? The 6 from the wild garden and Li Mu. This was the strongest in the 9 domains. I thought this person would give up. Oh? Li Mu also saw Ning Qingshuan's arrival, his gaze suddenly tightening. As a top expert who had stepped into the first-rank Nirvana realm, he unexpectedly felt a pressure from Ning Qingxian that somewhat choked him. This pressure was intangible, difficult to fathom. As he came closer, it grew stronger. What is going on with this person? Lu Bai muttered to himself, slightly frowning, as Gubo's calm heart stirred ripples. As Ning Qingxian slowly ascended the mountain, his expression grew increasingly grave. What a strong aura. Su Yuan, who had kept his eyes closed, finally opened them. His gaze fell upon Ning Qingxian until the latter reached the pinnacle, where the entire barrier of Tianlu Mountain opened and closed. At this point, Tianlu Mountain was also at full capacity. Who will come first? Ning Qingxian went straight to the point, slowly scanning all present. Li Mu said nothing. Lu Bai remained silent. Su Yuan had no words. Boom! A powerful second-rank aura suddenly erupted. Shi Gufeng's face was cold, taking a step towards Ning Qingxian, his punch releasing a gust of strong aura. You dare to stand here? Get lost. He was the first to attack, causing the entire Tianlu Mountain to ripple with a barrier reaction. This commotion attracted countless gazes, as all the strongest geniuses from Diding Mountain and Xingu Mountain turned with shocked expressions. The battle on Tianlu Mountain has started. Indeed, they are starting with the weakest. The fierce energy swept toward Ning Qingxian. Ning Qingxian remained expressionless, raising his hand to grasp Shi Gufeng's fist. Crack! Ah! Shi Gufeng's cold face abruptly changed as he let out a chilling scream. His protective aura was shattered by Ning Qingshuan's strike, and his right fist turned into a cloud of blood. Before he even had a chance to use his divine technique, he saw a fierce wind raging, as Ning Qingxian lightly lifted his toes and kicked his chin. In an instant, his teeth shattered, and his entire face twisted, like a kite with its string cut, falling violently to the ground. With a loud splash, he crashed far away, unconscious. The token on his body transformed into golden light and floated in front of Ning Qingxian. The crowd witnessed it, and the murmurs, sighs, and mockeries vanished without a trace. Li Mu's pupils slightly trembled, and Lu Bai's breath paused for a moment. Perhaps no one had anticipated this outcome, as both the Earth Cauldron Mountain and Divine Bone Mountain fell silent for a brief moment, while the expressions of powerful figures from external forces froze. Who's next? In fact, Ning Qingxian also wanted to know how much progress he had made after 3 months of killing ghosts and absorbing soul power. How much of a difference was there compared to the time when he single-handedly fought the 5 great Nirvana masters of Tianjian Mountain, causing the fall of 2 demon Luo ghost kings? Forget it. Ning Qingxian suddenly shook his head, changing his mind. You all come at me together. A mighty primordial spirit power erupted recklessly from his body. The Heaven Furnace Mountain suddenly sank. Endless pressure enveloped the barrier, causing ripples to surge through the barrier. The 4 strongest prodigies from the wild courtyards all turned pale, unable to withstand such pressure. They all simultaneously spat out blood, their knees crashing to the ground, unable to even lift their heads. I surrender. I surrender too. The shadow of death loomed over their hearts as they screamed in fear. The token in their arms instantly turned into golden light and flew away, then was transmitted outside by the barrier. Li Mu's face had turned pale, and under pressure, he unleashed his Nirvana realm power in a desperate attempt to resist. Lu Bai and Su Yuan did the same, and for a moment, Nirvana-level auras surged within the Heaven Furnace Mountain barrier, creating terrifying gusts of wind and thunderous shaking. The scene fell into the eyes of everyone, and it finally caused a wave of astonishment. Oh my god, 4 Nirvanas! 2 of the strongest from the wild courtyard, 1 from the second domain, and I never expected Chang Wuwen to be one too. On the Heaven Furnace Mountain, the 3 stared at Ning Caiwei. This suddenly appearing top-tier genius had caught them completely off guard. You've been hiding quite deep, so that means, the Jinwu Temple's Luyan was just a front, and it's really you, the strongest in the 6th domain, who has been killing ghosts? Li Mu's heart was overturned, while Lu Bai and Su Yuan, the strongest of the wild courtyards, had already entered Nirvana, which didn't surprise them at all. But who would have thought that even in the 6th domain, always lacking in top talent, someone had entered Nirvana? This was the most brilliant era in the history of the 9 domains. Who would have guessed that someone from the 6th domain would now stand side by side with them? Ning Caiwei didn't respond, he had already taken a step toward Li Mu. Soul-devouring curse. Li Mu shouted, not daring to be careless. His right hand turned golden, covered with the 365 curse seals created by the ancestors of the Southern Heaven Academy, which then transformed into golden snakes, rushing toward Ning Caiwei. Each of these seals contained ancient divine power. 1 curse could kill a ghost commander, 100 curses could kill a ghost general, and at full level, the seals could even devour the god soul of a ghost king. If used on humans, all primordial spirits below Nirvana would collapse. But when the 365 golden snakes reached Ning Caiwei, they seemed to see something terrifying and suddenly collapsed on their own, scattering and fleeing. What's going on? Li Mu was stunned, then an endless chill surged through his body, his eyes trembling uncontrollably. He saw it. The primordial spirit within Ning Caiwei was even more dazzling than the sun in the sky. Boom! The mighty divine power poured out, shattering his Nirvana-level protective aura, and the force was too much to bear. Inch by inch, it shattered. Li Mu's heart trembled in fear, and in the end, he turned his gaze to Lu Bai and Su Yuan, who had yet to strike. Lu Bai's scalp tingled, his thoughts racing in his mind, he could no longer care if they were outnumbering or if they were losing the face of the 9 domains leader, the Wasteland Court. He only knew that Ning Caiwei's strength was clearly superior to Li Mu's. If Li Mu was defeated, the situation would become even worse. Take action. With a stern shout, he finally charged toward Ning Caiwei. Su Yuan remained silent, his pride seemingly not allowing him to unite against the lone Ning Caiwei in front of so many eyes. At this moment, the dual powers of Nirvana were unleashed, continuously blasting around Ning Caiwei, creating a massive impact on his protective energy. At that time, 2 towering phantom figures also appeared behind Li Mu and Lu Bai. Those were their true spirits, enhancing their power significantly once more. What? Li Mu and Lu Bai actually teamed up? The strongest of 2 domains teaming up against Chang Wuwen, is Chang Wuwen really that much of a threat? A wave of shock spread around the sacred mountain of soul artifacts, with everyone displaying looks of astonishment. Looking at the talents from the Earth Cauldron Mountain and Divine Bone Mountain, they had long forgotten their previous disputes. All their gazes were focused on Tianlu Mountain, such an extraordinary battle of talents was incredibly rare to witness. Moments later, a sigh echoed. A third figure entered the center of the confrontation, bringing with it a third majestic true spirit. This completely stirred up a storm around the sacred mountain, no one expected such a scene to unfold on Tianlu Mountain. Su Yuan has joined too, this is the highest power of the Wasteland Court. 3 Nirvana Masters against Chang Wuwen, does this mean they accept that Chang Wuwen is the strongest and aim to defeat him first? Voices trembled with fear, and the crowd became restless. What a brilliant era this was, for formidable talents of Nirvana had emerged, and now 3 were joining forces against Chang Wuwen. He is already exhausted, do not hold back anymore. Li Mu yelled, feeling the overwhelming and terrifying pressure coming from Ning Caiwei, almost suffocating him. The 3 had no more hesitation and each unleashed their strongest powers. But for some reason, Ning Caiwei's calm and composed demeanor made Li Mu and Lu Bai's hearts tremble slightly. Boom! Golden light poured out from Ning Caiwei. A fierce wind whipped his black hair, making his robe dance in the air. An endless golden true spirit slowly revealed itself behind him. Tianlu Mountain couldn't hold it, and the barrier was directly burst, pushing the clouds across thousands of miles and turning them into clear skies in an instant. The dazzling golden light blinded everyone, making it impossible to open their eyes. Li Mu stared blankly upward, the sight before him a blank slate, but he could vaguely see the majestic true spirit looming above. Its eyes shone like wrathful golden guardians, looking down on the universe. 100,000 zhang true spirit? Lu Bai's voice trembled, while Su Yuan's expression grew complex, letting out a soft sigh, seemingly filled with regret. Ning Qingxian did not hesitate, he reached out a hand toward the three, and the 100,000 zhang true spirit mimicked his movement. In an instant, Tianlu Mountain was completely submerged in golden light. In the distance, countless rainbows sped toward them. Long Mei led many elders and disciples from Tianjian Mountain, their gazes unwavering. The powers of the sixth domain, including Dizang Temple, Gushan and Jinwu Hall, followed closely behind. Disciple, Master has come to support you. Long Mei murmured to himself, even though this battle was difficult and the hope was slim, they could not lose the morale of the sixth domain, nor let Chang Wuwen, who bore everything, face it alone. He led the group, continuing toward the sacred mountain of soul artifacts. Suddenly, the white clouds above were pushed away, and golden light surged, carrying endless righteous energy. What a terrifying true spirit fluctuation, whose power is this? The group was halted by this blazing energy, and the ancestor of Jinwu Hall was indeed among them. At this moment, seeing the familiar golden tide, his heart surged with excitement. I did not see it wrong, that is real. He abandoned everyone, bursting into a speed that shifted the heavens and earth, and vanished in an instant. Disciple. Chang Mei's heart raced, filled with longing, and he too left the team, rushing off alone. Chapter 61, Congratulations to the Heavenly Sword Mountain, Congratulations to the Sixth Domain. Soul Tool Sacred Mountain, golden light dazzling, blinding to the eyes. No one could see the outcome on Heavenly Furnace Mountain anymore. The three strongest young talents joined forces against one person, a sight unseen in the history of the 9 domains. A long rainbow swept across the sky, as Jinwu and Chang Mei arrived together. The chaos on the field gradually calmed, and the blinding golden light slowly faded, the terrifying pressure began to disappear. Countless tense gazes turned to Heavenly Furnace Mountain, including the young talents from Earth Cauldron Mountain and Divine Bone Mountain, who seemed to forget everything, wanting only to witness this battle of top powers, who would win and who would lose. Jinwu and Chang Mei were the same, and when the dust settled, they finally saw two figures standing on Heavenly Furnace Mountain. Ning Qingxuan's long robe danced with the wind, the edges slightly torn. Opposite him, Su Yuan stood upright, but the blood oozing from the corner of his mouth revealed his injuries. Looking at the ground, two figures lay there. Li Mu was unconscious, his face pale as a ghost, disheveled and with weak breath. Lu Bai barely opened one eye, tremblingly watching Ning Qingxian with his remaining vision, gasping for breath, his strength completely exhausted. As Ning Qingxian prepared to approach Su Yuan, he saw Su Yuan raise his hand, weakly speak, with a look of regret and complexity. No need to fight anymore, you have won. After being in seclusion for more than 10 years, and practicing hard for over 20 years. He had not yet emerged into the world, his battle experience lacking, but the young talents of the 9 domains already recognized him as the strongest. Yet when he finally appeared, this one battle declared his defeat. Perhaps it was fate that he was born in such a brilliant age and encountered someone like Ning Qingxian, an unrivaled power. It was not just him, whether it was Li Mu, Lu Bai, or all the young talents in the 9 domains today. They all were born in the wrong era, encountering the most terrifying brilliance of the 6th domain. Su Yuan was calm, with no resentment or anger in his heart, only a willing admiration. He cast out his token, along with a large amount of golden light, which surged out from Li Mu and Lu Bai, landing in front of Ning Qingxian. From then on, all 108 tokens belonged to Ning Qingxian. Did my disciple obtain the heavenly furnace? Chang Mei stood in midair, staring blankly at this scene, his mind overwhelmed by the ground-shattering victory, as if in a dream, causing him to fall into a brief void. Ah, my domain finally has the soul tool, it is the heavenly furnace. Jinwu's booming laughter echoed, resounding through the vast universe. Looking around the sacred mountain, the powerful forces of the 9 domains were all deeply shocked. Earth Cauldron Mountain, Divine Bone Mountain, many young talents felt unprecedented impact on their minds. Since ancient times, who in the world did not know that the first domain was the leader of the 9 domains, let alone the soul tool heavenly furnace that was fiercely contested among the 7 sons of the wild garden, who could ever touch a bit of it? But now, in this moment, the 6th domain's Chang Wuwen not only stood with them but defeated them one by one. In sight, Ning Qingxian gathered 108 tokens, heading deep into Heavenly Furnace Mountain. In no time, a 10,000-foot radiant light burst forth. Ning Qingxian was bathed in it and soon saw the 3-inch lotus-shaped heavenly furnace, slowly condensing under the call of the 108 tokens. He reached out his hand, lightly touching the heavenly furnace, and his primordial spirit instantly responded. A mysterious rule began to bind with him in a vague way. The soul tool of the 9 domains, the supreme treasure of heaven and earth, truly lives up to its name. I wonder if I can comprehend the source of the rules within. Ning Qingxian let out a gasp, pondering thoughtfully. The practice of killing and drawing on soul power had saturated for a while. Unless a demon king appeared, progress was next to impossible. Yet the source of rules contained within this heavenly furnace. There seems to be a way to advance the primordial spirit. On the foundation of 100,000 zhang, a breakthrough is to be made. With this thought, he threw himself into a state of fusion. The barrier of Tianlu Mountain opened and closed again, and Li Mu and others were all teleported away. The head of the South Sky Academy came alone before Chiang Mai, clasping his hands in congratulations to the heir of the Heavenly Sword, and also congratulations on the 6th domain. I hope Brother Chiang Mai will not take offense. Li Mu collecting tokens from the 6th domain is indeed in accordance with the rules. Chiang Mai was startled. In terms of qualification and seniority, the head of the South Sky Academy was far above him. Hearing these words, he quickly responded, where, the head speaks too highly. Even if Li Mu did not take action, others would act the same. On the other side, multiple rainbows soared through the air, the masters of the 8 wilderness sects clasping their hands. Congratulations, Brother Chiang Mai, from now on, the 6th domain will no longer be troubled by divine calamities. Humanity may enjoy peace for 300 years. I hope Brother Chiang Mai will not forget the kindness of the past and lend us a helping hand. Brother Chiang Mai, after today, can you come as a guest to our 5th domain? I will surely prepare a grand feast, and we can drink joyfully together. Brother Chiang Mai. A crowd surged. These sect masters, who rarely met and had little connection, were now clustered around Chiang Mai. A flood of indescribable emotions surged from Chiang Mai's heart. He looked towards the Tianlu Mountain, whose barrier opened and closed, and his usually hunched back involuntarily straightened. Beside him, the true martial ancestor also felt a rush of feelings. The 1st domain, 2nd domain, and even the 3rd domain, traditionally powerful realms that often possess soul artifacts, were today all conspicuously absent. The 6th domain, which had always gone unnoticed, actually seized Tianlu. How unreal this was. Soon, the Earth Ding Mountain and Divine Bone Mountain erupted into chaos. They seemed to be stirred into an unprecedented bloodlust by Ning Caiwei, each person fighting with all their might. By the time the sun set, both mountains reached a conclusion. Some rejoiced while others mourned. The scenes around the holy mountain were drastically different from those of past generations. Losers departed, while victors waited. Months passed in a flash, and from Divine Bone Mountain emerged the strongest genius of the 8th domain. He radiated powerful divine energy, successfully bringing the Divine Bone out amidst the laughter of the entire 8th domain sect team, then departed. Next, a year went by, and the strongest genius of the 4th domain emerged from Earth Ding Mountain. Chiang Mai watched them leave, continuing to wait. Long May, I should be heading back. Seeing Chiang Wu Hate not coming out for a long time, the true martial ancestor clasped his hands and led his team back to the true martial hall to handle matters. Time passed, and teams gradually left the area around the holy mountain, until only Chiang Mai remained. According to the fusion time of primordial spirits from past generations, Tianlu Mountain should have completed the process within 2 years, but this time seemed to take much longer. He waited another 3 years, spring left and autumn arrived again. On this day, the barrier of Tianlu Mountain finally dissipated. Chiang Mai suddenly opened his eyes wide. Ning Caiwei's presence was unfathomable, his aura retracted. He stretched lazily and walked out slowly. Finally broken through. Ning Caiwei felt relaxed and joyful. Disciple. An excited voice called out. He showed a look of surprise and stepped forward. Chiang Mai's tears flowed down his face as he opened his arms and heavily patted his shoulder. Thank you for waiting so long. Ning Caiwei apologized, feeling deeply towards Chiang Mai. Had he known Chiang Mai was still waiting outside, he would have ended his insights sooner. You little brat, if you don't come out soon, this old man will be covered in dust. Come, let us drink together. Chiang Mai laughed heartily, pulling him back to Heavenly Sword Mountain. Chapter 62, The Undying Queen's Vow. A few days later, Heavenly Sword Mountain. Chiang Mai took Ning Caiwei deep into the forbidden area. He gazed at the 3 places of seclusion inside. Ahead lies the resting place of the 3 ancient ancestors of the Heavenly Sword. Back then, the Demon King Molo's strength was truly terrifying. We, Heavenly Sword Mountain, lost 2 of our 5 Nirvana Masters. The remaining 3 have yet to fully recover from their injuries to this day. I would rather leave a disability. Besides sleeping, there is no other way. One of them is nearing the end, perhaps just these 2 years. Ning Caiwei silently nodded, holding respect for the 3 ancient ancestors. As he waved his sleeves, strands of golden light scattered away, carrying the original power of the heavenly furnace. Though unable to change the situation of the 3 ancient ancestors, easing their suffering was more than enough. Master, I have left many manuals in the Heavenly Sword Pool that can allow promising new disciples to observe and comprehend. I also need to rush to the Domain Cave as soon as possible. Ning Caiwei said, with his current strength, he could easily crush the Ghost King. The long-browed elder reluctantly responded, the situation in the Domain Cave is complicated, it forms its own heaven and earth, fatally part of the other side of the 9 domains. Who knows how many evil ghosts are lurking inside? Even the Demon King is just one among them, whether there are stronger entities is entirely unknown. You must remember, this time you go to the Domain Cave, you must act within your limits. It's best to set up the Heavenly Furnace seal and come back quickly. I am counting on you to start a family and raise several descendants. The long-browed elder was amazed by Ning Caiwei's talent. If he could leave behind descendants to inherit this gift, that would certainly be wonderful. If he couldn't inherit this talent, leaving behind a bloodline was also reasonable. Don't worry, I will return. Ning Caiwei couldn't help but chuckle, turning around to leave again. The long-browed elder looked at his back, his eyes filled with yearning. At the entrance of the 6th domain's domain cave, a 10,000-mile deep abyss, Ning Caiwei arrived again. The cries of the vengeful souls instantly ceased. The mist dissipated, a large number of bizarre creatures scattered like locusts, fearing to avoid the area. Master, the domain cave entrance is right ahead, the Undying Queen is nearby in the ghost tower. A message from within the seal in his sleeve came from the ghost butterfly. Ning Caiwei did not hesitate and continued to move forward. Along the way, countless ghosts knelt down, not daring to raise their heads. Half an hour passed. Ning Caiwei seemed to have walked into a realm of rules. The heavens and earth suddenly changed, endless ghostly energy filled the wide expanse, and his vision cleared up, revealing a different kind of world. There were no sun, moon, or stars here, like a realm of the dead. The underworld? A thought flashed through Ning Caiwei's mind. At the dark end of his sight, he saw boundless ghostly flames, drifting with countless gray ashes, and a black tower radiating a chilling aura. A number of mournful screams came from the tower, as if it had endured the tortures of long years. Seeing this scene, the ghost butterfly quickly spoke. This is the ghost tower that imprisons the Undying clan. The Undying Queen is on the highest level. Ning Caiwei fell silent. He had learned the legend of the Undying Queen from the ghost butterfly. She was a terrifying figure, immortal and indestructible, with strength surpassing that of a ghost king. In the ghost butterfly's explanation, she belonged to a bizarre clan's shadow master from the underworld world of the domain cave, the king of the entire Undying clan. Similar shadow masters were born from the rules in every generation, including all bizarre entities, which would continue to die and be reborn. But only the Undying Queen possessed the characteristic of being immortal and indestructible. She had lived for many, many years until one day, she was tricked and imprisoned in this ghost tower by an unparalleled shadow master. The reason Ning Caiwei was willing to come here was that the Undying Queen met his conditions. With a step forward, the roaring ghost flames surged, transforming into countless hideous, snarling ghost faces, silently screaming at Ning Caiwei. Piercing the soul and striking the primordial spirit, any strong warrior below the Nirvana realm would probably immediately bleed from all 7 orifices, bursting their primordial spirit and dying. But Ning Caiwei completely disregarded this level of attack. When his second step fell, a violent whirlwind rose beneath his feet, instantly sweeping away countless ghost faces, extinguishing even the eternal ghost flames. In the ghost tower, many bizarre strong warriors of the Undying clan showed themselves, calling out to Ning Caiwei in pain. Save us! Save us! Please, save us! The will of the Undying Queen awakened simultaneously from the top of the ghost tower. She was weak, 1,000 years of suppression allowed her to barely open and close a wisp of divine thought. From Ning Caiwei, an overwhelming aura of strength swept across. Faintly, it seemed that countless, long-dead mystical auras swirled around Ning Caiwei. This made her feel a thrill of fear. What had happened outside for such a powerful figure to invade the domain cave? It's me, Godmother. The ghost butterfly, a small figure, walked out from the imprint in her sleeve. With tear-filled eyes, she looked at the ghost tower, tears of red flowing down uncontrollably. Little butterfly? The will of the Undying Queen trembled. Who is this? She carefully inquired. The ghost butterfly wiped her red tears from the corners of her eyes. He is my master. He can help you escape from this sea of suffering and help the Undying clan return to the domain cave world, but on the condition that you and the entire Undying clan must pledge an oath for 3,000 years. As soon as the words fell, ripples appeared in the will of the Undying Queen. How did little butterfly come to know such a powerful human? She saw hope in Ning Caiwei. After all, that unsettling divine aura was a power she had never seen before. But it quickly faded, as she responded gloomily. It's useless, this ghost tower was forged by that despicable young lord. Without his unsealing spell, no one can shake it even the slightest. If your master can rescue my clan from this sea of suffering, I wouldn't mind 1,000 years, let alone 10,000. Ning Caiwei raised an eyebrow. 10,000 years? Some words cannot be carelessly said, once spoken, they must be fulfilled. He flicked his sleeves, the magnificent divine power bound with his soul burst forth in an instant. His true form of 100,000 Zhang reappeared, now clad in divine armor, with rule seals revealing his diamond-like eyes. With a raised hand, his palms ruthlessly pressed down towards the ghost tower. Boom! The earth trembled, and the overwhelming ghostly aura was overturned. Amid the flying debris, the cursed seals from the young lord crumbled into dust. The seals binding the Undying Queen and her entire Undying clan dissipated as well. Ha! This! The will of the Undying Queen fully revived. She revealed her true form, surrounded by ghostly energy, her strange face showing intense shock and bewilderment. What kind of power does this human have? Ning Caiwei flicked his sleeves again, using his altered sleeve method, with the effect of soul imprinting the oath. Will you offer your loyalty, or will you be sealed by me once more? The Undying Queen looked at the floating soul oath before her. 10,000 years she had only said it casually. Ning Caiwei noticed the Undying Queen hesitating and narrowed his eyes. Oh Master above, the Undying clan is willing to serve you. The Undying Queen's heart jolted, quickly engraving her soul, deeply bowing. At the same time, she was somewhat puzzled. For her, time was merely a string of numbers. 10,000 years? Can humans live that long? Chapter 63, How many firsts were born in the 9 domains? Has anyone ever stepped into this place? You just mentioned the young lord, elaborate. Ning Caiwei had already learned some information about the domain cave world from the ghost butterfly, but it was evidently not comprehensive. As a Shadow Lord level, the Undying Queen had many strong Undying clan members under her command. As he scanned with his eyes, he saw at least 2 Undying Ghost Kings. The young lord? This guy is born from the blood pool abyss every 1,000 years and then starts to wage wars everywhere. This time, he quickly ruled over most of the domain cave world. Because the Undying clan cannot be exterminated, they became thorns in his side, so he devised a trick to lead the Undying clan into the cursed seal of the ghost tower he set up. When the Undying Queen spoke of the young lord, strong anger and hatred flashed in her eyes. What is the blood pool abyss? Ning Caiwei asked, frowning. Beside him, the ghost butterfly hurriedly explained, it is the entire domain cave world. The source of all mysticism that continuously revives is hidden within, containing mysterious power that is inexhaustible and endlessly available. Every once in a while, whether it be 10 years, 30 years, or 300 years, as the power of mysticism grows stronger, the time needed for revival also lengthens. After hearing this, Ning Caiwei seemed to ponder deeply. It seems that this blood pool abyss truly lives up to its name. The Undying Queen then spoke again. The lifespan of the Supreme Lord is at most 1,000 years, and it is nearly exhausted now. I noticed the domain cave world was unstable while I was in the ghost tower. If I am not mistaken, he is sure to take action outside the surface soon, devouring strong souls to extend his lifespan. In order to kill the other lords that will revive next, and continue to solidify his dominance in the domain cave world. Ning Caiwei roughly understood the meaning behind this. Combining the many pieces of information he had previously gathered, the entire structure of the domain cave world began to form in his mind. This was another realm of the 9 domains, and it was a pure world of mysticism. The Supreme Lord was, so far, the most powerful Lord discovered by the Undying Queen. Besides him, there were still many other lords, who revived every 1,000 years. This represented that in the entire domain cave world, every 1,000 years, or even in a shorter period of time, chaotic battles would break out, changing the ruler once again. At this thought, Ning Caiwei suddenly asked, is there a mausoleum lord here? The Undying Queen was taken aback, seemingly surprised that Ning Caiwei knew this name. The mausoleum lord and the entire Molo clan revived about 200 years ago, and soon after, they fought the Supreme Lord for control. The mausoleum lord was defeated, and the Molo clan scattered. One Molo Ghost King seems to have escaped to the outside. Upon hearing this, Ning Caiwei nodded. This was basically consistent with what happened in the 6th domain. I'll give you 100 years to heal your injuries. With a wave of his sleeve, he performed a sealing technique to gather the ghost butterfly, the Undying Queen, and all the powerful beings of the Undying clan into it completely. Then, he condensed the soul artifact cauldron in his palm and sealed the entrance and exit of the 6th domain cave. My lord, are you planning to go to the blood pool abyss? The ghost butterfly's breath became rapid. This series of actions indicated that Ning Caiwei might soon unleash a massacre. Lead the way. Ning Caiwei stepped forward. In the distance, the ghostly energy of heaven and earth was intense. Darkness engulfed the surroundings, and numerous ghost fires flickered, shining with pairs of eyes. As they sensed the approach of a powerful aura, they all looked over, and the figures before their eyes instantly sent chills down their spines. The white-robed killing god? How did he even enter the domain cave? Screams echoed, causing widespread panic. There were still many mystics here who had escaped back from the 6th domain. At this moment, under Ning Caiwei's indifferent gaze sweeping over, they all trembled in fear, covering their heads and kneeling down. Ning Caiwei had no interest in them and headed straight for the blood pool abyss. The territory of the Supreme Lord is vast, with 3 Supreme Ghost Kings under his command, numbering in the millions. Are you sure you do not need my assistance? The Undying Queen's thoughts transmitted from within the sealing technique. Although she had been suppressed for so many years and her power had diminished, she could still easily hold back the 3 Supreme Ghost Kings. Moreover, the Supreme Clan had become sworn enemies with her Undying Clan. Ning Caiwei said nothing and crossed the ethereal mist spanning 100 miles in a single step, quickly arriving at the territory of the Supreme Lord. A vast army of slumbering ghosts was suddenly awakened. Additionally, a king ghosts will instantaneously stirred at chilling ghost energy. His eyes revealed a cold glint, arrogant. Which past heavenly cauldron master dares to step into this place? You have some boldness. The sound exploded, with shocking power opening and closing. In the battle for the soul artifacts of the 9 domains, the domain cave world was not entirely ignorant. He certainly understood that anyone capable of contending for the heavenly cauldron must be the foremost genius of the 9 domains. But throughout history, how many number ones had the 9 domains produced? Whether in youth or old age, had he ever come here? With a cold shout, he stepped into the air. Ning Caiwei's expression was calm, as if nothing could disturb him. With a flick of his sleeve, he struck out, instantly shattering the defenses of the Supreme Ghost King. In the bewildered and terrified gaze of the opponent, he confidently grasped the neck, and with a slight exertion, shattered the soul spirit. As the immense and ancient soul power surged into his original spirit, Ning Caiwei once again felt a surge in strength. Instant kill of the Ghost King level? The Undying Queen stared blankly at this scene, unable to contain the shivers down her spine. Even the Shadow Master would need considerable effort, even using seals to suppress it. Great Compassion Mantra. Ning Caiwei's cold voice echoed through the ghostly universe. As the corpse of the Supreme Ghost King fell, another stream of golden light erupted. The ghostly army here let out piercing screams, gradually being submerged by the golden light. He continued to move forward, walking through the realm of the domain cave, as if in an uninhabited land, with golden light frequently bursting out, causing the spirits to tremble in fear. That figure in white became an eternal nightmare that could never be erased in their hearts. How vast is the domain cave world? For Ning Caiwei, he actually had no concept. Perhaps it was the same as the 9 domains, or perhaps it far exceeded the 9 domains. He did not know fatigue, killing more bravely, growing stronger with each kill. He fought from the outer layer of the domain cave to the inner layer, from the inner layer to the core realm, traversing tens of thousands of miles of the ghostly world, causing the spirits to not dare lift their heads, causing the clans in the domain cave to not dare form armies. No one knew how much time had passed. In the distance, Bloodpool Abyss. Here stood ancient and grand clusters of blood-red palaces, established thousands of years ago, symbolizing the rule of the entire domain cave. Whenever a Shadow Master resurrected, they would settle here. When Ning Caiwei shattered the Ghost Tower, the Supreme Shadow Master had already been aware, not to mention the movements of the entire domain cave world. Making no actions, he merely hoped Ning Caiwei would realize that the spirits could never be completely killed, and it would be best to leave honestly. But unexpected. He sat on the throne, slowly opening his silent eyes, with a cold and emotionless gaze, like a blood-red ocean, surging with endless terrifying soul power. With the opening and closing of his will, all the powerful figures of the Supreme Clan in the palace bowed respectfully. How many years has it been? This king has never faced such a catastrophe. The aged sigh echoed through the vastness, carrying the supreme majesty. Following his gaze, outside the blood-red palaces, a figure in white appeared. He knew, his calamity had arrived. The Ghost Tower was built with the seal of his life spirit, even a Shadow Master of equal power could not break it. The Undying Queen had been suppressed for many years, attempting countless times, none of them were successful. But when this figure in white arrived, the Ghost Tower shattered easily, affecting even his life spirit to some extent. He understood more clearly in his heart, this person came to kill him. This calamity could not be avoided, could not be escaped. Ultimately, he rose from the throne, step by step walking out of the blood-red palace. The king's might surged, stirring countless ghostly energies, creating ripples that stretched for thousands of miles. For countless years, you are the first human to stand here. The Supreme Shadow Master spoke in a deep voice, terrifying power began to surge from him. Ning Caiwei looked at him calmly, his inner spirit also opened its diamond-like eyes. Undeniably, the Supreme Shadow Master before him was the most oppressive spirit he had ever encountered. Also, the strongest enemy he had faced through many lifetimes. As the current ruler of the domain cave world, the Supreme Shadow Master would undoubtedly bring unprecedented disaster to the entire 9 domains. But for Ning Caiwei, he would not allow such things to happen in his era. Slowly raising his hand, a field of energy transcending nirvana fully enveloped the entire blood-red palace, including the Bloodpool Abyss. Boom! Extreme terrifying pressure burst forth, instantly twisting space, causing the blood-colored palace to shatter in an instant, the numerous strong ones of the upper ancestor clan not even having a muffled sound escape, turning into dust on the spot. Ning Caiwei stood in the sky, wildly unleashing all his strength. That figure in the eyes of the upper ancestor Injun looked like a god of judgment. Upper ancestor ghost ritual. He let out a low roar, as the strongest being in the domain cave world, activating the most powerful sealing mark of his life, to counter the calamity belonging to the entire divine strange race. The ghostly hand that covered the sky and blocked the sun instantly condensed, swirling with boundless airy aura, forming the seal, pressing down towards Ning Caiwei. This strike surpassed the realm of nirvana, but made the upper ancestor Injun pay an irreversible price. His whole body's energy gradually collapsed, endless primordial power rapidly consumed in his eyes, initially thinking he could resist for a while, but unexpectedly, it only rose 100 feet, and the entire ghostly hand seal began to tremble. Until, bang! The ceiling mark shattered, that unimaginable pressure came crashing like the heavens collapsing, as if stars were falling, overwhelming him from all sides. His complexion changed, his pupils revealed a fearful haze of death, but he was utterly powerless to resist, his whole body began to twist, and with an unwilling shriek, he was crushed into countless wisps of blue smoke. The upper ancestor Jun was just slaughtered like this. Within the sealing mark in her sleeve, the immortal queen watched the scene in terror. There were no epic battles of 300 rounds, no evenly matched deadlock, nor hundreds of years of stalemate. The upper ancestor Jun was as fragile as those slain strange gods, vulnerable before Ning Caiwei. At this moment, she could no longer fathom just how abnormal Ning Caiwei had become. The blood-colored palace was leveled to the ground, and the upper ancestor clan re-entered Reincarnation. Ning Caiwei walked forward slowly, raising his hand to absorb all of the upper ancestor Injuan's soul power. Far beyond the Ghost King level of primordial power surged powerfully, continuously nourishing his primordial spirit. Is this the blood pool abyss? He stood before a manifestation of the rules of heaven and earth, gazing at the endless sea of blood ahead. In just that moment, he saw many strong divine strangeness auras slowly being born. A few years ago, the Ghost Bone General seems to be reviving again, the voice of the Ghost Butterfly rang out again. Yeah. Ning Caiwei sighed long. Then he sat cross-legged, quietly waiting. Is there anything more enjoyable than blocking the blood pool? If he could block a few Injun, that would be a huge gain. The Ghost Butterfly was puzzled, not understanding what Ning Caiwei was about to do. But the immortal queen recalled some kind of horrifying act, and suddenly fell into deep silence. Time slowly passed. The Ghost Bone General, who was suppressed by him outside the domain cave 5 years ago, had already reshaped his body in the blood pool and regained his primordial power. 5 years, I'm alive again, ha ha ha. What white-clothed killing god? Just so. His laughter was rampant, just revived his will, yet before he could step out of the blood pool abyss, he suddenly shivered, his gaze catching sight of a figure that terrified him immensely. What are you doing here? A beam of cold light erupted, piercing through his forehead, and his pupils burst wide open as he died on the spot. Ning Caiwei was neither hurried nor slow, once again extracting his soul power. Not long after, another divine strangeness revealed itself, meeting the same fate as that Ghost Bone General. As time continually passed, the Ghost Butterfly also came to understand, a chill rising from the depths of her heart. This was too ruthless. In a flash, several months went by. Ning Caiwei did not remember whom he had killed, and who had not been killed, he was merely repeating the same actions day after day. In the eyes of those dying and then revived divine strangeness, the phrase killing God seemed to become personified. Half a year, 3 years, 5 years. He awaited the Ghost Bone General once more, erasing him for the 3rd time. The quantitative change seemed to trigger a qualitative change, and Ning Caiwei's primordial spirit once again reached a breakthrough peak. For someone like him, who had long experienced hundreds of years of life, time is also just a string of cold numbers. Until the end, he forgot the swift passage of time. The steady improvement of strength became his only pursuit. Gradually, he moved from youth into middle age. Ah! Why are you still here? Hell, this is hell. I don't want to live anymore, please stop reviving me. The desolate wails came from the mouth of the ghostly general who had died dozens of times. He saw that nightmarish figure once again, filled with despair. The entire domain cave world had no spring, summer, autumn, or winter, no day or night. Ning Caiwei was trapped here, never leaving for a moment. The only witness to the passage of time was the ancient palace ruins turning to dust, now overgrown with weeds. Desolate, chilling. On this day, Ning Caiwei's temples began to show white hair. He finally felt a bit tired, weary. How long has it been? His voice carried a hint of desolation and age. The immortal queen numbly replied, almost 200 years. Ning Caiwei fell silent, gazing at the blood pool abyss he had slaughtered to extinction, and finally stood up to leave. Tens of thousands of miles away at the entrance of the 6th domain, he arrived in just 10 steps. Where he had passed, even the ghostly aura of heaven and earth could not recover. Clearly in his twilight years, the power he emitted caused the entire domain cave world to tremble inexplicably. It should come to an end. Ning Caiwei returned to the outside, heading towards Sword Mountain. His life began its countdown, with no regrets in his heart, but some promises still needed to be fulfilled. Along the way, he saw the tranquility of the 6th domain. In the 200 years without mysterious disasters, the common people lived quite abundantly, seemingly also giving rise to some extraordinary talents. Including the other few domains, great changes had also occurred. Apart from the mysterious beings that had originally left the domain cave world, almost no new figures could be seen. Not long after, he appeared in midair above Sword Mountain. Master, I have returned. Silently, Ning Qingxian stood by Chang Mei's bedside. Chang Mei trembled and opened his murky eyes. He had aged greatly, with little lifespan left in the Nirvana realm. Seeing Ning Qingxian, a soft light appeared in his eyes. Life rushed by in 300 years, this was the limit of Nirvana. He grasped Ning Qingxian's hand, wanting to rise but found himself powerless. Master, just listen to me. Ning Qingxian's expression was complex. Chang Mei was too old to speak, his primordial spirit power scattered, difficult to gather. 200 years had passed, and he had no further pursuits in this life. Staying beside Chang Mei was to give his own life a perfect ending. Chapter 65, The Woe of the Nine Domains, Life Ends. 3 years later, Ning Qingxian bid farewell to Chang Mei. Sword Mountain held a grand funeral, white fluff filled the sky. He sat for a long time on Qingyun Peak, the place where Chang Mei first got angry at him. Time had changed, and now many of his fellow disciples were long gone. The entire Sword Mountain had welcomed a new era. Ning Qingxian gazed at the square, reminiscing about the cultivation of the new generation of disciples. My lifespan is short, it's time for you to fulfill the vow. Within his sleeve, the immortal queens will reopened and closed. In the long 200 years, she and the entire immortal clan had already restored their strength. You want me to guard the sixth domain? The immortal queen guessed Ning Qingxian's thoughts. A vow of 10,000 years, countless things might happen in between, the sixth domain might no longer be the sixth domain of now. No one knows what the future holds, but since the immortal queen had signed the vow, she would never back down. Moreover, she could sense that Ning Qingxian's primordial spirit had already undergone some kind of transcendence. Even if Ning Qingxian ultimately dies of old age, his primordial spirit would still be bound to hers, and the vow would still hold. Exactly. Ning Qingxian replied. Before his eyes, a life panel appeared. Remaining time, 2 years. In these last 2 years, he still did nothing, just quietly guarding Sword Mountain, guarding Chang Mei's grave. Until this day, he finally stood up. After taking one last reluctant glance at the full view of Tianjian Mountain, he stepped forward once again, his figure disappearing in the blink of an eye outside the domain cave. As his lifespan dwindled, the deadline for his life was approaching, and the seal of the heavenly furnace began to shake. The Undying Queen emerged from the mark in her sleeve, tens of thousands of powerful undying beings gathered outside the domain cave. And the ghost butterfly, having exhausted her lifespan, had long entered reincarnation. Looking at this once most powerful figure of the 9 domains, now with white hair, the Undying Queen felt quite complicated, but more than that, she felt reverence. Throughout the long years, she had never felt such high respect and admiration for any human. 10,000 years, I will never go back on my word. The Undying Queen spoke seriously, deeply bowing to Ning Qingxian. All the powerful undying beings behind her did the same. Without Ning Qingxian, they would have been sealed forever in the ghost tower, never seeing any hope of freedom, suffering endless torment. Even if the ancestor Master Ravine entered reincarnation, it would be the same. This great grace was repaid with 10,000 years, merely guarding the sixth domain, possessing undying bodies. How could they complain? This is wonderful. Ning Qingxian glanced at the life panel, the countdown had reached its end. He slowly closed his eyes, his energy disappearing at that moment. In an instant, the seal at the entrance of the domain cave also vanished. The heavenly furnace shattered inch by inch, transforming into vast amounts of golden light, streaking across the sky, heading towards the major flourishing sects of the 9 domains. Watching this scene, the Undying Queen's expression was filled with sorrow. Farewell, my lord, she murmured. Within the 6th domain, 8 rays of golden light also sped forth. That brilliance illuminated the sky for miles, drawing the attention of the world. The strongest in our domain has passed away? In an instant, countless hearts in the land shook, and then, earth-shattering cries reverberated. The 6th domain was engulfed in grief, countless people knelt towards the domain cave, bowing. Dad, Mom, what happened to you? Young children looked at their parents in confusion, gazing at everyone on the bustling street, their innocent hearts struck with a powerful impact. That golden light streaking across the sky seemed to represent some kind of message, briefly triggering a tremor throughout the entire 6th domain. Child, kneel down quickly, bid farewell to our strongest. Silly child, this is the relic returning, our strongest has just passed away. You must remember, he is the greatest man in our 6th domain, without him, we would not exist. The heavens and earth mourned together, all the people grieved. Within the true martial hall, the golden light sped rapidly towards. An old figure sitting cross-legged slowly opened his eyes, gently holding it in his hand. Lu Yun looked at the familiar relic, his murky eyes filled with past reminiscence. He has left, I should also go. Lu Yun trembled as he stood up, deeply bowing in the direction of the domain cave. In the 2nd domain, Nanjian Academy. The fading aura of Limu also saw the arrival of the golden light. How could it be? How could he go before me? Limu panicked, seemingly unwilling to accept this fact, dragging his body that had begun to disperse the power and walked out. Ancestor! An elder hurriedly supported him. Is this the relic? Is this a relic? Li Mu shouted eagerly. Yes, the heavenly furnace has just returned to the sacred mountain. The elder quickly replied. Hearing this, Li Mu staggered backward, a breath inside him seeming to dissipate as well. His eyes filled with sorrow. It's over, an era has ended. How I regret not daring to step into the domain cave for 200 years, never having compared with him again. Li Mu looked up to the sky and finally slowly fell down. The elder was shocked. Ancestor. In the first domain, the wilderness court. The once strongest Su Yuan sat quietly, cross-legged in the depths of the back mountain. A figure rushed over and clasped hands, speaking, Elder, there is bad news from the 9 domains. That senior from the 6th domain passed away half an hour ago. Now the heavenly furnace has returned to the sacred mountain, and some sects have received their earlier relics. As the words fell, Su Yuan's still body slightly trembled, as if a long sigh escaped. Does Elder Lu know? I have already sent someone to notify him. Su Yuan fell silent, lost in thought, recalling that day on the sacred mountain of soul artifacts, where the ancient battle took place. In this life, he had only seen Chang Wuhan once, yet it left an indelible impression in his heart. That figure in white, displaying an invincible posture, he had struggled to practice for over 200 years but probably still couldn't catch up. Thinking back over the years in the 9 domains, which rarely experienced serious mystical disasters, he guessed at what Chang Wuhan had done deep within the domain abyss. What kind of dark realm, what terrifying world, he could not know. Li Mu, Lu Bai, or even Lu Yun from the true martial hall. All had come to him, hoping to venture into the depths of the domain abyss, but in the end, all stopped outside the abyss. The unknown cannot be glimpsed, the mysterious cannot be touched. Only Chang Wuhan, alone, had stayed for 200 years. Issue my command, from today onward, hang white cloths at the entrances of all palaces in the 7 pavilions of the wild courtyard to mourn for Elder Chang. Su Yuan gave the order, and the person left to carry it out. Not just the first domain, not just the wild courtyard. Across the 9 domains, major righteous sects hung white cloths at their doors. The passing of Ning Caiwei marked the end of an era. This golden age, the most dazzling and prosperous in the history of the 9 domains, could not withstand the rolling tide of time, and would eventually be left in the long river of history. Chapter 66, Return, Ning Caiwei enters the Tower of End. When Ning Caiwei woke up, the energy capsule had already run out. He slowly opened his eyes, familiar scenes came into view. As before, it felt like waking from a 300-year dream. Returning to the Cosmic Alliance, his mind felt somewhat dazed. After a while, he awakened the Wisdom Goddess. How long have I slept? Respected Mr. Ning, you have slept for 9 hours. Wisdom Goddess 009 quickly connected with him. Ning Caiwei fell into deep thought. It seemed that the passage of time in the 9 domains and the central planes was different. Gently clenching his fist, he noticed that the star essence liquid had been fully absorbed, and his cultivation at the peak of the central planes had fully recovered. Is there any other way to obtain similar star essence liquid? Ning Caiwei asked. His cultivation achievements in the world of 9 domains had long surpassed the journey of the demonic masters of the central planes. Due to the differing levels of the 2 worlds, their cultivation systems were also different. If he wanted to return to the perfect state of 100,000 Zhang Yuan spirit, ordinary high-grade nutrient liquids would likely require tons of purchases. Wisdom Goddess 009 quickly responded, the star essence liquid is produced by high-level life planets, and it is rare. It requires level 1 military achievements to exchange. Level 1 military achievements? Ning Caiwei remained silent for a moment. He remembered that the lowest valued level 1 military achievement in the federal records required the extermination of a foreign life planet. Realizing this was still somewhat challenging. He rubbed his temples. Apart from that, is there anything else that has the same effect as star essence liquid? Wisdom Goddess replied promptly, the Tower of End gathers the original powers of all heavens. It does not require points or military achievements, and has effects similar to star essence liquid, but certain prerequisites are needed. Ning Caiwei left the energy capsule. He had learned about the Tower of End from the Wisdom Goddess before embarking on his life's development. Although there was no specific description of the prerequisites, Ning Caiwei could guess they would definitely be quite difficult. The opportunities and miracles inside the Tower of End still required one's own strength to fight for. He decided to give it a try, otherwise, purely relying on the self-recovery speed of life's development, he truly did not know how long he would have to wait. As he walked out of the cultivation room, he happened to see Ning Caiwei organizing her belongings. How was the Wuling Academy? Ning Caiwei turned around. With a big smile, she nodded happily. The new school has so many high-tech things, everyone has their own training room and resting room, the conditions are really good. But the training intensity seems pretty high. It is said that there is a monthly exam, to go to the familiar reincarnation world, complete tasks according to certain rules, and those who are last will be eliminated. After that, there might not be any fun left. Ning Caiwei has already passed the trial assessment and officially became a Reincarnator, starting at sea level due to her bloodline from Witch 9. This means that even when Ning Caiwei arrived at the Imperial Star, in the top advanced school of the Jingzhou region, she was still among the best. Ning Qingxian actually wasn't worried that his daughter would be the last to be eliminated. As a father, he wouldn't interfere with his daughter's future growth experiences, but after all, this is the Imperial Star. When she needs him, he can't just stand by and do nothing. The greater his own ability, the more he could help. If you have any questions, you can ask the butler. I need to go out for a while, you stay at home and wait for your mom to come back. Ning Qingxian said with a reminder, in a message from Shinjiu, she was almost done with her matters. Got it, Dad. Ning Qingxian rubbed her little head and walked out of the ancient street number 1 courtyard. Connecting with the goddess of wisdom once again, he immediately stepped into the reincarnation space of the Imperial Star, the Tower of End. What came into view was a brilliant cosmic scene, with a black tower standing at the horizon, radiating an ancient and majestic aura. In addition, there were 4 huge end pavilions nearby. Plaques were hanging that read heaven, earth, Xian, Huang. At this moment, many people were talking to each other. Ning Qingxian glanced at the end mark in his palm, which showed the character Huang. Goddess of wisdom, what does this Huang character represent? The Tower of End has strict authority levels, divided into 4 levels, heaven, earth, Xian, Huang. Each level corresponds to different identities, strength tiers, and the resources one can obtain. The goddess of wisdom quickly replied and paused before adding more. Mr. Ning is currently at the Huang level, initially enjoying the qualification to enter the Huang Pavilion, with the right to view all training systems and secret methods of the Huang Pavilion, as well as all resources on the first floor of the Tower of End. If Mr. Ning wishes to enhance his end identity and obtain higher resources, he will need to complete corresponding assessments, tasks, and bounties in the Tower of End. With this explanation, Ning Qingxian roughly understood the function of the mark in his palm. This is a symbol of identity, a requirement to enter the Huang Pavilion, and a credential to step into the Tower of End, which can also be improved. At present, it seemed that in the initial stage, he could only enter the first floor of the Tower of End. Looking around, the Tower of End seemed infinitely high, but in reality, it only had 33 floors. What is the initial authority level for the Tian level? Ning Qingxian suddenly asked. To take residence in the Tian Pavilion, the initial access to the Tower of End is the 16th floor. The goddess of wisdom responded. Is the difference really that big? Ning Qingxian thought, but it makes sense. The Tower of End encompasses the entire Kanglan system, and there are many top reincarnators under 100 years old, not just from the Imperial Star. The base number is enormous. Those who can gain the Tian level end identity here must have extraordinary talents and qualifications. They all emerged from a crowd of super S-level individuals. Starting with a high position is only natural. Just as Ning Qingxian was gradually understanding the Tower of End, a sudden commotion arose around him, and all eyes turned to a figure walking out from the Tian Pavilion. That person is Chu Yutong? There's no mistake, the first place of this endless battlefield, the only one who obtained the Tian level identity. I heard he has a very terrifying companion, known as the Ghost King of Laoshan? On that day, the endless battlefield stirred many veterans. Indeed, this person's future is limitless. Even Li Qingsong, who is hailed as the most promising candidate to become the 13th Cave Master, has taken notice of him. Senior Li? Who told you that? There are more than just him on the 33rd level of the Tower of End. We still don't know who will rise as the new Guardian Star. Regardless, Chu Yutong will definitely rise to great heights in the future. Building a good relationship with him now is adding a pillar of support for the future. The murmuring voices all fell into Ning Qingxuan's ears as he glanced at the calm-faced man walking into the Tower of End confidently. Bearing the celestial mark, his aura was indeed different. Hello, may I ask if you are Ning Qingxian, Mr. Ning? A careful voice, tinged with nervousness, rang out from behind him. Chapter 67, Laojun Mountain Ghost King, this person is not right. Ning Qingxian looked over, and the woman was none other than Chen Yuning, who had come to the Hall of Rebirth with Shinjiu. My name is Chen Yuning, Sister Jiu should have mentioned me, right? Chen Yuning felt a bit anxious but was also very excited. Thanks to Ning Qingxuan's influence, she is now a staff member at the Yellow Palace under the recommendation of General Jingzhou. Although she does not have a Tower of End identity, it is still a rare opportunity. Here, she could connect with the vast and complex network of relations in the Kanglan system. She did not expect to meet the master of the demonic path who creates and preaches laws here, as Ning Qingxuan's name was not on the list of the endless battlefield. She mentioned you. Ning Qingxian nodded. Chen Yuning immediately breathed a sigh of relief and smiled again. I am now a staff member of the Yellow Palace. Mr. Ning can come to me for any questions. Could you show your identity mark? I need it for registration. Ning Qingxian opened his right palm, and Chen Yuning took the instrument to imprint it, quickly revealing a confused expression. Why is it listed as a nominal? Ning Caiwei raised an eyebrow. What's the difference? Chen Yuning showed a difficult expression. Nominal status has some time restrictions, and if you cannot achieve the qualified results in the Tower of End, you will automatically withdraw after 3 months. She had checked the information beforehand and had a thorough understanding of her job. A special case like Ning Caiwei surely had some heavyweight figure behind it, using first-level military merit for exchange. What conditions need to be met to officially reside in the Tower of End? Ning Caiwei thought for a moment before asking again. This nominal slot must have been granted by the Lord of the Long Burning Star. Although first-level military merit is trivial to such a significant figure, Ning Caiwei felt uneasy about the idea of automatically withdrawing from the tower in 3 months, as it would be a waste. Chen Yuning's expression became serious, immediately responding, "You need to participate in the Tower Master's reincarnation. After each session of the Endless Battlefield, the Tower Master will capture the anchor points of the reincarnation world. Based on the scores from the reincarnation hall, identity marks will be shuffled, and as long as Mr. Ning receives an excellent evaluation, you can officially register." After she finished speaking, she looked at the towering and magnificent Tower of End, especially pausing for a moment in the direction of the 33rd level. This time, the Tower Master's reincarnation will start in 10 days, everyone new entering can choose to participate. But I estimate this time will be the most intense ever, as the new Guardian Star is coming, and new Cave Masters will be born from the Tower of End. The comprehensive scoring from these years will be used for judgment, so powerful seniors will surely participate for a final contest. Ning Caiwei listened thoughtfully. He also looked towards the Tower of End, at the 33rd level. The tower was so high, like the 33 heavens of myth and legend. Every step of the stairs symbolizes a supreme status and identity. Those who climb to the peak unexpectedly have the opportunity to compete for the tremendous fortune of the Guardian Star. No wonder the Goddess of Wisdom spoke to him earlier, saying that the Tower of Finality is a sacred place yearned for by countless reincarnators in the entire Kanglan system. How many people are currently on the 33rd floor? Ning Caiwei asked. Chen Yuning quickly showed admiration and respect. There are currently only 4 people, among them, Li Qingsong has the highest score. In his 30 experiences as the Tower Master, he has received 6 flawless evaluations, 47 perfect evaluations, and 198 excellent evaluations. The Tower Master's reincarnation world is extremely dangerous, yet he has no ordinary evaluations at all, and each time he emerges completely unscathed. He is truly the number 1 in the Tower of Finality. Hearing this, Ning Caiwei felt quite moved inside. There are countless reincarnators in the Federation, and many talents in the Kanglan system. To reach the 33rd level of the Tower of Finality, one must be incredibly powerful. No matter what amazing stories he hears, they all seem reasonable. Sister Yuning. Just then, a crisp voice called out. Chen Yuning turned around to see a girl in a short skirt waving at her from the entrance of the Huang Character Treasure Palace. "Mr. Ning, I have something to attend to and need to leave. You can contact me if there are any questions." Chen Yuning quickly registered her identity mark and hurried to the girl in the short skirt. "Did you know that person before?" The girl in the short skirt glanced at Ning Caiwei and asked curiously. Chen Yuning nodded. "We have a deep connection." The girl in the short skirt saw this and whispered to her, "It seems this person got in through a back door, and didn't even participate in the Endless Battlefield." She was indeed a new member, though she was ranked at the bottom, and she, too, held the Huang character identity of Finality. After all, she had fought her way out of the Endless Battlefield. Suddenly, with an extra spot available, she felt somewhat skeptical. Chen Yuning replied earnestly, "Don't say that. I also owe my work identity to him, and a first-class military merit within the Federation is highly recognized. Exchanging for a nominal position conforms to all rules and regulations. Also." Chen Yuning looked at her, showing some strange expression. "You just spent 300,000 huge points to buy the Martial King Realm cultivation method, which was created by him." After hearing this, the girl in the short skirt's expression froze, and she looked again at Ning Caiwei. "So he is the Reincarnator rumored from the outside? Outside the Tower of Finality." Ning Caiwei stood for a long time, then finally took a step inside. The first floor also formed its own reincarnation space, where a snow-white stairway led directly to the second layer of the Tower of Finality. Here, dozens of people were cultivating. No one paid attention to him, but all their gazes occasionally darted toward Chu Yutong, filled with intense fear and caution. Beside Chu Yutong, a tall figure covered in darkness was standing there. An intense ghostly energy surrounded him, emanating a chilling wave of ancient power from 1,000 years ago. The entire first layer of the reincarnation space was dead silent. Because of his power, it seemed that the space had undergone a certain imbalance of yin and yang, and the atmosphere was extremely oppressive and heavy. Under the terrifying pressure of his ghost domain, those dozens of Huang character Finality members began to breathe erratically, and some even looked pale, their faces ashen. With Ning Caiwei's arrival, the Ghost King of Laoshan inexplicably felt a strange discomfort. He frowned, and his eerie pupils quickly turned to look at Ning Caiwei. Ning Qingxuan's expression was calm, confrontational with him but indifferent. In that instant, the Ghost King of Laoshan felt as if he had encountered a natural enemy, goosebumps covering his body, instinctively raising the hairs on his skin. What is wrong with this person? He stepped back, his eerie pupils sharply shrinking. The sight of Ning Qingxian gave him a chilling feeling. But I don't know where this feeling comes from. That gaze, looking at me as if it were looking at food? Chapter 68, Meteor. What's wrong with you? Chu Yutong noticed that the Laoshango Ghost King was acting strangely, showing signs of agitation. It's nothing. The Laoshango Ghost King withdrew his gaze and continued to follow Chu Yutong toward the second level of the end. His heart was still racing, a strong intuition and instinct telling him that the figure behind him definitely had a problem. And Chu Yutong merely glanced at Ning Qingxian and then stopped paying attention. He was certainly aware of the new quota information transmitted from the brand on his palm. However, he really couldn't muster much interest. For him, the most important thing right now was to get a flawless evaluation and 3 perfect evaluations during this Tower Master reincarnation, in order to advance to the 17th level of the end. Phew, they've finally left, I almost suffocated. Dozens of reincarnators with yellow identities breathed a sigh of relief, looking in the direction where Chu Yutong and the Laoshango Ghost King had departed, their eyes filled with fear. Where did this Laoshango Ghost King come from? Why don't I have such an opportunity? The strange great world is not as simple as you think. Chu Yutong certainly has real strength, it's not something that can be achieved with just a bit of luck. As the noisy chatter erupted, Ning Qingxian had already arrived in front of a stone tablet. Branding his identity mark, the electronic synthesized voice from the will of the Tower of In soon rang in his ears. Please choose the source of the heavens you wish to cultivate. 1. Low Martial. 2. Bloodline. 3. Gene. 4. Strange. 5. Superpower. 6. Without thinking, Ning Qingxian directly chose Strange. Strictly speaking, the cultivation method of the 9 regions human race is also related to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. But his primordial spirit cultivation, however, is closely related to Strange, and this recovery speed can be greatly increased. In an instant, Ning Qingxian felt a narrow space enveloping him, an overwhelming endless strange source erupting from the stone tablet, wildly rushing into his body. Feels good. Ning Qingxian gasped in admiration. The Tower of End has boundless creations, this is just the first level, yet it far exceeds the effects of high-grade nutrient fluids. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had gone by. This day, the Tower of End gradually began to bustle, with more and more people flooding in. Chen Yuni, as a Yellow Identity Palace staff member, was even busier, continuously recording the members of the End participating in the Tower Master reincarnation. From time to time, she looked toward the Heavenly Identity Palace, growing more and more alarmed. On normal days, many heavyweight Heavenly Identity old seniors, who were very hard to encounter, appeared one by one. Her guess was not off, this was probably the most intense gathering of Heavenly Identity members in the Tower of End in nearly 100 years. This is bad. If this trend continues, the reincarnation world chosen by the Tower Masters will likely reach an unimaginable height. Chen Yuni's face showed worry. She understood that the higher the specification of the reincarnation world, the greater the difficulty, making it even harder for Ning Qingxian to turn positive. She couldn't help but look toward a string of huge red letters at the tip of the Tower of End. This Tower Master reincarnation, 101 people have joined. This Tower Master reincarnation difficulty, Super S level 3 stars. The Tower of End was founded by the Reincarnation Hall, the Tower Master's will is the Tower of End itself and not a single person. It can be compared to the 3 main gods, but its status is lower than the 3 main gods. It will select the corresponding reincarnation world based on the number of End members joining and their strength levels. If the world's tier is too low to support such a large number of people, it will most likely collapse the world's rules, leading to the formation of abyssal rifts or other unimaginable disasters. Half a day later, the red text changed again. This Tower Master reincarnation, 145 people have joined. The difficulty of this Tower Master reincarnation, Ultra S level 4 stars. Chen Yuning was busy while paying attention to the red text. Seeing the difficulty rise to Ultra S level 4 stars, she couldn't help but sweat for Ning Qingxian. However, the staff from the 4 great treasure halls showed no signs of stopping, more and more people continued to join. Currently, the End Tower was gathering over 600 End members from the Kanglan system, including more than 50 heavily ranked. Now, 15 heavily ranked senior experts had appeared, not including those few who could directly connect with the End Tower. Soon, 2 days passed. Outside the 4 great treasure halls, crowds surged. When the red text at the tower's peak changed for the 3rd time, it instantly caught everyone's attention. This Tower Master reincarnation has 209 people joined. This Tower Master reincarnation difficulty, Ultra S level 8 stars. The scene instantly stirred up excitement, and Chen Yuning thought of something. Ultra S level 8 stars. All of us combined can't reach this level. There must be an end big shot participating. Is it Li Qingsong or Su Bansha? It could also be the other two. After all, the four of them have roughly the same overall score and strength. The excitement continued, and Shen Yuning couldn't help but look towards the inn tower, at the entrance of the first floor. Ning Qingxian hadn't come out for many days. He wouldn't give up, would he? After hesitating for a moment, she tried to send a message to Ning Qingxian as a staff member. Just then, the scene suddenly erupted in commotion. Ultra S level 9 stars. Shen Yuning quickly looked up. This Tower Master Reincarnation has 212 people joined. This Tower Master Reincarnation difficulty, Ultra S level 9 stars. All 4 big shots have joined. Shen Yuning murmured to herself, what does Ultra S level 9 stars even mean? In the Reincarnation Hall, the evaluation of the world's tier and the evaluation of the Reincarnator's own strength have always been different. Generally, the evaluations tend to be higher than the Reincarnator themselves. Even the 4 big shots of the N Tower might struggle to receive a flawless evaluation at this level of Reincarnation world. Lost in thought, Shen Yuning received a reply. She looked at Ning Qingxian's confirmation reply and fell silent. Well, who is Ning Qingxian? The legendary ancient Reincarnator, a master of the Devil's Way, undefeated in both the lower and upper realms, who created laws and teachings in the Central Plains. With such power, it is still possible to attain an excellent evaluation. She no longer hesitated and registered Ning Qingxian's identity mark in the list of this Tower Master Reincarnation. However, something she never expected happened. The red light above her head suddenly exploded, turning into an ultimate scarlet. This Tower Master Reincarnation has 213 people joined. This Tower Master Reincarnation difficulty, meteor level. Outside the 4 great treasure halls, the noise abruptly disappeared, instantly transforming into dead silence. Everyone held their breath, staring at the number of new joiners above and the incredibly terrifying meteor level difficulty. Chapter 69, 6,000 Years, Ning Qingxian's Beloved. While the situation in the N Tower unfolded, far away in the deep cosmos, countless light years from the Emperor Star. The Long Gene Star Master sat cross-legged in the universe, tightly closing his eyes, radiating endless majestic divine power. All around floated a dark mass, the bodies of top warriors from the greedy wolf clan, even some unfamiliar star beasts remains. The Pope's aura has disappeared. The voice of the Judgment Goddess echoed in his mind. The Long Gene Star Master opened his eyes, bursting forth with majestic divine light, and then vanished. One of the main members of the Twilight Council, does he also have this Pope? The Judgment Goddess replied, from what we can see, even if he is not a main member, his status is still very high. After sensing your presence here, he left very quickly. The Long Gene Star Master gazed into the distance, at a dark starry sky forbidden zone. How many years have passed, and... In the Twilight Council, no great figures had ever appeared. What has stirred them today? The Lord of the Long Burned Star wore a serious expression, deep in thought, when the Goddess of Judgment suddenly spoke again. There is new news from the Tower of Finality. The Mr. Ning you have high hopes for has chosen to join the cycle of the Tower Master. Oh? Hearing this, the Lord of the Long Burned Star's serious expression shifted into a smile. Good, I did not misjudge him. Do you need to go back and check the situation? No need. The movements of the Twilight Council are increasing. I must let them know who is in charge of the Kanglan system. In a good mood, the Lord of the Long Burned Star stepped into the dark forbidden zone, ready to smash a few dark planets to celebrate. On the other side, in the Imperial Star Reincarnation space, the Tower of Finality. The hall was silent, countless gazes fixed above. Who has joined, causing the difficulty to surge? Everyone in the Tower of Finality exchanged shocked looks, seeing mutual astonishment in each other's eyes. At the same time, 12 towering wolves suddenly descended, exactly the 12 cave masters of the Guardian Imperial Star. They did not communicate at all, simply gazing at the tower's tip, where the crimson characters glowed, falling into a long silence. It had been a very long time since the Tower of Finality had seen such a high level of difficulty. In the records of the Imperial Star's history, that was many, many years ago, during a period experienced by the Lord of the Long Burned Star. To this day, those who emerged from that period in the Tower of Finality. One had already become the Star Master of the Kanglan system, one became the Star Master of the adjacent Z-Way system, one went to the Federation Star Domain, and one directly entered the Reincarnation Hall. Unexpectedly, today they saw the meteor level of difficulty again. This was entirely raised by the strength of the members of the Tower of Finality. They could not know whether it was the 4 veteran heavenly ranked figures like Li Qingsong that caused this scene or the recent person's inclusion that led to the emergence of the meteor level. The authority of the Tower of Finality was strict. Other than their wills descending here, they could do nothing else. Soon, the 12 wills disappeared one after another. After a moment of silence, the scene erupted into chaos and disturbance once more. Only Chen Yuning stared blankly at the registry in her hands, where Ning Qingxian's name was listed. Is this a coincidence? No, that's not right. No one knew better than her. Almost at the moment she wrote it down, the difficulty of the Tower Master cycle changed. What is happening? She stared dazedly at the Tower of Finality, the entrance to the first layer. The disturbance continued, and at this moment, on the 33rd level of the Tower of Finality, a figure in a purple robe quietly stood, overlooking all the commotion below. It seems this cycle world will be very interesting. Li Qingsong fiddled with the ring on his hand, choosing to join the other three top heavily ranked figures without any surprise. The Guardian Imperial Star is about to arrive. A new cave master will surely emerge from the Tower of Finality. Who wouldn't want such an opportunity? The only thing that surprised him was that this time the difficulty had actually risen to meteor level. Did the four of them inadvertently touch the meteor level and happen to be pushed by that person, or? Li Qingsong slowly narrowed his eyes, scanning everyone below, not finding a strong reincarnator that could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Thinking deeply with no results, he waved his sleeve and turned to gather his trusted subordinates in the Tower of Finality and those stationed at the Imperial Star. Not just him, many were taking action, seeking to form teams. At the entrance position of the first layer, yellow-ranked members gathered in small groups. Only Ning Caiwei was alone, still recovering his spiritual power. Senior Su has something to say. Who among you is willing to join her team will surely help them get an excellent evaluation. At the entrance, a powerful figure from the Earth rank suddenly shouted. Upon hearing this, everyone. The expression immediately showed joy. Is it that Senior Su Bansha? I'll join. I'll join too. Many people followed the powerful figure leaving. The same scene occurred on various levels and floors of the Tower of End. No one came to find Ning Caiwei to team up. He sat alone in a corner, his presence very low. Until 2 days later, a solemn voice began to echo throughout the Tower of End. Tower Master Reincarnation participants, please pay attention. You are about to enter the Reincarnation world. Please confirm your identity imprint. Ning Caiwei finally opened his eyes, looking at the imprint in his palm, which was now flashing a faint yellow light. After more than 10 days of absorption, his primordial spirit had recovered more than half. No matter what kind of dangerous world, he believed he could handle any situation. Still, as he said, he could not really be kicked out of the Tower of End. The reincarnation teleportation is now starting. The solemn voice fell again, and beside Ning Caiwei, dazzling lights flashed, and figures began to disappear. Looking around the Tower of End, it was the same everywhere. Until this power also enveloped Ning Caiwei, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from his spot. In an instant, half of the people in the Tower of End were gone. Chen Yuning stood outside, constantly looking at the entrance. I need to meet with Sister Zhiyu now. She turned around and left the place. Reincarnation world. Boom. Ning Caiwei heard thunder in his ears. Heavy rain poured down, splashing on his face and into his mouth. Bitter, slightly sour. He slowly opened his eyes. Lightning flashed in the sky, illuminating the dazzling neon-lit skyscrapers on the ground. This was an extremely prosperous city. It was nighttime. Overhead, a long line of cars were stuck on the elevated highway, continuously beeping their horns. He stood beside the crosswalk, and the red light in front began to count down. At the large intersection, quickly, dense pedestrians with umbrellas bowed their heads and hurriedly walked. Just as he wondered why the meteor-level difficulty reincarnation world would have a city background. A piercing sound from a phone broke into his ears. The latest battle report from the Great Xia Divine Kingdom. Our 8 players of the Weird Control Bureau lost all tokens in the final battle of the Weird Space yesterday morning. The Great Xia Divine Kingdom will once again miss the 3 ancient soul artifacts. A reporter asked the Great Xia Divine Kingdom where to go in the future, facing the increasingly frequent weird disasters, whether there is a clear strategic direction, but currently, the official has not expressed an opinion. Ning Caiwei heard these broadcasts and fell silent in place. He opened and closed his divine sense, sweeping across the vast city, and indeed found some familiar things. 9 domains. Ning Caiwei let out a complex long sigh. Originally thinking of finding an opportunity to return to the 9 domains to take away his beloved undead queen. Unexpectedly, this was actually chosen by the will of the Tower of End as the reincarnation world. Looking at the prosperous urban scene around, Ning Caiwei felt as if he were in a different world. Has it been 6,000 years? Chapter 70, My Charming Ancestor. Night fell, and the rain continued. Pedestrians at the intersection kept glancing at their watches, their expressions tense, walking increasingly hurriedly. Suddenly, a girl holding a red umbrella stood motionless in the middle of the street, catching Ning Caiwei's attention. With a thud, the umbrella fell to the ground, rain splashing on her face, and in the next moment, her expression turned incredibly sinister as she let out a soul-piercing screech. This sudden change caused panic among everyone, and the crowd screamed and fled in all directions. Ning Caiwei was about to take action when he sensed multiple figures rushing towards him within his divine sense range. Get out here! A clear shout echoed, and a graceful figure leaped down from the elevated bridge, pressing a hand onto the sinister girl's forehead. With a magical seal opening and closing, a howling vengeful spirit was directly pulled out from the sinister girl's body. He tucked it into his own sleeve space. This action was smooth and flowing, causing Ning Caiwei to glance at it a couple more times. Sister Mangyao, let's go chase other strange things, I'll leave this to you. Shouts from several companions echoed, and then they swiftly slipped into different streets. In just a moment, the girl who had been holding the red umbrella gradually regained her senses, revealing a dazed expression. Hurry home, don't linger on the road. The young girl named Gu Mangyao performed a spell once more, gently tapping the girl's forehead. The girl took off running, and Gu Mangyao then turned her gaze towards Ning Caiwei, who was standing on the crosswalk. Sir, are you alright? Gu Mangyao approached, her tight black battle outfit accentuating her graceful figure. Her pitch-black hair fell to her shoulders, reflecting her pair of vigilant, beautiful eyes. Thank you for your hard work, I'm fine. Ning Caiwei smiled politely. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Mengyao's right hand moved toward her waist. Please show me your identification. Ning Caiwei made no move, seemingly waiting for the will of the Tower of Endgame to convey whether there were conditions preventing him from revealing his identity in front of the natives of this world. After all, he truly did not possess any identification. Not going to speak? I've been noticing you for a while, sneaking around, come with me. Without saying another word, Gu Mangyao took Ning Caiwei and prepared to return to the Night City Anomaly Control Bureau. Officer, isn't it a bit against the rules to take me away without any reason? Ning Caiwei spoke calmly, making no attempt to resist. If you haven't done anything wrong, what's the problem with visiting the Anomaly Control Bureau? By the way, where's your identification, your ID? Where do you live? Gu Mangyao looked up and down at Ning Caiwei, her intuition telling her that this person had some issues. Standing in the crosswalk without moving for so long, showing no panic at the appearance of the strange, and now he couldn't even produce proof of identity. In today's complicated situation, she couldn't let go of anyone who might pose a danger to the Night City, being cautious couldn't hurt. Ning Caiwei did not continue speaking, following Gu Mangyao away. 6,000 years have passed, and he needed to understand the background of the current era. The official channel was clearly the most suitable. An hour later, the two of them arrived at the Night City Anomaly Control Bureau headquarters. The noisy sounds in the office area contained a wealth of information. Here there were not only the captured anomalies but also many criminals closely related to them. Once a powerful technique of folding space in the sleeve, in this era it seemed to have been simplified many times, allowing some with decent understanding to grasp even the basics. Sister Mangyao, who is this person? On the way, a staff member asked in surprise. A black household without identification, check his identity background and see if he's connected to any evil containment organizations. While speaking, Gu Mangyao turned her gaze towards the television broadcast, which was showing news about the Great Xia Divine Kingdom again losing out on the 3 ancient soul artifacts. Not far away, several criminals squatting at the corridor doors shook their heads repeatedly. Aren't you embarrassed? This has happened so many times, it would be better not to participate at all. Our Great Xia is good at everything, but the Anomaly Control Bureau is disappointing. With billions of people, can't we find 8 young anomaly controllers? Sigh, back then, our charming ancestor was amazing. He personally outperformed all the young talents of the 8 divine kingdoms, and his clothing was only slightly dirty. Yes, he even arranged for the immortal clan to guard, when the immortal queen comes out, who needs soul artifacts. Haha, heroes see alike, where are you mixing now? I'm from the Black Rose Underground Shelter, want to come to us? A group of criminals reminisced about history, feeling a sense of kinship, and began calling each other brothers. Hey, this is the Anomaly Control Bureau, should you be planning loudly? A senior staff member scolded them, interrupting their conversation. Ning Caiwei seemed to ponder, realizing that the rules of the 3 great soul artifacts had also undergone some changes. He then asked Gu Mangyao, when will the Undying Queen come out of seclusion? Ning Caiwei was unclear about the specifics, so this inquiry was rather cautious. Gu Mangyao turned back and replied blandly. This belongs to the highest level of secrets of the Great Xia Divine Kingdom. If you ask me, what answer can I give you? It's better to honestly say which underground containment organization you belong to. In recent years, due to the increasing frequency of bizarre disasters, the Great Xia Divine Kingdom has been unable to successfully compete for talismans. The Undying Queen, along with the entire Undying clan, has repeatedly quelled severe disasters. Though she is immortal, she can still get tired. After repelling 2 shadow masters, she fell into seclusion, which has lasted for 20 years now. Underground containment organizations have emerged continuously over the past 20 years. Originally a civil organization, it has been turned into a tool for private gain by some malicious groups, known as evil containment organizations. The Ghost Management Bureau must suppress the bizarre while cleaning them up, which has been quite draining. I told you before I came here that I am innocent, Ning Caiwei said calmly. Every person who comes here says the same thing. Gu Mengyao gazed at him with her beautiful eyes, increasingly realizing that this person was somewhat unfathomable. He was too calm to the point of not seeming like a mortal. The aura he exuded naturally gave off a kind of extraordinary charm. This can't be acted, it comes from experiencing many, very complex and grand events, even having the demeanor of someone in a position of power. Gu Mengyao felt a little nervous in her heart. What if she had caught some big shot? In the Great Xia Divine Kingdom, there are many more secretive institutions and departments, completely blank backgrounds that fit the characteristics. However, Ning Qingxuan's recent question didn't sound like that of a high-ranking official. If he were an underground organization's hidden boss, there would be no reason for him to come here willingly. Sister Mengyao, there is no fingerprint information for this person. A staff member leaned close to Gu Mengyao's ear and cautiously said a sentence. Upon hearing this, she fell into silence, gazing deeply at Ning Qingxian. What kind of person is this? What is his background? Meanwhile, information about the Tower of Ending finally emerged before Ning Qingxuan's eyes. In this Tower Master Reincarnation, there are no rules. Any impact you make on the reincarnation world will become a condition for scoring. Over 200 reincarnators were scattered across various regions of the 9 divine kingdoms, silently gazing at these simple 2 messages. The fewer the rules, the more freedom there is, meaning more content can be obtained for evaluation. But no one acted rashly, as this was a comet-level difficult reincarnation world. The only exception was Chu Yutong, who was currently located in the Great Xia Divine Kingdom, in a central city. He looked at the described text before him, his heart stirring not a bit. Beside him, the Laozhang Ghost King, cloaked in a large black robe, hid all bizarre features, his face cold, as if he held the entirety of the universe in his hands. Before entering the reincarnation world, no one knew the background of this world. After entering, Chu Yutong's confidence swelled immensely. He had endured through other bizarre worlds as a powerful reincarnator, carrying numerous soul-soothing treasures and magical abilities. Moreover, there was also a ruler of a bizarre world by his side. It is no exaggeration to say that this Tower Master Reincarnation seemed tailor-made for him. Not to mention an unblemished evaluation, even alongside those 4 heavenly predecessors, what difficulty would that pose? With favorable timing, geographical advantages, and the support of people. It's time for me to make a name for myself in the Tower of End. Chu Yutong stood at the subway entrance, slowly scanning the crowd, eyes revealing a multitude of golden spells, enough to see through all strange disguises. Soon, he noticed a hunchbacked old man, who was hiding a vengeful spirit within. With a flick of his index finger, he performed a seal and then quietly separated the vengeful spirit, which twisted and flew back, instantly trapped in his grasp. The vengeful spirit howled, its pupils showing madness. Without hesitation, Chu Yutong once again performed the soul-searching technique. This divine ability learned from a master of Mount Maoshan was incredibly useful for understanding the strange world, and he had tried it successfully many times. Before long, he began to see a series of memory scenes from this vengeful spirit's soul. Suddenly, Chu Yutong's expression changed. He realized that the memories of this lowest-level vengeful spirit were so profound that they spanned thousands of years. Such ancient memories were far beyond what he could bear. Gritting his teeth, he quickly searched through them and promptly ended the soul-searching technique. What's wrong? The Ghost King of Laozhan squinted and asked. This world is not as simple as I imagined. Chu Yutong put away his dismissive attitude and quickly calmed down. The reincarnation world captured by the Tower of End was indeed at the level of meteorite difficulty, which was vastly different from the strange worlds he had experienced before. World rules, native combat power, were truly astonishing. When he had just performed the soul-searching technique, he could only see a few most vivid scenes from the vengeful spirit's memories. Among them, one scene revealed a white-robed man. That person had become the deepest fear in the heart of this vengeful spirit. The white-robed murder god. Chu Yutong contemplated. In order to find more information without alarming the official forces of this world, he continued to wait at the subway entrance. Time quickly passed, and the second strange entity entered his line of sight. This time, it was a higher-level fierce ghost. He applied the same method to trap it within his grasp and continued to search its soul. Again, he encountered a colossal flood of jumbled memories, with thousands of years of information overwhelming his brain, forcing him to give up when his abilities reached their limit. Is it this white-robed murder god again? Sweat trickled down his forehead. The pressure from performing soul-searching twice was immense. Yet the outcome was very significant, as he saw many different scenes and roughly understood the classification of the strange in this world. Vengeful spirits, fierce ghosts, evil ghosts, terrifying ghosts, ghost leaders, ghost generals. Among them, ghost generals were comparable to S-level reincarnators. Vaguely, there seemed to be roles even beyond ghost generals, possibly ghost kings. However, in this fierce ghost's memory, it didn't have the chance to encounter them. In fact, Chu Yutong could also find details on strange classifications through the internet of the Daxia Divine Kingdom, so he wasn't in a rush. What truly made his expression grow more serious was the deepest fear found in the fierce ghost's memory, that same white-robed figure. Let's go. No longer waiting idly, Chu Yutong began to roam the city. With his golden eyes, he quickly found a dozen strange beings within just half an hour. The number of times he performed soul-searching increased, and the scenes he saw became more varied, collecting a wealth of important information. But only that white-robed man consistently appeared in the memories of the strange beings. What shocked and amazed him was that every single strange being contained such a memory. It was as if it had been deeply branded in their souls. Chu Yutong couldn't understand what this white-robed figure had done to instill such great fear in so many strange beings. Based on the memories, this had all happened thousands of years ago, yet they still hadn't forgotten. This person must still be recorded in the current era. Finally, Chu Yutong stopped, a strong interest and curiosity surged within him, and he decided to start his investigation from the official Daxia Divine Kingdom. Surveying the 9 divine kingdoms, all the reincarnators of the Tower of End have currently not made any major moves, gradually understanding the world background in their own ways and by their own means. The foremost among the 9 divine kingdoms, the Huangting Divine Kingdom. A large group of reincarnators disguised in local attire quietly sat in a cafe waiting. Among them was a young woman with a cold and imposing demeanor, the top veteran, Su Bangxia. The group watched the giant screen TV, where a live broadcast was taking place. After a while, a D-class follower hurried over. He whispered in Su Bangxia's ear, "I found out that this is the Huangting Divine Kingdom, the foremost among the 9 divine kingdoms, the place with the richest heritage. The 3 ancient soul artifacts have basically been clarified, they should belong to the embodiment of this world's rules, possessing the power to suppress all anomalies. Since ancient times, the 9 divine kingdoms have acted according to the rules, competing for tokens to gain the right to use the 3 soul artifacts. This Huangting Divine Kingdom is truly remarkable, it has almost monopolized the heavenly furnace and has only lost once in history." After speaking, Su Bangxia slightly nodded. She continued to stare at the giant screen TV in the cafe. The bizarre spatial battle being broadcast live had already seen several divine kingdoms eliminated early. Among them, some puppet masters were excessively powerful. Her expression was grave, focusing deeply on the representative of the first main city of the Huangting Divine Kingdom. "This person is so strong, no one else can compete, he is simply a representative of another level." Su Bangxia saw through something, and her heart was increasingly amazed. What does this count for? Compared to the old ancestor Su from back then, it falls far short. The Huangting is truly on a decline. The cafe manager came over and served desserts. Looking at the giant screen live broadcast, he couldn't help but sigh. "Which ancestor Su are you referring to?" Su Bangxia raised her eyebrows, and the many reincarnators turned to look at her. "Our Huangting Divine Kingdom's strongest figure in 6,000 years, who stepped into the rank of Great Nirvana at the age of 23, is revered as the legendary ancestor Su. Where are you folks from, that you don't even know his name?" The cafe manager showed a surprised expression but didn't think much of it. After all, each generation in the Huangting Divine Kingdom has had soul artifacts guarding the domain caves. Occasionally, some anomalies from other divine kingdoms quickly got eliminated. He didn't believe these people would be disguised anomalies. Moreover, it's normal for ordinary people who don't pay attention to the competition for soul artifacts to know little about this history. Is Ancestor Su stronger than this person? Su Bangxia continued to inquire. The representative of the first main city of the Huangting Divine Kingdom on TV had already reached the Super S-Class Reincarnator level. The manager smiled and said, naturally. His expression showed longing, as if cherishing supreme admiration for that period of history. About 6,000 years ago, the 9 divine kingdoms experienced a golden age. It was truly an era bursting with geniuses, where monstrous talents appeared all at once. The manager sighed, then looked back at the live broadcast on TV. This young man probably only has the strength of a great 2. In the golden age back then, he wouldn't even be qualified to touch the heavenly furnace. After he finished speaking, Su Bangxia fell into deep thought. From the information currently collected, 6,000 years ago, this place was not yet called the 9 divine kingdoms but was referred to as the 9 domains. The nearby D-class follower couldn't help but show a skeptical expression. But your ancestor Su lost the token back then. During his investigation, he found that the only time the entire Huangting Divine Kingdom was without a soul artifact guarding was indeed during the era called the Golden Age 6,000 years ago mentioned by the manager. The store manager's face flushed, reluctantly said. There's no way around it. Back then in the Great Xia Divine Kingdom, a once-in-a-millennium genius appeared. If it weren't for that person, old ancestor Su could have easily crushed everyone else. Not only that, but also old ancestor Lu, who could also defeat everyone else. Unfortunately, both of them ran into him. The store manager felt a deep sense of helplessness. How many outstanding talents had been born in the arid courtyard Divine Kingdom and had been undefeated in the struggle for the token? They had only lost once, and it happened to be the most glorious golden age of the 9 divine kingdoms. Su Bangxia listened for a long time and found that a new figure had surprisingly popped up from the store manager's words. It seemed that this person was even more monstrous? The companion from the Earth class suddenly remembered something and quickly said to Su Bangxia, yes, I forgot to mention, there is indeed such a person, named Chang Wuhan. It is said that he is regarded as the unparalleled strongest by the 9 divine kingdoms. During the soul instrument battle back then, 3 strongest of divine kingdoms teamed up against him but couldn't defeat him. So, the Su ancestor of the arid courtyard divine kingdom was indeed one of them. After saying that, Su Bangxia's eyes slightly froze. Based on her estimation of the power of the current strongest representative of the arid courtyard, it had already reached the Super S level. So, old ancestor Su and the other 2 ancestors of divine kingdoms were at least mid-level Super S or even higher. They couldn't defeat him, even when 3 of them worked together. Was this ancestor of the Great Xia divine kingdom this strong? What he said is right. It's not just the arid courtyard divine kingdom that suffered a defeat once, 2 other prosperous divine kingdoms also didn't have soul instruments at that time. The store manager nodded and actually felt no shame. After all, everyone was in the same boat. Great Xia divine kingdom. The many reincarnators in the Tower of Zombies spoke among themselves. It was obvious that the struggle for the ancient soul instruments had been the most important event in the history of the 9 divine kingdoms. Every representative was the most powerful of the young generation and would become a national-level existence in the future. If they could honestly ask themselves, perhaps only the Earth class and the Divine class could match the strongest representative of the arid courtyard in an arm wrestling match. It was hard to guess how strong the golden age mentioned by the store manager was, as well as the so-called old ancestor Su and the winner of the heavenly furnace from the Great Xia divine kingdom. Please enjoy your stay. A new guest walked into the cafe, and the store manager immediately left. Su Bangxia felt heavy-hearted and turned to all the reincarnators, whispering, in the star-level difficulty reincarnation world, we have only peered into a corner, we still need to work on the bazaar memories. If we want to score well, the bazaar is also crucial. Let's tidy up and prepare to leave. It would be difficult for them to earn scores staying in the arid courtyard divine kingdom due to its long-standing peace. To gain the Tower Lord's recognition, they had to accomplish a shocking feat. On the other side, in the Great Xia divine kingdom, Shu Yutong jumped between the tall buildings and had found some information about the white-clothed killing god from the officials. This fear hidden deep in all abnormalities was once the inheritor of the devil-subduing sect from the ancient times, 6,000 years ago, from Heavenly Sword Mountain. In just 3 months, he had eradicated all abnormalities within the territory of the Great Xia divine kingdom. However, these abnormalities had the infinite ability to reincarnate, clearly killed many times by that person, not just once. Moreover, there were new answers about the levels of the abnormalities. Ghost King level indeed existed, and there were even those referred to as Shadow Master level above it. Vaguely, even Ghost King level had once perished at the hands of the white-clothed killing god. But in the official records, there were no similar mentions. While he was deep in thought, he caught sight of a powerful evil ghost. Without any hesitation, with a raised hand, he suppressed it, sealing it within his palm. At the same time, the description of the Tower Masters will appear before him. You face the strange without retreat, exerting all your strength to eliminate harm for the people, having suppressed 40 vengeful spirits, 15 malevolent ghosts, and 2 fierce ghosts. You have received a normal evaluation. Receiving a single evaluation should make any reincarnator happy, but Shu Yutong felt terrible. A normal evaluation held no substantive meaning, offering him no help in his advancement within the Tower of End. As the latest cohort, and the only one bearing the title of Heaven, he held this as a shame. Heaven and earth, true Lord above, see through with the eye of law, open. Shu Yutong halted his form, calling out an ancient incantation, and when he rubbed it over his eyes for a moment, golden light erupted. In an instant, his line of sight extended to a radius of 100 miles, anything strange that passed within his gaze could not hide. Soon, he found his anticipated target. This is at least an excellent evaluation, right? Shu Yutong felt a surge of joy, discovering multiple weird creatures at the level of ghost generals, along with an entire team of fierce ghosts. As the eye of law swept through, he also saw numerous reincarnators from the Tower of End, all rushing towards that direction. Among them was the top tier of Donghuang Star, Ji Yungzhou, who had a colossal beast from another tribe as a companion. No longer hesitating, he took a step forward, with the Ghost King of Laoshan closely following. Chapter 73, Ghost Butterfly, Is My Master Resurrected? Night City, headquarters of the Bureau of Regulating Strange Phenomena. Gu Mengyao kept her eyes fixed on Ning Qingxian, her mind racing with countless speculations about his identity. There were no recorded fingerprint details, no background to check, he clearly was not an ordinary person. Either he was a high-level confidential agent of the Great Xia Divine Kingdom, or he was an undercover agent from another divine kingdom. After all, even the mysterious big shots of underground containment organizations could find some clues. Sister Mengyao, the headquarters is about to return, what do we do with this person? A staff member asked with a troubled expression. Holding him was not a solution, nor was releasing him. Ning Caiwei had been quite cooperative, but he said nothing about his true identity and showed no other credentials. Just as Gu Mengyao was hesitating, suddenly there was a commotion outside the Bureau of Regulating Strange Phenomena. Several companions entered with unfamiliar faces, calling out, "Sister Mengyao, we have captured a few illegal residents, please help us check their origins." Gu Mengyao was momentarily stunned. There were illegal residents again? Ning Caiwei turned his gaze towards this statement. 3 girls and 1 boy, they were clearly members of the Tower of End with a yellow rank. Among them was a girl in a short skirt, who seemed familiar. She had called away Chen Yuning outside the treasure hall that day. "Oh, this person is here too." The girl in the short skirt also recognized Ning Caiwei, immediately displaying joy. She had already learned from Chen Yuning that Ning Caiwei was the legendary Reincarnator from ancient times, possessing extraordinary strength. Facing this strange world, still at the meteor level difficulty, she and her few companions did not dare to act recklessly. Without a strong backing, her own strength was insufficient to sweep through everything, thus, they chose to report themselves, seeking temporary shelter. Seeing Ning Caiwei now, she couldn't help but feel a wave of inexplicable comfort. Good. You all said you had no organization?" Gu Mengyao was both angry and amused, her earlier guesses about Ning Caiwei's identity instantly evaporating. It was almost certain that they must belong to some recently established underground containment organization. "You few, go stand over there with him." Gu Mengyao waved her hand, pondering how to pry open Ning Caiwei's mouth later. The girl in the short skirt approached Ning Caiwei, looking around carefully before speaking cautiously. "Senior, my name is Chen Hui, I am from Langistar, not far from Kanglanstar, please take care of me in the future." Chen Hui whispered softly. Ning Caiwei remained silent, only nodding. A few companions nearby immediately showed doubtful expressions, with one girl pulling her. "This person is the same yellow level as us, why do you call him senior?" Chen Hui rolled her eyes, not wanting to explain too much, but fearing offending Ning Caiwei. She could only whisper in their ears, "He is not an ordinary person." The only man in the group chuckled and shook his head, mumbling to himself, "Isn't he just like us, reporting himself to the Spirit Control Bureau to hide for a while?" Chen Hui shot him a fierce glare, and at that moment, someone rushed in from outside. "Everyone, behave. Sister Mengyao, the headquarters has returned." As soon as the words fell, the entire Spirit Control Bureau suddenly fell silent. No one made a sound, including some whispering criminals. Their expressions turned extremely respectful, as if they admired this headquarters greatly. The change in atmosphere made Chen Hui and several reincarnators feel nervous inside. Before reporting themselves, they had gathered information about the whole Night City's defensive force. This place is the headquarters of the Spirit Control Bureau, gathering the most powerful spirit controllers, and leading these controllers is actually a strange being. The information revealed that this headquarters possessed extraordinary abilities. Within a certain distance, it could clearly sense the movements of every strange entity. This powerful special ability made it impossible for any strangeness to hide in most of the area of Night City. Many spirit controllers, under her guidance, often managed to resolve dangers before they even surfaced. Because of this, Night City has long ranked among the safest cities in the Great Xia Divine Nation. Thus, even the criminals of Night City held great respect for this headquarters. It's still not too late to say, you should know how powerful the headquarters is, right? Gu Mengyao walked in front of Ning Caiwei, staring at him with a scrutinizing gaze. Even if you hide a strange entity on you, the headquarters can spot it immediately. Ning Caiwei remained silent, knowing he should leave. He had already gathered important information about the current era, the rule changes of the 3 soul artifacts, and that the Undying Queen was still fulfilling her oath. Staying here any longer was meaningless. If he clashed with the upper echelons of the Spirit Control Bureau, it would be even more troublesome. Besides, he also wanted to see the tomb of Chiang Mai. Just as he was about to slip away, a familiar figure suddenly appeared within his perception, along with the connection wave of the soul oath. Ning Caiwei felt a stir in his heart and looked toward the entrance of the Spirit Control Bureau's main hall. "Greetings, headquarters." Everyone stood in solemn respect. The newcomer wore a black shirt, her skin snow-white and flawless. Behind her followed several vigorous spirit controllers, their strength quite impressive. Gui Dai had a weary expression, her continuous work made her quite tired. As she walked into the Spirit Control Bureau, her heart suddenly raced, and she paused in her steps. Deep within her soul, the soul oath that had been dormant for 6,000 years suddenly sparked with life. Following the sensation, she incredulously searched for something among the crowd, finally fixing her gaze on Ning Caiwei. Ning Caiwei wore a complex yet somewhat appreciative expression, smiling at Gui Dai. "This." Gui Dai stood dumbfounded, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Although Ning Caiwei's appearance had changed, and his aura was different, the soul oath deep within her being, which she had shared day and night, could not be mistaken. "Living ghost, has my master come back to life?" Gui Dai murmured to herself, looking at Ning Caiwei's smile, further confirming that this was indeed her master. Tears welled up in her eyes, and her small body trembled uncontrollably, with boundless excitement surging from her chest. At the moment the soul oath was reactivated. Ning Caiwei suddenly saw the descriptive words of the Tower Masters will appear before him. Shocking. You, with the identity of a yellow level end, unexpectedly possessed unique charisma and extraordinary power, thus commanding a magical race from a strange world. Her status is so high, and her great achievements have won the heartfelt support of millions of citizens in a city. You have completely captivated her, she willingly signed a kinship oath with you, and her value is beyond imagination. Congratulations, you have received a perfect evaluation. Ning Caiwei fell silent, he hadn't done anything yet he had received a perfect evaluation? Chapter 74, In this realm, there are traces of his reincarnation. Sir. The ghost butterfly emitted a trembling sound. She was completely out of control, never expecting that after 6,000 years, she would see her former master again. This sudden scene left all the powerful figures present at the Illusion Capturing Bureau, including many criminals, and even Gu Mengyao, momentarily stunned. Who is the Bureau speaking to? Following the bewildered gaze of the ghost butterfly, Gu Mengyao turned mechanically to look at Ning Caiwei. Chen Hui's eyes widened in disbelief, and the nearby members of the yellow level end of the Tower of End were confused. The high-ranking Bureau of Night City, respected by all the people, actually knows Ning Caiwei? From the look of this scene, it was evidently not a shallow relationship. The old man's heart raced uncontrollably. Could it be true what Chen Hui said, that this guy is not an ordinary person? In that moment, Gu Mengyao's mind went blank. Though she had previously speculated about Ning Caiwei's identity, thinking it couldn't be simple, and even considered he might be a high-ranking figure from the Great Xia Divine Kingdom. But with the arrival of Chen Hui and others, that speculation vanished until the Bureau returned to verify it personally. Everyone leave, take the suspects next door. The ghost butterfly calmed her emotions and issued a stern order. Everyone hurriedly left, their expressions filled with panic. Soon the entire hall was cleared, and the ghost butterfly approached Ning Caiwei, preparing to bow, but was stopped. No need to care about the formalities. Ning Caiwei felt emotional. The ghost butterfly had joined the Undying clan, becoming a guardian of the sixth domain, which was indeed something he hadn't anticipated. After all, for the ghost butterfly, the soul oath did not constrain such content. Sir, you what exactly? The ghost butterfly questioned. Hadn't Ning Caiwei passed away? Was this borrowing a corpse to return to life, or reincarnation, or had he been in seclusion for 6,000 years? Some things are not convenient to discuss now, but I have truly returned. Ning Caiwei pondered for a moment and did not continue explaining. Since the ghost butterfly was here, some issues could be resolved. He asked, have there been any changes in the rules of heaven and earth in the 9 domains? Do the 3 great soul artifacts no longer require designated sect heirs? The ghost butterfly nodded. Ever since you left, the rules of heaven and earth changed once. It seems that the origin of the blood pool abyss was overconsumed, causing the strange resurrection to slow down. Ning Caiwei suppressed a generation by staying near the blood pool abyss for 200 years, consuming a lot of chances for later generations' strange resurrection. Under such conditions, the rules of heaven and earth became skewed. About 1,000 years later, the rules changed a second time. Vaguely, unknown races and divine anomalies have been resurrecting, and their arrival restored the origin of the blood pool abyss. However, due to the change in rules, the issue of ownership of the 3 great soul artifacts has also changed, and the tokens are no longer passed down by the designated sect. Hearing this, Ning Caiwei fell into deep thought. Unknown races and divine anomalies? Could this be the key to enabling the blood pool abyss to continuously possess the ability to resurrect? When will these divine anomalies resurrect again? The ghost butterfly bitterly said, they were reborn 20 years ago, and the immense rules and origins they brought have greatly shortened the time needed for the original Masters of Shadows to be reborn, which previously required a long time. Currently, the situation in the domain caves is very complex. In just 20 years, I have sensed at least 5 Shadow Masters, including the High Priest Shadow Master and the Demon Shadow Master. They are still waging endless battles for territory in the domain caves. Among them, 2 Shadow Masters even led their forces to descend upon the 6th domain. Thankfully, due to the Undying Queen. Ning Caiwei nodded slightly after hearing this. It seems the solution to the 9 domain problem has already been found. He wondered if the strange beings he had killed 6,000 years ago still remembered him. I have some matters to attend to. I will leave this place to you. Also, there's no need to make things difficult for the others without identification. After saying this, Ning Caiwei disappeared from the spot. The ghost butterfly could not trace his whereabouts. After a long while, he finally stabilized his fluctuating emotions and turned to walk next door. Gu Mengyao had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing the ghost butterfly, she immediately straightened her back. Director, that person is? She carefully asked, glancing back but not seeing Ning Caiwei's figure. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. the ghost butterfly replied, casting a glance at Chen Hui and the others. As per Ning Qingxuan's instructions, he naturally did not make things difficult for them, letting them be. This demeanor was captured by Chen Hui and the others, causing huge waves of emotion to rise again within them. The previous man, holding Chen Hui, spoke nervously, "You just said he is not an ordinary person, what exactly do you mean? As the head of the Night City Defense Forces, how could a normal member of the Tower of the End have a chance to interact with him?" Not to mention the way the other party treated Ning Qingxian, as if they had known each other for many years, and the gap in status was instantly highlighted. The critical question is, Ning Qingxian, as a yellow-level member of the Tower of the End, came in at the same time as them. How could this be? Only Chen Hui's mind raced rapidly, her heart pounding and breath quickening, soon connecting to a huge possibility. Before the reincarnation of the Tower Master, I heard from a staff member of the yellow-level hall about this Ning Qingxuan's background. He is a reincarnator from the heavenly realms. He has reincarnated in many heavenly worlds, achieving remarkable feats. If I am not mistaken, this world of the Tower Master reincarnation with a meteor-level difficulty is one he has once reincarnated in. As the whisper fell, the two female companions beside her and the man were all visibly shaken. Although the title of Reincarnator has disappeared in recent years, it does not mean there are none in the Federation, nor does it mean they have not heard of it. I see. The few looked at each other, their hearts stirred. This news was simply explosive. Who would have thought that the person they had just encountered was actually a hidden big shot among all members of the Tower of the End? This means no one will understand this world better than Ning Qingxian anymore. As long as they hold tightly to this hidden big shot, perhaps they could also earn some good ratings. The Night City headquarters calls him Sir, proving he must have had a high position here before, but I wonder who exactly he is. Chen Hui wanted to know about the ghost butterfly's past to deduce Ning Qingxuan's identity and what kind of existence he was in history. She pondered, and the voice of the live television broadcast overhead suddenly caught her attention. Let's congratulate the Kingdom of the Wild Court for once again winning the Soul Device Furnace, with the new representative ranking 7th on the Furnace leaderboard. However, no one has broken the honor that historically belongs to the Great Summer Divine Kingdom. Chen Hui stared blankly, her mind suddenly flashing a bizarre thought. Chapter 75, The Terror of Meteor Level. Long Chang. Dark alleyway. Chu Yutang lightly looked at a group of reincarnators completely intimidated by the Laoshang Ghost King. Ji Yunzhou was among them. His youthful alien beast was being forcefully suppressed by the Laoshang Ghost King, its neck locked by a ghostly hand, struggling against the wall. As a former defeated opponent, Chu Yutang did not actually regard these people highly. Deep in the alley, numerous vengeful spirits howled, yet not a sound could escape. There were also 3 ghost generals, expressionless as they watched the internal conflict among these people. Golden light tightly sealed the surrounding space, there was nowhere to escape. The unimaginably powerful ghost controller nearly exceeded the defenses of Longcheng, and even had a ghost king accompanying him. What immense strength they had was beyond their comprehension. They could not know where he came from either. But for the 3 ghost generals, they were completely indifferent. Chu, don't bully people too much. These strange beings were clearly sealed by us first. What do you mean by interrupting our spell? An elder from the Earth faction spoke in a deep voice, knowing that the Laoshang Ghost King was very strong, enough for Chu Yutang to dominate in all of Longcheng. Even if all of them combined, they might not be opponents. But Chu Yutang's arrogant behavior was truly hard to accept. This time the Tower Master reincarnation seems to have no strict rules, right? Chu Yutang responded quietly, having finally discovered a powerful strange team in Longcheng. At the very least they could gain an excellent evaluation from the Tower Master's will. How could he easily let go? Even if it alarmed the defense forces of Longcheng, he would not back down. The Tower Master reincarnation indeed has no rules, but you have incurred public wrath, setting a precedent, which will only make everyone's situation worse, and you will be targeted. Can you go far? If everyone were like you, they would have exhausted themselves before discovering the true threats of this world. Ji Yunzhou sighed, still wanting to advise. These few elders beside him held significant status in the Tower of Ending, with very wide connections. If word got out, solitary Chu Yutang, even with the Laoshang Ghost King, could not withstand the anger of the crowd. Is that so? You should tell elderly that. Chu Yutang showed no fear in his eyes, even a sense of calm. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed slightly, and Ji Yunzhou's heart sank as if he realized something. Elderly is the pillar of our Tower of Ending, how could he protect your kind of behavior? Someone angrily retorted. What he said might be true. Li Qingcang should have taken him as a disciple. Ji Yunzhou stared at Chu Yutang, immediately causing everyone's expressions to change again. If they had the support of this powerful figure, who would still dare to compete with him? You seem to know quite a bit. Chu Yutang sneered, as someone standing at the peak of the Tower of Ending, his one word could determine a member's fate, let alone being a disciple. Once this Tower Master reincarnation ended, Li Qingcang would most likely become the new Guardian Emperor star main holder, his own future would be bright indeed. Everyone fell silent, fear evident in their eyes. Ji Yunzhou snapped his fingers, and the suppressed alien beast, appearing in pain, was instantly stored in the reincarnation space. This grudge, I have noted, I will definitely return it all one day. Ji Yunzhou's gaze was icy cold, staring coldly at the Laoshang Ghost King. The Laoshang Ghost King was momentarily stunned, then let out a loud, reckless laugh, his laughter rampant and unruly. Ghostly energy rolled around him, the ghostly flames flickering in his eyes, revealing a terrifying ferocity. Little thing, do you know who you are talking to? He had lived for thousands of years, an absolute ruler in the Maoshan ghostly world, who once brought forth calamities that led to the destruction of worlds, with countless strong individuals perished at his hands. Until now, no one dared to speak to him like this. Forget it, let him go. Even if you give that little beast 100 years, he is still just a little beast. Chu Yutong said lightly. The foreign giant beast was far different from the cosmic beast. Ji Yunzhou was, after all, from the Eastern Emperor star, maintaining the first place in reincarnation scores for decades, yet his followers were so weak and powerless, severely dragging him down. He had no interest in continuing to entangle with Ji Yunzhou. After speaking, he walked towards a group of strange beings, claiming to be the Shura demon clan. Too much bullying. Numerous reincarnators tightened their fists, feeling extremely frustrated. Ji Yunzhou remained silent, preparing to leave this place. But suddenly, dark energy erupted above, descending instantly and landing directly on the golden seal. Boom! Chu Yutong's expression changed, and he hurriedly retreated. The dark energy shattered the golden seal, and the three demon generals still had expressionless faces, but their eyes held a hint of mockery. Little friend, from this king's point of view, why wait until tomorrow? Why not just help you deal with him today? The ghostly voice rang out, and the world suddenly darkened. Streams of dark energy slowly gathered, standing at each corner of the alley, forming an encirclement. Many powerful Shura clan members looked down at Chu Yutong with cold, emotionless eyes. At the moment the ghostly voice arose, the Laoshang Ghost King felt an utterly terrifying wave enveloping the entire alley, approaching him step by step from behind. Just as he wanted to turn around, a pale ghostly hand gently rested on his shoulder. His pupils constricted violently, breath caught, looking horrified at the ghostly hand on his shoulder. Unable to move, dare not move. Chilling air blew along his neck, making his whole body stiffen, coldly piercing through to his bones. All reincarnators at the scene were startled, their faces turning deathly pale at this sudden change. Chu Yutong's mind sank heavily, slowly scanning the numerous shadows standing at the eaves above. Hey, little friend, speak up, what do you think? Ji Yunzhou's heart raced uncontrollably, he had never felt such a terrifying ghostly energy wave before, his lips quickly losing their color. The Shura Ghost King's hand slid across the Laoshang Ghost King's shoulder, gently gripping his skull. Who are you? This action made the Laoshang Ghost King feel a chill down his spine. I've never seen you before, are you an outsider? The Shura Ghost King spoke with a tone of doubt but also a sense of boredom. Initially thinking the three demon generals were delivering information about a new powerful Ghost King appearing, and expecting another race to take action against the Shura clan, he rushed over immediately. But it turned out to be an unfamiliar outsider, who had only barely cultivated for 1,000 years. Where did the audacity come from, to dare to contend with the Shura clan? I am the king of 10,000 ghosts from the Laoshang sect. You? His voice trembled, wanting to unleash the power of his 1,000 years of cultivation, but before he finished speaking, a force of destruction landed from above, flipping his skull. From this point, the Shura Ghost King's face became cold and eerie, the ghostly flame flickering in his pupils with extreme ruthlessness. This scene left Ji Yunzhou in a daze and filled Chu Yutong's heart with great fear. Many reincarnators felt their scalps go numb, a shadow of death looming over them. Had the terror of the meteor-level difficulty finally been torn open a corner? Quickly run! The Laoshang Ghost King transformed into a mass of dark energy, quickly fleeing from the Shura Ghost King. His severed skull quickly healed under the power of origin. The face wrapped in a wide black robe was filled with thick terror. The powerful aura emanating from the Shura Ghost King was enough to exert absolute pressure on him. Even as a former king of a world, facing such a terrifying power, his heart eventually rose in fear. His instinct told him that he was not a match for the Shura Ghost King. Kill them all for this king. The order for slaughter was given. In an instant, a chaotic battle broke out. The reincarnators of the End Tower were in a panic, not daring to hold back, each showcasing their skills. Ji Yunzhou summoned another alien giant beast, using his hands to cast the Frost Domain. Chu Yutong fell back quickly, hurriedly sending a message to Li Qingsong, while a brilliant golden light burst forth from his body. The Lao Jun Ghost King was forced to confront the Azura Ghost King again, his pupils filled with horror, and his face extremely pale. At this moment, an incongruous voice came from the sky. Everyone, do you need help? Ning Caiwei stood in midair, looking down at the chaotic battle below. His voice reached everyone's ears, instantly attracting a lot of attention. That nominal guy? Chu Yutong frowned. This mere yellow insignia member had to trade for first-level military merit just to qualify for the Yin Tower. Was he looking for death by appearing now? Please find Senior Su or other heavenly seniors. I beg you. Ji Yunjia shouted while fighting. He certainly recognized Ning Caiwei, who was just a nominal figure with them. In this situation, there was no hope of escape unless the four heavenly seniors intervened. The strength displayed by the Azura Ghost King was ranked among the top in the Yin Tower. Even the Lao Jun Ghost King and the newly minted heavenly Chu Yutong were definitely not his opponents. Hurry and leave, don't be brave. Other reincarnators shouted in anxiety. They were entangled by the Ghost General, finding it extremely difficult to escape. It's him again. The Lao Jun Ghost King was beaten back repeatedly, glancing at Ning Caiwei from the corner of his eye, and once more felt a surge of excitement and trembling in his heart. Every time he saw this person, he had an uncontrollable sense of fear. Suddenly, he felt the killing assault of the Azura Ghost King vanish. In his line of sight, the Azura Ghost King was staring intently at the figure in the sky. Ancient memories resurfaced in his mind as the image of Ning Caiwei standing in midair gradually overlapped with the man from 6,000 years ago, who had faced the great calamity of the divine mystery. It's you, you're still alive? The Azura Ghost King found it hard to believe, although he had not experienced that calamity, so many years had passed. How could he not have heard of this terrible figure, known as the white-clad god of slaughter among the entire divine mystery tribe? A plague god blocking the blood pool abyss for 200 years, nearly draining the source of the blood pool abyss to exhaustion. When he was reborn, Ning Caiwei had already passed. But other ghost kings of the Azura tribe, including most of their kin, were not so fortunate. From them, he learned what had happened in the entire domain world. The battle on the scene quickly calmed down, as all the powerful members of the Azura tribe looked at Ning Caiwei with fear in their eyes. Ning Caiwei witnessed this scene, unable to remember if he had ever killed this ghost king. There had been too many: the Molo, the Azura, the Upper Sacrifice, the Ghost Bone, the Divine Sacrifice. In 200 years, far too many different tribes and a vast number of ghost kings were revived. He was not surprised to be recognized. His purpose in coming to Long City was to pay respects to the Long Brow. The central city of the Great Xia Divine Kingdom was the domain of the Heavenly Sword Mountain within 1,000 miles. Unexpectedly, he encountered this fierce battle along the way. According to the Tower Master's evaluation, a Ghost King should be able to receive an above-average rating, which is why he spoke up to ask and did not directly attack. No need for the four old seniors. My strength alone is sufficient. Ning Caiwei spoke calmly. Given the current situation, they indeed needed help, but they would definitely not receive that above-average rating. What a bold claim! The Azura Ghost King snorted coldly. The whole world of divine mystery fears you, the white-clad god of slaughter, but this king does not fear. The terrifying glimmer in the eyes of many Azura clan powerhouses faded away by more than half, gradually spreading a layer of arrogant confidence. Even the king said so. What is there to be afraid of? The white-clothed killing god. Chu Yutong gasped hard, having gotten a moment's rest, but upon hearing this, his pupils instantly contracted, filled with disbelief. He looked again at Ning Caiwei, and his mind erupted with a thunderous sound. All the way here, he had searched many bizarre memories, and the greatest fear deep within these strange memories was always the ancient powerhouse known as the white-clothed killing god. However, right now, according to the information spat out from the Azura Ghost King's mouth, the white-clothed killing god was right beside him? Impossible. How could this be? How could they be the same person? His pupils shook, and in his vision, Ning Caiwei, who stood tall in midair, the fixed impression of a yellow outfit member, and the labels of entering the Tower of Finality through underhanded means, shivered inexplicably, vaguely shattering. The Laosh Mountain Ghost King also suddenly shivered. He finally understood why Ning Caiwei always emitted a terrifying aura that made him feel scalp numb. Looking at Ji Yunjiao and many reincarnators, they felt puzzled. Well, I admire your spirit. Ning Caiwei looked down at the Azura Ghost King, his eyes revealing approval. This spirit and unyielding attitude were full of vigor. He felt a flicker of compassion. From the perspective of strength, this Azura Ghost King's power far exceeded other Ghost Kings, probably even stronger than the previous Upper Sacrificial Ghost King, the Maluo Ghost King, and so on. Even the Laosh Mountain Ghost King could only be completely defeated in front of him. If he was handled well, he might even become a good subordinate. Not to mention, Ning Caiwei truly found him pleasing to the eye. Leave these people to me, you all go kill him. The Azura Ghost King shouted, his order transmitted again, and all the Azura clan powerhouses charged towards Ning Caiwei. Chu Yutong, Ji Yunjiao, and others couldn't help but feel the tension in their minds tighten once more. Just as they prepared to resist the Azura Ghost King's killing momentum, unexpectedly, after delivering the order, the Azura Ghost King turned into wisps of black smoke and frantically fled. Everyone looked at each other, their expressions slightly dazed. It's over, why is this plague god still alive? The Azura Ghost King trembled all over, completely shedding his earlier arrogance, nearly scared out of his wits. He unleashed his fastest speed in his life, wanting to escape back to the domain cave immediately. On the other side, Li Qingsong's expression was grim as he stepped through the air, rushing over, followed by a large group of members from the Tower of Finality, all of them of tier Earth and above. I want to see who dares to snatch my disciple's resources. Li Qingsong's eyes were filled with coldness, his towering strength spreading in all directions. Under the night sky, the Dark Dragon City was surging with hidden currents. The Dark Dragon City was different from other central cities. This was the Tianjian Mountain from 6,000 years ago, housing the entire Undying clan. At this moment, with Ning Qingshuan's arrival, they were in the depths of the majestic Tianjian Mountain, within the forbidden area. The Undying Queen, who was in closed-door cultivation, slightly trembled her eyes. The soul oath within her body showed signs of being reactivated. The aura of my master, is he still alive? Looking out at the four corners of Tianjian Mountain, many powerful members of the Undying clan opened their eyes simultaneously. After 6,000 years, this place had long become the holy mountain of the Day-Summer Divine Nation, with Day-Summer citizens coming here daily to pay homage to their ancestors. This movement quickly attracted the attention of the citizens. Is the Undying Queen about to leave her closed-door cultivation? The crowd was excited, with eyes turning towards the depths of the forbidden area, bowing one after another. In their sight, countless Undying clan powerhouses surged out rapidly from the depths of the forbidden area. This grand display was immediately noticed by the central authority of Dark Dragon City. What happened? Is there another invasion led by the Shadow Master? Many powerful Abyss controllers appeared frightened. The Undying Queen, as the divine protector of the Day-Summer Divine Nation, possessed a deterrent power that was not less than the 3 great soul artifacts. She also had 2 great Undying Ghost Kings under her command. He is a top-level Ghost King, and even if the legendary Mara Ghost King invades again, it cannot be feared. Only when the Shadow Master level appears will the Undying Queen show up. But they did not notice any signs of a Shadow Master invasion. Why is there such a momentum? In this situation, almost all the powerful members of the Undying clan have been mobilized. Even the Undying Queen has directly emerged from her seclusion. On the other side, at the alleyway. Why did it run away? Ning Qingshuan looked at the Shura Ghost King, who turned into a wisp of black smoke and disappeared in an instant, feeling speechless. He had finally found a strong Ghost King, tough and fearless, and was ready to take him as a subordinate. But it ran away? He lowered his head to look at the many Shura clan members, entangled in golden chains and shivering, and silently sighed. Then, he sensed something and couldn't help but raise his eyes to look into the distance. In the alleyway, Zhu Yutong stood frozen, while the Laozhan Ghost King was filled with terror, paralyzed with fear. At the moment Ning Qingshuan made his move, the aura of intimidation that had slaughtered countless strange beings had already spread fully. Ji Yunju and many members of the Tower of the End were buzzing in their heads. The information was too overwhelming, they could not react at all to what was happening. The Shura Ghost King, capable of crushing the Laozhan Ghost King, had just displayed overwhelming power and suddenly escaped? What does the so-called white-clothed god of death mean? Senior Li is here. A surprised voice rang out, and a long rainbow streaked across the sky, revealing Li Qingsong's figure. Behind him followed 4 heavenly ranked beings and dozens of earth-ranked ones, creating a great intimidation that quickly paled Ji Yunju and others' faces. Disciple, tell me, who is competing with you for resources? Li Qingsong's authoritative voice resonated, and an immense powerful force opened and closed, directly enveloping a 100-mile radius, forming a barrier domain. Ji Yunju bowed his head, speechless, his fists slightly trembling. The Huang-ranked members by his side were the same, their eyes filled with panic. Who is Li Qingsong? The pillar of the Tower of the End, the person most likely to become the leader of the Guardian Star. They cannot offend him, but it seems there is no way to evade now. It's nothing, I misunderstood. Zhu Yutong's dry laugh echoed, and his face looked even worse than Ji Yunju and others. This change in attitude surprised Ji Yunju greatly. Li Qingsong frowned, keenly sensing something wrong with Zhu Yutong's abnormal words, as if he was afraid of something. He slowly scanned everyone present, finally resting his gaze on Ning Qingshuan, whose golden chains bound the group of strange beings. The result was obvious. He coldly snorted in his heart, seeing at a glance that Ning Qingshuan was definitely not an ordinary person. The invisible power fluctuations around him were not something a Huang-ranked person should possess. It must be that named person. Zhu Yutong was so afraid of him. Could there be powerful figures supporting him behind the scenes? Return the resources you have to my disciple, immediately, right now. Li Qingsong coldly stared at Ning Qingshuan, his tone undisputed, leaving no room for negotiation. It was an outright command. The 4 seasoned heavenly ranked members and dozens of earth ranked ones stepped forward, their gazes icy. This terrifying pressure caused the space to ripple, pressing down on Ning Qingshuan. Zhu Yutong felt as if the sky was collapsing, his heart seemed to stop beating. Ning Qingshuan remained silent for a while, seemingly not expecting this situation. Is this what the so-called top heavenly ranked person always behaves like? Doesn't he even ask what exactly happened? Then, Ning Qingshuan smiled. Well, why should he explain? You can ask these strange beings, I have no objections. Ning Qingxuan's tone was rather flat, and the Shura demon clan members shook their heads frantically after hearing it. They seemed well aware that offending anyone was fine, but offending this killing god was not. The coldness in Li Qingsong's eyes intensified, gradually revealing a hint of murderous intent. Looking around the entire Tower of End, no one had ever dared to disrespect him. If Ning Qingxian took away these bizarre beings today, how would those who followed him, both the top tier and the lower tier, view him later? I will count to 3. Li Qingsong slowly raised his hand, a terrifying and towering aura began to emanate, and a space vortex that could cover the sky appeared above his head. It was massive, dark, and eerie. Everyone present gasped in shock at this sight. Was the top tier about to strike at the lower tier? Within the Tower of End, there was a strict rule that members could not kill each other during the Tower Master's reincarnation, causing member deaths. After all, every member was a treasure of the future of the Kanglan system, but this did not mean they could not strike. As long as the other party didn't die, it was fine. If it was a family member who struck, then there would be absolutely no issue. And when Li Qingsong opened the reincarnation space seal, what would be unleashed was his renowned family member, an evil king from the demon world, at an Ultra S level high rank. In this situation, Li Qingsong was truly furious. 1. The sound of heaven rolled, and the space vortex revealed an endless evil aura. This commotion was immense, causing panic among all the citizens within 100 miles. Many demon handlers on missions looked up, their expressions changing dramatically. Ning Qingxuan's gaze remained plain, not stirring the slightest wave in his heart. No, master. He is the inheritor of the heavenly sword from 6,000 years ago, the strongest of all the 9 divine nations back then. Chu Yutan let out a terrified roar, only he knew what kind of person Ning Qingxian was and how terrifying his strength was. His words were drowned out by Li Qingsong, who coldly counted down, his voice rolling through heaven and earth. 2. Boom. A gigantic evil hand shot out from the space vortex, emanating a dark, eerie, annihilating wave. Following closely was a grotesque head that spewed putrid black rain, with bone wings spreading out, fierce eyes seemingly ready to devour all living beings. The king of Laoshan stared blankly, as if he had never expected such a terrifying monster to exist in the heavens. Was this the true power of the top tier? 3. Roar. The evil king descended, and the thunder rolled through the heavens, like the end of the world. It unleashed fearsome malevolence freely, its roar shaking the earth, yet at this moment, the entire 100-mile seal space inexplicably collapsed. A jade hand gently rested on its head, and with a loud bang, unimaginable power erupted, instantly overturning the clouds and pushing. Yes, this is a meteor-level difficulty reincarnation world. That woman must be a top-tier boss. A thought quickly flashed through everyone's minds, and their hearts raced uncontrollably. Looking at Ji Yunzhao and others, they had already fallen into blankness, losing their ability to think. In their eyes reflected Ning Qingxuan's indifferent face and the densely packed undead powerful beings beside him. The strong visual impact deeply shocked their hearts. Can you command the Yin Master? Li Qingsong slowly turned his head to look at Ning Qingxian, his voice carrying a hint of hoarseness. From the undead queen, an unimaginable eerie pressure surpassed the Ghost King level. According to his understanding of the levels in this world, it belonged to the Yin Master. A bizarre figure at the big Yin Master level, and the entire eerie race was actually crowding around this person? As you can see. Ning Qingxian did not hide it. His words, accompanied by thunderous rumbling, fell into everyone's ears. The intimidation brought by this scene instantly silenced Li Qingsong. He glanced at his newly accepted disciple, Chu Yutong, who was now pale. Vaguely, he seemed to have heard him shout something, but he didn't catch it clearly. Who exactly are you? At this moment, the shock in Li Qingsong's heart was beyond words. The Ning Qingxian before him was not just an ordinary person, he had completely exceeded his imagination. The yellow mark identity he obtained through first-level military merit did not match Ning Qingxuan's strength, temperament, and so on. It seemed that Ning Qingxian had actually missed the events in the endless battlefield and could only enter the Tower of the End through a nominal way. What was even more unbelievable was that Ning Qingxian must have some astonishing connection with this reincarnation world. Ha, just a misunderstanding, why must we make it so stiff? Just disperse, everyone disperse. Beside Li Qingsong, a seasoned Tianzi-level figure resembling a military advisor suddenly let out a dry laugh. He pulled at Li Qingsong, ready to turn and leave, but saw the undead queen descending from the sky, expressionless. Everyone's bodies stiffened, their eyes revealing fear. This matter arose because of me, it's all my fault. Chu Yutong quickly spoke up from below. If it hadn't been for the conflict with Ji Yunzhao and others, there would have been no such misunderstanding. Ning Sr. should be a reincarnator, right? 6,000 years ago in the Great Xia Divine Kingdom, the one who obtained the heavenly furnace, it must be you. It was my oversight, I didn't see it earlier. Chu Yutong bowed deeply. He had long found part of the information in the official background materials of the Great Xia Divine Kingdom. Since the white-clothed killing god's name was revealed, he already knew Ning Qingshuan's identity, and now with the arrival of the undead queen, everything was confirmed. What did you say? Li Qingsong's previously silent expression suddenly froze. Speaking astonishingly, the many Tianzi and Dizzy looked at each other in shock, their hearts instantly stirred up a great wave. Throughout their journey, how could they not have heard this name? Ning Qingshan glanced at Chu Yutong and did not respond. Then he waved his sleeve, no longer staying here, and stepped into the sky towards the Sword Mountain, leaving the remaining matters to the undead queen. So that's how it is, the great Xia ancestor, this person can achieve such shocking feats, I'm in big trouble. The shock rising within Li Qingsong grew even deeper. He murmured to himself, gazing deeply at Ning Qingshuan's back. In his mind, he gradually recalled that imposing figure, the strongest being of the 9 domains, echoing in his ears incessantly. On the other side, news quickly spread like a storm. Outside Long City, in the boundless plains, Su Bangxia was leading her family and team, constantly heading towards Long City. Someone brought news that Li Qingsong was fighting with a Yellow Mark member in Long City, and it even alarmed the Yin Master-level bizarre beings. Senior Su, there's new information, that Yellow Mark member is named Ning Qingshan. He is a nominal figure, but his strength seems extremely powerful. Moreover, he was once a reincarnator, establishing great achievements in multiple worlds. Hearing this, Su Bansha was astonished and turned around. She was not unfamiliar with reincarnators, her ancestors had one, who had passed away many years ago. No wonder he bears the yellow insignia yet can battle with Li Qingsong, she thought to herself, secretly shocked. Then, a gasp came from behind, filled with disbelief. Senior Su, there's big news. Everyone turned to him upon hearing this. This Ning Qingshan was a reincarnator 6,000 years ago in the 9 divine kingdoms, the one who single-handedly fought against 3 supreme talents and ultimately claimed the heavenly furnace, was actually him. He was also known as the white-clothed god of death. It said he suppressed the domain abyss world for a full 200 years all by himself. And there's the Undying Queen of the Shadow Lord level, the entire Undying clan strong are his followers, and he just killed Li Qingsong's follower, the Evil King. Su Bancha's figure suddenly froze, as many members of the Tower of En looked on in shock, gasping. White-clothed god of death, the strongest of the great Xia? Su Bansha breathed rapidly, she had not taken much time traveling here from the divine kingdom of the Arid Court. While on the road, she continuously investigated various materials, she had gained a clear understanding of the historical background of the 9 divine kingdoms. Chang Wuwen, a person written in the history books, was an ancestor of the Great Xia Divine Kingdom, born during the golden age of the 9 domains, an era where talents were plentiful. After 10 years of closed-door cultivation, he emerged to resolve the strange incidents of the Great Xia Divine Kingdom, carrying the hopes of everyone, facing off against 3 supreme talents, successfully claiming the heavenly furnace, and becoming renowned inside and outside the 9 domains. He then disappeared in the domain abyss world for 200 years, with few knowing what had happened. However, in some unofficial histories, it was rumored that he single-handedly blocked the point of strange occurrences, which made it so that it was rare to see strange events across the 9 domains. Such a legendary figure, the supreme being deemed unexceedable in the 9 domains. Su Bansha could only admire and respect him, marveling that even the natives of other worlds could share such remarkable talents. Never did she expect that he would be a reincarnator from the Cycle Hall. Ning Qingshan. Su Bansha deeply remembered this name and quickened her pace towards Dragon City, eager to see him in person. Chapter 79, Tower Masters will connect, merging historical achievements. Heavenly Sword Mountain, Heavenly Sword Pool. Ning Qingshan returned here once again, feeling an overwhelming surge of nostalgia. The past scenery was gone, and the changes were immense. This place had been maintained to some extent by the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia Divine Kingdom. Therefore, some stone tablets still faintly revealed the outlines of their inscriptions. The tomb of the long-browed elder was buried just behind. My lord, the Azura Demon King has been brought back. According to the intelligence he obtained, the purpose of infiltrating Dragon City this time was to gather information about me. The Undying Queen stepped forward from behind, speaking softly. The 5 Shadow Lords of the Domain Abyss world have vaguely reached some kind of consensus, but the Azura Demon King does not know the specifics. Ning Qingshan nodded slightly after hearing this. He had the opportunity to return this time and was prepared to thoroughly resolve the issues of the strange disasters in the 9 domains. I know you have many questions, but now is not the time for explanations, I will explain in detail to you later. The Undying Queen remained silent, remembering the doubts she had when she first made the soul oath back in the day. Can a human truly live for 10,000 years? Now, Ning Qingshan had returned. Along with him appeared many unknown mysterious experts. The Undying Queen did not ask anything, all she needed to confirm was that Ning Qingshan was real, and that was enough. With a respectful bow, she retreated. Before Ning Qingshan, the words of the Tower Masters will soon appear again. You have once again performed an act that overturns history. With your powerful strength, you have conquered an eternal and unyielding strange race, and even their king has submitted to you. Astonishing, you have received 2 flawless evaluations. Ning Qingshuan's heart stirred slightly. 2 flawless evaluations? According to the Tower of Ending, the current evaluation level, flawless, has already become the highest level, and the rewards are the most generous. Besides this, he had not heard of any levels that surpassed the flawless evaluation. Tower Master, I want to exchange for a flawless evaluation. Opening the Tower of Ending shop for you, flawless level. Ning Qingxian quickly glanced through. Unlike the shop in the Cycle Palace, the Tower of Ending shop contained many rare items, and the flawless level was a treasure beyond compare. Generally speaking, members of the Tower of Ending who obtain a flawless evaluation would not easily choose to exchange it, as it is also an important condition for advancing their identity and levels. But Ning Qingxian did not care. He had already received an excellent evaluation, and not wasting that goodwill from the Long Gene Star Lord was enough. What mattered most now was to fully recover his peak combat power. After a brief scan, he discovered something called Little Star Essence Liquid. It was obvious that this was a smaller version of the Star Essence Liquid. Although the effect was not as good as the real Star Essence Liquid, as long as the quantity was sufficient, it could make up for it. Moreover, he was still a little less than half away from restoring his peak state. Without hesitation, he directly exchanged for 2 bottles. The rule power of the Tower of Ending slowly emerged in the palm, and 2 bottles of Little Star Essence Liquid immediately appeared. Ning Qingxian swallowed them down one after the other, and an immense and boundless source of power rapidly spread within his body. Detecting member Ning Qingxian, suspected to have reincarnated in the 9-domain cycle world, connecting to the will of the Tower Master's main body, integrating historical achievements. Suddenly, a mechanical electronic synthesized voice rang out. Time passed, in the domain cave world. 2 days after the Dragon City incident. At the direction of the Blood Pool Abyss from years ago, a grand and ancient palace was once again built. Stretching for miles, it emitted a towering, solemn, and somewhat eerie aura. Inside one of the palaces, 5 shadow lords were seated around a table. Ghost fire flickered, ominous light reflected, the atmosphere was extremely gloomy. After a long time, the upper shadow lord slowly opened his mouth. Recently, many powerful guider of monsters have appeared in the 9 divine nations, their identities unknown, and cannot be traced. They are not official people, yet they have sealed our kin everywhere and destroyed many of our strongholds. External news has been cut off for a whole day. Are you all still planning to proceed as originally planned? For some reason, the upper shadow lord had been feeling an inexplicable unease in recent days. His right eyelid kept twitching, faintly hinting at approaching disaster. At first, he didn't take it seriously, until he suddenly lost several of his ghost generals without a trace. After investigation, he discovered that many mysterious powerful beings had appeared in the 9 divine nations. Of course we should act according to the plan. The progenitor will go into reincarnation again in some time, waiting for him to return. It will probably be after 10,000 years. The Moluo Shadow Lord spoke indifferently, looking at the upper Shadow Lord with an unkind gaze. But due to the current situation and the pressure from the progenitor, he could only set aside past grievances. You just need to reseal that undead race. Indeed, it is a great trouble to have a group that cannot be controlled by the progenitor. Opposite him, the Yugu Shadow Lord responded in a deep voice. The upper Shadow Lord coldly laughed. Do you think it is that easy? If I had not been present that day, you would have been utterly defeated by the undead queen. The Yugu Shadow Lord's expression did not show any displeasure. 20 years ago, when he led his forces to attack the Dixia Divine Nation, he encountered the undead queen and indeed needed the upper Shadow Lord's help to retreat safely. This time is different. With the 5 of us working together, are we still afraid of her? The Moluo Shadow Lord said casually. No matter how strong the undead queen was, she would eventually reach her limit and could not escape the fate of being resealed. For him, the most important thing was the territorial division concerning the 9 divine nations. Taking advantage of the fact that the ancestor is still here, solving the long-standing chaos and bloodshed in the domain cave world is simply the best. As the master of the undead clan, actually signing a soul oath with that Chang Wuhan is simply a shame for our domain cave, and some clan leaders were even killed by Chang Wuhan. If I had been alive back then, how could such a thing have happened? The Shadow Lord of the Divine Ritual, who had not spoken all along, suddenly mentioned that person's name. In an instant, the expression of the Supreme Shadow Lord turned ugly, his heart suddenly twitching as if an old wound was torn open and salt was poured in. Why bring up the past? That person has long been dead. The Supreme Shadow Lord spoke with great displeasure, staring at the Divine Ritual Shadow Lord. This old man really should die. What are you arguing about? Suddenly, an overwhelming will descended. Above their heads, an ancient sinister gaze slowly formed. Ancestor! The 5 great Shadow Lords immediately stood up. Faced with the ancestor who granted them endless life and opportunities to resurrect, no matter how great the conflict, they dared not erupt. Gather all clans, prepare to seal the undying queen. The ancestor's voice echoed, filled with a trace of weariness. His time was limited, the problems that needed solving had to be resolved immediately. I understand. The 5 great Shadow Lords looked respectful, bowing in unison, their spirits surging. An era completely belonging to the strange clan was about to arrive. Chapter 80 The Supreme Shadow Lord, My Calamity is back? Now inserting an important message, not long ago, a shocking attack occurred in the Dragon City of the Great Summer Divine Kingdom, and the Undying Queen arrived just in time to avert the crisis. Additionally, according to informed sources, Chang Laozu from the Great Summer Divine Kingdom, who vanished 6,000 years ago, has reappeared. The source of the news is unknown, and the authorities have stated they are currently investigating. We urge the public to carefully verify information and not to be deceived. In the central square of Dragon City, the most bustling street area, a giant screen displayed the news, and the crowd surged, all looking up in shock and bewilderment. Is it true? Our ancestor has risen from the dead? Since the authorities are out to debunk rumors, it's probably true, and they must have some real information. It's been 6,000 years. Could it be that Chang Laozu has been lying in his tomb, mastering some form of immortality? The voices rose and fell in the streets, mixed with many members of the End of Days Tower from different directions. They all focused intently on the television news, as what happened a few days ago had already spread internally. Beside Subangxia stood Tiao No. 3, a man with fiery red hair, who sighed and said, I heard that Li Qingsong's evil king followers have all been slaughtered? I wonder what the scene was like that day. Many members of the End of Days Tower witnessed the scene, with some scattered around Dragon City. Unfortunately, he was in the 7th Divine Kingdom at the time and did not get to see it. Subangxia remained silent for a moment before replying, I arrived late as well, and by the time I got there, all that was left was the remains of the evil king. The battle had already ended. She did not tell the red-haired man that she had received accurate intelligence. Someone had encountered Li Qingsong and found that the sharp edge he had carried for years had been worn down. Many of the Tian and D members who followed Li Qingsong had become dispirited and completely subdued, their arrogance vanished. This first of the End of Days Tower had run into a hard wall. In past years, he and the other two veteran Tian members always had to step back when facing Li Qingsong. Unexpectedly, this invincible figure also encountered tremendous setbacks in this Starfall-level difficulty world, paying a heavy price. Perhaps after this, he would no longer be able to continue holding the title of the first of the Tian members. However, it has to be said, Li Qingsong is indeed unworthy of his position. He is still a bit far from being the top number 1 in other star systems. Let's not talk about him. You must have earned a flawless assessment these days, right? The red-haired man suddenly changed the subject. Leading his team, he fought fiercely in the 7th Divine Kingdom, reaping abundant rewards, having already slain 2 Ghost Kings, and destroyed many strange strongholds, earning a flawless assessment from the Tower Master. You have it, so I will have it too. Subansha refused to back down, speaking calmly. Then I wish you good luck. The red-haired man smiled slightly, about to turn away. But at that moment, his footsteps suddenly stopped, and he frowned, looking up at the sky above Dragon City. Booming. Suddenly, an ancient, mighty evil force opened and closed, instantly descending from an incredibly distant place. The sky was torn open by a huge dark rift, slowly condensing 5 dark beams of light. This sudden change drew the attention of everyone in Dragon City. A large number of members from the Tower of the End raised their heads in unison. Kill! A world-shaking roar, filled with greed, instantly echoed from the 5 dark beams, followed by a vast and strange army, surging out like locusts. This was clearly some kind of ancient teleportation formation. Dragon City quickly fell into chaos, with the weather changing, and the sun and moon losing their light, plunging into darkness. Not just Dragon City, but across the entire Great Xia Divine Kingdom, major cities suddenly saw the appearance of teleportation formations. The many members of the Tower of the End, who had been sealing the strange beings for consecutive days without any break, were all shaken by this event. The strange army from the Domain Cave world has come. Subansha's pupils constricted, feeling an astonishing sense of pressure. In an instant, countless strange beings poured out in a dark flood from the 5 beams of light, rushing in all directions of Dragon City. Screams erupted, and the crowds on the streets fled in panic. Without any hesitation, Subansha ordered everyone in the team, report to me if you encounter a Ghost King, everyone else should kill. She took a step forward, rushing towards the sky. All around Dragon City, the figures of the Tower of the End members were moving. A grand confrontation unfolded in an instant. Alright, now it's time for me to earn some assessment points. The red-haired man laughed heartily, feeling incredibly exhilarated. He strode forward, sweeping his sleeve, and an astonishing power erupted, instantly slaying a large number of fierce ghosts. Be careful, there may be a Yinfang master coming. Subansha quickly reminded. The red-haired man charged into the sky, directly facing multiple Ghost Kings, his eyes filled with greed as he summoned an ancient bell artifact from the Reincarnation space. Suddenly, as he struck the bell, countless strange beings let out a piercing screech and turned to ash. Multiple Ghost Kings also suffered heavy attacks, and the red-haired man spared no effort, unleashing terrifying power as he laughed, his bell artifact suddenly expanding, directly enveloping several Ghost Kings. This fierce combat power showcased his position as the number 3 of the Tower of the End. But then, his expression suddenly changed, and he retreated violently. In the exact spot he used to occupy, a pale ghost hand appeared, which struck down and created a vortex in space, turning a 100-meter radius into nothingness. What kind of strange being? The red-haired man's heart raced. Your reaction is quite fast. The shadow of the Infang Master emerged from the void, an unimaginable ghost realm spreading out. 10 miles, 100 miles, 1,000 miles, until it enveloped the entire Dragon City. Infang Master. The red-haired man's spirit sank suddenly, and Su Bansha felt a chill cover her entire body. The appearance of an Infang Master was not a simple strange invasion, it had already turned into an extremely terrifying catastrophe. Then, a scene that made both of them shiver appeared. From the 5 dark beams, another 4 Infang-level auras erupted, along with 4 types of terrifying ghost realm powers opening and closing, enclosing Dragon City layer by layer. No one can enter, and even a fly cannot escape. Is it you, this scum, who recklessly butchers my kin? The cold sound of the underworld Bone Master echoed, triggering the roaring of dark thunder. Before the red-haired man could react, a vast sea of blood-red skeletons gathered, forming a face that blocked out the sky, rushing towards him to devour him. Seal! He leaped back violently, throwing out an ancient bell-sacred object in his hand, which instantly expanded to a 10,000-meter radius, but was shattered into countless pieces upon impact with the skull face. The red-haired man was hit by the backlash, letting out a muffled groan, his face turning bright red. After just one move, he realized he was not a match for the Master of Shadows. Subanxia's face looked grim as she rushed over, but even if the two worked together, they could only barely contend with one Master of Shadows. Don't get attached to the fight, quickly find the Immortal Queen. The deep voice of the Divine Right Master of Shadows echoed as the 5 Masters of Shadows prepared to rush to the Sword Mountain, but saw a surge of deathly energy erupting from above. The Immortal Queen has arrived. Ah, you really have some guts. The 5 Masters of Shadows looked pleased, as the Immortal Queen clearly understood their target was her, yet she dared to show herself. If a guest arrives, of course I must go out to welcome them. The Immortal Queen spoke calmly, an immeasurable and strange power pouring out, as she also unleashed her own ghost domain to confront the 5 Masters of Shadows. Take her down. The Divine Right Master of Shadows commanded. Ancient spells gathered, and the 5 spell seals rushed towards the Immortal Queen. The sky fell into chaos at once, as Subanxia and the red-haired man couldn't even intervene, being continually pushed back by the shockwaves of the 6 terrifying ghost domains clashing. So this is the Immortal Queen who killed Li Qingsong's kin, she can actually contend with 5 Masters of Shadows at the same time? The red-haired man's pupils shook, unable to believe it. An abnormal attribute like immortality is one thing, but to be this strong as well? At this moment, looking across Dragon City, the members of the Tower of the End fought fiercely, rapidly gaining a lot of scores. Figures like Chu Yutong and the Ghost King of Laoshan, and Ji Yunzhou with the alien giant beast could be seen everywhere. The terrifying battle erupting in the sky caught their attention as well. Ancestral Master. The Supreme Master of Shadows roared. The 5 worked together, which was already the limit to withstand the power of the Immortal Queen. Just as the voice fell, a tear in space at the horizon finally released an ancient, long-lasting aura of time. A figure stepped out, and the deep wave of power twisted and deformed the 6 ghost domains. Even the Immortal Queen showed an unprecedented solemn expression. At this moment, it seemed as if the entire Dragon City had fallen. As the strange ancestral master arrived, the world was shrouded in the underworld, and the sky burned with boundless ghostly flames. Countless eerie armies surged in a frenzy, roaring loudly. The citizens of Dragon City were terrified, and many members of the Tower of the End felt the looming shadow of death approaching. Subanxia and the red-haired man's faces grew even paler. Clearly, this was an old fellow who grasped some ancient spell power. Seal. The ancestral master emitted an ancient voice, gently pointing a finger at the Immortal Queen. The spell seal coalesced, and the heavens and earth began to compress. A massive dark ghost tower appeared above the Immortal Queen's head. The sealing power of the ghost tower far exceeded that of the Supreme Master of Shadows, who had set a trap years ago. You're finished. The Supreme Master of Shadows laughed maniacally. In the next moment, the laughter came to an abrupt halt. A golden light burst forth from the direction of the Sword Mountain, annihilating all ghost domains in its path, cutting through the darkness and strange forces. When it struck the ghost tower, it shattered it to pieces. The Immortal Queen breathed a sigh of relief, feeling burden lifted. The sudden change caused the ancestral master's movements to stagnate. The 5 Masters of Shadows abruptly looked towards the Sword Mountain, as a lazy voice echoed across the skies, resonating in their ears like a thunderclap. Finally, I have waited for you. Ning Qingshan walked from the Sky Sword Mountain. Behind him, 10,000 rays of light tore through the darkness, completely shattering the ghost realm of the 5 Great Een Lords. He looked at the ancestor and the 5 Great Een Lords, a faint smile on his lips. This scene fell into the eyes of the Upper Een Lord, reflecting Ning Qingshuan's figure. instantly engulfing him in boundless fear. White. White-clad killing god? It's him. How is he not dead? Looking in all directions of Dragon City, countless strange beings appeared. Seeing that figure at the top of the sky, fear deep within their hearts erupted wildly. The shadow of death from 6,000 years ago, trapped in the blood pool abyss for 200 years, killing repeatedly, the hellish scene once again resurfaced in their minds, instantly triggering a wave of screams. The Upper Lord looked at Ning Caiwei in terror. He could never have imagined. So many years had passed, and he would see his own calamity again. This person is? Ning Caiwei? Su Bangxia stared blankly, as Ning Caiwei released boundless divine power. Unimaginable, unfathomable, how terrifying was he? His appearance, in an instant, caused the ghost realm to collapse. Everywhere in Dragon City, countless strange beings trembled. The fear engraved deep in their souls was triggered on the spot. Many members of the End Tower exchanged incredulous glances. Just how terrifying was Ning Caiwei? What indelible psychological trauma had he inflicted on these strange beings? Seeing him again after 6,000 years, they were still frightened to this extent? Ancestor, quickly escape. The Upper Lord turned around, shouting in panic. If the ancestor fell, the realm cave world would lose all power to revive. This catastrophe belonging to the entire Divine Strange clan was more unbearable than it had been back then. The other four lords also suddenly awoke from their shock, disregarding everything as they all charged towards Ning Caiwei. The Upper Lord gritted his teeth and shouted as well. Since Ning Caiwei had waited for the ancestor, how could he easily let him escape? If it could not be resolved today, there would never be another opportunity. He raised his hand, and a 10,000 Zhang primordial spirit erupted. A gigantic, boundless golden hand fell onto the 5 great lords. Divine power burst forth, and the 5 great lords let out piercing screams, their ghostly energy collapsing. Having restored his peak strength, Ning Caiwei effortlessly suppressed the lords. Under the fearful gazes of all the strange beings, the 5 great lords were engulfed by the golden giant palm, their breath entirely extinguished. The red-haired man watched this scene, his scalp tingling, a thick sense of horror rising within him. He knew everything Ning Caiwei had done back then, and was fully aware of how he had suppressed the strange beings of the 9 realms for an entire era. But he never expected that Ning Caiwei had grown this strong. It seemed he had firmly established himself at the level of a meteor. The ancestor witnessed this scene, his eyes filled with horror. Without any hesitation, in panic, he turned to directly step back into the crack of the dark space, returning to the realm cave world. Where do you think you're going? Heavenly sound echoed, deafening and striking. Ning Caiwei took a step, crossing the distance, and stood in front of the ancestor. Ancient curse. The ancestor turned around and struck with his palm. An aura of death wrapped around his palm, a killing move that was completely opposite to the power of rebirth. Boom! The curse seal exploded, yet it could not even shatter Ning Caiwei's golden chi. A deep fear flowed from the ancestor's eyes as he let out a mournful low roar. Why, oh heaven, is it so unfair to give birth to a foe like you? Ning Caiwei's right palm opened and closed, spreading countless golden incantations, and without hesitation, it landed on his forehead. Power erupted, causing the ancestor's whole body to tremble, collapsing repeatedly. Streams of rule power from the 9 realms poured out of him in madness, drifting in all directions. The ancestor was born within the rules of heaven and earth, and the emergence of the 3 great soul tools was to repair the damaged rules, to be reborn again. Ning Caiwei realized this long ago. However, the 3 great soul tools obviously could not accomplish this completely, because most of the lost and mutated rules had been absorbed by the ancestor. At this moment, with the ancestor's death, the power of the rules that had mutated in the 9 domains back in the day had returned to normal. Ning Caiwei watched them drift away and could clearly sense that the domain cave world was undergoing tremendous changes. From this day forth, the strange beings had lost their ability to resurrect infinitely. He killed the ancestor? Su Bansha muttered to herself, her mind momentarily unable to think. In her sight, Ning Caiwei's figure had become unimaginably tall. The red-haired man's gaze trembled, his mind was struck by a strong impact. He had never seen Ning Caiwei suppressing for a lifetime 6,000 years ago, but today it was very clear to him. Soon, all members of the Tower of End, regardless of where they were, saw the text description of the Tower Masters will appear before them. Among you, someone has solved the essential problem of the reincarnation world. This cycle is about to end, please prepare all members. Countdown, 3 days. Su Bansha stared at the text before her, gasping in shock. Solving the essential problem of the reincarnation world, how many flawless evaluations is that worth in the Tower Master's will? Don't be dazed, there are still many strange beings in Dragon City. Ning Caiwei's voice suddenly came, as he looked at Su Bansha and the red-haired man. These two were extremely strong, both belonging to the Super S level and above, clearly members of the top 4. Su Bansha shivered, her face showing gratitude. Thank you. She and the red-haired man quickly cleared the strange beings in Dragon City, while many other members of the Tower of End gradually wrapped up. The Undying Queen approached at this time, her heart well aware that the 9 domains was about to usher in a brand new era. An era without the threat of strange disasters, a glorious era where technological civilization and cultivation can progress side by side. And this era was personally initiated by Ning Caiwei. Some questions answers should be told to you now. Ning Caiwei did not turn around, looking toward various directions in Dragon City. The cheers from the descendants of the people from back then came towards him. Is the master not from this world? The Undying Queen asked softly, as if she had guessed something long ago. Ning Caiwei nodded. The place I am in is a larger and more magnificent universe world, also countless times more dangerous. Do you want to return with me? Ning Caiwei cared about the Undying Queen's attitude. After all, she had guarded the 6th domain for 6,000 years as per the oath. Just for this point, the Undying Queen deserved his respect, not just a simple bond of kinship. The Undying Queen smiled. Of course I am willing, there are still 4,000 years left on the oath. Moreover, with the ancestor dead, the threat of the strange beings is nearly gone. The Great Xia Divine Kingdom no longer needs me. As a strange being, it seems there is no meaning for me to stay. Okay, let's take the ghost butterfly. The Undying race has left, how can the ghost butterfly be abandoned? As Ning Caiwei finished speaking, the Undying Queen immediately went to prepare for the follow-up, arranging a bit of foundation for the Great Xia Divine Kingdom. Connecting to the Tower Master's will. Before his eyes, his own text description appeared. Yellow member Ning Caiwei, your historical achievements have been merged, and your evaluation has been completed. Would you like to check it now? Ning Caiwei was surprised. The connection of this Tower Masters will have taken several days, and it only just completed? Check. Ning Caiwei replied. Chapter 82, Famous in the Tower of End Evaluation. For 3 months, you have swept across all strange beings within the Great Xia Divine Kingdom, saving countless lives of the common people. You have benefited countless people, and you have received a flawless evaluation once. You participated in the battle for the 9 Divine Kingdoms tokens, shouldering the difficult mission of the Great Xia Divine Kingdom, and finally turned the tide, successfully obtaining the soul artifact Heavenly Furnace, breaking the historical situation of the Great Xia Divine Kingdom without a soul artifact. You reached the peak of strength, and you have received a final evaluation once. You stepped alone into the Domain Cave world, bringing a devastating calamity to the strange race, suppressing the Domain Cave for 200 years, allowing the 9 Divine Kingdoms to enjoy a peaceful and prosperous era together. Your virtues are immeasurable, and you have received a final evaluation once. You personally killed the 5 great shadow masters of the current age, shattered the ancestors' ambition to occupy the 9 Divine Kingdoms, and saved humanity from an unprecedented catastrophe. You repaired the rules of heaven and earth in the Reincarnation world, ending a strange era, and you have received a final evaluation once. In front of Ning Caiwei, the descriptions of the Tower Masters will continuously emerge. The actions from 6,000 years ago have all been recorded by the Tower Masters will and merged into the evaluations. Multiple flawless evaluations, 3 final evaluations. A relatively unfamiliar evaluation level appeared, which made Ning Caiwei feel quite surprised. He tried to open the final level shop, but found it completely empty. I'll ask the Goddess of Wisdom when I go back. Ning Caiwei no longer paid attention to the evaluations and stood up to return to the Sky Sword Mountain. He once again arrived at Changmei's tomb, quietly accompanying in the last moments as he did back then. The outside world had already stirred into a huge storm with the deaths of the 5 great Shadow Masters and the disappearance of the Ancestor. The high levels of the 9 Divine Kingdoms, including the Great Xia Divine Kingdom, were all shaken, and some people in formal attire came to the Sky Sword Mountain to see their ancestor, but were stopped by the Undying Queen. Ning Caiwei had no interest in dealing with trivial matters, and at the same time, the strange army in Long City was soon completely purged. Members of the final tower were all experts, and without the threat of Shadow Masters, relying on Su Bancha's strength, any Ghost King could only become a tool for scoring. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the Undying Queen led all the powerful members of the Undying clan, including Ghost Butterfly, who were already prepared to leave. It's time to go. In the Sky Sword Pool, Ning Caiwei looked at Changmei's tombstone and let out a soft sigh. Not knowing if there would be another chance to come back in the future, he wondered what the 9 domains would become with the rolling waves of the era. Attention all members of the final tower, you are about to return to the final tower. The words reappeared, and a majestic power soon enveloped Ning Caiwei. With a wave of his big sleeve, he directly brought the Undying clan and Ghost Butterfly into the Reincarnation space. The same light appeared in various places across the 9 domains. In the next moment, Ning Caiwei disappeared from the spot. In the Emperor Star, in the independent space of the final tower. Outside the 4 great treasure halls, there were few footprints. A mechanical electronic synthesized voice resounded throughout the entire space. The Tower Master Reincarnation has ended. The members of the final tower who had not participated looked up in surprise. They did not expect this Tower Master reincarnation to end so quickly. As soon as the voice fell, a huge electronic screen appeared at the top of the final tower. As a large amount of light flickered, the members gradually returned, and the electronic screen displayed everyone's scoring results. Before long, Chu Yutan, Ji Yunzu, as well as Su Bansha and Li Qingshan all appeared together. The electronic screen quickly imprinted a large amount of text, causing an uproar. It was clear that overall scores had risen significantly compared to before. Senior Su received 2 flawless evaluations. The Red Old Demon also has 2, this is simply a collective outbreak. Huh, what's wrong with Li Qingshan? He didn't get a single flawless evaluation? Outside the final tower, the crowd gathered more and more. Until Ning Caiwei returned to the first level, a heavy bell rang throughout the entire space. Ding! The bell's chime is melodious, solemn, and grave. It seems to have not sounded for thousands of years, stirring ripples around the Tower of End, penetrating into every member's heart, like a spring breeze refreshing the soul. Where is the bell sound coming from? No one knows what this bell sound represents. 1 sound, 2 sounds, 3 sounds fall to the ground. On the gigantic electronic screen, the name Ning Caiwei appears, followed by 3 dazzling golden evaluations end. At this moment, it captures everyone's attention. Su Bangxia, Chu Yutan, and Ji Yunzhou all look bewildered. End evaluation? A new evaluation level? This. Li Qingshan, with a dark expression, looks up, staring intently at the electronic screen, his heart in a tumultuous whirl. Others may not know the end evaluation, but as the number 1 of the Tower of End for many years, no one understands the history of the Tower of End better than him. This evaluation level, highly recognized by the will of the Tower Master, can only occur when someone accomplishes truly earth-shattering deeds and creates a legacy of unprecedented influence on the entire reincarnation world, something that may never be seen again. Its harsh conditions and extreme difficulty make it so that the Tower of End rarely sees it even after thousands of years. Over time, everyone believed that the wuxia evaluation was the highest level. But in reality, the highest evaluation of the Tower of End is the end. Once is one thing for Ning Caiwei, but to have 3 times is astonishing. End. What is the end evaluation? Isn't this Ning Caiwei a yellow member? How does he also have multiple wuxia evaluations? The noise on the scene rises immediately, almost at the moment the 3 chimes fall. Outside the Imperial Star, on the 12 guarding empires, the will of the 12 cave masters opens and closes again, all descending into the end space. They gaze at the electronic screen, momentarily lost in thought. Who exactly arranged for this Ning Caiwei to come in? 1 end can overshadow all wuxia, this person has received 3? I remember during that time of the long burning Star Master, the strongest also received 3 or even 4. Quickly inform the Star Master, the number 1 has changed hands. In the dark starry void far from the Imperial Star, the long burning Star Master stands with hands clasped behind his back, walking through the territory of alien tribes. The aura emanating from him makes the powerful alien beings hiding in the depths of darkness tremble with fear and dare not show their faces. The voice of the Goddess of Judgment suddenly resonates in the long burning Star Master's mind. Star Master, Mr. Ning has returned from the reincarnation world. So soon? The long burning Star Master is very surprised, feeling anxious and tense, and asks again, how are the results? Can he maintain the yellow member status of the Tower of End? The Goddess of Judgment is silent for a moment before replying. The 12 cave masters have sent news. Mr. Ning has obtained multiple wuxia evaluations and 3 end evaluations. The long burning Star Master stops abruptly, dumbfounded and bewildered. What did you say? End evaluation, 3 times? That's right. The Goddess of Judgment confirms once again. In an instant, the forbidden zone shakes. An incredibly terrifying aura uncontrollably spills from the long burning Star Master. How many years has it been? The Kanglan system finally has an end evaluation once again. Chapter 83, Redeeming Rewards, Guarding the Imperial Star and the Scythe of Judgment. In the Tower of End, an uproar arises from the outside world. Currently, on the first floor, the descriptive text of the Tower Masters will clearly appears before Ning Qingshuan's eyes. Yellow member Ning Caiwei, you have obtained an excellent evaluation. Would you like to confirm your promotion now? Ning Caiwei does not hesitate and chooses yes. Yellow member Ning Caiwei, you have 5 remaining wuxia evaluations and 3 end evaluations. Would you like to proceed with the identity upgrade? According to the current rules of the Tower of End, 1 perfect evaluation can ascend 3 levels, and 1 wuxia evaluation can at least cross 7 levels. Most people who receive wuxia evaluations would not easily choose to redeem them. But Ning Caiwei remains unconcerned and straightforwardly redeems them. You have successfully redeemed 4 wuxia evaluations. You have obtained all the keys to the 33rd level of the Tower of Ending, and your identity has ascended to the level of heaven. Ning Caiwei took a deep breath and stepped up to the highest level of the Tower of Ending. This place formed its own world, currently having created 4 private spaces. Upon Ning Qingxuan's arrival, the 5th private space immediately opened up. Ning Qingxian could feel the entire space filled with the original will of the Tower of Ending, allowing communication at any time and a change of the entire scene. Even more astonishingly, the will of the Tower Master seemed able to simulate different reincarnation worlds based on his needs, releasing vast primal powers. This effect surpassed the one brought by a mere stone tablet on the first level by countless times. What is the use of the ending evaluation? Ning Qingxian suddenly asked. The will of the tower responded immediately, ringing out in a mechanical electronic synthesized voice. The ending evaluation is the highest level of evaluation in the Tower of Ending. One ending evaluation can be exchanged for 100 flawless evaluations, but it cannot be exchanged in reverse. The ending evaluation can also be exchanged for ending items. Currently available items include Guardian Star, Scythe of Judgment, and the total embodiment binding rights of the Goddess of Wisdom of the Emperor Star. The ending items will be updated periodically. Items that are not exchanged within the allotted time will automatically disappear. Upon hearing this, Ning Qingxian couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Long before entering the Tower of Ending, he had learned from Chun Yuning about a new Guardian Star that was about to arrive. The cave owner of the Guardian Star possesses the highest authority over the entire Guardian Star and will be born from the Tower of Ending. Unexpectedly, this could also be directly exchanged for with the ending evaluation. Ning Qingxian undoubtedly belonged to the highest scoring person in the entire Tower of Ending. Even without the need for the ending evaluation, the Guardian Star would still fall into his hands. As for the total embodiment of the Wisdom Goddess of the Emperor Star, it had already been bound earlier, and this ending item probably hadn't been updated for many years. He then asked, "What is the Scythe of Judgment?" The will of the tower quickly replied, "A power that can exempt from federal laws, aimed at violating significant federal laws, including but not limited to killing high-ranking federal officials, causing major losses to federal interests, etc." Ning Qingxuan's heart stirred at once. He understood the specific meaning. The Scythe of Judgment was like a combination of the Imperial Sword from ancient dynasties and the Death Exemption Medal. It could slay tyrants above and exempt judgments below. If Ning Qingxian exchanged for it, he could act according to his will throughout the entire Federation, doing as he pleased once. After hesitating for a while, Ning Qingxian still chose to exchange it. The value of the Scythe of Judgment was almost equal to that of a special class military achievement. However, a special class military achievement could exempt one from all judgments but could not slay tyrants. Comparatively, the Scythe of Judgment seemed to be even more scarce. If the ending items were updated, missing the opportunity would mean no chance of exchange. You have successfully exchanged for the Scythe of Judgment. Ning Qingxian still had 2 ending evaluations left and was somewhat looking forward to the next update of items. Immediately after, the will of the tower spoke again. Esteemed heaven-level member Ning Qingxian, based on your current score, you are ranked number 1 in the Tower of Ending. The new Guardian Star will arrive on time in 47 days. Do you wish to become the cave owner of the 13th Guardian Star in the Kanglan system? If you agree, the Tower of Ending will grant you permanent planetary governance rights. Upon hearing this, Ning Qingxian felt a tremendous wave surging in his heart. He couldn't help but show a complex expression, mixed with deep reverence. In this vast universe, the structure of dimensions is unimaginable. To have a life planet that completely belongs to oneself is incredibly appealing. This is different from the planetary governors, like Fu Lingfeng and others. The many life planet governors, they only possess jurisdiction. Essentially, life planets still belong to the federal property. But the identity of the Guardian Emperor Star Cave Master means having complete control over a life planet, belonging to private property. The only duty required is to defend the Emperor Star from alien incursions and other disasters. Ning Qingxian can cultivate his own loyal forces on the Guardian Emperor Star, develop his own citizens, military economy, and everything that other life planets possess. And all of this belongs to Ning Qingxian personally. This is far more thrilling than developing a powerful family. 47 days later, the Undead Queen and the entire undead race will settle into their new home. But the issues of citizens, economy, and military still need to be planned carefully. Let's sign. Ning Qingxian replied. In the next moment, ripples appeared in the space before him. The scene changed, finding himself in the vast, boundless cosmos. A vibrant blue life planet appeared in his sight, radiating with life. It was extraordinarily beautiful, showing no signs of development, resembling an untouched forest. You are signing the permanent governing rights. The Tower Masters will seem to materialize, as a hand of life gently reached out and touched Ning Qingxuan's forehead. A mysterious life imprint emerged, and Ning Qingxian felt that his Guardian Emperor Star, so far away, was crossing the void, moving towards him. An indelible connection was formed between the two. My reincarnation space has been opened? Ning Qingxian sensed again that with just a thought, he could allow the Undead Queen to freely travel between the Guardian Emperor Star and his reincarnation space. Wonderful, truly wonderful. The signing is complete. You have become the 13th Cave Master of the Emperor Star. Do you need to give the new Guardian Emperor star a name? Ning Caiwei pondered for a moment before responding, let's call it Luotian. It encompasses everything, all heavens and worlds. The free construction team has assembled, and you can spend evaluation points for the further development of the Guardian Emperor star. Have a pleasant life. The Tower Masters will dissipated, and the scene returned to normal. Ning Caiwei did not idle, he continued to explore the unique uses of the 33rd layer of the Tower of Terminus. Chapter 84 3-Star Masters Gather, Mysterious Killing Mission. In the dark starry sky Forbidden Zone. Several ancient wills slowly opened and closed, deeply watching a departing figure. He has left. The star people of the Human Alliance are truly terrifying. The Vice-Governor's judgment was correct, together we three probably cannot shake him even one bit. As the Chang'e Star Master left the Forbidden Zone, three figures finally stepped out from the void. One of them wore a red robe and a bronze royal crown. His abyss-like eyes swirled with deep currents, and the power around him fluctuated to an unimaginable degree. He was the Pope mentioned by the Chang'e Star Master, a mysterious powerful figure affiliated with the Dusk Council. The other two were similar. Anyone approaching the edge of the Kanglan system will be sensed by the Chang'e Star Master, so attempting to sway that ancient Reincarnator returning from the heavens is nearly impossible. The Pope spoke solemnly, a hint of worry on his face. This mission is simply too difficult to complete. I also don't understand why a mere ancient Reincarnator is given such importance by the Vice-Governor. What threat could he possibly pose? Next to the Pope, an elderly figure in a star robe squinted, puzzled. The Dusk Council holds supreme authority and status among the myriad races. Even the nearby Kanglan system, ZY system, Bestow system, and other human federal star systems have yet to discover the main list of members of the Dusk Council. The only master is their greedy Wolf Star Master, currently holding a vice position in the Twilight Council. Some time ago, the Twilight King under the greedy Wolf clan was attacked by powerful beings from all realms, leading to the army's annihilation, and only the Twilight King escaped alone. Because of this incident, the greedy Wolf Star Master ordered a thorough investigation into that ancient Reincarnator, taking severe measures if necessary. In his eyes, this felt like a huge financial group facing a sudden small shop on the street, needing to act immediately to recruit or crush it. Is this reasonable? The Pope shook his head. Do not underestimate the reincarnators of the Wheel of Rebirth, the potential and energy within this person are unimaginable. According to external messages, this person is steadily recovering their reincarnation memories and strength, already reaching the meteor level, and has become a cave master guarding the Emperor Star. As these words fell, the two people beside him immediately showed surprise. Meteor level? The overall strength classification of the Human Race Universe Alliance is consistent with that of their numerous holy clans. Everything is measured by combat power, just with different cultivation systems. Reaching the meteor level is enough for one person to cause a world-ending catastrophe on a low-level life planet. It is truly the first step into the vast universe. If it really doesn't work, just use the beauty strategy and let the Holy Maiden of the Charm Clan visit the Emperor Star. Upon hearing this, the Pope fell into deep thought. There are countless heroes in the world, and many tyrants, most of them, even if they die, will not easily submit to another race. But when faced with beauty, it is hard not to bow. In the end, he shook his head again. As I said, do not underestimate this person. Having reincarnated multiple times in the myriad realms, how could they not have experienced the beauty of the world? I fear the descendants they left behind are uncountable. A mere beauty strategy probably won't work on them. The two fell silent, unable to argue back. Let's discuss it again when we return. The Pope waved his sleeves and stepped into the void. On the other side, the Star Master of Longjin rushed back to the Emperor Star as fast as possible. He couldn't wait to see Ning Caiwei in person. The voice of the Goddess of Judgment echoed again. The Star Master of Ziwei invites you to join a virtual meeting. May I ask if you will join? He paused slightly, his eyes shining with bright light, feeling quite pleased. That old Ziwei, whom he hadn't contacted in 10 or 8 years, suddenly inviting him to a virtual meeting today, surely meant he had learned that the Kanglan system had once again produced a judgment evaluator. Join. The Star Master of Longjin spoke lightly. In an instant, he appeared in a vast realm of pale colors. Mist surrounded him, and only an outdoor pavilion stood in sight. The Star Master of Ziwei was wearing a light purple star robe, quietly sipping tea in the outdoor pavilion, and next to him stood a white-clothed Reincarnator. Also under 100 years old, this person was clearly the number one talent of the Ziwei Emperor Star. The Star Master of Longjin immediately narrowed his eyes, lingering a moment longer on the white-clothed Reincarnator. He remembered this person, who had continuously broken records in the Ziwei Emperor Star and the Tower of Judgment over a decade ago, receiving the judgment evaluation twice in total. Currently, he ranked as the 16th Cave Master of the Ziwei Emperor Star, and his future prospects were equally boundless. He had envied him for a long time back then. What was his name? Chen Xiaobai. You're here. The Star Master of Ziwei turned his head, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Congratulations, the Kanglan system under your jurisdiction has finally produced a judgment evaluator again. This achievement has been recorded by the Federation, and it is said that even the ancestor praised it endlessly upon hearing the news. As expected, the Star Master of Ziwei indeed knew about this matter. The Star Master of Longjin presented an indifferent expression, waving his sleeves to sit down. The foundation of the Kanglan system is already not weaker than that of the Ziwei system, the emergence of a judgment evaluator. It was to be expected. As for the ancestor, it doesn't matter. He sipped a bit of clear tea and looked again at this old friend, who once stood with him in the top tier of the Tower of End in the Kanglan system, feeling very sentimental. A few thousand years have passed, and that cycle of Tower Masters can be said to be the most arduous meteor level in the history of the Federation. Even so, 4 people still produced the End evaluation. He was one of them. At that time, a big figure had come to inspect the ancient Kaja star domain, and the 4 were all accepted as disciples. In just a blink of 1,000 years, 3 of them held sway over a star system, while 1 was recommended by the ancestor to reside in the Reincarnation Hall. The Lord of Longjin didn't mean to say the ancestor didn't care for him, it was just that after so many years, even meeting the ancestor was very difficult. The ancestor certainly had many disciples, but it shouldn't be to this extent. Unexpectedly, because of Ning Caiwei, the ancestor brought him up again. Ha ha ha, the 2 of you are doing well. In the virtual space, a hearty laughter rang out. The Lord of Longjin was quite astonished. The 2 star systems that came to Kanglan were named Ziwei and Bestow. The visitor was the Lord of Bestow, who was accompanied by a young woman. Everyone is present, it's time to discuss serious matters. The Lord of Ziwei put down his teacup, then suddenly stood up, his face becoming somewhat serious as he deeply bowed towards the pale virtual space's end. I humbly welcome the total incarnation of the goddess of slaughter. As he finished speaking, a sense of slaughter will slowly descended upon the entire space. The Lord of Longjin immediately felt a shock in his heart and quickly stood up. The total incarnation of the goddess of slaughter? What important slaughter task has emerged now? Time flew by, and in a blink, 47 days had passed. The Guardian Star arrived at the realm of the Kanglan Imperial Star on time. Ning Caiwei, who was quietly cultivating in the Tower of End, slowly opened his eyes and began to clear the emails stored by the Goddess of Wisdom one by one. Among them, one was surprisingly from the Lord of Longjin. The Star Lord wants to see me? Ning Caiwei couldn't help but fall into deep thought. This heavyweight figure in the Kanglan system could be called the most powerful ultratop reincarnator, capable of exploding a high-level life planet. In recent days, he had found a wealth of information about his legendary experiences in the Tower of End. Without ever meeting in person, Ning Caiwei had already received much favor from the Lord of Longjin. First was the extremely precious star essence liquid, given without hesitation. Then he spent a level of military merit to provide a titular quota for the Tower of End. Thanks to the Lord of Longjin, Ning Caiwei was able to acquire a Guardian Star, which greatly helped in his background accumulation. Respected Mr. Ning, you may also choose to refuse, or go to the Star Lord's residence after 1 month. The voice of the Goddess of Wisdom 009 rang out. Help me analyze why the Lord of Longjin wishes to meet with me this time? Ning Caiwei asked. Mr. Ning, you are a great ancient reincarnator of the Reincarnation Hall, and your achievements are sufficient to warrant a meeting at the Star Lord level. At the same time, you have now become the number 1 in the Tower of End and the 13th Guardian Star Cave Master, and will select a good day to hold your inauguration ceremony. Additionally, based on the current situation of the alien races surrounding the Kanglan system, there may also be an important adjudication task that needs to be entrusted to you. After the words fell, Ning Caiwei nodded. The Lord of Longjin had bestowed such great grace upon him, refusing to meet would be unreasonable. He then processed other emails, most of which were trade information from Imperial Star families and some star system groups, closely related to the development of his Guardian Star. Among them, there were even messages from extremely distant star systems. How did they receive the news? Besides that, there were also emails from Shinjiyu and his daughter Ning Caiwei. The Wuling Academy in the Jingzhou region of the Imperial Star was inviting him to give a lecture to explain the specific methods of cultivation in the Martial King realm. Ning Caiwei then discovered that a huge amount of points, totaling 20 million, had inexplicably increased on his Reincarnation space account. Tracing the source, it turned out to be a large-scale procurement by the Wuling Academy. Are they preparing to open a new martial arts class? This is so profitable, if I have time, I might as well continue my cultivation on the Great Yellow Courtyard path. Ning Caiwei gasped in amazement, checking the last email, which was an invitation from the Statue of Liberty, to a virtual space called the Freedom Star Hall. Regarding the Statue of Liberty, though not as well known as the Goddess of Wisdom, and ranked below the 3 goddesses, Ning Caiwei still knew quite a bit. But this Star Hall? He raised the question, and the Goddess of Wisdom immediately answered. The Freedom Star Hall is a virtual world created by the Statue of Liberty, with a hall in each major domain. The Kanglan system borders the ancient Jia Star domain, and you can currently only enter the Freedom Star Hall in the ancient Jia Star domain to conduct free trade with reincarnators from various star systems. Based on the development status of your guardian star, you can find suitable talents, resources, and more in the Freedom Star Hall. After listening, Ning Caiwei understood. After a moment of thoughtful contemplation, he decided to take a look. Goddess of Wisdom, help me connect to the Freedom Star Hall. Ning Caiwei's physical body instantly appeared with a magnificent transmission wave. In the virtual world, at the Freedom Star Hall. In the large plaza made of blue rock jade, reincarnators from various star systems gathered together. The crowd surged, with countless vendors setting up stalls. As the outer area of the Star Hall, no points were required to purchase a stall here. The contents of free trade were varied and diverse, but it was hard to find anything particularly valuable. Inside the Star Hall, there were hundreds of branch trading posts. Among them, there was one branch called the Talent Market. Many well-established families, groups, and military organizations often visited here to recruit the talents they needed. Those being recruited would sign a bond contract to become dependents. Most of these people were extremely excellent in certain areas, lacking only resources. Choosing to become dependents was to find a strong tree to shelter them. However, for a long time, there has been a woman who seemed out of place here. Mei Caiwei, for 10 years, sat quietly in the corner of the branch hall. As the most noticeable talent in the whole branch hall, her identity information had long been well known by many. Mei Caiwei came from the ancient Jia Star domain, a flourishing star system. With her special innate talents and relentless efforts, she successfully advanced to a meteor-level reincarnator 10 years ago. Not long after she arrived at the branch hall, it caused a sensation throughout the Freedom Star Hall. After all, she was a genuine meteor level. She was not there to recruit dependents but to be sought after herself. What does that mean? Her arrival directly broke the ceiling of the dependent market. Countless families, groups, and military organizations threw out olive branches to her, but she rejected them all. Today, as usual, there were still people coming to recruit her. It's been 10 years, you still have time to regret now. Before Mei Caiwei stood a woman dressed in blue, accompanied by many reincarnators. If you had agreed to the Lord of Lingxiao back then, you wouldn't have wasted these 10 years in vain. The woman in blue looked at Mei Caiwei. As a dependent of the Lord of Lingxiao, she followed his instructions to recruit Mei Caiwei back then. After clearly stating her origins, Mei Caiwei surprisingly refused. The woman was unsure if Mei Caiwei was overreaching or simply did not understand the power and status of a cave lord, including the worth of her own background. I will give you one last chance. After today, I'm afraid I won't be back. The woman in blue spoke again, staring intently at Mei Caiwei. Yet Mei Caiwei did not even raise her head, calmly replying, "No need, he is not the person I wish to follow." The woman in the blue robe frowned again upon hearing this. What kind of person does Mei Caiwei really want to follow? In fact, only Mei Caiwei herself knew that 10 years ago, she stepped into the mysterious vast world and obtained the inheritance of divination secrets. So, she divined for herself and calculated her future. She needed to become a dependent and follow someone in the ancient Jia Star domain to have infinite brightness. For 10 years, she had been waiting, although like searching for a needle in the ocean, as long as she found it, it would be worth it. You must know that Ling Xiao the Cave Master is the youngest cave master in the history of the ancient Jia Star domain. Following him will definitely not lead to loss, and your future will be bright. The woman in the blue robe took a deep breath, suppressing the restlessness in her heart. Just as her voice fell, the entire subhall suddenly rang out with the electronic synthesized voice of the Statue of Liberty. Welcome, the Cave Master of Luo Tian, to this hall. The noisy voices in the venue disappeared in an instant. A gaze of shock turned toward the entrance of the subhall. Ning Caiwei's figure was teleported in, clearly seen by everyone in the subhall. Oh my, a cave master level figure actually descended in person? Is this really the cave master? They look so young. Greetings, cave master. The crowd in the subhall hurriedly cupped their fists in salute, while the woman in the blue robe turned to gaze. Mei Caiwei's heart suddenly trembled, the divination mark in her eyes suddenly shone with brilliant starlight. It seems that the youngest cave master in history is no longer Ling Xiao. She breathed quickly and murmured to herself. Chapter 86, Can I become your dependent? Who is this Luo Tian cave master? The woman in the blue robe's mind raced, as Ning Caiwei's appearance indeed brought her long-held beliefs into question. It is well known that all cave master level figures are, without exception, the top candidates selected from the Tower of Finality in certain star systems. Their identity and status are extremely high within the entire star system. Ning Caiwei, so young, has already become a cave master, possibly just recently promoted. At that moment, a staff member hurriedly approached Ning Caiwei. She wore a bright smile, showing respect, and bowed as she spoke. Cave Master Luo Tian, welcome to the dependent market. Here is the dependent list, you can find the dependents you need on it. Ning Caiwei nodded, took it, and after a brief glance, indeed found many suitable candidates. Most of them had obtained some special inheritance in the reincarnation world, possessing unique talents. They would provide corresponding assistance to the development of Luo Tian Star. Soon, Ning Caiwei was preparing to select a few suitable candidates from the list. Everyone present became tense. If they could be chosen by a cave master level figure, it would be like stepping onto a path to success. My lord! Suddenly, a clear voice rang out. Everyone turned to look, shocked to see Mei Qiuying standing in front of Ning Caiwei. This behavior stunned the staff and the woman in the blue robe. Mei Qiuying took a deep breath, carrying a feeling of anxiety. My lord, I am Mei Qiuying. May I become your dependent? Her words were shocking, instantly causing silence throughout the venue. Everyone looked at Mei Qiuying in disbelief, wondering if they had misheard. Over the past 10 years, how many powerful figures have wanted to recruit Mei Qiuying? She had even rejected Ling Xiao, the cave master. Although Ning Caiwei also held a cave master identity, he really didn't have any fame. How could Mei Qiuying suddenly have a desire to follow him just by his arrival? What are you doing? You won't choose Ling Xiao, you want to choose him. The woman in the blue robe gritted her teeth, staring fiercely at Mei Qiuying, whispering, feeling too afraid to show anger in front of a cave master. She only knew that what Mei Qiuying did today had already brought great face loss to Ling Xiao. In these 10 years, looking at the entire Free Star Hall, who doesn't know Mei Qiuying, and who doesn't know the master of Ling Xiao Cave, who has tried to recruit her many times? This is my decision, it has nothing to do with you. Mei Qiuying whispered in response, then turned to Ning Caiwei again, her palms sweating from nervousness. The bright light of fortune in her eyes shone even more brilliantly on Ning Caiwei. She was completely sure that this was the person who could change her fate for life. No matter what, she had to seize this opportunity tightly. Ning Caiwei witnessed this scene, firstly pondering for a while. Soon, he found Mei Qiuying's name on the list handed by the staff. A meteor-level reincarnator who had entered worlds of martial arts, apocalyptic scenarios, mysterious realms, and fantastic universes, with consistently excellent ratings. Once, she was the second-ranking figure in a star system within the ancient Jia star region. For some reason, she voluntarily withdrew from the Tower of Twilight and came to the Free Star Hall thereafter. This surprised Ning Caiwei, as the data showed that the current Mei Qiuying was indeed the ceiling of the entire affiliated market. Remembering that Luo Tian Star was urgently in need of manpower, he nodded after a short contemplation. It's possible. As soon as he spoke, the hall erupted in commotion. The stone in Mei Qiuying's heart fell instantly, her chest rising and falling with excitement. Master, can I have a word with you? The blue-clothed woman paled. Who are you? Ning Caiwei narrowed his eyes. I am Zhao Cuicui, the seventh subordinate of Ling Xiao Cave under the Panglai star system. This person has been sought by our master for 10 years, spending a lot of time, won't you reconsider? Zhao Cuicui gritted her teeth as she spoke, hoping Ning Caiwei would give up recruiting Mei Qiuying for the sake of Ling Xiao Cave's authority. What is there to reconsider? Ning Caiwei looked coldly at Zhao Cuicui. This caused Zhao Cuicui to be stunned. She was sure that she had expressed herself clearly. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, everyone in the hall held their breath. It was unclear whether Ning Caiwei was completely unaware of the name of the Ling Xiao Cave Lord or simply did not take him seriously at all. Of course, it's about considering giving up on Mei Qiuying. Zhao Cuicui blurted out. Ning Caiwei frowned, a tremendous pressure emanated from him. Zhao Cuicui's face instantly turned pale, both startled and frightened. Can I take this as you threatening me? If Ling Xiao Cave's master has any objections, feel free to find me in the Kanglan system, instead of having you persuade me to give up. Ning Caiwei's tone remained flat but carried a hint of authority. Beside him, Mei Qiuying breathed rapidly, her face flushed. She indeed had found the right person. You? Zhao Cuicui realized that if she continued to defy, she would certainly face dire consequences from this master. Fine, I will report this truthfully. Under everyone's gaze, Zhao Cuicui felt ashamed, tightly clenched her fists, and turned to leave. A crowd of reincarnators hurriedly followed her. This person is really crazy, how dare she talk to the master like that? Don't mention it, you might not know, but Zhao Cuicui is deeply favored by Ling Xiao Cave's master. Even some planetary governors reportedly have to show her some respect. No wonder, she seems very confident. Whispers began to rise in the crowd. On the other side, Zhao Cuicui left the Free Star Hall and returned to the Panglai star system, the 19th Guardian Star. Furious, she walked into the Ling Xiao Cave Master's residence, took a deep breath, and knocked on the main hall door. Come in. A young, lazy voice echoed. Zhao Cuicui pushed the door open and saw a black-haired man in a simple robe. Many subordinates in the hall immediately stopped their work and stood silently to the side. Master. Zhao Cuicui's eyes were red and swollen, immense grievance surfaced on her face as tears rolled down. Chuier, what happened to you? The master of Lingxiao Cave stood up, with a surprised expression, coming forward to wipe her cheeks affectionately. Master! You have to be the master for me. Zhao Cuixue cried, telling everything that happened in the Free Star Hall, every detail laid bare. The whole hall of family members looked very shocked, and there was even anger. This Mei Qiuying is simply ungrateful, the cave master must teach them a good lesson. The family members immediately agreed. Everyone knew that the Lingxiao Cave master dotes on Zhao Cuixue immensely. Unconditional support has always been their choice. Do you mean you confronted the cave master of Kanglin's system, Luo Tiandao? Zhao Cuixue nodded pitifully. I said, Mei Qiuying would eventually be yours, but he didn't give me any face at all. Smack! A crisp slap echoed throughout the entire great hall. Zhao Cuixue's mouth overflowed with blood, staggering back from the tremendous impact. Who gave you the audacity to confront a cave master? Moreover, it's that person. Do you wish for me to die sooner? Chapter 87, in the ancient Jiastar region, young cave masters. Zhao Cuixue's face quickly swelled up with redness. Drops of bright red blood dripped down from the corner of her mouth. She showed a look of disbelief and a wave of confusion. What happened? She was slapped by Lingxiao Cave Master? The many family members in the hall were scared into silence. The voices that previously supported her vanished instantly. Everyone looked at Lingxiao Cave Master with trembling hearts in great fear. This young cave master of the Panglai star system, the youngest in history, had an expression revealing fury and authority. Cave Master, why? Zhao Cuixue was stunned and terrified. Normally often hearing him call her Chuyer had her floating with joy, but she never thought the Lingxiao Cave Master would suddenly treat her like this. It should be known that even the governor of Panglai Emperor Star could be countered by Lingxiao Cave Master for her with just a few words. You wretched thing, you still don't realize your mistake? Lingxiao Cave Master's gaze was cold and terrifying as he slapped her again, sending Zhao Cuixue into a state of confusion, everything spinning around her. I was wrong, I know I was wrong. She was engulfed by immense fear and knelt down, hair disheveled. From Lingxiao Cave Master's gaze, she vaguely saw killing intent, and anger that could really beat her to death. Do you know how much trouble you have caused me today? Lingxiao Cave Master stared at Zhao Cuixue, even developing a certain illusion that this might be an insider arranged by certain behind-the-scenes figures in the Panglai star system. Otherwise, how could there be such a foolish person? Let alone that the cave master must not be contradicted, the matter of Ning Caiwei and Kanglin's system had currently reached the ears of an ancient great scholar in the ancient Jiastar region, who praised him highly. He had exhausted all efforts to seek that ancient scholar as a teacher but had not even seen the person's face. It should be known that among the disciples at his feet, there were several outstanding talents who had early on taken charge of a star system and become star masters. The cave master of the Guardian Emperor Star praised by the ancient scholar, how could that be an ordinary cave master? Upon investigation, it indeed made his heart race. My subordinates do not know. Zhao Cuixue felt desolate inside. Lingxiao Cave Master's anger did not subside. He waved his sleeve and commanded, put your hair up, come with me to apologize. While that person had not yet left, they must quickly clarify this misunderstanding. In the Free Star Hall, Ning Caiwei continuously flipped through the list of family members. A large number of job seekers below anxiously awaited, their hearts filled with tension. According to the needs of Luo Tian Star, Ning Caiwei had currently selected 7 people. Although their strength was far from that of Mei Qiuying, they excelled in various fields, such as construction, technology, livelihood, military, economic management, and so on. It would be no problem for them to lead the citizens and build the Luo Tian Star in a short time. That's enough. Ning Caiwei selected the 7 top talents. Suddenly, a noisy sound came from outside, causing Mei Qiuying to look over, frowning involuntarily. The square area of the Free Star Hall was vast. The events that had previously occurred in the sub-palace naturally spread quickly. As the master of Lingxiao Cave arrived with his people, it soon attracted countless gazes. Zhao Cuixue is back so soon? And there's the master of Lingxiao Cave. Is a fierce battle about to break out? Hey, look at Zhao Cuixue, why does her face look swollen? Everyone gasped, and many eyes fell on Zhao Cuixue's face. No one expected what would follow, but a flood of information rapidly spread out. Among them, many young masters from the ancient Jiastar domain received the news. After all, the master of Lingxiao Cave's reputation was quite widespread, and if a fight really broke out in the Free Star Palace, it would likely headline the Federation news tomorrow. Many young masters were always eager to witness such events. Ning Caiwei also closed the list and looked up. Master, you should take your people away first, let me handle things here. Mei Qiuying said at this moment. She was very clear about the character of the master of Lingxiao Cave. Situated in the Panglai star system, besides having a well-developed Guardian Emperor Star behind it, there were also some hidden backgrounds on the Emperor Star. Since he chose to come personally, he probably wouldn't let it go easily. No need, it's good to stretch my muscles and bones. Ning Caiwei's gaze was calm as he looked at the master of Lingxiao Cave. Upon seeing Zhao Cuicui's appearance, doubt flickered in his heart. It's really like the flood swept through the Dragon King temple. My beloved seems a bit unclear about her own weight. I hope Master Luotian won't take offense. The master of Lingxiao Cave let out a laugh and looked down at Zhao Cuicui. Zhao Cuicui's face was full of sorrow. This matter was my fault. Please forgive me, Master Luotian. Witnessing this scene, the crowd in the sub-palace exchanged glances, and the numerous reincarnators outside, who were there to watch the excitement, all felt baffled. What is going on? Who exactly is this Master Luotian from the Kanglan system? First, Mei Qiuying, who stayed for 10 years, rejected countless big shots, but as soon as Ning Caiwei arrived, she immediately offered her loyalty. Then, the master of Lingxiao Cave personally brought Zhao Cuicui over to apologize. What on earth is happening? Everyone couldn't grasp Ning Caiwei's background, only feeling increasingly terrified. Ning Caiwei was silent for a moment. He genuinely did not expect it to turn out this way. He had even prepared himself to battle the master of Lingxiao Cave. As a sign of sincerity, I have set up a banquet. I wonder if Master Luotian would honor me by attending? The master of Lingxiao Cave spoke again with a smile. No need. Ning Caiwei had already found 7 talented people. It was time to return and handle matters. The Long Jin Star Lord was also waiting for him. As for the exploration of other areas in the Free Star Palace, that could be discussed later. He connected with the Goddess of Wisdom and left the Free Star Palace with Mei Qiuying and the other 7. Seeing this, the master of Lingxiao Cave let out a sigh of relief. Has the battle ended? Just as Ning Caiwei left, a young master from the subordinate palace arrived again. Welcome Master Xiaobai from the Ziwei star system. All eyes were fixed. The atmosphere, which had just relaxed, became tense again. Chen Xiaobai stepped forward, scanning the crowd at a glance, and then fixed his gaze on the master of Lingxiao Cave. He received news from his subordinate, stating that a fierce battle was about to erupt in the Free Star Palace. There were powerful masters from deep within the ancient Jia Star domain planning to deal with the new master from the Kanglan system, so he rushed over to help. After all, the master of Ziwei Star had told him before that the fates of the 3 systems were interconnected, and throughout the entire ancient Jia Star domain, the 3 systems were wearing the same pair of pants. But here, he did not see the figure of Master Luotian. Did I arrive late? Another master appeared, uttering sweet and gentle words. Welcome Master Yuru from the Beidou star system. Xiao Yuru's expression was calm. She exchanged a glance with Chen Xiaobai, and they both understood that the other was here to help. This scene let everyone present gasp in shock. The master of Lingxiao's face changed even more. The 2 in front of him were both newly promoted masters who had gained considerable fame a few years ago. The main characters have left. What's the point of making a fuss? The 3 all looked towards another space, and with a cold voice echoing, another young master stepped forward. Welcome to the Eternal Star System, Master Taihua. Upon hearing his voice, everyone's spirits tightened, and the outside reincarnators quickly lowered their heads. Unexpectedly, today's events managed to attract this young master, who had an aura of legend. There really isn't much fuss, it's just a misunderstanding. Thank you, Master Taihua. The master of Lingxiao rarely cupped his hands in salute, and the pressure from Chen Xiaobai and Xiao Yurua immediately dissipated. If that's the case, let's disperse. Master Taihua spoke lightly. He originally did not wish to appear. After all, Ning Caiwei had already left, and the master of Lingxiao was just here to apologize. But with the sudden appearance of the young masters from the Ziwei and Beidou star systems, he could only come out to ease the situation so it wouldn't spiral out of control. I'll take my leave now. The master of Lingxiao gave a deep glance at Chen Xiaobai and Xiao Yurua, his eyes filled with intense caution. The Kanglan 3 systems had been increasingly showing signs of regaining glory, as 3 evaluators of the inn had appeared. We should meet again, both of you. Master Taihua of the Eternal Star System turned his gaze to Chen Xiaobai and Xiao Yurua. If he guessed correctly, regarding this mysterious mission, the 3 newly promoted masters of the Kanglan 3 systems would all be attending. This includes many young masters from various star systems in the ancient Jia Star region as well. At that time, it would be an unimaginable feast. Unfortunately, he arrived late and did not get to see the master of Luotian, a powerful being with 3 evaluations of the end. Farewell. Facing Master Taihua, Chen Xiaobai showed no sign of fear. He spoke calmly and left the Free Star Hall. If a battle truly broke out between the masters today, even if Master Taihua had personally stepped in, if he frowned, he wouldn't be called Chen Xiaobai. Xiao Yurua pondered for a moment, clearly understanding that Master Taihua's attitude indicated everything. Today's events had already started to emerge. Looking at the situation, some leftover issues of certain star systems would inevitably unfold in their generation. For the Kanglan 3 systems, honor and disgrace are shared, and she needed to see Master Luotian soon. Within the branch hall, multiple strong auras continuously disappeared. A few days later, on the 13th Guard Emperor star of the Kanglan system, Ning Caiwei stood in midair, gazing down at the scene of the entire life planet, his heart marveling. From the messages sent by the Goddess of Wisdom, many federal citizens had already applied to live on Luotian Star and become permanent residents there. Although most were first-level citizens, it was still a good start. He waved his sleeve and released his subordinates, Mei Chouying and others. Let's get started. He issued the command, and the few people immediately hurried to different directions on Luotian Star, guiding the free construction teams for development. Master, is there anything you need me to do? Mei Chouying respectfully inquired. Ning Caiwei thought for a moment. Given Luotian Star's current foundation, the Undying Queen with asteroid-level strength and the entire Undying race would ensure safety. And Mei Chouying was also at the asteroid level and had entered numerous different reincarnation worlds. Currently, she acted as Ning Caiwei's teacher and part-time guard, which was quite excellent. My daughter Ning Caiwei is at Wuling Academy. Your next task is to follow her orders. As soon as the words fell, Mei Chouying couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Ning Caiwei was so young, he already had a daughter? She didn't dare to be negligent and immediately bowed her hands. I'll go right away. In a moment, she left Luo Tianqing and disappeared into the vast dark starry sky. The voice of the Goddess of Wisdom echoed in his ears at this moment. Respected Mr. Ning, are you ready to meet the Lord of Changjian Star now? Ning Caiwei answered without hesitation, take me there. The power of teleportation descended upon him once again, his consciousness briefly tearing apart, and then he found himself in a vast expanse of pale white world. An open-air pavilion came into view, and several figures seemed to have been waiting for a long time. The Goddess of Wisdom kindly marked the identities of a few people, which made Ning Caiwei very surprised. Ziwei, the lord of the other two major star systems of the Northern Dipper, was actually here too. Chen Xiaobai and Xiao Yuru beside him nodded slightly and showed a smile. Finally, Ning Caiwei's gaze fell upon a middle-aged man wearing the robes of Kanglan Star. I have met the Lord of the Stars. He slightly clasped his hands to show respect. No need for excessive formalities. The Lord of Changjian Star waved his hand, his eyes filled with admiration. We brought you here today to introduce Chen Xiaobai and Xiao Yuru, and also a killing task issued by the Goddess of Slaughter. This task also has some elements from the Goddess of Judgment. If completed successfully, it could result in several level 1 military achievements. Of course, the main intention still depends on you. The Lord of Changjian Star got straight to the point, skipping small talk and stating the main purpose. Let me elaborate on this. The Lord of Ziwei waved his sleeve, and in the pale space, a magnificent scene appeared. Ancient Emperor Star, an imperial star lost by the Federation for over 10,000 years, has long fallen to alien races, and the situation inside is extremely complicated and chaotic. A few months ago, the Goddess of Slaughter detected the life wave of a follower of an evil god within Ancient Emperor Star, who had escaped from an alien battlefield and was on the brink of death. But he took away a federal magical artifact and possesses many treasures of the evil god. If we approach the edge of the Ancients, it would cause the collapse of the Ancient Emperor Star. This killing task is endowed with serial properties. The main goal is to retrieve the federal magical artifact, with optional secondary tasks to eliminate federal traitors. I estimate there will be many qualified serial cave masters who will execute it, but I have also intercepted a piece of intelligence from the Dusk Council. Top-notch talents from alien races are already searching for that follower of the evil god, trying to take away the federal artifact and the treasures of the evil god. The situation is very complex and full of dangers. The pressure you will face is unimaginable. As these words fell, Ning Caiwei couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The Goddess of Wisdom, the Goddess of Judgment, and the Goddess of Slaughter together are the three main deities of the Federation. The previous establishment of the Free Star Hall by the Goddess of Freedom was a derived goddess, with a lower status than the three deities, similar to the will of the Tower Master of the Tower of End. Killing tasks issued by the Goddess of Slaughter have always accompanied rare military achievements. From the level of military achievements, one can infer the difficulty of the task. A level 1 military achievement is already very difficult, let alone multiple ones. If you feel it's too difficult to face, the Kanglan system can abandon this killing task. The Lord of Changjian Star noticed Ning Caiwei's hesitation and spoke again. Currently, the other cave masters of the Kanglan system have all failed in the serial competition, and their futures have long been fixed at the cave master level. Ning Caiwei was still young, with plenty of time ahead. Giving up once wasn't a big deal. What is a serial cave master? Ning Caiwei asked, raising his head. The Lord of Changjian Star immediately replied, to inherit my mantle, or to step out of the Kanglan system and into the broader universe of the Federation, having serial qualifications is essential. The condition is to obtain a level 1 military achievement. The Lingxiao cave master you encountered before in the Free Star Hall is a serial, including Chen Xiaobai and Xiao Yuru. After saying this, Ning Caiwei couldn't help but take a look at the system panel. Several months passed, and a new life was ready to be developed. Should we take a risk? Don't be afraid. Whatever we encounter, as long as I, Chen Xiaobai, have breath, I won't let you face it alone. At this moment, Chen Xiaobai spoke, his gaze resolute. So do I. Xiao Yuru nodded seriously. With their words, the three-star masters looked at each other, as if seeing their younger selves, all revealing knowing smiles. Ning Qingxian looked at Chen Xiaobai and Xiao Yuru. The events that took place in the Free Star Palace had been told to him by the Goddess of Wisdom. It must be said, both Chen Xiaobai and Xiao Yuru were sincere, which was truly rare. He no longer hesitated. Alright, I'll take this mission too. Chapter 89, Twilight Council, the Demon Corruption Tower and the Talents of the 10,000 Races. The Long Gene Star Master expressed his relief. He had been stationed in the Kanglan system for thousands of years. In these thousands of years, many cave masters had been born in the Kanglan system, but it was rare to see one gain a sequence title. The main reason was that the ancient Jia star domain was too vast, occupying most of the space, even more than the Kanglan system's solid foundation. He believed that with Ning Qingxuan's potential and strength, even if he didn't take on this killing mission, he would definitely earn a sequence title in the future. But in the end, Ning Qingxian took it on. To the ancient Emperor's star. Chen Xiaobai and Xiao Yuru, under the guidance of the two star masters, left this space. Soon after, the Long Gene Star Master extended his right hand, and 2 bottles of star marrow liquid appeared. Take these star marrow liquids. If your reincarnation memories awaken in the future, they can quickly restore your strength. Ning Qingxuan's heart suddenly stirred. He was already very clear about how precious star marrow liquid truly was. The last bottle, according to the Goddess of Wisdom, was something Long Gene Star Master had treasured for many years. These 2 new bottles were likely obtained at a high price from the 2 star masters, Ziwei and Beidou. Ning Qingxian remained silent for a moment, not being reluctant to take them all in. He spoke earnestly. Thank you, Star Master. Long Gene Star Master shook his head. No need to be polite. You are the most promising young talent in the entire Kanglan system, and you were once an ancient reincarnator of the Reincarnation Palace. These resources are what you deserve. Also, do you know about the Twilight Council? My subordinates have intercepted some information that is aimed at you. Ning Qingxian did not seem too unfamiliar with this name. He remembered not long ago, when he was still on the mother star of the Kanglan system, a demonic force from Central Plains had slaughtered a foreign army subordinate to the Twilight Council. The leader, what was his name? The King of Twilight? I've heard of it, but not in detail. Long Gene Star Master hesitated for a moment, then began to speak slowly. This trip to the ancient Emperor Star, be particularly careful of the Twilight Council. This alien alliance has astonishing depth, reportedly gathering over 10,000 alien races, often lurking in many dark forbidden zones. Recently, many top young talents under 100 years old have emerged from these races, calling themselves the Demon Corruption Tower. Those who can settle in the Demon Corruption Tower are the best of the best among the foreign talents. Even the weakest can rank in our Kanglan system's N Tower, with many outstanding individuals who can stand shoulder to shoulder with sequence cave masters. They may all be searching for the followers of the evil god on the ancient Emperor Star. What I'm worried about is that they will discover your identity and carry out the Twilight Council's orders. Try to act with caution and avoid drawing attention. When Long Gene Star Master said this, the framework of the Twilight Council gradually took shape in Ning Qingxuan's mind. The Demon Corruption Tower, the young talents emerging from the myriad of races, the best who can stand shoulder to shoulder with sequence cave masters, sounded like the ancient Emperor Star was about to ignite a trend of great conflict? I will, Ning Qingxian replied. Moments later, he returned once again to his guardian star. The voice of the Goddess of Wisdom sounded at this moment. Respected Mr. Ning, I detected that you have accepted the Killing Goddess's mission. There are 2 teammates accompanying you. A temporary chat room is being opened for you. The temporary chat room has opened successfully. Chen Xiaobai has joined, and Xiao Yuru has joined. The Goddess of Slaughter will conduct a collective teleportation for the task receivers of the ancient royal star in 3 hours. The teleportation time may last for more than 10 days. Mr. Ning can prepare everything in the remaining 3 hours. Ning Qingxian took a deep breath after hearing this. He recalled again what the Lord of Chang'an Star had reminded him, imagining that the mission on the ancient royal star would be a journey full of crises and challenges. He decided to take a gamble because he could develop his life again. The last 9-domain life allowed him to have a golden primordial spirit of 100,000 zhang, unafraid of any strange attack, and his strength rose sharply from the mid-level of Super S grade to the initial level of Meteor grade. He wondered what level his strength would reach this time with the new life development. Ning Qingxian fell into deep thought. According to his current understanding of the Federal Reincarnator's strength classification, Super S grade is the strongest on the surface of ordinary life planets. Meteor grade is the first step into the cosmic starry sky in the true sense. Above it is the disaster star grade, commonly suited for the old generation of cave masters, such as the other 12 guarding imperial stars within the Kanglan system, where the cave masters are all disaster star grade. Their ages range from hundreds to thousands of years, and many have died in battle over generations. Due to the lack of sequence qualifications, they can only guard the imperial stars for a lifetime. As for the Lord of Chang'an Star, Ning Qingxian could not fathom such a person who controls a star system would be far above disaster star grade. No one can force out the true strength of a Star Master in the face of a situation threatening the entire star system. Ning Caiwei, are you there? Suddenly, a pop-up appeared before him. It was Xiao Yurua from the Big Dipper system. From now on, this will be our little group. Once we arrive at the ancient royal star, everyone remember not to act alone and meet up first. Chen Xiaobai's text message also showed. Okay. Ning Caiwei simply replied with one word. Soon, he felt another strange power slowly enveloping him. The cold voice of the goddess of slaughter then echoed. This time the slaughter mission covers the ancient giant star domain, and a chat room has been opened for you. A new pop-up immediately appeared, and the goddess of slaughter pulled everyone into a general group. Ning Caiwei glanced briefly and saw that there were 82 young cave masters accepting this task in the entire ancient giant star domain. For a while, no one spoke in the general group, they were evidently checking the list. Until a user named Dio Cave Master broke the silence first. Haha, the sequence big shots aren't talking. Are you all spying? This mission is dangerous, I'm satisfied with just a tier 3 battle achievement. I hope the sequence big shots can guide me. At Dio Cave Master, pretending to be a newbie again, huh? At Dio Cave Master, big shot, was it you who was praised by the Ancient Academy's senior for being recognized recently? No, that person seems to be from the Kanglan system. Check if he's also in the chat room. Kanglan system? I know that star system. I didn't expect Li Qingsong not only became a cave master but also received the final evaluation, which reached the years of Ancient Academy's seniors. You're wrong, that person isn't Li Qingsong, it's a cave master named Ning Caiwei, and he's received the final evaluation 3 times. 3 times? This person is too abnormal. Even the strongest disciples of the Ancient Academy had only 3 or 4 times at most. At Taihua Cave Master, TSK, caught a sequence big shot. At everyone, please be quiet. This ancient royal star mission is extraordinary. The internal situation is extremely complicated, and there may be talented figures from the Twilight Council's Magic Erosion Tower. Any situation, please share information promptly here. Eternal Star System, Taihua Cave Master. Magic Erosion Tower? Young strong warriors coming from myriad races? Don't worry, you are all the top selections from the Tower of End. Who is stronger or weaker is still uncertain if we really meet. Ning Caiwei quietly watched the group messages. Among the 82 young cave masters on a mission in the ancient star domain, only 4 or 5 were talking, while the others remained silent. Including Chen Xiaobai and Xiao Yurua, all were the same. Ning Caiwei noticed that many of these 82 individuals bore a rank. As time passed slowly, the transmission waves of the goddess of slaughter began to emerge. Since the journey to the ancient emperor star would take a long time, he hesitated no longer, directing his mind into the life development system, starting a new identity across the heavens. Chapter 90, Demon Race, Soul Banner. Yuanyang Realm. Prison of Demons, City of Magic Suppression. The north wind howled, bringing a chilling cold. Outside the city for 100 miles, there stood a towering magic suppression tower reaching a height of 100,000 zhang, where countless demons from the Yuanyang realm were imprisoned, including several powerful beings of the Celestial Lord level. All of this was thanks to a couple of demon race partners. Many years ago, the Candle Knight Demon Lord married the saintess of the human race. The 2 celestial lords could not bear to see the common people of the Yuanyang realm suffer from the chaos and invasions caused by numerous demons. Thus, they carried out a purge against most of the demons in the Yuanyang realm, ultimately suppressing 3 demon lords. Feeling exhausted afterward, they heeded the words of the first ancestor of the righteous path, the God Wind sect, and built the magic suppression tower, using the saintess's innate talent to begin suppressing them. The Candle Knight Demon Lord set out on another journey, only to soon receive tragic news, having perished at the hands of several demon lords. Afterwards, the entire Candle Knight demon race turned into a scattered group, with many powerful figures going missing. Rumors from the outside claimed that someone had seen the figure of the first ancestor of the Godwind sect that day. Not long after, the tragic news reached the ears of the human race saintess, who endured her grief and bore a child, naming him Yin Tinghan. At his birth, unusual omens appeared, yet he was suspected to be the legendary living dead infant, inherently missing a soul, perhaps never to awaken, which caused the saintess even more sorrow. However, misfortune did not come alone. The city of magic suppression suddenly faced a catastrophic disaster. Tens of thousands of citizens in the city were murdered, the area devolving into hell on earth, with fires burning for 3 days and nights. Lan Ruashi, do you know your crime? On that day, the first ancestor of the Godwind sect led 36 celestial generals and 72 earthly fiends down to the magic suppression tower. What crime do I have? Lan Ruashi asked in bewilderment. Your son carries the bloodline of the Candle Knight demon clan, causing chaos in the heavens at birth, forming a body of demonic energy leading to the innocent deaths of tens of thousands in the city of magic suppression. Do you acknowledge this crime? Impossible. My son has always been by my side, since birth he has not even opened his eyes. How could he form a body of demonic energy and kill without reason? There are witnesses here, do you dare to argue? I now give you two choices, either go to the demon cave to atone for your sins, or hand your son over to me. Old God Wind, you slander maliciously. My husband has just died not long ago, and without having traced the origins, you want to kill us mother and child? Bold. My name cannot be sullied by you. If you dare to be reckless again, I will immediately refine your son. Lan Ruwashi desperately discovered that the first ancestor of the Godwind sect had already stepped into the realm of half a great celestial lord. Fine. I will go. 20 years later, within the magic suppression tower. On the cross, chains were wrapped around a long-haired figure. As the eyes slightly trembled, they instantly attracted a lot of attention, all focused on him, arousing streams of confusion. It's been 20 years, isn't he the living dead infant? How could there be signs of awakening? 3 demon lords, as well, were tightly focusing their will on that long-haired figure. Yen Tinghan bore the bloodline of the human race Saintus, and was suppressed by a seal cast by the first ancestor of God Wind, aiding in the suppression of many demons. At the same time, he possessed the bloodline of the Candle Knight demon clan, surviving without food or water for 20 years yet still full of vitality. Even if he awakens, it is of no use. Within there is the divine wind seal, outside there are the heavenly gang and Earthsha. How could one escape this demonic tower of purgatory? One of the demonic lords shook his head. Yen Tinghan's situation was different from Lan Ruwashi's. The former actively suppressed this tower, while the latter had been subjected to the divine wind seal in his childhood. Moreover, outside the tower stood 36 heavenly gangs and 72 Earthshas guarding. Yen Tinghan had no choice but to die of old age here, with no way to take action. The 3 wolves continued to sink into silence, no longer paying attention. After a moment, Ning Caiwei finally opened his eyes. A glimmer of confusion flashed across his eyes, and soon a flood of chaotic memories surged in his mind, these memories imprinted in other souls. Divine Wind, Candle Knight, Demon Clan. The confusion in Ning Caiwei's eyes turned into coldness. He understood his current situation clearly, never expecting that he, once the leader of the demon sect, would one day be imprisoned in this demon suppression tower. Taking a deep breath, Ning Caiwei discovered that the tower still possessed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Although the situation was not favorable, it did not prevent him from recovering to his former peak. With a slight movement in his heart, the life panel suddenly appeared. Life development, in progress. Innate talent, max level comprehension. Innate talent, undying soul banner. Innate talent, soul splitting. 2 brand new innate talents surprised Ning Caiwei. He carefully examined undying soul banner, quickly finding a 3-inch small soul banner within his body. It radiated a dense demonic aura, binding with his soul, possessing undying properties. Currently, no true soul had taken residence. Ning Caiwei only needed to raise his thought, and it would immediately manifest, unleashing its power. This place is the Yuanyang realm, where no cultivators exist, yet the martial arts practice has reached the level of immortal martial arts. Since I possess the innate talent undying soul banner, why not unleash a generation of demonic cultivation power? Ning Caiwei pondered for a while, then looked again at soul splitting. As his consciousness probed, he found that this soul-splitting talent could vaguely allow his thoughts to travel between the Yuan-Yang realm and the Cosmic Alliance. So that's how it is. Ning Caiwei understood now. This is quite good. The process of life development would not affect his inability to wake up in time when he descended upon the ancient Emperor Star. He just didn't know how many times the flow rate of time differed between the Yuan-Yang realm and the Cosmic Alliance. Ning Caiwei moved around slightly, then began to recover his strength. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth swept in, initially entering his body slowly, then accelerating, and soon surging explosively. Ning Caiwei's awakening also caught the attention of the heavenly gangs and Earthshas outside the tower, who all opened their silent eyes, looking through the demon suppression tower at the lowest level. This boy has actually awakened. Has he recovered his bloodline memory so quickly? He should remember the events of that year. We need to report this to the first ancestor immediately. Ridiculous, so what if he remembers? How could he possibly turn the tide? Besides, the first ancestor is still in seclusion, there is no need to disturb him for such a trivial matter. But, this boy does carry 2 major bloodlines. Back then, he triggered a celestial phenomenon. The news of his awakening may soon be known to the Candle Knight Demon Clan. Are you afraid that the Candle Knight Demon Clan will return? That's unnecessary. With 3 generations of ancestors stationed here, there is no need for concern. The leading heavenly gang warrior glanced lightly at the bottom of the demon suppression tower, then withdrew his gaze, looking instead at a figure sitting quietly in meditation at the top of the tower, his expression showing respect. Feng Shirtian, the 3rd ancestor of the Divine Wind sect, also possessed strength at the celestial sovereign level. Over the years, the Candle Knight Demon Clan had tried many times to rescue their young master. But as long as Feng Shirtian remained stationed here, their desire to see the young master of the Candle Knight would merely be a delusion. In fact, as he expected. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years passed, and the demon suppression tower remained calm and quiet. Chapter 91, All Demons Bow Down, welcoming the young master to the world. As night fell, wild winds howled. Ning Caiwei's breathing was steady, he still hung in the air. Shoulder-length dark black hair hung down, preventing many demon clan experts from seeing his face. In his half-open, half-closed eyes, strands of light were swirling at this moment. One golden, one black, continuously intertwined, gradually merging into a black-golden color. It has been 10 years. Ning Caiwei exhaled a breath of turbid air. In these 10 years, his physical body had reached the perfect great yellow court, his primordial spirit reshaped to a height of 100,000 zhang, his strength fully restored to its peak. He even only needed to exert a little strength to break free from all shackles, including the divine seal cast upon him by the founder of the Divine Wind sect. However, for Ning Caiwei, this was still not enough. In the Yuan-Yang realm, where the celestial martial level existed, those in the celestial respect realm could stand alone, possessing immense supernatural powers that could control the life and death of all beings. With his current peak battle strength, he was already comparable to the later stages of celestial respect. But above celestial respect, there was the great celestial respect. He wanted to try if he could approach this threshold. Boom, boom, boom. A silent, muffled sound echoed from Ning Caiwei's body. The three demon clan demon lords opened their eyes again, looking at him with serious expressions. 10 years, is the Candle Knight bloodline really that strong? It feels like he's about to reach celestial respect? No, he may have already entered celestial respect. The strength is not from the bloodline, but from him. For some reason, I increasingly feel a sense of dread lately, the demonic aura on him is truly too heavy. The three demon lords stared tightly at Ning Caiwei, feeling stronger as time passed. 5 years later, countless demon clan experts within the demon suppression tower gradually felt an unease in their hearts. This unease came from the very bottom, vaguely, something extremely terrifying from the demon clan was about to be born. They instinctively thought of the one who, back in the day, was forcibly suppressed at the lowest level by the founder of the Divine Wind sect using the Divine Seal. Wait, his demonic aura exceeds ours? The three demon lords' eyes constricted violently, the unsettling aura that engulfed all demon clan experts in the demon suppression tower began to envelop their hearts as well. Chilling and cold, the bottom was surging with an unimaginable deep demonic aura that almost solidified the space. Meanwhile, outside the demon suppression tower, under the pitch-black night, a massive crowd appeared, their expressions stern and filled with intense hatred. Demon clan figures were visible. At the forefront was a woman dressed in black, her enchanting eyes radiating the glow of Candle Knight. The demon suppression tower was right ahead, and their Candle Knight young master was at the very bottom. Separated by a tower, it felt like being in different worlds. Young master. The black-clad woman gently bit her lip, she knew that attacking the demon suppression tower was almost synonymous with seeking death. With the third-generation ancestor overseeing it, along with the celestial gang and earth fiend, attempting to rescue the young master was nothing short of a delusion. But she had no choice, the Candle Knight demon clan has not had a ruler for many years. Since they learned that the young master was awakening, they must do everything possible to rescue him. I have waited for you for a long time. Suddenly, an ancient divine thought opened and closed, instantly covering a vast expanse of the world. The stealth of the black-clad woman and her company was instantly revealed. At the summit of the demon suppression tower, the third-generation ancestor Feng Shirtian slowly opened his weathered eyes, calmly gazing at the group of Candle Knight demon clan experts. Why are there only so few of you? Forget it, since you've come, let us all enter the bottom of the tower and reminisce with your young master. As Feng Shirtian spoke, he slowly stood up, immense power pouring out like dark clouds, concealing the sky and the earth. His pressure made many Candle Knight demon clan experts feel heavy-hearted. But no one was afraid, the black-clad woman's eyes were filled with determination. Everyone, the Candle Knight demon clan's downfall today is not the fault of your clan's former leader, nor the blame of the clan consort, everything is caused by those Divine Wind old fools. Even if we cannot rescue the young master today, we shall move forward together in the 9 nether yellow springs without regrets. A surge of monstrous energy erupted instantly. Outside the demon suppression tower, the heavenly and earthly powers had all stood up, sneering coldly. But at this moment, a cracking sound echoed. From the bottom level of the demon suppression tower, a voice surged through the wind, making Feng Shirtian's heart tremble. He sensed the god wind seal shattering and hurriedly looked down. Through layers of ceiling barriers, he saw the devilish beings trapped within, suddenly filled with unprecedented fear. In the entire demon suppression tower's 99 levels, all the demonic powers bowed their heads, kneeling, trembling uncontrollably. What's going on? Feng Shirtian was taken aback, panic rising in him. At the bottom level, 3 demon lords were as pale as death, heads bowed, completely unwilling to gaze upon Ning Caiwei's figure. The cracking sounds continued, chains shattered, the god wind seal crumbled to dust. As Ning Caiwei continued to move, he stepped down from the platform, his face obscured by long black hair, reflecting in different eyes. Vaguely, behind him, a terrifying illusion appeared, a monstrous body of a demon towering countless heights, swaying uncertainly. So it turns out one must truly embrace the demonic to break through. Ning Caiwei whispered, slowly raising his gaze towards the pinnacle of the demon suppression tower. Through the 99 levels, he locked eyes with Feng Shitian. In that moment, Feng Shitian felt chills all over, his soul roaring, hesitating under the gaze of the demon god. What kind of freak did that couple give birth to? As this thought crossed his mind, Ning Caiwei had already raised his hand. Boom! A beam of black light erupted, unstoppable, shattering the seals of the 99 levels of the demon suppression tower. It annihilated everything, scaring countless demons to the brink of madness. Rushing up to the skies, it pushed clouds for thousands of miles. As the entire demon suppression tower exploded, an indescribable demonic intent pouring out from Ning Caiwei unleashed the end of the world. Heaven and earth rumbled suddenly, creating an imbalance of yin and yang, spiritual energy spiraling away, quickly turning into monstrous energy. The black-clad woman, along with many powerful candle night demons, gazed at this scene in a daze, their hearts swept by unimaginable shock. Set up the formation, hurry, set up the formation. The 36 heavenly powers and 72 earthly powers frantically summoned their artifacts. Ancient formations began to coalesce on the scene, trying to repair the demon suppression tower and suppress Ning Caiwei once more. Unexpectedly, Ning Caiwei was already walking forward, his figure clearly seen by all people of the Godwind sect, transforming into a wave of terror. Bang! Ning Caiwei crushed the artifacts, shattering the formation, sending the heavenly and earthly powers flying backward, blood spraying, their faces filled with dread. Is this the young master? There's no mistaking it, such pure candle night bloodline. Young master! The demon kite pays respects to the young master. The black-clad woman wept tears of joy, kneeling down. Looking back at all the powerful candle night demons, none could hold back tears, all kneeling on the ground. We pay our respects to the young master, welcoming the young master into the world. Heavenly sounds resounded, sweeping across the vast sky and universe. Illuminating the figure of Ning Caiwei with his flowing black hair, this scene formed a terrifying deterrent, falling into Feng Shitian's eyes like pure horror. A half-step great heavenly sovereign? Chapter 92, I will take the northern region, rivers of blood. The legacy of the Yuanyang realm is ancient, but how many great heroes can be counted among the heavenly sovereigns? This chasm divided the paths of countless powerful beings striving for advancement. Those who rank as heavenly sovereigns are, without exaggeration, the top of the human realm. Feng Shitian himself belongs to this level, having stayed among the top for nearly 50 years. Yet, to climb into the great heavenly sovereign rank, even half a step, would almost exhaust his remaining life, remaining an impossible dream. That kind of strength, just half a step apart, creates a vast chasm too great for 10 heavenly sovereigns to bridge. Right now, the monstrous energy Ning Caiwei unleashed belonged to the half-step great heavenly sovereign. He foresaw his own death, in just a few breaths, he had simulated hundreds of methods to cope within his mind. Yet, whether self-destructing artifacts, fleeing with residual souls, or fighting with all his power, the final outcome was but one death. Ning Caiwei raised his hand, striking down with a palm. In that instant, he shattered the protective aura around his opponent, and the body of the heavenly sovereign shattered like a bubble. With blood spraying everywhere, the heavenly sovereign let out a heart-wrenching scream as his body fell apart. The third-generation ancestor has been killed. Looking at the many powerful beings around, they were all filled with terror and began to scream at the sight. The demonic energy spreading through the heavens and earth seeped into their bones, drilling into their souls, as if they had fallen into a hellish nightmare. But it was not over yet. Ning Caiwei's expression was cold and merciless, and with a wave of his sleeve, he summoned his indestructible soul banner. The soul banner, only 3 inches tall, crackled in the wind, revealing a more terrifying and chilling wave of demonic energy. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Caiwei's palm pressed down, slaughtering all the powerful beings present, along with Feng Shitian's soul, and gathered them all into the soul banner. Thus began the refining process. The wails of anguish echoed endlessly, the sounds of pain fell into the ears of the many demons, making them tremble all over, filled with utter fear. Even the 3 demon lords were no exception. The sheer strength to kill Feng Shitian in a moment was enough to make hearts quiver in fear. The demon suppression tower had suppressed him for over 30 years, yet it had birthed a half-step great heavenly sovereign. Uncertain how much time had passed, the wails within the soul banner faded away. After refining, over 100 strong beings, including the true soul of Feng Shitian, were completely annihilated, and 5 indestructible soul bodies appeared instead. Ning Caiwei noticed that each of the 5 indestructible soul bodies bore a demonic pattern. This demonic pattern faintly represented the level of the soul body. The more patterns there were, the stronger the soul body's power. Additionally, Ning Caiwei felt his own strength advance once again, clearly a result of refining the indestructible soul banner. This meant that the higher the level of the indestructible soul banner, the greater its power, and thus, he would grow stronger. At this point, he turned his gaze toward the many demons and the 3 demon lords. As Ning Caiwei's eyes swept across, the three demon lords felt their minds plummet, with a strong shadow of death closing in on them. That treasure was clearly something very terrifying. If they did not want to become part of it, they had to make a decision immediately. Wait. I am willing to lead the entire Qi Yin clan to submit to the great demon lord. A roar echoed, and the many powerful members of the Qi Yin demon clan quickly responded, all shouting together, I am willing to submit to the great demon lord. The great demon lord will last as long as the heavens and will be eternal as the earth. The remaining two demon lords dared not harbor any evil thoughts. In an instant, they were surrounded by countless sounds of kneeling beneath the heavens and earth. We are willing to submit to the great demon lord. The great demon lord will last as long as the heavens and will be eternal as the earth. Ning Caiwei looked down at the vast crowd of demons. He remembered that the founder of the Shinfeng sect had stepped into the half-step great heavenly sovereign 35 years ago. Clearly capable of wiping out the entire demon suppression tower and all the demon clan's power, yet the founder did not do so. He still dispatched the third-generation ancestor and others to continue guarding. In Ning Caiwei's eyes, this was no different from telling the people of the Yuanyang realm about the Shinfeng sect's contributions so that the sect could reap both fame and profit. Perhaps this was the meaning of the demon suppression tower existing for 35 years. Ning Caiwei turned and approached the demon Quanzi. The bloodline memory of the Zhuya demon clan surged again. This woman was the current Quanzi of the Zhuya demon clan, one of the 6 great experts, currently at the mid-level of heavenly sovereign. Young master, Quanzi kneels to beg you to take command of the Zhuya demon clan and continue the glory of our demon clan from years past. Quanzi pleaded, as Ning Caiwei was the only one in the entire Zhuya demon clan who bore the pure demon bloodline. Besides him, no one else could gather the Zhuya demon clan again. And Ning Caiwei was already aware of the general situation from back then. Where are the remaining members of the clan? Now that he had arrived in the Yuanyang realm, having become the young master of the Zhuya demon clan, he certainly won't let it go uncontested. Whether in the past or in the future, the fate of the Candle Knight demon clan will be rewritten by his own hands. After the clan leader passed away back then, due to threats from other demon clan's leaders, most of them went into hiding, concealing themselves in various places of the Yuanyang realm. But as long as you say a word, no matter where they are, they will surely come to pay their respects. The demon sparrow quickly responded, having entrusted all her hopes to Ning Caiwei. Is my mother still in the heavenly demon abyss? Ning Caiwei asked once more. The founding ancestor of the Shinfeng sect did not erase Lan Ruoxi, also because Lan Ruoxi possessed value. In the bloodline memory of the Candle Knight demon clan, the heavenly demon abyss is vaguely the supreme holy place of countless demon clans, extremely mysterious. Still there. The demon sparrow's expression showed complexity and sorrow. The heavenly demon abyss opens every 100 years. The clan leader also bears the Shinfeng seal, which the founding ancestor used to transform the source of demonic energy for his own cultivation. If I am not mistaken, after 35 years, that founding ancestor has likely ascended to the ranks of the great heaven honored. Hearing this, Ning Caiwei fell into deep thought. In this case, if he wanted to rescue Lan Ruoxi, he would have to wait until 65 years later. Young master, in my opinion, we need to find a place to hide immediately, to avoid being discovered by the founding ancestor of the Shinfeng sect. The demon clan leaders in the northern borders will certainly take action. The few demon leaders mentioned by the demon sparrow were undoubtedly the supreme beings who, back then, teamed up with the founding ancestor to suppress his father. Gather everyone and head to the northern borders. Ning Caiwei's tone was cold, devoid of any emotion. The demon sparrow paused, cautiously speaking, Young master, you have just broken free from your seal, aren't you going to rest for a while? Rest? Ning Caiwei gazed into the distance. In his lifetime, he was a virus carrier, creating the eternal night bloodline, defeating the 3 great corpse kings, and maintaining peace in the human world for decades. He had also once commanded 100,000 members of the demon sect, carrying out enmity and vengeance with ruthless decisiveness. Looking back at his numerous life experiences, whether as a positive character or a negative one, their paths were nothing but a follow of their true hearts. Moreover, he had already restored his strength to its peak and had advanced even further. How could he hide and cower? Why rest? How could I rest? I want the northern borders, blood shall flow like rivers. A few days later, in the southwest of the Yuanyang realm, black snow drifted across the sky. The aura of demonic energy surged and churned, lingering all year round. As a forbidden zone, this place was home to many members of the demon clans. Among them were several masters of the Candle Knight demon clan who had hidden away. A tremendous storm, accompanied by the emergence of Ning Caiwei and the death of the third-generation ancestor of the Shinfeng sect, quickly spread throughout the entire southwest region. At this moment, within a cave on a cliff, party laughter echoed. Good, 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 our clan's young master has finally broken free. No wonder he's of the Candle Knight divine blood. Upon entering the world, he is already half a great heaven honored. Come on, everyone from the 7 lines and 12 sects, follow me to meet the young master immediately. The cold wind howled as the Candlelight Demon Clan's greatest expert, the six-fingered demon sovereign, soared into the sky, shattering the falling black snow and rushing forth into the distance. Behind him followed a vast crowd, tens of thousands of Candlelight Clan members, all with faces filled with unprecedented fervor and excitement. The blood of the Candlelight Demon Clan had been cold for too long. Ning Caiwei's arrival had reignited the blood of the entire clan. A similar scene unfolded in various places in the southwest, as many concealed members of the Candlelight Clan awakened from their slumber, raising great momentum to follow the clan's masters to meet them. This spectacle caused a stir in the entire southwest, the forbidden zone of the demon clans. A large number of hidden strong beings opened their senses in unison, their faces astonished as they gazed at the black shadow in the sky. The Candlelight Demon Clan. Were they not silent for many years? Why are they suddenly swarming out today? The great lords do not know that the young master of Candle Knight has exited the demon suppression tower and even killed Feng Shitian of Shinfeng sect. The rumors from the outside world seem to suggest that he has entered half a step into the realm of the Grand Heavenly Venerable. Now, not only have the Candle Knight clan appeared, but I have also heard that many demon clans are also surrendering under his command. The momentum is growing stronger. Within the forbidden area of the southwest, the wills of many resurrected demon lords have heard this news from their clansmen, looking at the countless powerful figures of the Candle Knight clan, all feeling shocked. In the East Sea, on the boundless surface of the sea, a gigantic stone tablet reaching the heavens has been erected. Several figures are quietly sitting cross-legged beneath the stone tablet. As if sensing something, a few individuals opened their eyes one after another, looking deep into the ocean, at the countless restless wills of the demon clan. The world is about to change. An elder among them showed traces of fear in his eyes. The entire underwater demon clan is continuously sending out fierce fluctuations, as if they are trying to break free from their restraints, leaving the seals that have suppressed them for many years, to pay homage to the new king of the Candle Knight demon clan. This kind of will is truly unimaginable. After all, the countless demon clans beneath the sea do not share the same lineage as the Candle Knight demon clan. Yet, with the birth of this new king, they have all arisen with the desire to pay homage. Looking at the ancient history of the Yuan Yang realm, such a situation has never occurred. Back then, old God Wind should never have left that demon child alive. I had already predicted that the Candle Knight demon clan would not only not decline, but rather show signs of becoming even stronger. As expected, today he breaks the seal of the Tower of Suppressed Demons, confirming my words. Even Wang Shitian got killed on the spot, and it has only been a few days since the news spread, yet the underwater demon clan has already sensed his presence. If this situation continues, will he not become the lord of all demon clans? Hearing this, the remaining elders fell silent, their expressions extremely grim. 35 years ago, the original ancestor of the Yuan clan, also known as the first ancestor, coveted the unique bloodline power within the human saintess, Lan Ruashi. He proposed to the benevolent lord of the Candle Knight clan to build the Tower of Suppressed Demons, to refine the myriad demons and forge divine weapons, which could instantly resolve the suffering of the beings in the Yuan Yang realm. The lord of the Candle Knight clan and the human saintess both believed him, and soon, his plot began to unfold. First, he incited the three clans of the northern region, pretending to ally with the lord of the Candle Knight clan, only to join forces with three demon lords to slay him. Afterward, he slandered the human saintess, forcing her into the heavenly demon abyss, and thus, he created today's scenario. At this moment, the new king is heading towards the northern region. If the three prosperous clans of the northern region cannot stop the new king, the situation will become even worse. After a long while, the elder let out a long sigh, filled with deep fear and trepidation. Will there really be such a person as the lord of all demon clans? He could not imagine the horror and unparalleled scene if all the countless demon clans of the Yuan Yang realm were to call the same person their master. In the northern region, Demon King Mountain. As the most notorious forbidden land for demons throughout the Yuan Yang realm, only three major demon clans are entrenched here. They have a very long lineage, and in ancient times, they, along with the Candle Knight demon clan and other flourishing demon clans, were collectively referred to as the 10 ancient demons. Years have passed, and the common people of the Yuan Yang realm have suffered greatly due to their rampant chaos, with dozens of dynasties buried by their own hands. Countless white bones, washed by time, are sealed in various places in the Yuan Yang realm, silently telling the story of their atrocities. Today, the three clan powerhouses, who usually roam in all directions, are rarely gathered outside the Seven Sons Demon Clan, the strongest foundation, at Demon King Mountain. Looking out, the figures of the Demon Clan stretched across the sky, forming an enormous formation around Demon King Mountain. Every demon powerhouse had an unprecedented expression of anxiety and trepidation on their faces. Because they knew that a great demon lord, who had been suppressed for 35 years, from the Candle Knight demon clan, was about to come. He was coming to the northern region, to set foot on this Demon King Mountain. Deep within, at the summit of the mountain, palaces and pavilions are being built. There are three figures with dry lips, and the long and suppressed waiting makes them feel like they are sitting on needles. Damn it, what is Yuan Shinfeng doing? We believed his slander back then and surrounded and killed the Lord of Candle Knight, yet now he ignores us? Don't panic, Yuan Shinfeng might still be in seclusion. Once he emerges, he will surely be the true Great Celestial. At that time, he will definitely be able to completely eliminate the Candle Knight Demon Clan. But can we still wait until that time? The two demon lords looked towards the Lord of Seven Suns, only to see him silent and unresponsive. From the news arriving from afar, it can be determined that the new king of the Candle Knight Demon Clan has strength based on the half-step Great Celestial. As for the three of them, after enduring 35 years of cultivation, they barely touched the threshold of Great Celestial in the later stage. Faced with the new king of the Candle Knight Demon Clan, they could only join forces to have a 40% chance of victory, which was clearly insufficient. What are you noisy about? The Demon Lord Mountain has 188,000 demons. Even if he leads the army of the town Demon Tower here, how can he contend against the foundation of our three races? The Lord of Seven Suns finally spoke in a deep voice, his eyes flickering with cold glimmers. No matter how strong a person is, as long as they have not achieved true invincibility, they will eventually be exhausted. With the foundation of the three races plus the three of them, even if it comes down to consuming forces, they could outlast him. Lord Demon! A sudden scream rang out from outside the mountain. The three demon lords immediately looked over, the cold demonic intent radiating from Ning Caiwei spread like a wild wind, sweeping across the entire Demon Lord Mountain. In the distance, dark clouds pressed down, as if they were going to crush the Demon Lord Mountain. Outside the mountain, the 188,000 demon powerful beings trembled uncontrollably in an instant. Faintly, they saw an infinitely tall shadow of the demon god above the black clouds. That kind of dominating aura seemed to look down on the world, ready to swallow mountains and rivers. What is this demonic intent? What is happening? Why do I feel an impulse to worship? The Lord of Seven Suns' pupils contracted violently, and his scalp tingled. This new king of the Candle Knight Demon Clan, who clearly came with vengeance, seemed to be exercising supreme judgment. Are you waiting for me? Ning Caiwei arrived, looking at the overwhelming foundation of the three great demon clans converging on Demon Lord Mountain. Those figures, upon seeing him, felt as if they were meeting a demon god. Following his gaze sweeping across, no one dared to meet his eyes. You shouldn't have come here. Your enemy is Yuan Shinfeng. My three great demon clans and your Candle Knight Demon Clan once stood among the ancient 10 demons long ago. The Lord of Seven Suns' voice resonated, carrying a certain tremor. He felt an unimaginable oppressive force from Ning Caiwei. The ancient 10 demons, huh? Ning Caiwei spread out his divine sense, covering the entire Demon Lord Mountain. This place gathered all the strong beings from the three great demon clans of the northern region, their auras far stronger than many demons within the town Demon Tower. The three demon lords were even closer to the threshold of Great Celestial. The demon bird by his side now looked quite pale. From today on, there will only be 7 ancient demons in the Yuanyan realm. Ning Caiwei's cold voice was like a decree, causing the thunder to roar as it fell. He opened and closed the demonic seal in his palm, and the primordial spirit corrupted by demonic energy moved in unison. As a result, the entire Demon Lord Mountain fell into the seal of a small space. You want to remove the name of my clan? The Lord of Seven Suns knew there was no room for negotiation at this point, his eyes revealing madness as he stepped forward. Just hope your appetite isn't too big to swallow. The other two demon lords erupted with overwhelming demonic energy, and the 188,000 demon powerful beings immediately formed a formation. Boom! The Demon Lord Mountain trembled. The heavens and earth changed color, and from the position of the 8 desolates, many hidden demon lords watching from afar felt a tremor in their hearts upon witnessing this scene. Among them were also upright strong beings from the Yuanyang realm, staring at Ning Caiwei's powerful figure with their eyes trembling continuously. What is that? In the line of sight, above the Demon King Mountain, a colossal shadow of a demon appeared, towering infinitely high. Once a golden primal spirit, eyes fierce as a diamond, now transformed into a murderous Azura. The demon's might surged, shaking the vastness of the world. With Ning Caiwei's movement, he extended his demon hand that shadowed the sun, covering the entire Demon King Mountain. At this moment, an unprecedented sense of dread descended. The formation laid down by the three clans couldn't withstand even a breath, shattering on the spot. Under the heavens, numerous wails pierced the air, and the 7 stars demon lord struck hard, spat out blood. His face pale with horror, he was blasted by immense force, plummeting rapidly from the sky. We are no match for him. The other 2 demon lords fared even worse, their bodies swiftly disintegrating and shattering, showering the area with blood mist. This scene was like the collapse of heaven and earth. Demon King Mountain crumbled, the ground within 100 miles sank. The 7 stars demon lord felt the shadow of death loom over him, the vast power gap rendered him hopeless, leading him to scream in despair, "You an old man. You won't die easily." If it weren't for Yuan Shinfeng, the 3 clans might still have had a chance to negotiate peace with the Candle Knight Demon Clan. Facing Ning Caiwei, the originally confident odds of victory had been utterly shattered under that immense demon shadow. This is a true half-step Great Celestial. In the distance, many demon lords trembled with shock. He actually subdues the entire 3 major demon clans single-handedly, even the 3 demon lords are no match for him. Similarly, a great number of righteous experts from the Yuan-Yang realm felt a strong sense of fear rise within them. The unfathomable high demon shadow before their eyes displayed a kind of strength they had never seen before. In sight, Demon King Mountain was no more, the air thick with dark energy, the sky stained red with blood. Ning Caiwei waved his sleeve, showing no mercy, and summoned the indestructible soul banner once again. The soul banner danced as it pulled the myriad true souls of the demon clan from the collapsing Demon King Mountain. In an instant, thousands of miles fell into endless darkness. The towering demon shadow obstructed all, sealing off the space, and none could escape alive. Ning Caiwei could sense his power steadily increasing. The indestructible soul banner continued to refine, growing larger and larger, from 100 feet, to 1,000, to 3,000. A vast number of indestructible soul bodies were born, hundreds, thousands, even 3,000. Ning Caiwei immediately crossed his legs in midair, beginning to solidify himself. The blood of the Candle Night God flowed, enhancing the indestructible soul banner's talons, causing the demonic aura radiating from him to become increasingly potent and powerful. Moreover, an unprecedented demonic might erupted, enveloping him in an aura of dominion. If classified by the power of the Cosmic Alliance, I should soon reach the high tier of the Fallen Star. Ning Caiwei speculated about the level of half-step Great Celestial. As the indestructible soul banner continued to refine, he was moving closer to the Great Celestial realm. Once he fully stepped into the Great Celestial realm, he would undoubtedly be at the high tier of the Fallen Star within the Cosmic Alliance. In this way, even if the ancient royal star is extremely dangerous and the situation very complex, with threats from the Dark God's kin, he would have sufficient power to cope. Additionally, the vast number of indestructible soul bodies refined by the indestructible soul banner would enhance his battle power further. Is the main soul starting to be born? Ning Caiwei noticed an extraordinarily strong presence emerging from the indestructible soul banner, the main soul itself. After paying attention for a moment, he once again began to solidify himself. Meanwhile, beyond the northern borders, a vast number of demon figures began to appear. The first expert of the Candle Night Demon Clan, the Six-Fingered Demon Lord, finally led his troops over. In addition, Candle Night Demon Clan members appeared in all directions. The demon kite turned around, eyes filled with joy. "Young master! We have come to assist you." The Six-Fingered Demon Lord bellowed, but then saw the collapsing Demon King Mountain, the endless torrent of demonic intent rolling through the heavens and earth. And that blood rain falling, accompanied by the pitiful wails of souls, left him utterly stunned. Where are the others? Where is the 7 Stars Demon Lord? Has it ended so quickly? What, young master, this is the new master of our clan. The second strongest of the Candle Night Demon Clan stepped through the air, equally stunned by the sight ahead, feeling both shocked and excited. The star-watching Demon Lord is here, respectfully inviting the young master to reclaim the entire Candle Night clan. He shouted loudly, bowing in mid-air. His words echoed through the sky, and all Candle Night clan members began to bow without exception. We pay our respects to the great Lord of Candle Night. The momentum was earth-shattering, causing many righteous experts in the distance to tremble in fear. Immediately after, an even more terrifying scene occurred. Those hidden demon lords no longer hesitated, suddenly stepping out in unison, leading many clan members towards Demon King Mountain. At the same time, far away in the East Sea, the endless sea surface suddenly surged with waves and storms. The colossal stone tablet crashed down, sending numerous fragments flying, and several elders changed their expressions drastically. What's happening? Are those underwater demons going crazy? It's the aura of the new king of Candle Night. His aura has grown increasingly terrifying. Not good, we can't suppress it. A sudden change occurred, and the East Sea erupted into a massive whirlpool. Countless underwater demons broke free from the seal of the colossal stone tablet, rushing madly towards the northern border with frenzied emotions. The gray-robed elder, watching this scene, felt as if his vision was darkening. The master of all demon clans really has appeared. He witnessed the overwhelming figures of the underwater demons, horrified and speechless. Chapter 95, The Soul Flag finally formed. In the ancient years of the Yuan-Yang realm, heroes filled the world like river fish, countless in number. Demon clan heroes were more plentiful than ever. But never before had there been an existence that could provoke such strong worship from all demons. The gray-robed elder sensed that not only were the underwater demons in the East Sea reacting, but similar demons were appearing in various forbidden zones across the Yuan-Yang realm. Even from such a great distance, he could sense the dominating aura coming from the new king of Candle Night in the northern border. This aura made him tremble and feel anxious. But to the entire demon clan, this aura represented strength, absolute imperial presence. He should have realized that once Ning Caiwei broke free from the demon suppression tower, it was destined that the Yuan-Yang realm would face a change not seen in 1,000 years. What are you standing there for? Hurry and notify Yuan Shinfeng. He must have entered the great celestial realm. I'm fed up. Because of his great achievements, I've been stationed here for decades. Quickly let him clean up the mess. From beneath the stone tablet, a voice of anger sounded. In the East Sea sky, the overwhelming underwater demons were completely out of control. In the central continent, as the most powerful domain in the Yuan-Yang realm, it gathered many righteous sections. Almost over 60% of the celestial realm experts were stationed here. Among them, the celestial Saint Mountain belonged to all righteous sects as a holy place. Throughout history, only the leaders of righteous paths who made great contributions to the Yuan-Yang realm and bore the responsibilities of the people were qualified to reside in the holy mountain. And this generation's leader of the righteous path, without doubt, was Yuan Shinfeng. The entire Shinfeng sect had even relocated their mountain gate to the holy mountain, building many palaces and pavilions to benefit their disciples. At this moment, with news from the northern border spreading rapidly across the central continent, more and more righteous sect leaders began to gather outside the celestial Saint Mountain. They felt heavy-hearted and eagerly wanted to ascend the mountain to seek an audience with Reverend Yuan. Everyone, I understand your feelings, but the Reverend is currently in a crucial closed-door cultivation. Please come back in a few days. At the celestial Saint Mountain, on the heavenly ladder. The youth in a golden robe faced numerous sect leaders, neither humble nor arrogant, responding calmly. Since the moment the demon suppression tower collapsed and Feng Shitian died, the news had already reached the Shinfeng sect. But Yuan Shinfeng had shown no signs of coming out of seclusion, and the second-generation elders could not grasp the situation and dared not issue any orders, choosing to stay ignorant. Until today, when news from the northern border reached them again.